Good morning, sports fans. Welcome to the 20th staging of the Camperdown Classics. I'm happy to have you here from all over the world. Thanks for checking in with us with Stride Vision TV.
Lights up Antonio
Welcome to Sports
Watson.
TV.
Ready?
And now, if you look to the tracks, we are about to watch the girls'
We have
class
the
4
Anchor
4
Road
by
beside
1
Grinstead,
Final B race.
considering the off-runner. Seems as if the
In
14 is
lane
not finished as
3,
yet.
we have Vertec High School. Lane 7, we
And
have
so we want
Ardennes
to
High School.
introduce
And in lane 8, we have BB
some
Koch High
traffic.
School.
So
As
lane
you can
assignment
see, we
change
have a
lane 3.
few lanes empty.
It's Bear
And
Technical
those
High
are the schools that will
School.
be participating
In lane
today in
7,
the
Arden High.
girls 4 by
And in lane
1
8,
Final B.
BB High School.
Yeah. Right. You guys have work right now? Sure. Oh, we look straight for roster, right? Yeah. Anything that should be aware of? Our broadcast, a sponsored broadcast. Where the word broadcast sponsor? For the your own broadcast? Yeah. So it is supporting sponsors for your broadcast. That's what you said.
Started instructing them to go on the march.
And the girls are set to get on their marks. Again, lane 3, Vertec High School. Lane 7, we have Arden High
And
School.
they're off.
And lane 8, BB Koch
BB
High
Cove and
School.
Arden High battling for supremacy on the first leg. Arden High making a move, BB Cove slow to move off.
We have our first
It's Arden
exchange.
High.
Arden is in the
Losing
lead.
command. Also, here comes Bear Technical running a blind up. Bear Technical hand over first. On the inside, traveling nicely. Bear Technical. Ahead of Arden High. BB Cove struggling. Bear Technical.
Very Technical is leading this race. And it does seem as though they will
Easy
comfortably
stroll.
collect their first place position.
49.92 official time.
Second place, Arden High School.
Arden High
And in
53.17
third place, we
second.
have
And
BB
BB
Koch High
Cove
School.
57.7. We now move to Group C of the girls class 4 by 100 meters.
See, my connection drop. Oh, yeah.
Bridgeport High School
All right, so we're getting ready for
in
section
lane
3.
6.
This is the girls 4 by
All the
one
way from St.
in
Louis,
class
Invitational
4,
High
and we have the
School
teams on track already. I see about
in lane
5 teams
7.
there. Let me just tell you who they are.
Qualifiers.
Arden Extension, running off lane 2. In lane 3, there's Bridgeport High School. Front court is missing, so 2 is St. Andrew Technical High School. In 6, that's Yorkesa High School. 7 is Clarendon College. And in lane 8, well, there's no Clancarty in lane 8. So this is the girls' qualifiers, and they'll come back just a little bit later for the finals. Already, stadium is quickly and nicely packing out. And this is the Camperdown Classic. My name is O'Shea Hudson, and I'll be with you throughout the
Lane
course of the
4.
morning
We have
into the
Clarendon
afternoon
High
as we
School.
bring to you the 20th staging of the Camperdown Classics. So again, this is just qualifiers, 4 by one for class 4 girls. Arden, Bridgeport, front court is now present. Late arrival to the party. There
Those are the
is
assignments again. Arden
your cousin
Primary
6,
Extension.
7 is Clarendon College,
Lane
and
3,
we're still not
Bridgeport
seeing
High School.
Clancarty
Lane
in
4,
lane
Front
8.
Court. Lane 6,
Promises
Yorkesa.
to be a good
And
morning in
lane
terms of
7, Anthem.
participants. Over 1,300 athletes, by my understanding, are registered for this meet, and truly, Camperdown Classics usually bring some good performance, so we're looking forward to seeing that on the track, both from the high schoolers and also from the senior competitors who are scheduled to come up a little later. There's some exciting races that is to come: the 100 meters, 60 meters sprints. We have the 4 by 4 800 meters, and of course, as I said before, we'll have the 4 by one finals just a little bit later. On broadcast with me this morning, you heard her calling some races. Late to the party, but how are you doing so far?
All flags ready,
I'm doing
indicating that we are ready
well,
to go.
and I'm happy to be here. This is a wonderful crop of talent, and I'm happy to be, just here in the flesh to see our next generation of wonderful athletes.
Yeah, and of course, Kelsey, this is usually where it begins, and a lot of people relish the opportunity to perform in the stadium because this is the mecca of track and field in Jamaica. So, really and truly, it's really excited when we can come in and see. Again, the races are going to go to the starters. We have, again, Bridgeport front court, York Castle Clarendon, and of course, Clarendon College in lane 7. So the starter sends them to their marks, and the gun sends them off clean break, and we look forward to seeing the likes of Clarendon College, who makes an early break. So to the school from front court says about Clarendon College and front court evenly break as they come for the first exchange. Yorkas has made a quick break, so to Clarendon College. It's all about Clarendon College and front court. So it's an even break so far, but front court is making up grounds on Clarendon College, who continues to lead based on the stagger. So it's Clarendon College from front court, and the others are trying to close the gap, but it's all about Clarendon College as they sprint away for their final exchange. It's all Clarendon College trying to close the gap. That's front court high school, but clean. Well, there's a fumble at the exchange, but they do make it clean. So it's all about Clarendon College, but the gap has narrowed because of that botched exchange. But Clarendon College manages to hold the ascendancy, and they're pouring to the line, and they'll take this one, crossing the line on 51.97 seconds. Front court high school in second, and coming up in third, that's Yorkcastle, with the others rounding out the field. That's Bridgeport and Arden. Then wind reading negative 0.1 meters per second. That's Clarendon College for first, 51.9, and that's official time. Front court high school, 52.98 is their time. We await the other times. Now we're seeing Yorkcastle in third, and the time looks to be, again, the scoreboard changes so quickly. It's 56.19 for Yorkcastle. Of course, these heats are going to be a little bit more evenly matched as they get ready for the finals, because of course there are several finals that come. That's just the third of what we have on our schedule, to be about 7 sections rather. So there's 4 more to come after this one. So really and truly, Kelsey, we're just warming up, and of course we expect a larger crowd, probably not a full stadium, because we know there are other track meets happening in the corporate area, to say the least, which might take away a little of the crowd that Camperdown Classics usually get, but it should be a good one nonetheless.
That's amazing. That's amazing. And when we're looking out at the track, we see a lot of girls. They're looking like they're waiting for their race. And it's very nice to see how eager the students are looking. They're looking very, very eager to showcase their speed. And as you said, this is the mecca of track, and I'm so sure that these young girls are very grateful for the opportunity to learn and to really get to compare themselves against their compatriots.
St. Mary High School.
Yeah, and we have some big schools in the building. We have Idel, one of the perennial rivals for championships. They've won it about two seasons ago, and they're here again. And I know this season we're looking forward to see them. And now they comes up in this heat, which is the fourth heat on track. Let me just quickly give you the teams that are there. I mean, we're having 7 teams based on our start list, but we're just seeing about 4 of them there. So let's tell you quickly who they are. Ideal High School runs out of lane 2. There's no lane 3, that should have been Tasha Schooling. Lane 4 should have been Oberlin. Lane 5, Anchovy High School. They're also absent. We have in lane 6, Mergrove. In lane 7, St. Mary High School, rather. And also another Ideal team in lane 8. So that's Ideal times 2 against St. Mary and Mergrove. St. Mary's from the east. They are usually the dominant force from that side of the country. But Ideal has been doing well and continues to produce the talent. So let's see what they can do for this one. Surprised that there are 2 Ideal teams here. Yeah, so Ideal should be the team to beat. I mean, we know based on their track records that they usually comes with some very strong 4x1 teams over the years. It's just not like they're doing it at the top level. They have always been doing it for a long time. So really and truly, Ideal, we're looking forward to see what they do here. They're not really going to be challenged much, if you ask me, to be honest, based on where the other teams are. This morning, some of the teams, the perennial rivals, are over in Western Relays. So let's see what this takes us to be. Again, it's Ideal versus Mergrove versus St. Mary and another Ideal team. So the gun sends them off. Looks to be Ideal from lane 8. So to Mergrove on their first exchange, and they're going well, trying to make up that gaps, and they have already covered St. Mary coming for the first exchange. So it's all about see if a break between St. Mary and Ideal. Ideal in lane 8, St. Mary in lane 6 as they power down the back stretch. Ideal in lane 2 also struggling a little bit, but Ideal now makes the exchange, the third exchange, clean, and they're off and running. St. Mary High School there seem to have made a slow exchange, but they're trying to cover the ground nonetheless. So it's all about Ideal. Ideal comes to the final exchange now, and that one looks to be much cleaner, and away they go from St. Mary High School. Says Ideal running away with this one, and look at Ideal in lane 2 also trying to make up ground to steal that second spot from St. Mary, but it's all about Ideal in lane 8 winning that one in 49 seconds flat. St. Mary managed to hold on for the second spot, and Ideal B comes up in third spot. So that's 51.43 for St. Mary, with Ideal winning 49.98 seconds. Ideal B 51.84 seconds for that event. So Ideal 1 and 3, St. Mary finishing in third, and in fourth that is Mergrove High School. Some very good running there, and one thing I always admire, Kelsey, is the cleanness of the battle exchange. But at class 4, sometimes we have to give them a little bit of leave room to make the errors and make the mistakes, because sometimes these are primary school kids coming into running into the bigger meets, usually at primary school. They're not always in the stadium, so sometimes the occasion gets the better of them, and they tend to make a little mistakes.
I can imagine the nerves would definitely get the best of you in this type of setting.
Yeah, definitely. But Ideal is one of those teams that you look at how they have been
Just
coached,
dominating.
and from the foundations of dominating prep school championships, you realize they tend to get it more right than wrong than most other schools do. So we saw it there. They made a slight mistake on the second leg, but they made up quickly on the third and managed to pull away from those other teams. So that is Ideal there that have secured a spot into the final. Again, remind you that the finals comes up a little later, as the event just would have started, and actually started with the 4x1 qualifiers. Now we're going to be moving on to section.
The final E.
Yes,
4x1
this is it.
class 4.
And this one looks to be a
girls.
very, well, almost a loaded field. Just about 7 teams listed, and all 7 teams have reported. So this is the first one we've seen where all teams have reported, and that's really encouraging. Let us tell you what the teams are for this one. It's going to be Excelsior High School in lane 2. Petersfield in lane 3, Camperdown I. This is the host school for this track meet. In
Okay,
lane
so
5 is
for
going to be
you,
Immaculate
four,
Conception High
focus
School.
on the two
6 is going to be Fogo
main
Road.
assignments.
In 7 is going to be Convent of
Lane
Mercy.
2,
And
Excelsior
in
High
lane
School.
8 it's going to be
Lane 3,
Woolmer's
Petersfield
Girls.
High School.
So really and truly,
Lane 4, Camperdown
it
High
is
School.
this one is probably
Lane
expected to
5,
be the
Immaculate.
closest of all the races we have
Lane
seen.
6, Fogo
Excelsior, very
Road
good
High
team.
School.
So to
And in
Petersfield,
lane 7, Convent
Camperdown
of
will have
Mercy.
to have something to say about this one. Immaculate, we know them; they're really looking good this season so far. And
And
of
in lane
course,
8,
let's mention
Woolmer's.
Woolmer's Girls in lane 8. They are one of the strong teams out of the corporate area. So let's see which ones will make it into the final that comes up a little later. Again, you're listening to Stride Vision Television, bringing to you the Camperdown Classics, which is a part of their track meet series. And there's a lot more to come. They've already gone
Box
through with
1,
some very interesting and
Box
exciting
2.
meets for the season, and we just can tell you that
Box
there are a lot
3.
more meets to come. And therefore,
Box
we ask you
3.
to stick and stay
Continue.
tuned to Stride Vision Television. So the starter now calls them to the marks. It's Excelsior from Petersfield, from Camperdown, from Immaculate,
Excelsior,
Fogo Road is there,
Camperdown,
Convent of Mercy Alpha,
Fogo Road,
and
Convent of
Woolmer's
Mercy
Girls. This
Alpha.
is section E of the girls 4x1 for class 4. Clean break for the start. Let's look to Woolmer's. Woolmer's is already out. So too is Fogo Road and Excelsior. But it's all about Woolmer's from this one, and they're gonna make the first exchange. Petersfield's trying to make up ground though. So it looks to be an even break almost, but it's Woolmer's Girls out in lane 8 that has made that good break. So Alpha is also chasing them. Alpha from Woolmer's Girls. And let's see which one makes this. Camperdown is trying to range up. So too is Petersfield High School. But looks to be Woolmer's that holds the ascendancy. And look now to Immaculate. Immaculate is there also, but it's all about Woolmer's Girls. And now looks to Alpha. Alpha trying to steal a march on this one, and so they do. It's Alpha that takes now the front, and they are moving away from Woolmer's Girls with this powerful ankle legger. Says Alpha away from Woolmer's, and look to Immaculate in third, but it's all about Alpha for this one. 49.23 seconds for the flash time with the official time, but it's Alpha from Woolmer's, from Immaculate, and Petersfield looks to have secured fourth spot. So Convent of Mercy there, 49.22. In first from Woolmer's Girls, 49.74, running into a positive 0.0 win, so almost no win there inside the stadium. But it's Alpha on that brilliant last exchange and a very strong ankle leg to win that one. Immaculate finishes third in 50.63 seconds, and Excelsior was it that came to snatch fourth in 51.9 seconds. So that's Convent of Mercy from Woolmer's, from Immaculate in section E of the girls 4x1 for class 4. So again, you're listening to the Camperdown Classics coming to you from inside the National Stadium. This is the 20th staging of this track meet, and you're listening to commentary courtesy of Stride Vision Television. And we hope that you stick and stay with us. There's a lot to come, as we said before, for the rest of the day. And this is just the qualifiers for the 4x1s. And this is class 4. The other classes will come. The girls usually, as we've seen a lot of track meet, they go first and then the males come up. And that's a format that they've been using since COVID, Kelsey, and they've seemed to maintain that. So this is going to be the other heat that comes up. Again, we have seen several schools. Yeah, this is the final one. Some schools have been absent from the other ones, and it looks to be the situation for this one as well. So let's tell you the teams that have reported for this race.
In lane 3, we have Mona High. And in lane 4, we have Campion College. Lane 5, Greater Portmore High. Lane 7, we have Holy Childhood High School.
Yes, so this one again should be a clean and tight race between Camperdown and Holy Childhood. Those two teams are really the teams that should be featured this one. We are seeing the absence of Alphonsus Davis, but there's Mona High School there, there's
Real
Campion,
assignments.
there is
Box
Greater
3,
Portmore
Mona
High
High
School
School.
and Holy Childhood. So that should be Holy Childhood for the most part, but again, this
Then
should
4,
be an even
Camden
one.
College.
Let's not
Then
forget
5, Greater
Mona
Portmore.
High, and also
Then
let
7,
us give
Anthem.
some credits to Greater Portmore. They should also try and challenge for this one, but Holy Childhood looks to be the favorite for this one.
And what say you about Campion College? I believe that they have, proved themselves over the years that they're not just a academic school. They have been trying to break a frontier in track, and it's nice to see them out here today. How do you think they'll fare in this race?
I mean, Campion College rather. Sorry, we're Camperdown. We're talking about Camperdown a lot. Campion College is always a team that will find a talent or two there, and usually they might not be producing the numbers, but usually they do produce some fantastic talents over the last few seasons. We're talking about Crystal Soley, Jordan Scott. Those are people that came out of Campion College. So I really think that they too can factor in this one. So we're not going to put them
So
any
we're not
lesser than
gonna
the
leave
other
them out
teams.
today.
So 4 teams have reported for this final one. It's going to be about Holy Childhood versus Campions,
Good
Greater
start there
Portmore, and Mona. So
by
already
Holy
it looks to be Holy
Childhood.
Childhood that takes up the early running, and Holy
Good
Childhood,
change
of
by
course, we say
Holy
should be the one
Portmore.
that really should win this one quite easier. But look already to Greater Portmore, as we said before,
Good change by Holy
the very
Portmore.
messy
Number 7,
exchange between Holy Childhood, and we
Strong.
wait to see if they stays in this one. Not a valid exchange, but
Mona High
Campion is
School.
also there and looks to be
Holy
a very
Childhood.
evil break for the third exchange. This is about Campion now that
Campion made the first
steals the march. But look
exchange.
at Mona High now. Mona High now ranges up and comes to the front and seem to have taken the lead. This is Mona High. Mona High is gonna be the one that makes the final exchange first. So Mona High has now taking the lead, but again, the exchange has messed up, really messed up there, and that should cost them. So it's Mona High that's leading, but that should be a problem for them. Holy Child now returns to their second spot and trying to hold that spot. So to Campion is powering to take that third spot, but Mona High in 53.27, and I really don't think that's gonna stand because they were way outside of the exchange zone, and that should be a disqualification for Mona High. 53.29 unofficial results, by the way, and this is Holy Childhood 54.95 for second spot. Greater Portman managed to hold on in 55.74, holding off ahead of Campion in 55.75. So the class fours, again, we talk about the Kelsey. These younger ones at class fours sometimes can make mistakes, and we saw it there for Holy Childhood on one exchange, and also Mona High. When they took the ascendancy, they also made an
Yes.
error.
Long exchanges on both the second and the last leg.
Yeah, but again, viewers and the listeners, we ask that you give them some grace because again, this is probably some of their first 4x1 as class fours, and also to be performing at this time of the morning before this kind of crowd, nerves get the better of you. But of course, we await the official results. So far, the results have been showing Mona as the winner there, but we saw that disastrous exchange at the final leg. Quick and fast, we're gonna be moving to again. This is qualifiers for the 4x1 for girls,
Lane 1 is
and
Mark
coming up
Castle.
is the first
Lane 2,
8,
St. Elizabeth
and this
Technical.
should feature some big names. Yarkasset runs out of
Lane
lane 1,
3,
St. Elizabeth
Yarkesset
Technical
Technical
runs out of lane
School.
2, the Mighty
Lane
Conquerors in
4,
St. Catherine High School runs out of lane 3,
Petersfield.
Petersfield from the
Lane 5,
west runs out of lane 4,
Woolman's.
Woolman's Girls runs out of lane
Lane 6
5,
is
in lane 6 is
Manchester.
Manchester High, in 7
Lane
it's gonna be
7 is
Mona High,
Mercy
and in 8
Alpha.
that's gonna
Lane
be the
3,
Convent of
Convent of
Mercy
Mercy Alpha.
Alpha.
So this is
So this
girls
looks
class
to
3,
be
4x1 division.
6 or 7 of 8 teams that have reported for the
Group
start,
A.
and a very interesting matchup we should have here between St. Elizabeth Technical, St. Catherine High School, so to Woolman's Girls, and of course Convent of Mercy. Let's not forget about Manchester High School. Usually produces some very fantastic talents over the year, and let's see what they've been doing. Lane 4 also seems to have scratched, or they seem to have stepped off the field, and should be Petersfield. I'm not seeing the starter at the starting block, so let's see if that is a late scratch for Petersfield. But the schools that have reported are Yarkastle, St. Elizabeth Technical, St. Catherine High School, Woolman's Girls, Manchester High, and Convent of Mercy
Box 1.
in Alpha. Mona High has not reported. They should have been
Box
in lane
2.
7. They just won
Box
that
3.
final eating class 4, but they have not reported for the start of the Class 3 girls. This is Class 3 girls, first of several heats that should comes up, and this is just qualifying. I'll again remind you that the final comes up a little later on in the afternoon. So we're now seeing where Petersfield is stepping back on track. Of course, they did report early on, so somehow they seem to have sorted out their business and they're now back on track. So the start has been delayed to allow the young lady from Petersfield to settle herself into her blocks as we get ready for the first heat of the Class 3 girls 4x1 qualifiers. So it's all about Yarcastle, St. Elizabeth Technical, St. Catherine, Petersfield, Woolmer's Girls, Manchester High, and the Convent of Mercy out in lane 8. 7 of the 8 teams have reported for the start. St. Catherine, St. Elizabeth, Woolmer's, Manchester, and Convent of Mercy are usually the strong teams. Let's see what they produce for this one. Again, you're listening to live and continued broadcast of the Camperdown Classics, the 20th staging of the Camperdown Classics here on Stride Vision Television. So the starter now resettles all the teams and calls them to their marks. Yarcastle, St. Elizabeth, St. Catherine, Petersfield, Woolmer's, Manchester, and the Convent of Mercy. That's Alpha. We look to see who makes an early break. Already going to set them off, and this looks to be a very nice start from Petersfield. So too is Manchester. Manchester looks to be doing some running, and Alpha now looks to be the one that takes that early break. Alpha will make that first exchange. So too Manchester. Wilmer's delayed in the exchange. Look at St. Catherine High School. That's also there. So it's St. Catherine and Alpha, but Alpha seem to have the upper one on this one. Says Alpha out in lane 8, that makes a very good exchange here, and they are off and running. Wilmer's trying to make up ground, so to Manchester, so to St. Catherine, but it's all about Convent of Mercy. Alpha out in lane 8. Let's see what they do for this final exchange. They have about a 10-20 meter lead, so Alpha now gets into the running, and they're going to power away with this one, failing a miss up. They are going to win this one. Very good. And so to Yarcastle in lane 2, that powers in to take that second spot. 47.87 for Alpha. But wow, some brilliant running from Yarcastle to steal that second spot. They were all out of it. Positive 1.7 meters per second wing for Convent of Mercy, 47.87, and Yarcastle, as we said, 49.76. And in third looks to have been the team from Stets that came home in 49.94 seconds on the clock. That's the official, unofficial results. We wait for the official time. Very good running from Convent of Mercy. This is the second race we have seen them winning from lane 8 in just a few minutes apart. They won in class 4 from lane 8, and I've heard Alpha seem to be doing some things really good this season, Kelsey. I've really seen them at many of the track meets, and they have been looking good all round, especially on the track.
Formidable force on the track.
Yeah. So as we talk about Alpha, remember the likes of Kiara Grant, that very outstanding sprinter that they had years ago, and they're still trying to build a program there. But schools like Yarcastle, when you see they come to the rural areas, for the urban area rather, their team from the rural, they come to the urban area and they manage to challenge, because they were absolutely nowhere in that race. But just to see what the third and the ankle leg, I think that's where they made a huge
difference.
Yeah, and really managed to hold off some of the bigger teams in likes of St. Catherine. Woolmer's was a little bit surprising there, but as we said before, their first exchange was a little slow, and I don't think they were able to recover much from there on, and as a result, they were not in the top 3 teams that finished that one. This is class 3. These are the bigger girls, and again, we also see that Kelsey, they too sometimes have a challenge with getting the exchange as clean and crisp as the coaches would want it. So this is the second section of the Class 3 Girls 4x1 100 meters it is, and we have in lane 1 Clarendon College, lane 2 is Ferncourt High School, lane 3 St. Catherine High School, St. Hughes runs out of lane 4, lane 5 should be Rusty's. We're not seeing them just yet. Idle is in lane 6, Gainstead in 7, and of course it seems somehow that Alphonsus Davis have not reported for this track meet, because again they're absent. They should have been in lane 8. So It looks to be 6 that have reported for the start of this, the second section of the Class 3 girls 4x100 meters. Again, this is qualifiers. If you have just joined us, these are not the finals, they're just the qualifiers, and the finals should come up a little later on. So as soon as we get the final teams, when they would have finished with the heats, we will tell you the teams that will all advance to the finals. But for now, these are qualifiers. This is section 2. Camperdown College against Frankfurt, against St. Catherine High School. St. Hughes is there. Idel out in lane 6, and in 7 that should be Gainstead High School. Let's look to Idel. We're seeing a break at the start. That's from
Oh, we
St.
had a
Catherine High
false
School.
start there.
Let's see what the officials do here, because we've seen just about last week, I think, they were very gracious to a lot of the teams, and she's back in the starting blocks and adjusting the blocks itself. We're not sure if the blocks weren't properly set or she slipped. We are not sure, and usually they ask that if you're so uncomfortable in the blocks that you raise your hand before the gun is fired. You have all rights to do that. But we see the starters of assistants coming out with the cards, and let's see what. Well, a green card has been shown to the field. I think their understanding of her reasoning or her rationale given for that being probably the blocks weren't properly set. So this is section 2 of the girls 4x100 meters in class 3. The teams are Camperdown College, Frankfurt, St. Catherine, St. Hughes, Idel, and Gainstead. So it's all about Frankfurt High School now. But look to Idel. Idel now gets into the running, but Frankfurt is also there. But it's all about Idel. Idel out in lane 7 will make an early exchange, and they are off and running. Look to Frankfurt. Frankfurt is also making a run for their money, but it's all about Idel with a slim margin. But look to Frankfurt. Frankfurt is now going to make an early exchange and a cleaner exchange. It is done, Idel, and they have managed to claw back a lot of the distance between themselves and Idel, but Idel is trying to hold it. But look to Frankfurt on the inside in lane 2. Frankfurt seem to have made the final exchange, and they are in front at this point. Let's see what Idel will do, and I know they're going to come back, and as we speak, they're doing just about that. Idel is trying to reach for this one, and Frankfurt is trying to hold, but Idel gets it on the line, 48.45 ahead of Frankfurt. And in lane 1, that seems to be Camperdown College that runs out for the third spot, 48.43 into a positive 1.8 meters per second. Frankfurt 48.62 and Camperdown College 49.40. So again, we saw another team. We saw Castle just now making good run on the second and the third and fourth exchanges, and now we're seeing Frankfurt doing the same on the third and fourth exchanges, and managed to cover a lot of ground, and also got past Idel but could not manage to hold off that ankle leg by Idel. What are your thoughts, Kelsey?
Well, I believe that these heats are a good way for you to, feel out the teams, figure out who works best with who, where the transfers need to be on the track. This is a very good place for us to, make all the notes that we need, dot all the I's and cross all the T's. And I believe that the girls are showing a lot of effort. The teams look very, very strong. Everyone seems as though they're fully in the race. Like, it's really exciting to watch what's going on the track right now.
Most definitely, and we expect to see some better executions later on. I mean, this is early morning running inside the stadium, and it's usually not so easy to get up and get out so early to run relays. But of course, you have to
get
do
the body warm and to make sure that you're well fed and everything is good. It's a lot. It's only 9:30 in the morning.
Yeah, I mean, you and I can just imagine what it takes, but nonetheless, they're already here and showing up and showing out. So credits to a lot of the teams that have performed thus far and the teams that are to come. This is the third section of the Class 3 girls 4x100 meters qualifiers, and let's tell you the teams that have reported. This is not a full one for sure. We have Meadowbrook High School that should be running out of lane 1. She already seemed to be in her blocks and focused and ready, unlike the other teams that are standing in lane 3. That's Immaculate Conception High School for girls. In lane 4, that's Merle Grove. There's no lane 5. That should have been Oberlane. I seen their bus here, but they don't seem to be ready for this one. Marymount runs out of lane 6, lane 7 Excelsior, and in lane 8, that's Tatius Golding High School. So again, the young lady is still from Meadowbrook, she's still on her mark. She went to the blocks and she has not gotten up since she went down. So I think she's ready and focused. I'm not sure if she's not
She's
understanding
completely in the
that
zone.
she waits for the start. Again, we said it, even though this is class 3, some of them are probably just starting track and field, probably don't really understand the time. And again, sometimes nerves allow you to do some things that is not what the coach's instructions would have been. But now we're seeing her standing, so I guess somebody probably signaled to her
Yeah,
that you can
someone
stand
definitely.
and gather your thoughts, get yourself relaxed and composed as you get ready to lead off your team. And that's a very huge task a lot of time for teams to be on the first day, because this is where you really have to get your team off to a strong start. So it can be a pressure leg. Some people say the last leg is a pressure leg, but a lot would agree that the
The
first leg is a
starting,
pressure
yes, the
leg.
first leg is where the pressure really sets on. You set the pace for the entire race, and it's up to your teammates to really continue with the momentum that you come out with off the blocks. So I can see why she would be so nervous, and she's the first one to get on her marks as well.
I was gonna say that she's ready, and it might be an indication that she's ready to do business. I mean, some people come to the track and just want to get it done, get it out of the way. There's no delay, there's no distraction. We just want to run. So that is Meadowbrook High School. Let's see what they do. They're gonna be up against Immaculate, Merle Grove, Marymount High School, Excelsior, and Tisha Schooling. But based on the usual performances over the seasons, we know that Excelsior and Immaculate should be the stronger teams. But so far, we've seen some of the lesser known schools or the lesser known teams creating some upsets, just as we saw with the likes of Yarcastle early on and Ferncourt. Of course, those schools, they have strong pedigree and they're coming through with fantastic talent. So we have to also give credits to their coaches, managers, and handlers. But this one should be between Immaculate out of lane 3 and Excelsior running out of lane 7. Again, there's a little delay on the start. I'm not sure if the other boxes aren't ready, but the starters have not yet called them to their marks. We've seen the young lady from Meadowbrook rather, who went down for the start, have now stood up, and just like the others, she's waiting patiently, and they're being told to stride out. And we're seeing just about the young lady alone from Immaculate responding. Well, now the others have responded to the starters' assistance, and they're
You can
striding
tell that
out.
the nerves is really getting the best of the girls right now. You can definitely tell that the tensions are high. They're just so eager, You just look at them, you can tell.
And of course, that's one of the things you have to also be mindful when there's a delay at the start, because it can throw you off totally. When you come out and you know that it probably takes you 5 minutes to settle in and to get the race going, and when it becomes 6, 7, 8 minutes of standing there anxiously waiting, it can throw you off. So we're not sure what is wrong. We're seeing the starters having a conversation, and I hope in short orders we can see the start of the race. But nonetheless, you have to do what you have to do. These are situations and circumstances that you'll be spoken to about, coached to participate in. So there's no
Right.
excuse. All 6 teams are under the same conditions as it exists now, where there's a delay in the start, and you just have to compose yourselves.
And this is the perfect training ground for you to understand yourself and really, really learn to rise to the occasion under pressure. So, as this is just, the qualifiers, this is definitely where you want to get all the nerves out. You want to make all your mistakes. You definitely don't want to bring that down to the finals, because that's where it's really going to count.
Yeah. Again, for those who are just joining us here, you're listening to the Camperdown Classics, the 20th staging of the Camperdown Classics inside Kingston's National Stadium, and being brought to you courtesy of StrideVision, your partners for a lot of meets, and this is part of their track series, they call it, for the rest of the season. I've already done some fantastic meets. If you ask me, I usually tune in on Saturdays when I'm not able to come to the stadium, just to see what is taking place, and give credits to their team here at Stride Vision for bringing to you coverage of the Camperdown Classics, the 20th staging. There's a lot of events to come, as we said before. There's 100 meters coming up later. There's a 60 meters, 400 meters. We're looking forward to that one. That should be very
That's
interesting.
the one that I am looking forward to the
some of the,
most.
is it to see the high schoolers or to see the pros? Again, there's no action on the track, so viewers and listeners, you're not missing anything. We're still having an apparent delay to this start. We're not sure, Kelsey, but as I said before, you're looking forward to the 400 meters, and we saw the names, the likes of Antonio Watts, Oblique Civil. They'll be opening today. Are you looking forward to see them?
Of course. That's the whole reason I came.
Yeah, spoken like a true fan of the sport and a fan of the races track club there, and fan of oblique and
I
what so
mean, he's
young.
he's really been doing such a wonderful job. Like
And you
he
mentioned,
really cannot be denied on the track.
you're speaking to oblique.
Obliques, certainly, yes.
Yeah, oblique civil. I mean, he's really big. Some people are saying they would rather have seen more of him on the track, especially international. What do you take of that? Is it that you, as a fan, would want to have seen more of him on the international circuit?
I mean, nothing before its time. Even Usain did have, his. It took a while for him to gradually get the acclaim that he needed, that he arrived at on the track. So I have strong hopes for Oblique. I know that he's really going to be one of our top stars, and I'm just excited to see what he does. I really am.
Absolutely right. And let's also tell the viewers, for those who don't know, he's being coached and conditioned by the former coach, or is it the coach of Usain Bolt? I think he still holds him as his coach. That's the great Glenn Mills.
The
And
one and
incidentally,
only.
Glenn Mills would have been one of the pioneer of Camperdown's historic sprinting legacy. Camperdown is known as a sprint factory for a lot of people who follow track and field, and a big part of that would have been Glenn Mills. So really and truly, Glenn Mills have been doing this for a lot of many years, a number of years, and producing outstanding talents. Of course, the biggest one that you would have produced is the legendary Usain
Usain
Bolt, but
Bolt.
he's still doing it, and he now has the likes of Oblique Civil, as we have said, in his club, and even at after so many years, he still has the pedigree to do fantastic things. So now it looks like they're going to get the race started. We have Meadowbrook,
Yes, the girls are in the
Immaculate,
blocks.
Mergrove, that looks to be Mermount, Excelsior, and Tatius Goling. This is the third heat. And Immaculate takes an early break from the start, and she's powering around the bend, but looks the Excelsior also is also trying to hold them there. But it's all about Immaculate is going to make their first exchange, and there's a slow exchange for Immaculate. Excelsior takes the lead, but this one is not too far gone for Immaculate, and they're trying to run back on this one. Mermount is also there. Immaculate now closes the gap and seem to have taken the lead just ahead of Excelsior. So Excelsior, and look to Meadowbrook High School that is trying now to close the gap as we speak, but it's all about Immaculate. Immaculate that is now powering to the line. So it's all about Immaculate. As we said, they were slow, but they're now showing their pedigree. It's all about Immaculate, and it's a tight battle for the second place. Immaculate crosses the line in 48.93, and this looks to be Excelsior in second, holding off the team from Meadowbrook, it seems. So that's Immaculate 48.93 from Excelsior 50.64, and of course that seemed to have been Merle Grove that comes up third in 50.74. Oh, it was
beautifully won race by the Immaculate team.
yeah, and it was all even until the third exchange. That third leg runner seemed to have done the business for them. So running into a minus 0.0 meters per second win, and managing to hold their nerves after such a long start. I think probably again, we said being out there for such a long time, Kelsey,
Usually
sometimes
shakes them up,
disrupts your flow.
Yeah.
But it seemed Immaculate was ready to run, and in so doing, they managed to win that heat. That's a class 3 girls third section. Now the fourth section comes up, and we're going to tell you in short order the teams that have reported. Again, we're seeing about 6 teams that have reported for the start, and that seemed to have been the common occurrence now with all the teams that are showing up. We're seeing some familiar colors in very technical out there, seeing Campion College out there, South St. Mary High School. So quickly, let me just tell you the teams that have reported. Holy Childhood High School runs out of lane 1. Lane 2 is St. Andrew Technical High School for girls. St. Mary High, as we said before, is in lane 3. Campion College in 4. Alberta Morris Technical should we have been in 5. They're not here. That seems to be a different, unless they're running in a different color, because they're known to run in the maroon colors. And it looks to be very technical in 6. There's no Ginstead in 7 and no Idel in lane 8. Surprising there, because Idel have showed for all their eats thus far, so I'm not sure what has happened, but there's no Idel as it stands in lane 8. So the teams that have reported are Holy Childhood, St. Andrew Technical for Girls, St. Andrew High School, or rather this is a technical high school, not St. Andrew High School for Girls, this is St. Andrew's Technical, St. Mary High, Campion College. We're seeing a team in lane 5, but doesn't look to be Herbert Marson as our start sheet is saying, and for sure we are sure that Veer Technical is in lane 6. So let's quickly
This
so
appears to be Immaculate in lane 5.
said Immaculate seem to have taken the lane or the space for Herbert Morris Technical. So the stadium announcer is saying Herbert Morris Technical, but based on what we're seeing, unless of course Kelsey they're running in a separate or different color, which would have been very awkward because again we said they're usually in the
They're
burgundy
maroon
color.
colors, that's
Yeah.
right.
Well, of course, we'll see the results obtained because Immaculate just ran in the previous heat and one. I'm not sure if Immaculate has two teams for the Class 3, and then and therefore it could be Herbert Morris. And when I look to the other boxes, I'm still seeing the consistent blue and white. So really and truly, we're not sure what team that's reported for this event. This is the fourth section of the Class 3 Girls 4x100 meters qualifiers. Again, the starter calls them to a stance position. Again, we're not sure if you're going to have a recurrence of what we saw in the previous heat where there was a very long delay in the start. But the teams that have reported, 6 teams we're seeing on the track, and based on our start sheet, they should be Holy Childhood, St. Andrew Technical, St. Mary High, and Campion College. Herbert Morrison for the record, that's what we have on our start sheet. We're not sure that's Herbert Marcy in lane 5, but we're absolutely sure that is Veer Technical that's in lane 6. Veer Technical and St. Mary High School both running in their green and yellow strips or uniforms, and they should provide most of the running or should be evenly matched for this class. But let's not forget Ole Childhood usually produces some very good teams. St. Andrew Technical can also come up trumps if they're given the opportunity, and Campion College is also represented here. Herbert Marcel, if they are the team that's in lane 5, we know they can also do some good relay legs and can also. So now we're here in the stadium announcer saying that's Marymount that's in lane 5. I'm not sure we said it repeatedly. It would have been really odd to have seen Herbert Morris running in a blue and white strip. They are very well known for their maroon colors. So there are 6 teams and they're standing patiently in their blocks. Again, we're seeing a conversation actively happening between the starters and their assistants. And really and truly, the things were going pretty smooth until just about the previous heat and this one where there's a start. All the boxes based on the officials are ready, and the starters seem to have started out their business, and instructions are being given to the athletes on track. Again, the teams are Holy Childhood, St. Andrew Technical, St. Mary, Campion College, Marymount High School, and Veer Technical. They've been instructed to stride out, and that's exactly what they're doing. All except Holy Childhood, who seem to remain in our blocks, not too interesting in striding out, more interesting in getting the race on its way. So let's see what this meet will obtain. And as you hear in the background, the stadium announcer saying that this is a World Athletics sanction event. Kelsey, and for yourself and others who might be following track and field are quite aware that a lot of the local meets now have to be sanctioned by World Athletics in order for their times to be recognized either as personal best times, world leading times, or national records. What is your take on that, especially for our local meets now having to saddle up and to meet those kind of requirements?
Honestly, I believe as the sprint mecca of the entire world, this is something that we should have been practicing and ensuring, like making sure that we are doing the international standard of a track meet. You know, we come out every single time, every track meet across the world, and we dominate. And you know, even with other high school championships, we show so much talent that I believe it's very natural for such a
Beautiful girl,
organization to
straight.
want to make sure that we're doing things properly over here.
And I agree with you because one of the things I said early on a program that I was on early this week that if we're going to expect our professional athletes, and these are international recognized athletes, medalists, and you want them to come to your local meets, you have to make every provisions for their times, their performances to be recognized and counted because a lot of athletes, and we've seen it just about 2 meets ago, where one particular athlete did a personal best and mark that would have been the world leading outdoors, but because the meet was not sanctioned, his mark is not counted on the World Athletics ranking, neither will it really be counted as a world leading. It might own it as a personal best effort, but it's just kind of a little bit sad to know that
Yeah,
doing
you came
such
and
a
you performed, and everyone was able to see, and it's not internationally, what should I say,
recognized are entered
recognized.
on the statistics for the season. So of course I'm happy to see that Camperdown Classics have taken up the advised and now have ensured that their meet is sanctioned. And for our listeners and for our viewers, just to let you know that we will have international presence here just a little bit later on in the likes of Antonio Watson, world 400-meter champion,
Yes,
oblique
that's right.
civil, world medalists at the international level for Jamaica, and others that might be showing up, like so Jura Levy, those athletes who would have performed for the country, all will be are expected to show up. We hope that they do because it will add some amount of flavor and attractiveness to the meat that is usually known to produce some good performances. Now the start have called them to the marks. This is the fourth section of the class 3 girls 4x100 meters, and let's see of these teams which one makes the early running. St. Mary I has gotten up, and so too Veer Technical. So it's all about St. Mary I and Veer Technical. Veer Technical running out of lane 7, and they seem to have taken the lead, but look at St. Mary High School now that has closed the gap, and that exchange seems to be very good, but Veer Technical takes up the early running. Ole Childhood High School is also there and trying to close that gap, but it's all about Veer Technical from St. Mary High and from Ole Childhood. So St. Mary High School now seemed trying to make a better exchange, but did not cut any ground on Veer Technical. So Veer Technical out in lane 7, but now St. Mary begins to run on this third leg. Let's see if it makes any significant difference for them, because Veer Technical makes that exchange clean it is, and they're off and running, but St. Mary High School is coming back, and that final leg is pouring all the way to make it ahead of Veer Technical, and Veer Technical trying to hold on. It's going to be a blanket finish, but St. Mary, well, it's Veer Technical from my vantage point that takes that one, 48.21, just ahead of St. Mary High School. I said before, those two teams are the known teams. Positive 1.8 meters per second win for Veer Technical, 48.20 ahead of St. Mary, 48.26.
And it does appear as though there were some blunders with Holy Childhood High School. They did not complete the race.
Yes.
There were some mishaps, I believe, on their second exchange, and I did see the anchor leg really protest against that. So unfortunately, they did not complete the race.
Yeah,
but Veer Technical did come out triumphant in first place at 48.20.
Yeah, so the frustrations were very evident from Ole Chalu there. And of course, as I said before, the first leg usually carries a lot of weight, but all legs on a relay, you don't want to be the one that spoils the party. And I'm sure she'll have a lot of apologizing to do for her teammates. I mean, it happens in sports. It's sports, and you live and you learn. But Very Technical made no mistake there. St. Mary managed to come back towards the end, but was not able to overall. Very Technical who won that event ahead of St. Mary, and Campion College, I think, was in third spot. So they move quickly now to the fourth heat. Again, we're seeing an imminent delay. We hope that this doesn't happen again for... Well, actually, we have gone over to the class 2 girls. Class 2 girls. So that was the final heat of the class 3 girls 4x1 qualifiers. Now over into class 2 girls. And again, we are seeing just about 5 teams. I'll tell you quickly who they are. Excelsior runs out of lane 3. Holy Childhood runs out of lane 4. Merle Grove runs out of lane 5. There's no lane 6. That should have been Camperdown. Yeah, the host team is not there. Let's see if that's a late arrival. Idle. We saw them missing just one section just about now, but they have reported for this one. They're running out of lane 7. Gainstead runs out of lane 8. So Camperdown is not gonna be starting this one. So it's gonna be Excelsior with Holy Childhood, with Melgrove, with Idel, and also Gainstead High School. Let's see what they do here in this, the class 2 girls 4 by 100 meter qualifiers for the finals, which should come up a little later on in our program. So the starter makes early on this one. Excelsior moves off very quickly. So to Idel. Idel has taken early running, and let's look to see what they will do. It's all about Idel for this first leg. They're showing their strength. Idel is out and gone. The others are trying to chase. The others in Holy Childhood, Merle Grove, Excelsior trying to chase, but it's all about Idel High School. Excelsior trying to make up some grounds, but it's all about Idel. And the exchanges looks well. That exchange seemed to have brushed, and the button has gone down. So Idel is out of this one. Excelsior now takes the ascendancy, and they will win this one as they come to the final exchange. It's all about Excelsior that makes good on running, and so too Holy Childhood is trying to challenge them, but it's all about Excelsior High School for this one. They come to the line and they cross the line in 47.68 ahead of Holy Childhood, with Gainstead High School hanging on for third ahead of Merlegrove High School. Unfortunate it is for Idel. They were all about their business, all clear ahead of these teams, but we saw that third exchange mess up has cost them, and they are not finished this one. And of course, we see the frustration setting in with that bit of unsportsmanlike behavior where she is not willing to return the implement for the relays. But again, this is what happens sometimes when the disappointment do set in immediately, because of course Idel is known to be a strong team all around, but in class 2, if you ask me, they have a fantastic team, but now they not get a chance to showcase that in the finals because they did not finish that one. So the spillage for Idel became the treat for Excelsior, and Excelsior managed to win that one, and they're into the finals ahead of Holy Childhood High School. We'll give you the official, all the teams for the finals in just a bit that would have qualified, but for the class 2, for sure, there won't be an Idel team. Kelsey, that's another disappointment that occurred that we talk about. We don't usually like to see, but it does happen.
Yes.
So class 2 girls section 2 comes up just about now, and we are with the teams that are there. So far we're
In
seeing
lane 2, we have Papine High School. Lane 3, we have Vertec High School. Lane 4, we have Petersfield High. Lane 5, St. Catherine High. Lane 6, Campion College. Lane 7, we have Woolmer's Girls. And in lane 8, we should have had Gainstead High School, but they have not showed up at this point.
well, that would have been a B team for Gainstead High School. Of course, some teams are allowed to enter 2 teams, unlike the traditional meets where you see you only have 1 team. Papine High School not showing up also for lane 1, but all the other. Well, Papine has been advanced. Sorry, it's lane 2.
Lane 2.
Lane 2. So lane 1 is not being used in this instance. It should have been 7 teams. So based on what we're seeing, just about Gainstead High School that has not showed. This one should be a very interesting matchup between Very Technical, Petersfield, St. Catherine, and Woolman. So look to the running coming from those lanes 3, 4, 5, and 7. We're not discounting Campion that's in lane 6, neither Papine that's in lane 2, because we're seeing it just in the previous race where if you're not prepared to exchange those buttons within the slated markers and exchange it clean, you will not be regarded as finishing the relay, and that's what the relay is all about, is the button getting around and getting across the line. So let's see what these teams will do. These are the class 2 girls, a little bit more seasoned into running and understanding, so we should technically, Kelsey, be seeing less errors in this class.
Yes, yes. Class 2 girls will definitely have more to show. They're probably feeling like they have to prove themselves from their last meet, you know. And in general, you can see that these girls are looking very strong. They're looking very focused. Everyone is focusing on their lane. They're definitely in their zone. So this event is definitely going to be something to keep our eyes. keep our eyes on.
Absolutely. So you're tuning and listening to the Camperdown Classics, the 20th staging of the Camperdown Classics, being brought to you by the StrideVision family, StrideVision Television, a part of their track meet series. And again, if you're just joining us, you're just seeing the 4x1 qualifiers, and there's a lot more that is to come later on. So we ask that you stay tuned, tell your friends to tune in, and they'll appreciate if you would just hit that like and subscribe button and leave a comment so that they can know what is it that they can improve on and continue to grow as a brand. So it's all about the Camperdown Classics. This is the 20th staging, and this is the fourth section of the class 2 girls, and their gun sends them off. St. Catherine High School and Woolmans makes an early break, but look to Veer Technical High School. Veer Technical is also making up ground, and they should make that first exchange. So Veer Technical is off and running. Now Woolmans with Natchez East begins to step, but Veer Technical would have made up a lot of grounds, but Woolmans is trying to hold them there. But Veer Technical, it seems, by Stagger that's leading. So Veer Technical holds that lead coming into the final exchange. It's all about Veer Technical and Woolmans challenging each other. Let's see what will happen on this final exchange. Veer Technical at least move a little quickly, but then they get the exchange right and just inside the stagger. And it's all about Veer Technical. Some sweet exchange, and now they have opened a huge gap on Woolmans, and they are powering to the line. There's no catching them today. The clock has gone on, so we will not be able to tell you the flash time, but for sure, without any doubt, that's all about Veer Technical ahead of Woolmans girls, and St. Catherine Eye running in for third. 46.21 for Veer Technical to finish that one. Very
That was really
dominant.
an exciting race there.
Yeah, very dominant. When Veer Technical is showing their glimpses of their whole self. Veer Technical is a school that is the record for winning the most girl titles, and now they are trying to build back their program, and if that's anything to go by, they should be a strong quartet in class 2. So 46.21 on the official time for Veer Technical ahead of Woolmans girls 47.69, and St. Catherine High 49.23 seconds, running into a minus 0.1 meters per second win there. So things are eating up nicely, Kelsey. Woolmans girls got a strong applaud when we saw Natchez East on the back stretch with that partner, but again, Veer Technical had some very clean exchange, and I think that is what made a difference for them.
Very sharp exchanges.
Yeah. So you're tuned into live broadcast of the Camperdown Classics happening inside Kingston's National Stadium. This is a place to be if you're not here yet. You have a lot of time. It's just about 10 o'clock, and already we are expecting that, just getting some news that these relays will be timed finals. Interesting, because a lot of the teams should be aware. Well, I hope they're aware, because myself was not aware. I thought this was just the 8, but I am just being told and corrected that they're all timed finals. So it doesn't matter where you finish, you just need to finish fast and finish strong, and I hope that you cross the line with a good time, preferably in first place. But doesn't necessarily mean that you winning your section means that you'll win the event. In just a few moments, we're gonna give you some results. Then we could then for the class 4 and class 3 girls, because we're all the way down into class 2. So then therefore what would have been done before now would have been able to register the finals, the winners rather, for those events. So we're still in class 2 and still having more each to be completed. I think this is gonna be, well, I think we're now gone over to class 1. This looks to be the first heat of the class 1 girls. So just 3 sections. It was for the class 3 girls, 2 girls rather. Now it's class 1 that is on track. We're seeing a lot of teams not reported. Based on our start list, we should have had several teams there, unless this is not the correct it based on what we're seeing, or rather this is the third section. This seems to be the third section of class 2, so my apologies there. We would have gone with 2 sections of the class 2. These events are moving super fast for class 2, so this is the final section for class 2 with only 2
so
teams.
So far, only 2 teams have made it to the track.
Oberlin and Mirmount High School have showed up But again, a lot of these teams, as we have said before, Kelsey, they're running two teams. I don't think Herbert Marcy Technical is here, so we can forget about them. And I think Convent of Mercy would have run a team already in the early heats. So let's see what these two teams will do, Oberlin and Mirmont, as they await starters instruction. The sun is now getting a little bit hotter inside the stadium, and I think it might be a little bit unbearable. But you know what you have to do to survive. The coaches will tell you, try to hydrate, try to warm up properly. But I'm almost certain they would like to get the race out of the way as soon as they step on the track. But again, things might not always be as smooth as we expect them to be. But we await the start of the instruction, and already we're seeing instructions coming. But that was almost an accident for
Almost a tumble there.
the Oberlin
from
athlete.
Oberlin
She
High
opted to
School.
step over the blocks instead of around the blocks and almost tripped. So let's hope she have settled those blocks, pinned to the ground properly so that there's not a slippage in the blocks. It's just two teams, Oberlin from the west, one of the stronger teams usually coming out of Eastern Champs, and now trying to run against Mirmont also from that region. So it's all about Oberlin. Even break from my vantage point, it's all about Mirmont, who seems to have a little upper hand on Oberlin. Let's see which one makes that exchange first. It's all about Mirmont. Mirmont from Oberlin, as the two teams powers down that backstretch. It's all about Mirmont doing the early running, taking the lead, but Oberlin is trying to claw them back. But it's all about Mirmont as they move to the third exchange. Now Oberlin gets that exchange right, and Mirmont has messed up that one miserably. Again, we have seen that a few times in class 2. So it's all a one-man race. Let's hope that Oberlin is aware of that and they steady the ship as we anticipate them to do, and running all by themselves. This is Oberlin, and she's running like she's been challenged, and that's what you want to see. Regardless of which challenge, you run to the line. 51.43. So unfortunate, because sometimes even with two teams, Kelsey, it is very exciting, and those two teams would have seemed evenly matched based on what we're seeing.
That was a very thrilling race, despite the fact that it was only two teams running.
Yeah, but we have seen the unfortunates happening again. Mirmont High School not
And Oberlin
managing.
definitely should have tried to complete that race.
Well, Mirmont was it. I think what has happened, Kelsey, there is a certain stagger that you have to, or exchange zone rather, that you have to make the exchange.
But we saw where other teams were admitted.
They would have
Despite not
finished.
finishing
So you
in the
can
zone.
finish the race. You can finish the race, but a lot of the athletes are aware. Once they know that they have passed
outside
the
of the
exchange zone,
zone.
they will be disqualified. So they just call it a day. Why? What's the sense of running? But again, unless you want to say you run 400 meters, in the sense of each person running on 100 meters, and your team finishing, but you would not have been counted nonetheless. So I think that is why Mirmont opted not to
Yes,
finish
and I'm
that
seeing
race.
here that Mirmont has been listed as did not finish.
They would get a DNF. Unlike the other teams we saw before who ran out of the zone, they would get a disqualification. So Kelsey's gonna try and get you some of those early results from the class 4 and class 3 events in terms of to see which teams would have secured those as we move right into the class 1 girls. So this is the class 1s now for sure. So we can tell you the teams that have reported. Already we're seeing some teams absent, but I'm going to tell you the ones that are there. St. Mary High School runs out of lane 3. St. Mary High School runs out of lane 4. 5, it's Camperdown High. 6 is Holy Childhood. 7 is Immaculate. And 8 is Petersfield. So the 6 teams have reported to the start. And this one should be another interesting matchup between Immaculate and St. Catherine, along with St. Mary High School. There's no St. Hughes in this one. They have not reported for the start. So it's 6 teams out of what should have been 7 for the start. So let's see what will happen here as the teams try to. These are the class 1 girls, the very most experienced of all the athletes competing at high school for girls. This is class 1. So the starters call them to their marks. It's going to be St. Mary, St. Catherine, Camperdown, Holy Childhood, Immaculate, and Petersfield. And now the gun sends them off. Look to St. Catherine High School, so to the Immaculate group. But St. Catherine and Immaculate moves out early. So let's see who makes that early exchange. Holy Child is also there, but it's all about Immaculate on that backstretch. Immaculate powers now. St. Mary is trying to run back, but it's all about Immaculate from Holy Childhood, from St. Catherine and St. Mary. Immaculate takes that lead and makes that exchange, and it looks to be clean. So it's Immaculate that is off and running all by themselves. Now Camperdown is trying to power their way back. It's up to Camperdown, who's trying to steal a match on this one, and let's see what they'll do here. It's so to St. Mary Eyes, but all about Immaculate. Immaculate managed to get that exchange done and is away and running on this final leg. A very powerful running ankle leg there, and she's pouring away. St. Mary is trying to close, and they are overtake Camperdown for second, but it's all about Immaculate. 41.5, and that's a flash time. 47.51 flash time for Immaculate. Some ice stepping, fast running into a positive 0.5 meters per second ring. 47.60 for Immaculate. St. Mary I 48.41, and Camperdown it was 48.72. Interesting running there from those top teams, with Immaculate, who was away on first from the blocks, managing to hold on to the finish ahead of St. Mary I and of course Camperdown. Camperdown is the host school, if you call it, for this Camperdown Classics. So if you're just joining us, you're watching 4x1 relays on track, and this is the Class 1 girls, and it has been brought to you courtesy of StrideVision Television, part of their track meet series. And again, as I said before, if you're not here or not able to make it here, you can tune in. There's a lot more events to come a little later on in the program, but for now it's all about 4x1 running. And I was reliably informed that these are timed finals, and therefore all teams will have to run their very best in whatever heats they're placed to ensure that their times count, because times is what matters in this situation as opposed to finishing. But of course we want to see the teams finish, and this is Class 1. We're going to be moving to the second section of the Class 1 girls, and the teams on track looks to be Excelsior, Idle, St. Mary High School, St. Andrews High School for girls, Wolmer's, Manchester, and Veer Technical. So these 6 teams, well-known teams, if you ask me, some of the stronger teams over the years. Again, let's mention the likes of Idle, runners-up for Girls Champs 2024, previously won it ahead of Edwin Allen. Last year was not able to defend with him. Edwin Allen not here today, likes of Wormwood not here today. But Veer Technical is here, Wilmers is here, and they should provide some good challenge for Idle as we see which of these teams. Excelsior is there, Idle is there, Wilmers girls, St. Andrews High School for girls, Manchester, and Veer Technical. The starter calls them to their marks. Tatius Golding and Oberling not starting. So Wilmers out and clear quickly from that blocks, but Idle is trying to make up ground on St. Andrews High School for girls, and they have made that very early move. That's Idle along with Veer Technical and Idle, and so too Wilmers says an even break. Veer Technical is trying to steal one another, but Idle is saying none of it. Idle is running back on them, and Idle will make that exchange, and they do. Veer Technical slow to that exchange, so to Wilmers, but it's all about Idle. Excelsior on the inside is trying to make some good running, but it's all about Idle as we expect them to be and to do. It's Idle. Looks to be Abigail Campbell on the ankle leg for Idle, and she's gonna do the business. If you ask me, she is a very reliable runner for them, and she is doing the business ahead of Excelsior and Veer Technical and Manchester in a battle for third. But Abigail Campbell brings Idle home in 46.07 seconds as the flash time. So that's Idle ahead of Excelsior, and it looks to have been Veer Technical for third. So running into a minus 0.9 meters per second win. It's Idle 46.09 ahead of Excelsior. We'll give you their time. Excelsior times 46.98 and Veer Technical 47.70. Those are the official times from the girls. So Kelsey, you're now ready to give us some results from...
Yes, indeed. I have the 4x1 Class 4 final summary. In first place, or fastest time for Class 4 girls, we have Hydel High School, and their time is 48.98. We have Convent of Mercy Alpha with 49.22. We have Woolmer's Girls in third with 49.74. In fourth place, we have Veer Technical High School, 49.92 seconds. And in fifth, we have the Immaculate Conception High School with 50.63. And that's the finals results. So once again, we have Heidel first, second, Convent of Mercy Alpha, third, Wilmos Girls, fourth, Vertec High School, and fifth, Immaculate Conception High School.
So those are the winners of the 4x1 for class 4 girl, and we'll tell you shortly who won for class 3 because the girls have finished their business and it's now time for the boys.
And in class 3, 4x1 relays, we have first place, Convent of Mercy Alpha with 47.87. That's a very good time. In second place, we have Very Technical High School with 48.20. Third place, we have St. Mary High School, 48.26. Fourth place, Heidel High School with 48.48. And in fifth place, we have Ferncourt High School with 48.662. So that's our 5 fastest times coming out of the girls' class 3 4x1 100-meter relays.
So again, remind our listeners, these are all timed finals. So some of the teams that you're hearing the names mentioned, they did not run together. But again, as I said earlier, the time matters as opposed to your finishing position. We're going to hear from the class 2 winners of the 4x1 for girls.
So after all the finals, our results are in, and we have Excelsior High School with the fastest time at 47.68. In second place, we have Holy Childhood High School with 48.11. In third place, we have Heidel High School with 50.53. Fourth place, Merle Grove High School with 50.59. And in fifth place, we have The Gainsted High School with 1 minute and 7 seconds.
All right, so we'll give you the other results very shortly as we see the class 3 boys on track. And this is the first heat for the class 3 boys. And there's a break in the start. Let's see what the starters will do. Let's tell you the teams that have reported. Papine High School it is, running out of lane 1. In lane 4, that's Woolman's boys. Lane 5 should feature Oberlin. 6 is Herbert Marza, so they are here. In fact, they're here. We said earlier we're not sure they were here, but we're seeing Herbert Marza in 6. In 7, St. George's College B. And in lane 8 is Mona High. They should have had the likes of Robert Lightbourne and Ascot High School. They have not started this one. They should have been in lane 2 and 3 respectively. So this is class 3 boys. Let's see what the starter will do. And he's having a conversation with the athlete from Herbert Marza Technical, and he's giving a warning. That's a warning to that specific team as he tries to remark his blocks and to get everything sorted out for this. The class 3 boys eat one in the 4x100 meters. Starter now calls them back to the markers. Papine, Wolmer's, Oberlin, Herbert Marson, St. George's, and Mona High School for this first one. And the starter gets them off and running. Let's look to St. George's College, Sir to Herbert Marson Technical, that is off and running. And he is doing the early running and already made up the ground on St. George's College. It's all about Herbert Marson Technical. Very clean exchange, and he's away and running for that second leg. St. George is struggling there and seem to have been out of this one. It's all about Herbert Marson. Woolmans is trying to cover grounds, but it's all about Herbert Marson. And so to Oberlin is all about Herbert Marson, if you ask me. Woolmans is trying to make a run for it now on the third leg, but Herbert Marson have already established themselves and away and running, and they should win this one pretty easy. As Woolmans in second makes a slow exchange, but Herbert Marson would have done enough, but Woolmans is trying to run back for this one, but I think it's going to run out of real estate as Herbert Marson Technical crosses the line, 45.26 ahead of Woolmans, and Oberlin in third with Pepin, with I think it's Mona High there in fourth for that one, ahead of Pepin High School. So the official time now comes up at 45.24 seconds, running into a minus 0.9 meters per second. Edwin. And before we have the
Hamilton
second
for 45
section of the
26
Class 3 boys, we're
seconds.
going to have Kelsey give you the results of the Class 1 girls 4x1 results.
All right, so for the class 1 4x100 meter relays, in first place we have Heidel High School once again with 46.09. In second place we have Excelsior High School with 46.98. In third we have Immaculate Conception High School with 47.50. And fourth, Vertec High School with 47.70, and in fifth place we have the Manchester High School with 47.86. These are very, very good times for the class 1 girls to be having at this level.
Absolutely. So an early season it is based on our track season, but for these high school athletes, they're trying to get sharp and ready for events coming up like the Gibson's McCook relay that comes up very short and early this season, and also the ultimate, which is the boys and girls championships. So this is gonna be the second section of the 4x1 100 meters for class 3 boys rather, at the Camperdown Classics. It's the 20th staging. Again, we say to our viewers and the listeners, welcome to live and continued broadcast on StrideVision Television. So let's give you the teams quickly for this second section of the Class 3 boys. St. Jago B runs out of lane 2, Campion College B runs out of lane 3, St. Jago A team runs out of lane 4, Meadowbrook I is in 5, St. Mary High School in 6, Arden High School runs out of 7, and in lane 8 that looks to be Woolman's boys. So that's 7 teams rather that have reported for the start. So we have a full field here with St. Jago running with 2 teams, and the likes of St. Mary High also there, and Woolman's. Should be a very interesting matchups to see what these 2 St. Jago teams can do against St. Mary High, against Arden, and against the Woolman's boys school. Second section of the class 3 boys 4x1. Again, this is also a timed finals, and for those who don't understand what we mean by time finals, it means that whichever section you are in, you have to run your fastest time, and when the times have all been put together, and that's how you select your winner for the event. Overall winner it is for the event. So the starter calls them to their marks. Section 2, gun sends them off. Let's look to St. Jago straight 4 team in lane 4, and they are out and running. St. Jago B is also trying to make ground, but it's all about St. Jago A team ahead of Woolman's. St. Jago it is, and they're taking the lead, and they have already established themselves with a very nice lead based on the stagger. So it's all about St. Jago ahead of Arden and Woolman's, and the other St. Jago team that's in about 4th spot, but St. Jago A team is now running away with this one, and they're approaching the 4th and final exchange, and this is all about St. Jago running away. Very good exchange and a huge distance, but look to the St. Jago B team coming back at Woolman's, and they'll secure this quinella. St. Jago A team wins in 43.53. That's a flash time ahead of St. Jago B, and Woolman's comes through for 3rd. So we'll give it official time in a moment. What is all about the 2 St. Jago teams that enter this event, and the first of the 2 teams very dominant all the way from the start, but I think at the 3rd exchange they made a huge gap, opened a huge gap on the teams, and there was no catching them today. 43.53 running into a positive 0.3 meters per second. St. Jago B 46.90 per second, and Woolman's well, we're just seeing one time for St. Jago B. I'm not sure if the B team times doesn't count. That's kind of strange though, Kelsey, because if you give the teams 2 entry, I am supposed the 2 entries would count for whatever it worth.
That's what one would assume, but we did not see any time in the margin for the B team for St. Jago, but we have to get some information to clarify to see.
Unless it might have been a disqualification, could have been a lane violation or something, but we did not see that from where we're sitting, so we're not sure as to why St. Jago's B team, well, now we're seeing the correction of the results, and St. Jago B team actually has been given 2nd spot, as they did rightfully cross the line in 2nd, 46.48, ahead of Woolman's 46.60. So that's St. Jago's A, St. Jago's B, and Woolman's for 3rd in that 2nd section of the class 3 boys 4x100 meters here at the Camperdown Classics. And these events are coming quick and fast. We're going to be moving quickly to the section
Final
3.
C.
This is the third and final section. I'm not sure if it's a third. Let me just check. No, I think there's about
Lane 1.
2 more sections to come.
We have Excelsior High School. Lane 2, Wolmer's Boys. Lane 3, Campion College. Lane 4, St. Elizabeth Technical High School. Fifth lane, we have Meadowbrook High School. In lane 6, Bridgeport High School. 7, Petersfield High. And 8, Clancarthy High School. We do have a missing participant from lane 5, Meadowbrook High School. We do not have their team on the track as yet.
So this one should have been a full field, and we're seeing, as we said, Meadowbrook High School is absent. So the other teams have showed Excelsior, Woolman's, Campion, St. Elizabeth, Bridgeport, Petersfield, and Clancarty. And already we're seeing a little trouble for the young man from Petersfield. It seemed to have slipped from the blocks. So now he's giving an opportunity to sort that out. We're seeing one of the officials standing on those pedals. I guess there might be an issue with the security of those pedals. And then therefore we want to do everything to ensure that there's a fair start and there's a safe start for the athletes. So they started on cause them to their mark. Now they've been told to stand up. There's a flag being raised on the backstretch. Second box seem to be having issues sorting out their staggers. And I think the young man from, it could be, that team seems to be Excelsior. Excelsior is being assisted with their stagger or their markers to ensure that they are at the right spot, right placing, so that they will not be charged with a breach. It's actually the team, it looks to be the team from Woolman's. It looks to be the team from Woolman's that is trying to make that adjustment to their start or break markers for the incoming athletes. So again, this is the third section in the class 3 boys 4x100 meters relays. 7 teams rather have reported for the start, namely Excelsior, Woolman's, Campion, St. Elizabeth Technical, Petersfield, Bridgeport, Clancarty. Those are the teams that have showed up.
And even though we are not showing, we do have some field activity going on. We have the girls triple jump in the women's class 1, and currently jumping we have Alexia Williams from St. Jago High. She's currently in the pit doing her best.
All right, so we'll get back to that in short orders as the starters have now called them to the mark. This is section 3 of the boys class 3, and they're gonna send them off. Look to Petersfield High School, it makes a good start there. So to St. Elizabeth Technical, but it's all about Petersfield, and they're already leading. So to Stets. Stets now comes into the picture, but it's all about Petersfield and Stets. Stets now makes good on that exchange and already now covers the ground on Bridgeport. Campion College is trying to run. Look at Petersfield, they're out there and they're struggling, but Stets now takes up the running. So to Campion, so it's all about Campion and St. Elizabeth Technical. Well, Wilmers now comes into the picture, but it's all about St. Elizabeth Technical on this one, and they're going to make good on that final exchange. And easy does it, and they're off and running. Look at the team on the inside that's trying to close them now. That should be Campion College, but it's all about St. Elizabeth Technical ahead of Campion College. And Petersfield is trying to claw their way back into second and might have snatched it on the line, but it's all about St. Elizabeth Technical with that one 45.96 into a positive 0.1 meters per second wind. So St. Elizabeth Technical from the breadbasket managing to secure victory in this section of the class 3 boys 4x100 meters. Again, Kelsey will just give you some more updates on the girls triple jump that is on in earnest. A lot of athletes, a lot of competitors for this open triple jump event, and she'll tell you who is the early leaders in this event.
So we have had the women's triple jump going on in the background for some time. So far already in the pits, we have seen the likes of Jadan Dawkins from St. Jago. Her personal best, she jumped at 12.12 into a headwind of 0.1. Then we had from Heidel, we had Sabrina Atkinson. She was also jumping very well, going for 12.02. We had Jada Robinson from Immaculate. Her season best jump she did today with us at 11.95. Very, very good. And now we have Alexia Williams. She's making her second attempt at a jump, and she is with the St. Jago High School.
And just for the record, just to let the listeners know, because I think sometimes the confusion sets in where it regards to the marks are the times in giving us personal best times. I think because of the roster athletic system, some of these times would not the personal best times and the personal best marks would never have been registered on the system. So I think the marks like you're seeing for Jaden Dawkins, that's actually not a personal best, neither was it for Ideal in terms of their times given for the 4x1. They've gone super fast the times. Jaden, so to Jada, say to Sabrina, they have all gone farther in terms of those marks. So we just give you the distances, and if you go onto the system, that's a roster athletic system, you'll probably see where they have those times listed as personal best time, but it's actually they are just being registered into that platform, and then therefore the best time or the best mark, distance, whatever it is that the system has, it will produce it against their personal best and season best.
Okay. That's very interesting stuff to know.
Yeah. So this is the class 3 boys 4x1 that is still on track, and I think this is the fourth section. And let's quickly tell you what the teams are. Manchester High School runs out of lane 2, Greater Portmore in lane 3. In lane 4, St. Andrew Technical. Lane 5 is Jamaica College. And in lane 6, we're not seeing a team. Lane 7 is Kingston College. Lane 8 is St. Catherine. And that's lane 8 St. Catherine, 7 is Kingston College. JC seems to be having some issues. Young man is gesticulating to the team. I'm not sure what is happening to the athlete from St. Jago. From Jamaica College, it looks a little bit concerning, Kelsey. It seemed to be staggering. I'm not sure what is happening with him there.
Well, it seems as though he's made the speedy recovery that he needed.
Well, I'm hoping everything is all right, because that move just didn't look too comfortable for us. But let's tell you, Manchester, it is Greater Portmore, St. Andrew Technical, JC is here, KC is in lane 8, and St. Catherine in the outer lane. So the gun sends them off. This is Kingston College that's up and running. So to Jamaica College, Greater Portmore tried to make an early one, but it's all about Kingston College. Kingston College on this leg, opening leg, and they should make that early exchange and makes it smooth and off and running. Jamaica College is also there. So it's between Jamaica College, who's coming back strongly now, and Kingston College, and they should be coming to a close exchange. Kingston College, Jamaica College. Jamaica College actually makes that over first and is moved into the lead. It's all about Jamaica College as he seems to make good on this one for Jamaica College. Good exchange of this, and it's all about Jamaica College now with Manchester High in second. Kingston College a little back now. It's all about Jamaica College as he powers to the line, looking strong, looking upright. 42.85 a flash time for Jamaica College ahead of Manchester High School, and Kingston College faded to third in that one. Says all about Jamaica College into a minus 0.2 meters per second, 42.8 for the official time. Manchester 44.20 and Kingston College 44.80.
We had a non-finisher.
I think it was St. Andrew
College.
Is it St. It looks to be one of the lesser teams that did not finish there. But for sure we know that Jamaica College finished after we saw what looked to be a little bit of theatrics at the start. From the starter leg on Jamaica College, they were able to do well on that one and win that fourth and section on the class 3 boys 4x1 100 meters. So the big teams now for the boys are showing themselves ready, Kelsey. We know that the rivalry has always been between the Kingston Colleges, the Calabar, and now Jamaica College has stepped into that big 3, so it's no longer a big 2. It's about the big 3, and we saw where Jamaica College managed to dispatch KC quite handsomely just there in that race.
It's always exciting to see when the boys teams really show how hard they're going for their schools. And JC coming in there, that's always exciting to see what they can do. Hopefully, in this season, they can show themselves to be just as formidable as the other teams.
I mean, they have said it from the get go that they're not here just to be another team, but to be the team. They want to win the championships. They want to challenge and to create a dynasty for themselves. So Jamaica College, we are no stranger to winning. They have won already, but they are trying their very best now to conquer the likes of Kingston College and Calabar. And incidentally, we're gonna see Calabar coming up in the section E,
Well,
which is
JC is definitely going to have their work cut out for them.
and it looks to be two teams. We're gonna tell you the teams shortly, but we're seeing Calabar, we're seeing St. George's, and it looks to be St. Jago as well. Jamaica College team is also here, so let's see if they can get two back to back in this one. So the teams, as it stands now, are Tatius Golding running out of lane 2, Calabar running out of lane 3, St. George's in 4, Clarendon College in 5, Jamaica College B in 6, and St. George's College should have been in lanes 7. They're not there, and Rossies is in lane 8.
Box one.
Are we sure that's Rossi's in lane 8 there? That's looking a bit
Well,
purple
well,
to me.
it's actually Rossies. The yellow strips on the front. It's actually blue and white with a yellow strip on the front. It tells you that that's the Russians. They call themselves. We're not seeing the second St. George's team, but we're sure that Jamaica College's B team. If this is the B team, that means the A team would have just done
Did
their
their
business in the
race.
previous heat.
Yeah.
So let's see if the B team will follow suit. But Calabar will have something to say about that. So too St. George's College, and also the Russians out in lane 8. Clarendon College is in lane 5. That's a good team. So let's not take anything away from them.
This is a
This-
wonderful selection.
yeah, and this is what we want to see. Big teams matching up early in the season, and the starter calls them to their marks, and off they go. St. George's College, Calabar, so too JC says all about, and the Russians, of course, but Calabar seem to make the early runnings, and let's see what they do here. Calabar makes an early exchange, and they're off and running. So too Jamaica College. Jamaica College now takes up the ascendancy, and they're trying to motor away from Calabar. It's all about Calabar and JC. Even when the Calabar third leg moves a little early, but the exchange is clean, and Calabar now makes grounds on Jamaica College and takes the lead and should make good on this final election. Let's see what they do. It's all about Calabar. Easy does it, and he's off and running. This is Calabar all the way from Jamaica College, separating himself and looking quite easy as he steps to the line, and he crosses the line in 43.84. That's a flash time ahead of Jamaica College's B team and the Russians for third, as we await the official times as the other teams cross the lines, running into a minus 0.4 meters per second. That's 43.85 for Calabar, and Jamaica College is 45.57 for second, with Rossies finishing in third. Again, this was sort of expected to be between Calabar and Jamaica College, and they did live up to that billing, with the Russians holding out the third. And again, we remind our listeners on StrideVision here that these are timed finals, and therefore for every race you'll see the athletes giving their maximum, because it is the times that matters as opposed to the places you finish in these events. And so far the teams are looking very good, Kelsey, despite it not being all the teams in the races are not full strength. The bigger known teams, they're the ones who show up, they're showing out and they're running.
They're doing their absolute best. I must say that the boys teams are looking very, very strong. They're putting on a show for us, and it's only the qualifiers.
Well, qualifies, I would say, what we call eats, separated
Yeah, these are the
based the
heats.
eats, but they are eats that will count towards who gets the medal for winning the event at the end of the compilation. So in short order, we're gonna give you the class 2 boys rather, class 3, because they have now settled that event. So we're gonna give you the class 3 boys in terms of who would have been declared the overall winner for that event, as we seek to get ready for the class
And right away, we have the results for the 4x1 Class 3 boys. In first place, the fastest time we have with Jamaica College at 42.84. Then we have St. Jago High School with 43.53. Following very closely behind, we have Calabar High School with 43.85. We have Manchester High School as well in fourth with 44.20. And right behind them, we have none other than Kingston College with 44.80. So once again, that's the results for the 4x100 meter relay, class 3 boys.
So we get ready now for class 2 this is. And this is going to be the first section of the class 2 boys. And we're seeing a
In first place,
full fish, full field. So we're going to ask Kelsey to tell the teams that have reported for the
in
start.
lane 1, we have St. George's College. In lane 2, St. Mary High. 3, Marcus Garvey Technical High School. Lane 4, we have York Castle High School. Lane 5, St. Elizabeth Technical High School. Camperdown, Clarendon, and then Jamaica College, and they're off.
So the gun now sends them off. Looks to be St. Jago, along with St. Elizabeth and Clarendon College that does that early running. So it's all about Stets. Stets on this one, stepping nicely on the back stretch, but looks to St. Mary High. But it's all about Stets for this one, trying to take up the early running, and they're doing so nicely. It's all about St. Elizabeth Technical. Jamaica College now in lane 8 trying to make a move on the St. Elizabeth team, but it's all about the group from St. Elizabeth. That's St. Elizabeth Technical, and they do take the lead on this final exchange. It's all about Stets. Stets now move away ahead of St. George College, but Jamaica College is coming back, and he's coming back fast, and he's trying to hold him to the finish, but it's all about Jamaica College. Stets managed to hold it on the line, 42.73. That's a flash time for St. Elizabeth Technical ahead of Jamaica College, running into a positive 1.3 meters per second wing. The athlete from States managing to hold off the Jamaica College athletes, and the official time is 42.74 for St. Elizabeth, and Jamaica College 42.76. Close one there, and St. Mary High manages to finish third in 43.89 ahead of St. George's College in 43.90. So a very exciting one there, Kelsey, between States who were leading for a good portion of this race,
And
but we saw Jamaica
College run them down right to the very end.
Yeah, never say never, and until you cross the line, the race is not finished. But I'm sort of happy that the St. Elizabeth athlete was quite aware that he had a challenge on his outside, and he was able to hold it to the line ahead of the athlete from Jamaica College. But let's credit these teams, because as I said before, the times is what matters. So once you are on the track, you're there to run. You're in your own lane. You have to run, and to ensure that you run all the way to the line so that your times will count. So the second section is quick and hop and running. I think they're trying to make up for some lost time. And Kelsey's going to tell you the teams that have reported for the second section of this class. 2 boys, 4x1.
Class 2, 4x1. In lane 1, we have Petersfield High School. Lane 2, St. Catherine High School. We have Bridgeport High School, but they do not seem to have made it to the track as yet. In lane 4, we have St. Andrew Technical High School. Lane 5, Jamaica College. Lane 6, we have Magotty High School. Lovely to see them. And we have in lane 7, St. George's College, their B team. And in lane 8, we have the Arden High School.
So this one is not a full field. Several teams have showed for the start, but should be a very interesting matchup again. We're seeing Jamaica College, who just lost that race to St. Elizabeth Technical, now coming out with their B team again. Let's see what the B team can do, what the A team could not have done. But let's not forget about the likes of St. George's College, St. Catherine, and so too Petersfield, that's running out of the first lane. St. George's College is also there. That's a B team from St. George's College. We saw them in the previous heat. Arden is also there, but a lot of the running should come from the inner lanes. That's lanes 4, 5, 6, and so to 7. We're now seeing the team from Bridgeport coming up coming out late. And interesting, Kelsey, to see the athlete from Bridgeport running bare feet. We don't see that a lot inside the stadium. Almost all schools are donning spikes or sneakers, but he's running bare feet. I guess is his preference.
Sometimes they are more comfortable that way, and we don't know what kind of mishap might have happened in the in the changing rooms. They probably did not have something that they needed, socks or something, and opted to go without. And we see where he is.
He's speaking to the officials. I'm not sure what he's trying to say to them. Um, I guess he's probably saying to ensure that his other teammates are ready in their respective boxes before you send me off. But I'm not sure. He's probably querying as to why he has to run bare feet. Sure, he's ready, but he's gesticulating to them. As he has stepped off the track. So that's the athlete from Bridgeport. And I'm sure they're going to settle that matter in quite a short time so as to ensure that the race gets going. The boxes are being checked as to their readiness. And I think the officials are giving. Oh, so Bridgeport team actually has not reported except for one solitary athlete, and I think that's what he's saying. There's no other athlete for him to pass the button to, so he has now handed the button to the starters and have stepped off. Somewhat disappointed. What has happened to the other teams? Not only probably the shoes has been left, but probably the other 3 members would have also been left at the stadium field track. So now we have 7 teams reporting for the start. And let's see what Jamaica College will do in this one. And they're off and running, and it's all about Jamaica College. So too St. George's College, and they're there for the early running. But look at Magati as well. Magati is trying to make a good run for it, but Jamaica College and St. George's College is trying to make themselves establish an early running. They're doing so as we speak. It's all about Jamaica College. Their B team that has taken over this one, and they make an easy exchange, clean exchange there ahead of St. George's College, and they're trying their very best to keep it that way to the finish. It's all about Jamaica College. On this one, they'll win this for sure once the button has been exchanged, and it has been done. Jamaica College running all the way. Petersfield on the inside trying to challenge, but it's all about Jamaica College. St. George's College on the outside. Jamaica College wins this one, 41.38. That's the unofficial time for that race. We wait the official time, but it's all about Jamaica College, their B team, making amends to what we saw in the previous heat when they lost out to St. Elizabeth Technical. So it's all about Jamaica College for this one in the second section of the class 2 4x1 for boys, running into a negative 2.0 meters per second when they crossed the line in 41.37 ahead of St. George's 42.43, and Petersfield came up third, and we'll tell you the time in short order, 42.63 for Petersfield. So Jamaica College there, all by themselves pretty much, running away with that one. And let's hope that that time can contend for the overall winning time of the event. So it's all about 4x1 running. Again, these are time finals, as we were told. And initially we thought they would have been heats for what should have been finals later on, but it's all about time finals. And Jamaica College 41.37 ahead of St. George's College 42.43, Petersfield 43.63, Magati 44.69 for Fort Arden, 45.13 for their 5th spot there. So we move to section C of the class 2 boys 4x100 meters, and as the sun now opens in its elements inside the stadium, you're listening to live and continual broadcast of this Camperdown Classics. This is the 20th staging of this meet, started all the way back in 2005, been brought to you by the StrideVision television family, part of their track meet series, and they'll encourage you to stay tuned. My name is O'Shea Hudson. With me is Kelsey Jones on broadcast this morning, and we'll be with you for the rest of the day. So we ask that you stay with us as we enjoy local track and field. And of course, it's not going to be greater for later with the international stars that comes up in the 100, 400 meters, 60 meters. Those should be very interesting events later on. But this
Very
is
quickly, in lane 1 we have St. Jago. In lane 2, Herbert Morrison. 3, Oberlin High, Woolmers, Clancarthy, Dintill Technical, Greater Portmore High, and in lane 8, which we have a non-starter, which would have been Meadowbrook High School.
So the gun sends them off, and looks to be Woolmans that makes an early lead. Woolmans it is, and they're trying to cover the ground. It's all about Woolmans in this one. St. Jago is in lane 1, but they're struggling a bit. But it's all about Woolmans. Woolmans takes that early running, and they're off and running, covering a lot of the grounds. It's all about Woolmans. St. Jago now trying to make a run for it, but it's all about Woolmans on this their second exchange, and they makes it clean, and they're off and running. St. Jago now tries to pull some speed on this third leg, but it's all about Woolmans. Woolmans should have this one very easy and wrapped up once that final exchange is made, and they have done so nicely. It's all about Woolmans ahead of St. Jago. They're easy looking and striding towards the line. That's St. Jago trying to make a run for it. So to Herbert Marsa, but it's all about Woolmans in 42.73. That's a flash time with the official time for that race, but it's all about the Woolmans party getting the better of St. Jago and Herbert Marsa Technical High School, running into a positive 0.6 meters per second. Woolmans 42.73. St. Jago B, A team rather, 44 seconds dead. Herbert Marsa in third, 44.41. And Oberlin finishing fourth in 45.87, with Greater Portmore in fifth, 46.40, and Dintail in sixth, 46.69 seconds. So that's the third section for the boys class 2 4x1 done and dusted. I think we can bring you up to speed with the overall winners for the class 3 boys. Saw some interesting races there, and Kelsey will tell you in a few moments the winners for the class 3 boys, overall winners, because we have those. And if you want to follow the results live, you can tune or go over to the Rasta Athletics page, who is giving you quick, reliable results for this meet as we give you the live broadcast on Stride Vision. Kelsey, let's hear for the class 3 boys.
No problem, no problem. And just like that, in first place, we have the Jamaica College A team with 42.84. In second, we have St. Jago High School with 43.53. In third, we have Calabar High School with 43.85. In fourth, we have Manchester High School with 44.20. And in fifth, but coming up right behind Manchester, we have Kingston College with 44.80. All very, very good times for the class 3 4x100 meter relays.
So Jamaica College prevailing there in class 3, and as we speak, the class 2s are on track as we seek to wind those events down. We welcome you to the stadium, National Stadium it is. That's where the Camperdown Classics is happening. There are another meets happening across the country. I think the Western Relays is happening over at the GST Faster facility. So to the King of the Ring meet that happens at Excelsior School Ground is also happening today. But it is...
in this race, we have Tatius Golding High School, Calabar High School. Lane 5, we have Manchester High School. In lane 7, we have Woolmer's Boys School, and in lane 8, we have Mona High.
And the starters send them off, and it's Calabar against Manchester, and Woolmer's Boys already. Woolmer seem to be doing the early running as they seek to make that first exchange. It's all about Woolmer's. Look to Calabar at this point, but it's all about Woolmer's ahead of Calabar and Manchester. Now Calabar tries to make a move on the backstretch, and so they are doing as we speak. Woolmer's trying to hold that advantage, but Calabar now will make a good exchange, and they do, and now takes the lead slightly ahead of Woolmans. And let's see what will happen on that final exchange as Calabar comes to their final exchange, and doing so they look very good on that one, making up a ground and extending their lead ahead of Woolmans. Easy does it for Calabar, and they're running away with this one ahead of Woolmans. In this race, Manchester had a slip up and faded to fourth, but it's all about Calabar. No mistakes made as they win that one ahead of Woolmans, running into a minus 0.4 meters per second. The unofficial flash time now comes up, official time rather comes up at 41.56. Second spot looks to be Woolmans. Yes, it is 43.12. Mona High in third, 44.74. And the other teams, Manchester, as we said, faded to fourth in 45.72, with Tatia's goal in 46.33. You're listening to continued broadcast of the Camperdown Classics live on StrideVision. We're going to take a quick break, and then when we get back to you, we will give you more results. We have field events happening. That's a girls' open triple jump, but there's all relays on the track. So we'll take a quick break, and then we come back to you from the stadium.
Group A, 4x100 meters remaining, boys class 1. Event sponsored by Western Union. Lane 2, Robert Lightburn High School. Lane 3, Bruce Golden.
So the next lineup we have in lane 2 we have Robert Lightburn High School. In lane 3 we have Tatius Golding High School. Lane 4 St. Jago, their A team. In lane 6 we have Manchester High School, and in lane 8 we have Mona High School, and they're all in the blocks ready to go.
So it's all about St. Jago and Manchester in this one. St. Jago already makes a good start. So to Manchester High School, as they seek to make that first exchange, a clean exchange we expect of them. And already we're seeing St. Jago making good on that one. So to Manchester, as they somehow hoping that lead slightly on St. Jago, but St. Jago is coming back at this time. St. Jago will make it clean on third, and they do make the first exchange ahead of Manchester. Well, it's an even break from my vantage point. It's all about Manchester and St. Jago. As they come to that final exchange, Manchester seems to hold the advantage, but now St. Jago will get into the business. Slow exchange for St. Jago, an exchange of the baton in the hand, and causes Manchester to pull away slightly, and Manchester will win it as St. Jago try to run back on Manchester. But it's all about Manchester looking easy. 42.02, that's the flash time for Manchester, as the athletes from St. Jago has to settle for a second spot in that event,
With Mona High School coming third.
Sorry, we're waiting the reading and also the official times that will come up for you, as that's the thing. It's the fourth section of the class 1. Actually, the first section of the class 1 boys rather, running into a minus 0.8 meters per second. Manchester 42.02 ahead of St. Jago 42.22, and that looks to be Mona High School in third, 42.94 meters seconds rather for that one. So first one goes to Manchester ahead of St. Jago. St. Jago will have another team coming up. I've seen St. Jago doubling up a lot on these relays, having two teams, and another will come up in this second section of the class 1 4x1 for boys, and looks to be about 7 teams, as Kelsey tells you the teams that have reported for this one.
So in this lineup for the 4x1 class 1 boys race, in lane 2 we have Marcus Garvey Technical High School. In lane 3 we have Petersfield High School. In lane 4 Anchovy High School. Lane 5 Jamaica College, their A team. In lane 7 we have Clarendon College, and in lane 8 we have St. Mary High School. And they've called them to their marks.
So I beg your pardon, that's actually Petersfield. That's in lane 3. Some of the kits for this one looks very similar to St. Jago, but that's for Petersfield. And so too in lane 8, that's actually the St. Mary High School team. So the gun sends them off a slip there for Jamaica College, but they have recovered nicely. But look at Petersfield. Petersfield is making good on this one to close the gap on St. Jacob, on Jamaica College rather. It's all about Petersfield and Jamaica College, but also out in the outer lane, Clarendon College doing some good running there. Petersfield and Clarendon College trying to compete stoutly with with Jamaica College rather. So it's all about Petersfield and Clarendon College. Let's see which one will take it there. Clarendon College seems to be making good on this one, and they do make the final exchange clean. It's all about Clarendon College ahead of Petersfield, and Jamaica College now trying to run back. But let's see what they make of it. But Clarendon College will hold to the line, 41.36 ahead of Jamaica College and Petersfield, with St. Mary High finishing fourth, running into a positive 0.8. Different teams and exchanges of leads there, because at the start it was all about Petersfield, but in the end it became Clarendon College who had some very clean exchange.
Finishing with 41.36, and then we had Jamaica College 18 with 41.66, and St. Petersfield in third place with 42.18 seconds. Remarkable.
Some good running there indeed. And all the teams, as I said before, they are showing up and showing out, because these are timed finals. So the time matters. Doesn't matter where you are in the race, you just have to run your hearts out. And we saw that just now, the Clarendon College athlete running all the way to the line and to win that second section of the boys class 1 4x1 relays. Stadium looking quite filled with the grandstand rather, with a nice sprinkle of fans and sponsors and athletes, as we are enjoying action at the 20th staging of the Camperdown Classic, being brought to you live on StrideVision Television.
So we have our final D race lining up. In lane 3 we have Herbert Morrison Technical High School. In lane 4 we have St. Elizabeth Technical High School. Lane 5 we have Jamaica College. Is this correct?
Well, the team that's in lane 5 is not wearing the
blue and
white of
That's
Jamaica College. But
in lane 6 we would have Meadowbrook High School. That also does not appear to be their team.
So 6 is actually Greater Portmore, and it looks to be Oberlin that's in 8th, with it says Kingston College in 7th. That's actually not correct either.
Correct either. That
So I guess
could be York Castle High School though.
Yeah, so we will get that started out quite quickly for you. But what we can tell you for sure, there are 6 teams that have reported for the start. Ascot, Camperdown is there. So to Greater Portmore, so to Oberlin. The other 2 teams, we're going to sort them out. The gun sends them off. Let's look to Greater Portmore. Greater Portmore is doing most of the running, and they are trying to hold Camperdown. Camperdown is there, but so too Greater Portmore. It's all about Camperdown. I know Camperdown Ascot takes that lead. Ascot is also there, but it's all about Greater Portmore and Camperdown. Camperdown is in the lead, and they're trying to hold that one. It's all about Camperdown ahead of Greater Portmore, Oberlin and Ascot left back, but it's all about the team from Camperdown, the host of this meet, and they're gonna take this one to the line with a cheer from the crowd. Of course, this is their meet. It's all about Camperdown stepping fast, stepping quick. But look at Greater Portmore trying to come back, but he's not gonna catch Camperdown on this one. 42.90 for Camperdown. That's a flash time ahead of the Greater Portmore team and what looks to be the other team from Ascot is running into a negative 2.0 meters per second win. It's all about Camperdown 42.91, Greater Portmore in 43.14, and Ascot 43.98, rounding out the top 3 teams in that section of the Class 1 4x1 team. So the Sprint Factory, we know if we can say the former Sprint Factory, a Sprint Factory is always a factory, showing us some good sprinting there to win that one as we get ready for the 4th section, I believe, in the Class 1 4x1. So there's action that's up and running here at the 20th staging of the Camperdown Classics. The boys are on track for their 4x1 events, and we're all the way into the Class 1 into the fourth section, and Kelsey's going to tell you the times, or rather she's going to tell you the winners of the class 2 event based on what we have from the roster athletics system.
And let's get right into it with St. Elizabeth Technical High School coming in first with 42.74 seconds. In second place, we have Jamaica College's B team, interesting, with 42.76 seconds. In third place, we have St. Mary High School with 43.89. Fourth place, St. George's College with 43.90. And in fifth place, we have Clarendon College with 45.12 seconds.
So that excited race that we saw between States and Jamaica College actually yielded the top two teams. So it was all well worth it for what we saw on track. So now to the fourth section in this, the class 1 boys 4x1. We have Calabar for sure is there. St. Elizabeth, technically, or it's Herbert Marso. It looks to be Herbert Marso. We'll sort that out, Herbert Marso. That's there, along with St. George's College. And we saw a slip from the athlete from Calabar. So the starter calls them back. Meadowbrook gives us a chance to tell our team. Meadowbrook, Yorkcastle, and St. Elizabeth. Well, St. Elizabeth has not started, so it's about Calabar, Herbert Marso, Meadowbrook, Yorkcastle, and St. George's. So again, now he's working feverishly to sort his blocks out. That's the athlete from Calabar. And I'm happy that they give him a reprieve because these things do happen. We know sometimes the surface doesn't hold the blocks quite firmly as you expect. And the pressure sometimes that's placed on these blocks will cause a slippage. But the starters have noticed that and is asking him to check the blocks to ensure that and green card is shown to the entire field.
And we love that the officials have been exercising grace with the athletes. You know, this is a very trying time for them, and they're all really here very excited to show their talent. And blunders like this do make a championship, right?
Absolutely so. So they recalibrate and get ready again for this, the fourth section in the class 1 boys 4x1 meters relay. Calabar, Herbert Morrison, Meadowbrook, Yorkcastle, and St. George's. The gun sends them off. Look to Calabar from lane 2. They step out nicely and quickly. Also to Herbert Morrison. Herbert Morrison is doing a lot of the running, and this looks to be an even break. Also St. George's College is there, but Calabar and Herbert Morrison all clean and even break. But Calabar is making some good running on this one, making up ground on the Herbert Morrison. St. George's College on the outside, but it's all about Calabar and Herbert Morrison. Calabar now takes the ascendancy, takes the lead on this, the third leg. Also St. George's College is trying to come back at them, but it's all about Calabar on the inside, St. George's on the outside. Calabar makes good on this last exchange, and they are away and running. It's all about Calabar. Herbert Morrison is pouring their way back, looking high, looking fast, but Calabar will hold this one based on the gap they had. Calabar ahead of Herbert Morrison, and St. George's College is finishing in third. The flash time 40.10 for Calabar ahead of Herbert Morrison, running into a minus 0.2 meters per second, when Calabar in 40.09 ahead of Herbert Morrison 40.50, and St. George's College 41.03. So it's 41.03 rather for St. George's College. So there's a good running for Calabar. We expect them to have been the strong team. But what do you think of Herbert Morrison? That ankle leg was flying fast.
That was something to behold. I've never seen anything like that. He came back so strong.
Yeah, he tell you that he had to do everything in his powers to try and get his team up. And as I said before, these athletes will not give up on running fast or trying to challenge for the top spot in each race, because it's the times that matter, not necessarily where you finish. So credits to that young man from Herbert Morrison to run his heart out to get that second spot behind Calabar. But Calabar are having some good exchanges at all legs, managed to hold on for that event. So we're going to be moving to the next event. I think the relays are now done. I think the 800 meter comes up next. 800 meters for girls. So we're going to tell you quickly, because of course we have the system that is so reliable and so helpful, the roster athletic system that gives us the results. So Kelsey is going to tell you the winners, overall winners for the class 1 boys 4x1 relays.
All right, and in first place we have none other than Calabar High School with 40.09 seconds. Then we have Herbert Morrison Technical High School with 40.50 seconds. Then we have St. George's College with 41.03 seconds, followed by Clarendon College with 41.36 seconds. And in fifth place, we have Jamaica College's A team with 41.66 seconds.
So the last eat rather, we saw there bringing up the top two teams, and again credits to those teams of ensuring that they perform as expected and run their races to the best of their ability. So congratulations to Calabar there, and credits to Herbert Marshall Technical for taking second overall in the Class 1 4x1 for boys. So 800 meters are now on track, and we're seeing the Class 3 girls. We're going to tell you quickly who is in this one for the first heat, and it could have been probably the first, or I think we're seeing just about 4 or 5 heats listed for Class 3 girls. Usually you don't have that much 800-meter heats running in championships or on a regular, but the Class 3 girls, they do love that event, it seems. And now we're going to tell you the first heat on track we have running out of lane 1. Alexia Palmer runs out of Sydney Pagan. That's one name to watch. Shamika Dennis of Stets, also look out for her. Vamisha Pommels from Manchester. Tisha Barrett of Holy Childhood. Deandra Blair from Vertec. Michael Savannah Burnett from Campion. Kelsey Richards from Wolmer's. Raquala Walker from St. Catherine. Torian Jones from Camperdown. Shakira Pickton from Foga Road. Priscilla Johnson from the Queens. Well, actually, the Queens, Priscilla Johnson has not started, and so too Sakila Wilby of Ideal. Both are non-starters. So we still have a full field of 9 athletes showing up, and this should be a very interesting. Actually, 10 athletes. There's 2 athletes in lane 2. But let's look to the athlete from States, Shamika Dennis. Also, I'm sure I'm seeing the athlete from St. Catherine. Walker is there. But look to Dennis and the athlete from Sydney Pagan. They have been doing well all season. Vamisha Pommels of Manchester is also one to watch. And so to Deanna Blair from Fair. So they're going to send them off. This is the first section of the girls' 800 meters. And already we're seeing some smooth running from the athletes that looks to be from Ver Technical, ahead of Sydney Pagan's Palmer and Shamika Dennis of Stets as they close on the first 200 meters of this 800 meters. It's all about the young lady from Ver. I think her name is Deandra Blair from Ver. Good rhyme in there. And Palmer, it is from Sydney Pagan. Sydney Pagan, not so much known for their first at track and field, but they have been producing some very outstanding middle distance runners, and now we're seeing one such runner that's showing out. So let's see who will win this one. Actually, Vamisha Pommels is doing the early running. Pommels of Manchester, one of the names we said you should watch out for, ahead of Blair. Of Palmer from Sydney Pagan and Dennis of Stets. So the top 3 are from Manchester, from the parish of Manchester, Sydney Pagan from the parish of Stets, St. Elizabeth rather, and St. Elizabeth Technical from St. Elizabeth. Those 3 teams. And now we're seeing the athlete from Sydney Pagan as Alexia Palmer challenging Vamisha Pommels. Pommels holding the lead as they come to the final 200 meters of this 800 meters for Class 3 girls. First heat on track. It's all about Palmer. Palmer should now try and make a good running, a good race out of this one, as Pommels will try to hold her off. But Palmer, Alexia Palmer of Sydney Pagan, will try her very best to win, and doing so as we speak. She's trying to get her way around Pommels, but Pommels is having none of it as she reacts. But now Palmer now puts into another gear, steps into another gear, steps on the accelerator, and powers past Vamisha Pommels to win this one. And she'll win that in flash time, 2 minutes 17.89 seconds ahead of Vamisha Pommels. And in third, that looks to be Shamika Dennis. Those are the top 3 for sure as we await the official time. So this is Class 3 girls 800 meters first heat just completed, with the athletes from Sydney Pagan winning that one. As we said before, Alexia Palmer, one of the standout athletes from Sydney Pagan is really doing the business this season. The race is not completed. We have one athlete still to cross the line, but we can tell you for sure the top three, that's Alexia Palmer from Sydney Pagan, Van Misha Pommels from Manchester, and Shamika Dennis from St. Elizabeth Technical, as the final athletes approach the line and trying our very best to finish. Sometimes it doesn't matter how you start, it's just about finishing it, and finishing she has done. So that is the completion of the first section of this class 3 girls 800 meters. Again, this is gonna be a timed event. So already Alexia Palmer official time 2 minutes 17.8993 seconds rather, running into a minus 1.2 meters per second wind ahead of Vamisha Pommels and Shamika Dennis. We await their times as we're trying to sort through the times that are leading the event so far. But we know for sure the winner, Alexia Palmer of Sydney Pagan, 2 minutes 17.93 seconds for her in that one, winning pretty easy. Stayed adrift of the pace until about the last 200 meters. She challenged Pommels and was able to succeed in doing so. So that's Alexia Palmer of Sydney Pagan. Her time has already been established as the official time was 2 minutes 17.93. The others, we await their times as the clocks and the system will sort that out for us.
Okay, so very quickly, the runners for the next race. In lane 1, we have BB Coke, Tashan J. Reed, Natovia Robinson from Stets in lane 2. Also in lane 2, we have Janela Tulloch from Vertec. In lane 3, we have Kimoya Dennis from Immaculate. In lane 4, we have Michaela Ham from Marymount High School. And in lane 4 as well, we have Sarah Facey from Fogo Road. Tanik Chung in lane 5 from Oberlin. Lane 6, we have Michaela Hemans from Anchovy High School. Also in lane 6, we have Rihanna Johnson. Then we have Denicia Carter, Trishana Archer, and Chelsea Campbell.
So there are a few non-starters here, to include the athlete from Spalding, or what is now known as Alphonsus Davis, but the athlete from St. Elizabeth Technical. Let's look to her. We just saw our teammate finishing third, but in this one, Robin Softstitz is already doing the early running as she tries to establish an early lead. So too the athlete from Immaculate is also there. That's Kimoya Dennis from Immaculate. And we also have an athlete who looks to be running for Marymount, challenging the early leader. That's Natavia Robbins of Stets as they enters the home stretch for the first time. This is Natavia Robbins of Stets leads this one ahead of the athlete. Looks to be Ham from Marymount. We'll clarify that. But we're certain that the athlete from St. Elizabeth Technical, that's Natavia Robinson, that's leading this one, as she has to accompany the athlete coming to us from Marymount, that's Ham. Oberlin is in third, Immaculate in fourth, and Very Technical in the fifth spot. It's all about Natavia Robinson as she tries to make good on this one. So it's all about Stets, and Stets has always produced some good middle distance runners, and Robbins is trying to hold that legacy for them, as we see the athlete from Oberlin now tries to rally for the second spot, and doing so quite nicely as she makes it into the second spot. And now she takes aim at the athlete from St. Elizabeth Technical, Natavia Robinson, as they approach the last 200 meters of this, the Class 3 Girls 800 meters section B. It's all about Natavia Robinson, who now puts some speed to her running and tries to win this one and win it handsomely. And she's succeeding in at that as she now powers her way, she is to pour her way to the line, even with the lactic that is probably now built up in quite high volume. She's pouring away, and there's a handsome battle on for third spot between the athlete from Veer and from Marymount. Oberlin at least is trying to hold on, but we know the winner for certain is the athlete from St. Elizabeth Technical. 2 minutes 28.75, that's the unofficial time for Natovia Robinson of St. Elizabeth Technical, winning that one ahead of Oberlin's athlete. And we'll give you those official times as they are sorted through. The others are just finishing and being helped across the line with the fans and spectators that are inside the stadium. You're watching live and continued broadcast of the 20th staging of the Camperdown Classics happening inside Kingston's National Stadium and been brought to you by StrideVision Television. StrideVision prides themselves in bringing to you track and field, and this is part of their track series, and they ask that you stay tuned, support, like, click, share as you enjoy what is on show today. We have a lot of events to come. 4x1s have already gone, some interesting running there. Now we're seeing 800 meters, and so far the athletes are giving their best, and these are the class 3 girls. We'll tell you quickly who is in this, the third heat of the class 3 girls. Kelsey.
And in lane 1, we have BB Coke, Aliona Collins. We do not have anyone representing from lane 2. In lane 3, we have Kim Harris from Manatee Bay High School. In lane 4, we have only one person. In lane 4, we have Joshwania Lyons from Clancarthy High School. In lane 5, we have Laquela Burns from Excelsior. Lane 6, we have Otania Williams from Manchester High. Lane 7, we have Driana Freighter from Vertec. And in lane 8, we have Lashwana Goldburn from Greater Portmore High.
So this one should be an interesting matchup between Freighter of Veer Technical, that's DeAndre Freighter, along with Burns from Excelsior, and so too Williams of Manchester. That's where most of the running should come from. Let's see what happens there. Freighter, a very popular name in the track and field circus. Talking about the likes of Ashara Freighter from Veer, Michael Freighter, formerly of Manchester. So let's see what this young Freighter will do. She makes an early break from the blocks. Chasing her is the athlete from Manchester. But Freighter, DeAndre Freighter, we expect to do some of the early running, if not take this event based on her form this season. So it's all about DeAndre Freighter from Veer Technical. I'm not sure if she's any relation to Ashara Freighter. They're more seasoned and accomplished runner. We'll see probably come up a little later in the class 1 event, but it's all about Driana Freighter, already opening on good 30-40 meter leads on this field. As the first 200 meters have been completed, it's all about Driana Freighter from Veer Technical leaving the pack for dead as she powers through this first 400 meters of the 800 meters and looking strong, looking balanced, but she has all been showing those signs this season. And let's see what she does now. Makes the first 400 meters in 1 minute 0.7 seconds, and she's now headed for that last 400 meters as Williams of Manchester moves into second. But it's all about Driana Freighter of Veer Technical, who looks to enter the backstretch at this time, and she is having a huge lead and running strong, looking strong. That's Freighter from Veer Technical on this, the class 3 girls 800 meter section C, another timed final event. So let's see what her time will be, if it can challenge the time of Palmer from the first heat and what we saw from the other athlete in the second section. But this is all about Freighter. Williams still holds on for second as she looks to be challenged by the athlete from Marymount, or BB Coke rather, but it's all about Driana Freighter of Veer Technical as she enters the home stretch with over 70 meters to close, and she's pouring. Knees are high. She's swinging her hand as she runs to the line. Now Manchester will try to run for second, but there's no catching. Driana Freitas will come back to the line in 2 minutes 26.54. That's the unofficial time for Driana Freitas of Manchester High. Now we're seeing Williams of Manchester in second, and the athlete from BB Coke will run in for third. So it's all about Driana Freitas from Veer Technical, the Plains of Veer, showing up and showing out in this section 3 of the girls 800 meters. And we'll tell you quickly, once the event is completed, who is the overall winner. But she has now established herself as one of the top 3 runners. I think the time that is still to beat is that 2 minutes 16 done by Alexia Palmer in the first heat. But we still have one more, I think two more might be in this, the class 3 girls 800 meters. But that's some good running there from Driana Freitas from Veer Technical. And Veer Technical is one of those schools with a strong legacy in track and field, and have produced some very outstanding athletes, and some of them are still representing the country. The name Sharika Jackson comes to mind, one of their more accomplished athletes in the recent time. But let's not forget the likes of Veronica Camperdown, who would have been also one of those Veer Technical standouts. So too Merlene Otte of great fame. And we hope to see others come through this school and this program, and they show out when they can in their numbers and to do their very best. So section D will now take the track as we see about 7 athletes being led out, and Kelsey will tell you in short order the names for those athletes.
All right. In lane 1, we have from BB Cook, Dacia Smith. In lane 2, we have Paloya Pecco from Excelsior. In lane 4, we have Talia Honeygan from Manchester.
So I think that athlete is from the Maximum Track Club. I think Manchester's Honeygan has not reported.
All right, and then in lane 5, we have Abiola Hendricks, as well as we have Caressa Dennis from Oberlin. Abiola is from Maximum Momentum Track Club. In lane 6, we have Beyonce Kenyon from Robert Lighthorn High School. And in lane 7, we have Anika Brown from BB Cook as well.
So we're seeing a team there listed as the Maximum Momentum Track Club. And that's a very interesting name there, Maximum Momentum Track Club, with 2 athletes represented here in this, the class 3 800 meters. Again, a lot of the running should come from the young lady from BB Cook. Also, let's see what the Maximum Momenters will do. We're not sure of their form this season. We have not seen much of them, but there's BB Cook, and there's Excelsior, and there's Oberlin, and there's a double firing of the gun, signaling a stop to the event. Not sure if some of the athletes quite picked that up, but they have now stopped. And the athlete from lane 1, that's the young lady from BB Coat, Dacia Smith, did not react. I'm not sure if she's not hearing or her mind wandered a bit, but they have called back that event to ensure that she gets a chance to compete against these other athletes. And the starter is now speaking to her. That's Dacia Smith of BB Coke. So let's quickly tell you what there again. And she's been given a warning. That's Smith of BB Coke, and she's going to be competing against Polia Pecco, Britannia Daly, Abiola Hendricks, Beyonce Kenyon, and Anika Brown of BB Coke. 7 facing the starter. Very even break already. We're seeing Smith from BB Coke that steps out and does a lot of the running. And she looks smooth. Actually, Danoya Scott we're being told is Danoya Scott from Alpha. And despite her reluctance to move in the first gun, she's now stepped out as the early leader for this one. About 30 meters thereabout, she's establishing on this field with the athlete from Roberta Lightbourne and BB Cook in second, and with the maximum momentous in fourth and fifth. But for sure, this is Danoya Scott of Alpha. Alpha have been churning out some outstanding juniors this season. I guess they're trying to build a program that will be strong enough to challenge for corporate championships and even the girls' championships in the future. But it's all about Dania Scott of Alpha as she moves to complete the second 400 meters of this 800 meters. BB Coke now moves into second with the athlete from Lightbourne, Robert Lightbourne, that's Kenyon in third, while the athlete Bailey and Hendricks from Maximum Momentum in fourth and fifth. But there's no catching Scott, it seems, from Alpha, who now turns on the backstretch, trying her very best. That's Brown of BB Coke, but Scott is trying to hold the lead. Look at the athlete as Abiola Hendricks of Maximum Momentum now moves into third and looks to challenge Brown of BB Coke, but Scott is all by herself with about 80, 90 meters, if not close to 100 meters on the field. As she turns her home, let's see what she has left in the tank. She has about 70 meters now for good on this field, and she's trying to close, but the Brown from BB Coke and so to Hendricks from Maximum Momentum is trying to challenge each other, but there's no catching Scott. Scott looks to be home and dry. There's no letting up, but look at Hendricks from Maximum Momentum passing Brown of BB Coke, and she'll take second. But the winner is Danoya Scott, 2 minutes 26.38 seconds for your winner, Danoya Scott from Alpha Convent of Mercy Alpha Academy, winning that one, a section D in the class 3 girls 800 meters, while the others cross the line and we await their times. We'll give you, as soon as the event is completed, the official winners. And I still think that Alexia Palmer of Sydney Pagan is still leading based on times for this class 3 girls 800 meters. That's Danoya Scott winning this one though in 2 minutes 26.40 from Alpha Academy, ahead of the athlete from Maximum Momentum Track Club. Yeah, I'm wondering where that track club is from, but judging by what we saw there, young Brittany is saying that we're here to compete, and she did compete for that one and earn herself the second spot in that event. So I think the final section comes up for the class 3 girls 800 meters. Interesting final heat. Should have some of the stronger competitors showing up in this one. Let's see if they can challenge for the overall title or overall top spot for this girls class 3 800 meters. And Kelsey's going to tell you the names of the athletes who have reported for the start of the final heat in the girls class 3 800 meters.
And so we have our lineup. In lane 1 we have from Excelsior Mahalia Williams. In lane 2 we have from Fogo Road Wayne Ann Wright, as well as from Immaculate Savannah Gobe. In lane 3 we have Shelly Ann Wright from Kellits. In lane 4 we have Princiana Harriot from Alphonsus High, and from Maximum Momentum Track Club we have Travanique Breckenridge. That's Travanique Breckenridge from Maximum Momentum Track Club. In lane 5, in lane 6 we have Ashara Campbell from Oberlin.
So they're gonna send them off. This looks to be a very packed field, and we're gonna try and sort them out quickly. But already we're seeing the athlete from Immaculate, and that looks to be Savannah Gobe that takes up the early running, and she's doing so ahead of Malia Williams of Excelsior. So too the athletes from Kellits, Shelly on right from Kellits is there, Oberlin High School's Ashara Campbell is there. So too the athlete from Manchester, That's Karina Whitaker. And Breckenridge, Travanik Breckenridge of Maximum Momentum is also in the mix. But now we're seeing Shellyan Wright. Shellyan Wright, it is from Kellett, that now steps into the front. And look at Travanik Breckenridge of Maximum Momentum is putting in a sprint to get herself into second. And I'm sure she's expending too much there, but she wants to be where she wants to be. Oberlin I is also there, represented by Ashara Campbell. And this one should be a close affair. Manchester's Karine Whitaker moves into fourth, but leading them is Shellyan Wright of Kellett. And I think she's one of the favorites for this event, but the race is not yet done. It's close going as Shellyan Wright takes them into the final lap of this, the Class 3 girls, 800 meters right of Kellett. Oberlin's Campbell is in second, and we're seeing Breckenridge now trying to challenge for third, overtaking Whitaker of Manchester, and it's getting even closer as we speak. Oberlin's Ashara Campbell now takes the leader ahead of Shellyan Wright. Shellyan Wright seems to run out of gas. Breckenridge now is trying to hold despite that early surge from her. She's trying to challenge for second, but Oberlin's Ashara Campbell has taken the lead and it's opening a gap about 10-20 meters almost on this field. Williams from Manchester, Whitaker, sorry, from Manchester, is trying her best to also rally for that lead, but we're seeing the athletes coming. They're close to bunch for second, third, and fourth. It looks to be Kankati Bagaloo is there in the mix, but for sure Oberlin's Ashara Campbell is running away with this one. She has now opened about 40 meters on this field and she turns her home. It's all about Ashara Campbell of Oberlin as she will run this one straight to the line. Oberlin with about 45-50 meter leads on this field, as the other Shellyan right now finds another gear, will challenge for second, but I don't think she'll be able to catch the athlete from Oberlin. That's Ashara Campbell. So too Whitaker of Manchester challenges for second, and second she'll get it because the winner comes up to be Ashara Campbell, 2 minutes 34.41 from Oberlin, ahead of Whitaker from Manchester and Shellyan Wright of Kellett there in third. Very tactical race there for Ashara Campbell of Oberlin. Oberlin known for their rich history at the Western Championships, and Ashara running into a negative 2.1 meters per second win, coming across the line in 2 minutes 34.45. That's Ashara Campbell ahead of Whitaker, 2 minutes 38.44 for Whitaker, and we'll tell you the time shortly for the athlete Wright of Kellett High School. So the final section will come up shortly, but so far we're still having Alexia Palmer of Sydney Pegam as the early leader and as the fastest time that is to be challenged. So we're seeing the starter signaling that the race is not yet finished, and that's a fact, because the athlete, one athlete looks to be Bagaloo, that's trying to complete the race. And again, it's not about how you start, it's about finishing, and she's gonna finish this one, and the records will show that she has finished the 800 meters. That looks to be the final event, rather, Kelsey, for the Class 3 girls. We're gonna double check for that. So there are two sections, rather, so we still have some more run-ins to do for Class 3 girls. Again, Class 3 girls is where they come out in larger numbers than we see in the other events. So that was section E. We go to section F, and we're gonna see the likes of Idel coming to the party, represented through Shaniel Henry, and she should be one to watch here. But let's quickly tell you who the others are. Kiara Akins of Greater Portmore, Shanique Brown rather of Holy Childhood, Shaniel Henry of Idel, Kayla Bonner of Immaculate, Nekora Pinnock of Kellett, Natalia Ramsey of Manchester, Kimberly Crossdale of Oberlin, Nicoya Anderson of Excelsior. We're seeing Justia Longbridge of St. Hugh's, St. Mary's Brianna seemed to have been a non-starter, so too Trishelle Tomlin of Fogara did not start. So Angela Stewart of Sydney Pagan and Ariel Francis of Papine runs out that field. So it should be Henry here as one of the favorites. So too the young lady from Excelsior. Let's look to her, Nicoya Robinson. I know Crossdale from Oberlin will want to say something. So Greater Portmore is represented there. Ideal is represented in Immaculate, and we hear one Immac. as the athlete from Immaculate, that's Kayla Bonner, makes an early break, and we're seeing two could it be two Immac athletes that's there? We'll sort that out shortly for you. But out and running early is the athlete from, looks to be St. Hughes, and Papine, Francis, and Longbridge, who are doing the early running. And now we look to see who will take the lead, and it looks to be Longmore of St. Hughes, as she will be closely challenged by the athlete from Papine. Those two are doing most of the running at this point, as the chasing pack nears them as they enter the home stretch for the first time. It's a close the bunch race. I'm seeing the athlete still from St. Hughes, where now looks a little winded as she surrenders that lead, and looks to be, could that be Sonic Brown of Early Childhood that is challenging. But look to Henry. Henry is now ranging into her running as she makes her way into third, but it looks to be all about the athlete from St. Hughes, Longbridge, trying to hold off all the others, and it's a close bunch, close packed bunch athletes there running for this, the fifth heat rather of the class 3 girls 800 meters Oberlins. Athlete is at the back, even though you're saying go, Kimali, and it's all about St. Hughes now being challenged by who looks to be the athlete from Excelsior, Chanel Henry of Idel is in third and looking labored, but the athlete from St. Hughes, it looks from our vantage point, is the one that's trying to win this one, and let's see if she'll have enough to carry her home, as Henry from Idel now tries to close on these two early leaders. But now look to the athlete. That athlete seems to be from Excelsior, but Chanel Henry now from Idel powers her way, and she's doing so wonderful now to the line, and she'll come across in 2 minutes 27.43. That is Henry from Idel, ahead of Excelsior athlete there, and we'll tell you shortly that name, while the early leader, Longbridge of Early Childhood, holds on. St. Hughes rather, Longbridge of St. Hughes holds on for third. But there's no doubting in the winner there, Chanel Henry from Idel, winning that one nicely. Henry 2 minutes 27.50, winning that one ahead of Atkins of Excelsior and Longbridge from Early Childhood. So that's section F of the class 3 girls 800 meters, and now we will see,
we go into the 800 meter
and this is class 2 girls.
Class 2.
So now we're gonna see some very familiar
Final
names.
A.
Yeah, familiar names.
So in first lane, in our lane 1, we have Alec Reynolds from Alphonsus High. In lane 2, we have Delia Fairweather from Hydel and Danae Hodges from Sydney Pagan. In lane 3, we have Tabrel Williams from Alphonsus High. Lane 4, we have Jada Fletcher from St. Jago. In lane 4 again, we have Janice Dunkley from Hydel. In lane 5, we have Rihanna Morgan from Hydel, as well as Shania Grant from Hydel as well. Lane 6, we have Sequoia Mills, Vertec, and Tashana Brown from Alphonsus. In lane 7, we have from Queens, Kia Anderson and Cecilia Moses from Motorcade. In lane 8, we have Brianna Thompson from Campion, as well as Akoya Brown from Bel Air.
So this one should be an interesting race. Alec Reynolds of Alphonsus Davis, so to Tabrel Williams of Alphonsus Davis as well. Those two, along with Shania Grant of Idel, should be doing most of your running. Reynolds, known for her prowess over this event, having won medals at the Girls' Championships for her school, should make a good showing in this event. And this is the Class 2 Girls 800 meters on track. Eight, I think there's 9 athletes.
Holiday getaway, a foodie paradise, the birthplace of rum, and the home of Rihanna. Welcome to Barbados.
So welcome back to the 20th staging of the Camperdown Classics. This is the Class 2 girls, 800 meters as the starter tries to sort through, I think, the lineup, trying to sort through the names. We're certain that the two athletes from Alphonsus Davis, that's Aliki Reynolds and Tabrel Williams, we're seeing two from Idel, or three rather from Idel, that have shown for this event. There's an athlete from Sydney Pagan, so too from Campion, that's there. So the starter sends them off. Reynolds, Williams, Dunkley, Morgan, Grant, all represented there. And Tashona Brown also is there. Brianna Thoms of Camperdown and Cecilia Moses from Motorcade Track Club. A very huge field. Dene Hodges of Sydney Pagan is one to watch. She has been doing well, and we've seen Alexia Palmer, by my calculation, has won that Class 3 event. So now Hodges rather, from Sydney Pagan is the one that leads this event ahead of Reynolds from Alphonsus Davis. So keep an eye out for Hodges, and she will be challenged by Reynolds, Soto Williams, and also Grant from Idel. But they're close a bunch as they come into the home stretch for the first time. It's all about what looks to be Grant now of Idel that takes the lead ahead of Ilke Reynolds. And we're seeing the other athlete, Glugby Brown from Idel, so too Tabrel Williams, Tashona Brown from Spalding, Alphonsus Davis, is there. Hodges is also there. And so it's a nicely bunched group here as Reynolds now takes the lead. So too Williams, Tabrel Williams now moves into second, but Dene Hodges is not having any of it, and she now moves into the front. This is Dene Hodges of Sydney Pagan, being followed closely by Tabrel Williams and Aliki Reynolds, with the ideal trio of Grant Brown back in fourth and fifth. But it's all about Dene Hodges at the last 200 meters now to run. It's all about Dene Hodges of Sydney Pagan, and gets ready and set, and she has started to motor, and she's opening a gap on the pair from Alphonsus Davis. This is Dene Hodges. We said look out for her, and now Reynolds now puts into that afterburners, and she will try and catch Hodges, but Hodges is not going to be easily caught, and not today, says Hodges, as she powers to the line. 2 minutes 19.06 seconds for Dene Hodges of Sydney Pagan ahead of Tabrel Williams of Alike Reynolds rather.
That's the fastest time for this.
Well, this is now Class 2, and I think having won Class 3, I think now Sydney Pagan will be also on the early bubble for winning Class 2, because this was one of the stronger heats of the heats that are to come. So Alike Reynolds finishing second to Dene Hodges. Hodges coming across in 2 minutes 19.07 seconds, which is the official time, and we'll tell you shortly what the time for Reynolds is, as Alike Reynolds of Alphonsus Davis, so to Tabrel Williams, with the duo from Idel finishing fourth and fifth. So some very good running from Hodges there. 2 minutes 19.07 seconds, as we says. 2 minutes 19.79 for Reynolds. For second, challenged in the last 50 to 60 meters, but was beaten on this occasion by a very outstanding Dene Hodges of Sydney Pagan. Sydney Pagan producing some strong middle and long distance runners, not totally known for their prowess in track and field, but what we can tell you, Hodges and Palmer are two names you'll have to watch for this season, as we've been over the last two seasons with Hodges. Now Palmer comes to the fore as two of their two outstanding athletes. Williams is now in third, 2 minutes 21.40. Those are the top three: Hodges from Reynolds, from Williams, and that's Sidney Pagan from Spalding, or what is now known as Alphonsus Davis, in that community of Spalding, Manchester. Class 2 girls for 800 meters. This is the 20th staging of the Camperdown Classics, being brought to you by StrideVisionTV. And already we have seen some exciting actions, and we ask you to stay tuned, continue to like, subscribe, and share as we tell you quickly who is in this one. Nathaniel Robbins, Sabrina Orton, Shanice Williams, Latoya Williams rather, Daima Williams of Manchester, Giselle Jameson Papin, Keandra Johnson, Yashe Thomas, Ania White of Petersfield, Lige Brown, Tiela Riley, Kelsey Johnson, and Kayla Gay Murray, Soto Lakila Squire, and Abina Pusey. So this one is a full field, and already we're seeing early running coming to us. It looks to be from Stets, Sabrina Orton from Stets. It is from our vantage point ahead of Giselle James on Papin. Those two seem to take that early run ahead of the pair from Manchester, Daima Williams from Manchester, and the immaculate pairs Nathaniel Robinson is also there, and Aaliyah Brown. Well, now it looks from our angle is Nathaniel Robinson. Nathaniel Robinson of Immaculate that's doing that early running. Some brave, stout running from Nathaniel ahead of State Sabrina Orton. Let's see if she's able to maintain this one. But it's all about Nathaniel Robinson ahead of Sabrina Orton. For this one, this is E2 of the class 2 girls, 800 meters, and we're here and run and that is wheeling her on. But Robinson, Nathaniel Robinson of Immaculate, now turns on the backstretch, and she has a nice lead. But the athlete from St. Elizabeth now being challenged by, it looks to be Giselle James of Papine, and they're closing on Robinson with every step. Let's see what Robinson will react and what will do, because Sabrina Orton of Stets now is about to pass her. Robinson seems to have run out of gas, and she's now passed by Orton of St. Elizabeth Technical. Says Orton of St. Elizabeth Technical ahead of Robinson, and Orton will seek to win this one for Stets. It's all about Orton, Sabrina Orton of Stets, that has overtaken Nathaniel Robinson, the early leader. Robinson trying to hold her form for that second spot, and Eva tried to challenge again for the lead, but Sabrina Orton seemed to have this one wrapped up as she pulls away from Robinson, and she will win this one, while Robinson will try to hold for second. It's all about Sabrina Orton. 2 minutes 28.87 seconds unofficial time for Sabrina Orton. Nathaniel Robbins of Immaculate, the early leader, will now have to settle for second, and the rest of the pack will sort them out momentarily as to who finished where. But we're certain that Sabrina Orton from St. Elizabeth Technical winning and doing it quite easily in that second heat of the class 2 girls 800 meters. Very interesting race there. The Immaculate crew here was very vocal and loud, cheering on their athlete, but was not able to close that one as they would have desired. But nonetheless, some creditable performances by the athletes. But Sabrina Orton of St. Elizabeth Technical winning that one, and winning quite handsomely. That's class 2. No win reading has been showed, but the winning time is 2 minutes 28.90 for Sabrina Orton. So that's the second heat of the class 2 girls. There's a lot more to come as regards the 800 meter running. I think we have a possible another heat for the class 2 girls, but the boys are also set to come up a little later on, and then we will follow that with a series of 100 meters, 400 meters. There's also 60 meters, 4x4 running, sprint medley is also on the card, with a lot of field events happening there, and we bring you up to speed with some of those events as we get those results coming in. And again, you can tune in to Rasta Athletics or follow that link for your results. They come up quick and fast. As quick as we see them in the stadium, they're also on the system. and also tuning to StrideVision Television. You're watching the live broadcast here of the Camperdown Classics. It's the 20th staging, and we're happy to have you joining us today. So the third and final heat, I think, is on track, and we'll tell you those names very quickly as we seek to have the Class 2 girls out of the way and to make ourselves ready for the Class 1 girls. So quickly, we're going to tell you in lane 1, that is Christine and Woodick. I think that's correct. It looks very un-Jamaican-like, from Knox. Tiana Tobias of Kingston High is in lane 2, accompanied by the athlete Marika Williams of Stets. It could be the athlete Ashanti Parks of Alpha in 3, all by herself. In 4, we're seeing a double there of Rihanna Carby and Kellyanne Logan. Oberlin's Tiana Black and Kimberly Brown of Manchester is also there. Immaculate Kelsey Riley is there for sure. Excelsior's Nave Mothersill and Chevelle White of Alphonsus Davis, and so too Jenna Laws of St. Hughes and Amelia Richards of Tatius Golding. So already we're seeing the athlete from St. Elizabeth. They won the first one. Marika Williams now takes an early lead on this one, and I think it's been challenged by the athlete from Alphonsus Davis. So it's all about Marika Williams for this early break from Stets. Marika Williams been challenged by the athlete from Oberlin, from Alphonsus Davis, Chevelle White. So it's Williams from White that's doing the early running and looking strong. That's Marika Williams of St. Elizabeth Technical. We saw Orton winning the previous heat for St. Elizabeth Technical, and now we're seeing Marika Williams trying to do the same. So it's Williams ahead of White. White is from Alphonsus Davis. Manchester's Onisia Murray is moved into third, as the 3 will take the bell for the final lap. But it's all about Marika Williams, who has established a 20 meters gap thereabout on White and Murray. White of Alphonsus Davis, Murray of Manchester. But Marika Williams is from Stets and will want to win this one for Stets to maintain that winning momentum for St. Elizabeth Technical. And she is on the backstretch, opening with each step. But now look at White from Alphonsus Davis, who will trying to challenge with just about 200 meters, under 200 meters to run. That's Marika Williams of St. Elizabeth Technical. White has now moved into second, but she'll have a lot of work to do to catch Williams. But it's not impossible, and the race is not over until it's done. But Marika Williams is quite aware that White from Alphonsus Davis, so too Murray from Manchester are creeping up on her. But Marika Williams will try her very best to hold this one, and she's doing fine so far, even as White is trying to close, and Murray is now challenging White. But it's all about Marika Williams. Marika Williams of St. Elizabeth Technical will win this one as she moves closer to the line, ahead of White of Alphonsus Davis and Murray of Manchester. 2 minutes 27.48. That's the unofficial time for Marika Williams of St. Elizabeth Technical, ahead of Chevelle White of Alphonsus Davis and Onisia Murray of Manchester High. Some good running there from this trio, but none stronger, none faster than Marika Williams for this heat. Winning official time 2 minutes 27.49, ahead of Chevelle White. We tell your time in short order. That's White of Alphonsus Davis. As we see the other competitors, the other athletes rather, making their way to the line. I've been told to wait because the event is not yet completed. There are 2 athletes now on the home stretch trying to complete this event. But White 2 minutes 29.71, winning the event. Sorry, that's White finishing second, ahead of the young lady from Manchester in 2 minutes 30.65 seconds. We're going to tell you the overall winner for the Class 3 as we expected. Kelsey's going to tell you Palmer from Sydney Pingham, but she does tell you the others how they would have finished.
And for the 800 meter Class 3, first place we have Alexia Palmer with 2 minutes and 17 seconds and 93 milliseconds. In second place we have Venetia Pommels from Manchester with 2:21.69. In third place, we have Shamika Dennis from Stets with 2:24.42. In fourth place, we have Danoya Scott from Alpha with 2:26.40. And in fifth place, we have Driana Freitor from Vertec with 2:26.56.
So Alexia Palmer, they are winning it for Sydney Pagan. And on this stage, I think the class 2 is still being led by, well, it is now done. Class 2 is done. So I think Dene Hodges of Sydney Pagan managed to secure class 2 as well, ahead of the Alfonso Spear of Alikia Reynolds and Tabrel Williams, based on the timings that we saw. So Sydney Pagan seem to be doing the double. And we're going to quickly tell you the official results as we have them. And we can confirm that Dene Hodges has won. But let's hear the others from Kelsey.
All right, and in first place, this is the finals summary for women's class 2. We have Danae Hodges at 2:19, Alike Reynolds from Alphonsus with 2:19.79. In third place, we have Tabrel Williams from Alphonsus as well with 2:21.40. In fourth place, we have Delia Fairweather from Heidel with 2:22.70. And in fifth place, we have Rihanna Morgan from Heidel as well with 2:25 flat.
So now on track is the class 1 girls 800 meters, and this one seemed to be a very interesting race. We're seeing the likes of Abigail Campbell of Idel in this one, and she should be one of the top contenders here. I think we're seeing Taifa Go as well. So the pair from Idel, Taifa Go and Abigail Campbell, seem to be the ones that are challenging here. Let's look to the likes of Chevanese Griffiths of Stets is also there. And this should be a very interesting matchup between Campbell and Go from Idel. Campbell more known for her 400-meter running, but she has been doing some fantastic running over 800 meters, and already now she's now open a reasonable gap on her teammate, which is Taifa Go. And trying to challenge them is Chevanese Garrett of Stets. But it seems to be Shania Jarrett of Stets now rather moving to third. So it's Campbell ahead of Go, ahead of Shania Jarrett, with the other Stets athlete in fifth and trying to range herself into fourth. But look at Abigail Campbell, looking easy, looking strong. Over 800 meters, she can do just about anything. We saw her anchoring the 4x1 team this morning, and now she's back for 800-meter running. And it's all about Abigail Campbell as Taifa Go tries to hold it for her team in second. But it's all about Abigail Campbell looking powerful as she pressed to the line and crosses the line in 2 minutes 12.88 seconds. Ahead of Taifa Go, we tell her time momentarily, and Shania Jarrett of Stets with the other Stets athlete Chevanese Griffiths finishing fourth. So Abigail Campbell of Stets winning that one. This is the first heat of the class 1 girls 800 meters, running into a negative 1.8 meters per second win. Abigail Campbell 2 minutes 12.90 ahead of Taifa Go, and Shania Jarrett of Stets. Go's time 2 minutes 16.42 for second, 2 minutes 15 rather, 0.42 for second. And Jarrett, we saw finishing third for Stets, 2 minutes 16.86 for Jarrett, as we await the time for the others. But the winner, no doubt, Abigail Campbell of Stets, winning in 2 minutes 12.90 for her team. Strong.
These girls are doing really amazing times. These girls are doing. I'm very, very proud to say the least.
Yeah, and it will only get better when they will come face to face with the stronger candidates from the central region. We know of the likes of Edwin Allen. Very Technical is here today, but when Edwin Allen and Oma Technical joins them for championship, it's gonna be a battle between those schools, because they are all strong teams going over 800 meters
So next on track
for this specific event. It's gonna be very exciting in class 1 because we have some very experienced campaigners that will be running the 800 meters at champs. But for now, it's all about Abigail's day, Abigail's Campbell's day. She has won that first heat and has already established the mark, and the time to beat will be 2:12.90 seconds for Abigail Campbell. Heat 2 is on track, and we're going to tell you quickly who is in Heat 2. We're seeing the colors of Manchester, we're seeing St. Mary, we're seeing Alphonsus Davis, and Idle is also represented again. But Chevrolet Reed, Shakira Mars, Chevrolet Reed of St. Mary, Shakira Mars of Manchester, Danique Blake of Petersfield, Tashana Fagan of Yakasa, Amelia Summers of Alphonsus Davis, Angel Stevens of Excelsior, Sasha Shantana Emmings of Idle, Seratina Hilaire of Woolmans, Tanika James Woolmans, Lenika Walters Oberlin, Anastasia Blackwood of Sydney Pagan, and Monique Holding of St. Andrew Technical High School. And already we're seeing some quick running. This looks to be the young lady from Alphonsus Davis, Amelia Samuels. Samuels is out early and running, trying to win this one for her team, Alphonsus Davis. That's where she's from. But Woolman's Girls is there with Sertina Hilaire. Sertina Hilaire from Woolman's is also there. So too Sasha Shantana of Idel Hemmings in third, with the young lady from St. Mary, that's Reed, Chevrolet Reed of St. Mary. But the top three as it stands now is Amelia Samuels. Hemmings now moves into second with the young lady from Woolman's, Hilaire, in third. And this should be a very interesting finish as we see Hemmings, Sasha Shantana Hemmings, moves into the lead now with just under 230 meters to run in this class 2 girls 800 meters, the second heat. An ideal one with Abigail Campbell, 2 minutes 12.90. That's the time to beat now in this second heat, and Hemmings will try her very best to challenge that time as she's been challenged by Amelia Summers of Alphonsus Davis. And it's gonna be a strong finish from here for whoever is to win. Samuels is trying her very best with every steps to cut the lead on Hemmings, but Hemmings looking strong, trying to stay high. And with every step, Samuels is closing, but she might run out of real estate as Hemmings holds it to the line, 2 minutes 17.92 ahead of Amelia Samuels and Hilaire of Woolmans. And now we are seeing Reed of St. Mary High holding on for fourth. But the winner, no doubt, Sasha Shantana from Idel. And she wins that as an Idel, makes it a quick double. 2 minutes 22.13. That's a flash time for Hemmings. And we await the official time for this, the class 1 girls 800 meters. Now that's fast, so I guess the winner will come from class first heat with Abigail Campbell, and also the second and third might be from that heat as well. But nonetheless, some good running, strong running from young lady Hemmings of Idel. So the class 1 girls is now done and dusted as we get ready for the boys to come on track. The boys will be coming out to start their campaign at class 3, then class 2, then class 1. But Hemmings coming up as the official winner for the second heat there, as we will tell you the official results because they will come up quick and fast. Again, you can tune into the Rasta Athletics app. If you don't have it on your phone, you can download it, if not on the website, to see the results of the class, all the classes rather. But we'll tell the class 1 girls the winner, the overall winner for the event, because now we're gonna get ready for the boys. We're gonna get ready for the boys. So really and truly we hope to see what the official times are. And here they comes now. Abigail Campbell winning in 2 minutes 12.90 ahead of Taifa Go, 2 minutes 15.42, and Shanoy Jarrett, as we expected, finishing third overall in 2 minutes 16.68. Fourth is also from State Chevenese Griffiths, 2 minutes 19.33, with Sabrina McDonald of Papine, I think, finishing fifth in 2 minutes 20.87. Sixth might have been Emmings of Idle. So now to the boys class 3. We see them already on track. We're going to tell you the names quickly. Running out of lane 1, that's Javane Blackwood of Maximum Momentum. This is Tikel Carter. Well, there's nobody in lane 2, sorry. Tariq Query of Oberlin is in lane 3. Been sandwiched with Jamar Downer from Robert Lightburn. Rashane Carnaldi from Calabar, along with Khalil Bell of St. Mary. DeAndre Cunningham of Greater Baltimore. Ramon Young of JC, we're seeing him as well. Campion is not there, so let's look to see who. St. Catherine, Dandre White. Well, Campion now is walking into the frame. Jonathan Leiber of Campion running in the same lane with the Dandre White of St. Catherine. Javoy Brock of Magati, and out in lane 8, that's Sid Grant of Kingston College. So this one is a full field. Let's see what they will do. Early running from the young man from JC, Ramon Young. So too the Oberlin athlete that has now moved himself into second. That's Tariq Query. Well, Query now moves to the front ahead of Young of JC. So too Campion's Leiber is there, and he's being matched with every stride by the athlete that's coming from Magati. And so it's all about Oberlin's Query that is leading this one and looking strong as he's been chased by the athlete. It looks to be from Magati. So it's all about Oberlin High School in Query that's doing the early running on this one. But the young man in second is trying with every step to stay close. But there's no doubt about the early leader. And looking the strongest, if you ask me, that is Query from Oberlin, Tariq. Been challenged closely now by the young man from Magati. It looks to be Javoy Brock of Magati, who seem to take the lead now ahead of Query. So Brock, it seems to be the leader from Query of Oberlin, with the KC athlete now moving into third. That's Sadie Grant. Leiber moves into fourth. Young from Jamaica College fades to fifth. But again now Query shows what he's made of and shows what he's here to do as he now takes the lead with less than 200 meters to go. It's all about Query. Tariq Query of Oberlin will not relinquish this lead and will try to run his way to a victory in this, the Class 3 boys. Grant now of Kingston College moved into second and is trying to close strong. But I think Query has done enough to hold this one and will win ahead of Grant from Kingston College, who's been rolled on, but it's all about Tariq Query crossing the line unofficially 2 minutes 18.12. As we see Young, who looks to be the shortest of all the athletes, the smallest of all the athletes, finishing strong in third. But the winner, no doubt, Tariq Query of Oberlin, 2 minutes 18.12. As the race is still live and running, with all athletes challenging for their times and places, but the winner running into a negative 2.2 meters per second. That's Tariq Query of Oberlin, 2 minutes 18.15 seconds. While Grant of Kingston College, 2 minutes 21.37 seconds for second. And we'll tell you the time for Ramu Young of Jamaica College. This is the first heat of the Class 3 boys, 800 meters, with just about 6 or 7 heats to come for the Class 3 boys. So already the time to beat is 2 minutes 18.15. Young Brock, 2 minutes 24.23, finishing third there. He was an early leader, but overtaken by Query and passed in the latter stages by Grant. And that is how they would have returned to the finish line. Creary of Oberlin. Oberlin trying to announce themselves as contenders for probably Eastern champs, but I no doubt they'll tell you they'll also be a factor for boys and girls champions. So E2 comes up on track. We'll tell you quickly who those athletes are. And this is the second heat. And the athletes that we look to have reported, we're seeing Devontae Guthrie of Greater Portmore, Owen Gale of Jamaica College, Marcus Mirage of Calabar, he runs out of lane 3, Tyrone Turner of Manchester, running along with Jermel Daly of St. Mary, T. John McGregor of Mona, Justin Dixon of Oberlin, Adrian Taylor of St. Catherine looks to be there. He's also running with Shakoyina or King of Magati. Robert Lightbourne is there. And those are your starters for this event. So let's see if Oberlin can make it a quick double. But the young man from Calabar, Marcus Mirage, takes the early break. So too Greater Portmore's Guthrie. So it's Mirage ahead of Guthrie. And now the young man from Robert Lightbourne is into third. That's Damian Lewis. But it's all about Mirage from Calabar trying to hold the athlete Guthrie of Greater Portmore, and Lightbourne now through Damian Lewis moves into the lead. So Lewis is it from Robert Lightbourne that has taken up the early running ahead of Guthrie from Greater Portmore. So Lightbourne, you don't hear that name, Robert Lightbourne from St. Elizabeth, I think. He's doing a fantastic job on his first 400 meters, opening up a nice lead. But now JC's Owen Gale moves into second ahead of Guthrie. So too Manchester's Turner is trying to range up nicely to strike, but Lightbourne's Lewis is trying to hold strong. Damian Lewis of Robert Lightbourne, and he would be so happy if he wins this one, but Gale is saying no, not today, as Owen Gale moves closer and closer with each stride into second and now looking to take that lead. But Damian Lewis, for the time being, is still holding lead. Manchester Turner now puts in his running turns on his afterburners and is moving like a skid, and he now takes the lead within split second ahead of Lewis. That's Tyrone from Manchester that has now passed and turned on his afterburners. He did, yes, and he's running away from the field with this one. Running, and there's no catching him today. This is Manchester's athlete that is doing the business, and he will win. The young man Gale from Jamaica College, but there's no turning back for Turner. 2 minutes 09.24 ahead of Owen Gale, and the early leader from Robert Lightbourne, that's Damian Lewis, might have been pipped by Guthrie for third, but nonetheless a valiant effort for the young man from Robert Lightbourne. But no doubt in Tyrone Turner today, he turned up for the last 200 and he made a sprint of it, winning in 2 minutes 09.24 ahead of Gale's 2 minutes 13.77. And in third, it looks to be Guthrie with that official time, but based on our vantage point, that seemed to have been Guthrie for third ahead of Lewis from Robert Lightbourne finishing in fourth. But Turner of Manchester winning 2 minutes 09.24 ahead of Owen Gale, 2 minutes 13.77, and the others will come up shortly. We are saying Guthrie here. Let's see what the official results say. Running into a negative 2.0 meters per second win. It's all about Turner, who turned on those afterburners on the backstretch and ran his way to victory in that event. This is a class 3 boys 800 meters, and these are timed finals, as is the case with a lot of events today. So your best time is what counts, not necessarily the placings that you will have. So we're seeing Lewis Guthrie's rather being given third, as we said, 2 minutes 15.51. Lewis 2 minutes 15.87 for fourth. But the winner, no doubt, is Tyrone Turner of Manchester. Now E3 comes up quick and fast. They're already on the track. And let's tell you quickly who they are. They at least who are there. The names, let me tell you, it looks to be Tyreek Reed of Manchester running out of lane 1. In lane 2, we're seeing O'Dane Knight of Anata Bay being sandwiched with Pembroke Hall, with Pembroke Hall's Jelani Gordon. In lane 3, that's a young man from Robert Lightburn, Rafiki Williams, running with Diamond Bryan of Calabar. In lane 5, that's Mikoloi Saunders of Jamaica College. In lane 6, that's the Donnell James from Kenya running for KC. In lane 7, that's Giovanni Wilson and Jalen Golding, that's Greater Portmore and Tarrant respectively. And in lane 8, that's Jem Roy Maxwell of Jamaica College. So O'Dane Knight actually is a late non-starter, and he should have been running out of lane 2. So this one promises to be a very exciting one. Let's see what Daniel James will give against Saunders of Jamaica College. So too, the young man from Calabar, Diamond Bryan. The starter sets them and sends them off. So it's all about Diamond Bryan of Calabar, Jamaica College's Mikoloi Saunders, and James of Kingston College. We're wondering if James is there. Yes, he is. But it's all about Diamond Bryan. Makes an early break, establish an early lead on this field. Jamaica College's Mikoloi Saunders is there. So too Daniel James of Kingston College. They're all there, but no doubt about the early leader, as they turn for the home stretch for the first time in this 800 meters. Is all about Diamond Bryan of Calabar, and he will be challenged, no doubt, by Saunders of Jamaica College as we see it, and also from Jamaica College, Jemroy Maxwell. So it's Diamond Bryan being challenged by the peer from Jamaica College, and Diamond is trying to hold his best, but with every step is Saunders of Jamaica College is closing him down, and this will be a race to the finish. But Diamond still holds that lead. Diamond Bryan of Calabar still holds that early lead, but Saunders is trying his very best to overhaul him with less than 210 meters to close. It looks to be Saunders now of Jamaica College that takes this one. And so to Jemroy Maxwell, who ranges up to steal a march, but Diamond Bryan reacts nicely, as Maxwell is it from JC that now challenges him. So what Saunders could not do, Maxwell is trying to do, and it's gonna be a race between Jemroy Maxwell and Diamond Bryan. So Diamond Bryan of Calabar is trying to hold Maxwell from JC Abbey. It's all about Diamond Bryan. Diamond will get this one today. 2 minutes 09.85 ahead of Jemroy Maxwell of Jamaica College, and that's a very good race for Diamond Bryan. He was challenged twice by 2 different athletes from Jamaica College, and he was able to repel those challenges quite nicely. And Diamond comes across running into a negative 0.4, 2 minutes 09.987. That's the official time for Diamond Bryan. And let's await the time for Saunders. It was 2 minutes 10.44, and Maxwell finishing third for that second and third. 2 minutes 14.04 for Maxwell. But Diamond Bryan would have ensured that Calabar wins this one, and wins handsomely, and that's what he did in 2 minutes 09.87. Diamond Bryan in this, the third heat of the Class 3 boys 800 meters. You are listening to watching also coverage of the Camperdown Classics here on StrideVision Television, the 20th staging of the Camperdown Classics, and we have the 4th heat on track, and we're gonna have Kelty just walk you through the lineup as we get ready for this heat.
All right, in our first lane, we have Esoso Powell from Manchester. We have Jaheim Coley from Sydney Pagan. In lane 3, we have both Darren Crosdale from Calabar and Krishan Moulton from Mount St. Joseph. In lane 4, we have from JC Ardeen Fraser and Namoy Young from BB Coke. In lane 5, we have Carlon Gibbs from Tatius Golding and Hujay Hafizullah from Anatobe High School. In lane 6, we have from Oberlin, Kane Ferguson, as well as O'Neill Williams from Fogar Road. Lane 7, we have Nicoy Jarrett from Fogar Road and Nicoy Beecher from St. Catherine. In lane 8, we have Ajovi Williams from JC.
So the starter resetters the group, but we're seeing some early breaks, early moves, early jitters from the athletes here. That one looks to be Afazula from Anatobe, just as we saw for Oberlin's Ferguson, and the young man from JC saying that he was not hearing, but now there is a start and it's a clean one. And let's look to the athlete from Calabar, Darren Crossdale. So too Manchester's Esoso Powell, and he's the one, Esoso Powell of Manchester, that takes the early lead ahead of Crossdale of Calabar. And now it looks to be, could this be Andreen Fraser? No, I think it's the other JC of Joy Williams that seems to now be in second, but for sure Esoso Powell of Manchester, early leader in this one. Calabar's Darren Crossdale is in third, and it seemed to be Williams, Joy Williams of Jamaica College in second, and they've been challenged. That's Manchester Powell being challenged, but he's still looking strong, and he leads them into the final lap. It's all about Esoso Powell of Manchester ahead of what looks to be Williams, and also Darren Crossdale of Calabar, who just a few steps behind that leading duo. Powell of Manchester now being challenged by Williams, it looks. Now Williams succeeds in that challenge, but has not separated himself from Powell. Powell is it of Manchester, now is in second. Williams of Jamaica College seem to be in the lead, or at least the Jamaica College is in the lead for sure. We confirm that's Williams, and he's turning on his burners now, and he's moving away from Powell. Crossdale cannot react and does not react. Powell does not either. It's all about Williams from Jamaica College that is gonna win this one, it seems. But Powell is now looking to challenge, and somehow Powell wants to have a say in this one, but it looks like he has left it a little late, because Williams seems to be taking, is actually Ardeen Fraser from Jamaica College, 210.65 ahead of Esoso Powell of Manchester, and in third is Darren Crossdale of Calabar as the others scramble to the finish. But for sure, it's Jamaica College through young Ardeen Fraser ahead of Esoso Powell of Manchester and Darren Crossdale from Calabar. Some good strategy there being employed by the young man from Jamaica College. Wasn't too concerned about the early pace set by Manchester's Powell, but he knew what he had in his tank, and just about with 200 meters to leave, he was able to run his way to that victory. So Williams it is, and we were right. It's a Joy Williams, 2 minutes 10.71. A Joy Williams of Jamaica College. Esoso Powell, 2 minutes 12.61. Ahead of Darren Crossdale, 2 minutes 18.98. Running into a negative 0.9 meters per second win. That is the fourth section. Now the fifth section of this class 3 boys 800 meter comes up shortly. Again, these races, these middle distance races are churning up a lot of athletes, are contenders, and I like the fact that a lot of the lanes are doubled. I guess it's a conserve on time and limit the number of heats that they will have to run. So we're going to tell you who are the starters. Sometimes difficult to say because of the various schools that are entered and 2 or 3 competitors. But we're going to tell you who are here for this, the 5th heat in the Class 3 boys 800 meters.
All right, in lane 1, we have Danilio Brown from Camperdown. In lane 2, we have Ricardo Lee from JC as well as Niquan Josephs from Papine. In lane 3, we have Trevay Dickens from Mona as well as Tavane Robinson from Alphonsus High. Marcado Williams in lane 4 from JC along with Trayson Kelly from Fogo Road. In lane 5, we have Daniel Roxburgh from Excelsior and Malric Thomas from Calabar. In lane 6, we're looking at Alric Williams from Oberlin and Yane Brownie from Stets.
So the starters send them off, and it looks to be Calabar in this one. Malric Thomas of Calabar that takes the early running, but there's also Makada Williams of JC that is there, and he now challenges for the lead, and he has been successful in doing so, says Makada Williams of Jamaica College, ahead of Malric Thomas of Calabar, and they are still a close bunch from the others. I'm seeing the uniform of Oberlin, that looks to be Alric Williams in 3rd. The young man from Jamaica College, Makada Williams, leads just slightly ahead of Malric Thomas. Now Thomas running side by side with the young man from, could this be BB Coke? That looks to be BB Coke. But for sure it's Calabar and JC that's running neck to neck. Now JC moves to the front to Makada Williams. Calabar, Malric Thomas is right there. And there's no doubt about who is there for the top 2. Alphonsus Davis might be in 3rd, based on our check, and that would have been Tavane Robinson, who will be looking to challenge, and BB Cokes at least fades a bit as Akeem Richards. But it's all about Makada Williams now being challenged by Calabar's Malric Thomas and Tavane Robinson from Alphonsus Davis. Those 3 are looking to fight it out to the finish, but it's all about Makado Williams of Jamaica College trying to make it a quick double for Jamaica College, and doing so as we speak. Alphonsus Davis, Tavane Robinson unable to challenge. It's all about Makado Williams. Makado Williams will win this one. Calabar's athletes is struggling. That's Malric Thomas, and he will be passed by the other JC athletes. So JC winning there to Makado Williams, ahead of Robinson of Alphonsus Davis and Ricardo Lee in 3rd for Jamaica College, with the athlete Malric Thomas in 4th from Calabar. So very interesting running there into a negative 0.1 meters per second win. Makado Williams 2 minutes 0.772, 2 minutes 07.72 for Makado Williams. Robbins of Alphonsus Davis 2 minutes 08.89, and Lee from Jamaica College also in the top 3, 2 minutes 10.92 seconds. So Jamaica College 1 and 3 making it a quick double in this, the Class 3 boys 800 meters. So the events are coming thick and fast. This is the 800 meters for Class 3 boys. And as the race comes to a close, the final competitor comes across the line to seal that event. We're going to move to the 6th section of this Class 3 800 meters for boys. Again, it's a time finals, so the times matters. So you'd have to run your very best race in whatever heat you're placed, all the way from the start to the finish for your time to be counted. And we saw that just now through Makado Williams of Jamaica College, ensuring that he has a chance of winning the overall event. But the event is not yet done. We have another heat to come as the starters settle these athletes as they get on track. So really and truly, it's a very interesting happening in 800 meters. The schools have been switching in terms of winners. Consistent though, that's Jamaica College. And we're going to tell you who is in for this, the 6th heat. And Kelsey is going to tell you the lineup. Again, there are several schools, different colors, similar colors. different lanes, double lanes. It's hard sometimes to distinguish them, but Kelsey's going to tell you who has reported for this one.
All right, from lane 1, we see Davin Gardner from Stair Town. In lane 2, we see Johnny Witter from Knox. Lane 3, we have Ty Moore from Papine and Tyrone Morgan from Sydney Pagan. In lane 4, we have Dante Myers from BB Coke, as well as Alfario Cunningham from Wolmers. In lane 5, we have Javon Bramwell from York Castle, as well as Tavon Barrett from JC. In lane 6, we have Malik Thompson from Camperdown and Cameron Brown from Campion College in lane 6 as well. In lane 7, we have Nathaniel Ivy from Vertec, as well as Jalen Campbell from Calabar. We have no one in the blocks for lane 2 and lane 8. So that takes Janai Witter from Knox out of the race. And they're off.
So the starter sends them off. Let's see who will take early lead on this one. There's a lot of Jocelyn for spots, but it looks to be at least from Calabar. And let's tell you who that is. Jalen Campbell of Calabar seemed to take an early move. So too Nathaniel Ivy of Via Technical. And let's also look to the young man from Stair Town. That's Davin Gardner. So Davin Gardner now challenges Via Technical's Nathaniel Ivy. Says Ivy ahead of Gardner. Ivy from Veer, Gardner from Stair Town from St. Ann, if you ask where that is from. I've been producing some fantastic talents over the last few seasons now. Leads this race through Davin Gardner. Says Gardner it is. Now being challenged by Cunningham of Wilmers. BB Cook's Dante Myers is also there. So to the athlete from Veer Technical, Ivy is there. And we look to see how this one will pan out. Papines Moore is also there. So Gardner of Stair Town leads this one ahead of Cunningham of Wilmers. And we're seeing the other athlete from Campion, Cameron Brown, putting himself in the mix. So too Moore of Papine now moves along with Cunningham. Cunningham to the lead, Muir to second as Gardner fades. So now it's all about Cunningham of Wilmers boys, that is, being challenged by Muir team from Papine, or Morgan rather. I think this is Morgan of Sydney Pagan. Morgan of Sydney Pagan challenging Cunningham. So it's Cunningham from Wilmers boys being challenged by Morgan of Sydney Pagan. Sydney Pagan doing well on the girls side. Let's just see what they do here. It's all about Cunningham though. Cunningham of Wilmers boys pumping and swinging, heading to the line, and he'll win this one ahead of Morgan of Sydney Pagan. Will Gardner coming back for Stair Town, trying to secure the third spot, but it's all about Alfredo Morgan, Cunningham rather, of Wilmers ahead of Tyrone Morgan of Sydney Pagan. 2 minutes 04.63 seconds for Alfredo Cunningham of Wilmers boys, running into a positive 0.2 meters per second win. Cunningham 2 minutes 04.67. That's the official time. And we'll tell you shortly the time for Morgan of Sydney Pagan was in second, 2 minutes 06.69. And Gardner, it was from Stair Town that finished third. So Wilmers still in one there in this the class 3 boys 800 meters. As we see the other, which will be the seventh heat now coming to the track. So we're still not yet done. And we're seeing some fantastic competitive racing so far. And all the young men sometimes challenging to be running 800 meters in this type of heat. And I'm sure they would wish to have done it earlier or later. But as we approaches 1 p.m. in Jamaica, wherever you're watching from in the world, it's a little bit hot as we see the clouds move over the stadium, and I'm sure they'll be hoping for some quick showers to cool things down, but so far they have to be contending with the heat and running 800 meters, and we hope that they stay hydrated. So far there's no casualties, there are no emergencies for concern, but we just have to hope that everything stays as they are. So the next heat is on track, and we're going to have Kelsey tell you who has reported for this heat.
All right, and
UK,
first lane, lane one, we have
sponsored by
Siobhan Reed
Agent
from Kellits. In lane two, we have Christopher Anderson from. We have Kenny Daniels from Excelsior, Renato Alexandro from Stets, Tyree Hopkins from Alphonsus, Alejandro Palmer from Calabar, Delmar McDonald from Pembroke Hall,
Calabar,
Cameron Williams from JC, Lejay Robinson from Marcus Garvey, Rashawn Green from St. Mary, Leonard Facey from Campion, and Roger Bailey from Knox.
So they're gonna send them off, and already about 200 meters covered. And we're seeing Alejandro Palmer. Palmer is it of Calabar that leads this one early. Calabar just winning early on to Diamond Bryan. Let's see if he's able to get another one for Calabar. That's Alejandro Palmer. Being tracked closely by the athletes from Sydney Pagan. Also, we're seeing athlete from Camperdown.
Calabar.
I made that Alphonsus Davis rather than Stets. But Calabar's Alejandro Palmer leads this one ahead of Luke Plummer of Sydney Pagan. Sydney Pagan managing to finish second in the previous 8. And now is trying to challenge Alejandro Palmer of Calabar, who is establishing a nice lead. St. Elizabeth's Renito Alexander in third, now being passed by the young man Cameron Williams of Jamaica College, but there's no doubt about the leader. And with less than 200 meters for him to go, that's Alejandro Palmer of Calabar, Luke Plummer of Sydney Pagan, pulling away from Cameron Williams of Jamaica College and Alexander of Stets. But it's all about the Palmer from Calabar. Plummer of Sydney Pagan now tries to close, but it's all about Palmer, Alejandro Palmer of Calabar running away with this one, and he will win this one for sure. Let's see if he cracks 2 minutes. 1 minute 58.14 in the class 2 boys. This is the first heat of the class 2 boys, and already now we are seeing the big boys coming out to play. And now we're going to see the times a little bit faster than we saw previously. 1 minute 58.14 for Alejandro Palmer of Calabar ahead of Luke Plummer of Sydney Pagan. And we await the time for the others. 1 minute 59.65 for Luke Plummer of Sydney Pagan. And in third, we'll tell it as in momentarily, but there's no doubt about our winner in Alejandro Palmer. Williams it is, as we had said, Cameron Williams of Jamaica College, 2 minutes 023.21, rounding out the top 3. But Alejandro Palmer, looking strong, looking fit, dominated that one from the start to the finish, ahead of Luke Plummer from Sydney Pagan. And Sydney Pagan seemed to have found a formula for producing some good 800 meters, both on the boys and the girls side. I think they won 2 on the girls side, and now I've gotten 2 good run-up spots on the boys side. Yes, so we are still watching action from the 800 meters for class 2 boys now. So 800 meters can be interesting, Kelsey. Some people say, well, it's boring, but do you like what you're seeing so far from the young men?
The action on the track is really undeniable at this point. So many people are rivaling for first place, and it's just wonderful to see. Like, I'm really in awe of all the talent that I'm seeing today. Like, we're doing amazing times for the ages of these athletes, and I mean, it's commendable. Everyone is out today. Our class 2 final B is about to be run, and I'm very excited again.
All right, so quickly, this is section 2 of the class 2 boys. And until we're there, O'Neill Aaron of KC, Dante Brown of Oberlin, Roger Redwood of Kellits, BB Cooks, Najee Morgan, Kirkando Reed of Stets, O'Brien Clark of Calabar, Javon Forrest of Tasha Schooling, Tajay Smith, we get that right, Bevin Davey of JC, Dwayne Robbins of Papine. Those are your competitors, and already we're seeing the young man from Calabar, O'Brien Clark, as they have covered about 230 meters already of this 800 meters for class 2 boys. O'Brien Clark of Calabar is leading this one. Calabar just won through Palmer. So let's see if they can make it a quick double. JC's Bevin Davey now moves to the front. So too Tatius Golding's Javon Forrest follows him nicely. Says Davy from Forrest, your early leader, which was O'Brien Clark, now fades to third, but there's still some quite a distance to cover. But Davy is looking good. Beving Daly, Davy it is. As he steps on the back stretch, Clark now moves back into second. As a young man from Tatius Golding fades, Dwayne Robbins of Pepin, or Kirkland, or Reed rather, of Stets moves into third. But the two that's challenging for this win is O'Brien Clark of Calabar and Beving Davy from Jamaica College. So David is that's trying to hold off Clark as they head for home with less than 100 meters to go. Clark of Calabar steps to the front and looks now to press the ascendancy, and he's doing so as we speak and opening with every stride away from Davy. O'Brien Clark will win this one for Calabar. Quick double it is for Calabar, 2 minutes 02.94 ahead of Davy of Jamaica College. Calabar doing the double there in the previous heat and in this one. And that's O'Brien Clark, 2 minutes 02.96, running to a negative 0.4 meters per second win. Doing well, led it early, gave up the lead, come back, and was able to win this one quite easy, if you ask me, ahead of Bevin Davy, who was second in 2 minutes 04.93. As we await the time for the others, Morgan now comes up. Najee Morgan's of BB Coke, 2 minutes 07.46. So your top three: O'Brien Clark, Bevin Davy, and Najee Morgan from Calabar, JC, and BB Coke, respectively. And this is a running of the class 2 boys, 800 meters. 800 meters on track as the Camperdown Classics, the 20th staging, eats up both literally and figuratively. But the business has to go on. And now we're going to see the third section of this class 2 boys 800 meters. We're going to tell you the names quickly. Jerome Biggs of St. Andrew Technical should have been in 1. We're not seeing Miles from Herbert is not there, but we know Tavar Flemings of Calabar is in 3. In 4, that is, there looks to be Timoy McLean of Mona, along with the young man from Woolman's, Amari Green. In 5, it's Sydney Pagans, Jamal Wright, been sandwiched with Bryce Pauling. Jamaica College's Rajay Frith is there. So too, I think the young man from Casey Jalan Brown and Delroy Johns of the Carteret College. Tristan Francis also of Petersfield should have been in this lineup, but already Calabar's Flemings takes up an early running as he's now being challenged by McLean of Mona. So it's gonna be Calabar ahead of Mona that's leading this one. Calabar leads this one. Several athletes did not show as we suspect based on the numbers, but Flemings for Calabar is there and is leading ahead of Timon McLean of Mona. And in 3rd, that's Amari Green of Woolman's. So Calabar is leading with just a slim lead, but it's a lead nonetheless, with the young man from Mona, that's Timon McLean, staying close on his heel. But Flemings looks very comfortable as they take the bell in under a minute, as he now looks to close the last 400 meters as strong as he can. And already he's pulling away from McLean of Mona and Green of Woolman's. There's Calabar, Tavar Flemings of Calabar leading this one. So the athletes from KC, that's Jelana Brown in 4th, struggling to keep pace. But it's all about Calabar's Tavar Flemings leading ahead of now Green from Wilmers moves into 2nd and trying to close with every stride. But Flemings look strong, looks powerful. Less than 200 meters to go. He starts his running, starts to lift those legs, swing those arms as he turns into the home stretch with less than 100 meters to close. It's all about Tavar Flemings of Calabar running away from Amari Green and Timon McLean of Pepin. It's all about Flemings. Grits his teeth, swings his arm, and powers his way to the line. And let's wait for the time, 2 minutes 03.08. That's a flash time for Tavar Flemings of Calabar ahead of the young man from Wilma's Amari Green, and Timoy McLean of Moina High manages to secure that third spot. But again, Calabar showing up today and showing out in these Class 2 boys. I think that's the third one for them. We've seen in succession, this time to Tavar Flemings, 2 minutes 03.11. That's the official time for Tavar Flemings. Ahead of Amari Green of Wilma's, 2 minutes 08.33. And Timoy McLean, our early leader, 2 minutes 10.28. So we give credits to the Red Hills Road program. It's turning out some fantastic talents this year. And of course, we said it earlier, Kelsey, that there was the big two, but now we have the big three. But Calabar seemed to really want to establish something here today.
Yes, indeed. They have won all three of the finals so far in the boys class 2, and I mean that goes to show you that the work that they're putting in in training is really something to show today. And we have the final D, that's the fourth race lining up. In lane 1 we have Kellitz High, lane 2 Oberlin and Wolmers, lane 3 Fogo Road, lane 4 Camperdown, lane 5 Anato Bay and JC, lane 6 St. Mary, lane 7 the Carters, and in lane 8 we have Calabar and Campion.
So we're seeing early running again from the Calabar athlete here. Or yes, Calabar is there. It's just Jaim Brown. Been matched closely by the athlete from St. Mary, Jonathan Taylor. And joining them atop seems to be the young man from Oberlin, that's Navier Golding. So 3 the strong way, or there's a 3 the hard way. Javante Taylor, St. Mary, Calabar's Jaim Brown is there, and so to Oberlin's Navier Golding. So it's St. Mary ahead of Calabar, ahead of Oberlin. Calabar will want it to make it 4 straight. So Calabar now moves into the lead, courtesy of Jaim Brown. So Jaim Brown of Calabar moves ahead of Javante Taylor of St. Mary. And the young man from Oberlin is in third, still holding on, but it's all about Jaim Brown of Calabar. Looks to be challenged by Javante Taylor of St. Mary for this one. With just about 200 meters to run, you're seeing Taylor now from St. Mary looking to strike, but Brown is holding and trying to hold to the finish. Let's see what he does in response to Taylor now. Javante Taylor now moves on his shoulder, but Brown is saying not today, as he finds another gear or tries, and he's succeeding finding that gear. And the smaller of the two, Jaim Brown, moves away and win this one, 2 minutes 06.41 ahead of Javante Taylor of St. Mary High. And we're seeing the young man who looks to be from Wilmers that comes in, or Anata Bay. I think that might have been Cardon Robinson, rather, of Wilmers, comes in for third, running into a negative 1.5 meters per second wing. Jaim Brown, no doubt about the winner there, 2 minutes 06.42 ahead of Javante Taylor of St. Mary, 2 minutes 08.09. Those are your top two, and we'll confirm the time for the winner. The third place looks to be been Robinson, based on what we saw, Cardon Robinson. And yes, it is 2 minutes 11.63 for your top three. So Brown, courtesy of Calabar, winning another one there. So the black, green, and gold train rolls on inside the stadium. And this is the 20th staging of the Camperdown Classics. Things are eating up nicely as we get ready for what is to come. 400 meters, 100 meters, 60 meters, and of course we'll have 4x4 sprint medleys. All those events are still to come. You're watching here live on Stride Vision Television. We ask you to stay tuned. This meet forms part of their track series, and so far they've been doing a good job all season, bringing to you live action from local track and field in the land of wood and water. Jamaica is where a lot of the greats have emerged, and we hope that that tradition continues, especially in the 800 meters department. We've seen over the last few seasons, both on the female and the male side, representation at the highest level by in the 800 meters. So we have section E on track. We're just seeing 2 athletes. This is probably the smallest, Kelsey, of all the heats we have seen so far. The trend has been double lanes with several athletes, but we're seeing where only 2 are standing so far in the track, and I think the others that are on the sideline is for the last heat. And my guess is as good as any other. I would have just probably combined this heat with the other one if it's just 2 participants. And we're going to try and give you that lineup. This is section E of the class 2 boys, 800 meters. The girls would have done their job already. As we look to the backstretch 200 meter section of the stadium, where we're seeing the looks to be the sprinters coming out, getting ready for some sizzling 100 meters that is to come. But so far we're having 800 meters running, and we're seeing just about 2 schools. Looks to be Magati. From my check, looks to be Magati, and I'm not sure what the other school is. I'm not sure if it's Danone. Well, it's not Danone. It looks to be Tatius Golding through Ricardo Cummings. So just about 2. Well, we're seeing some others marching out. I think, as you were saying, Kelsey, there they were delaying. So Kellitz Raheem Smith now walks to his lane. So to Ronaldinho Francis of Manchester, and what looks to be Lincoln Bennett of Pembroke. And of course in lane 8, that's Jason Miller of Kellitz. So Kellitz represented with 2 athletes here, Manchester, through Ronaldinho Francis, so to Bennett of Pembroke, and the young man from Magati, that's a school to watch, Rejoin Wright of Magati, Cummings of Tatius Golding. 6 in this heat, and let's see which one or which school will win this heat. So the young man from Tatius Golding was late to the party, didn't move at all, but that wasn't the case for the young man from Pembroke, Bennett. Bennett already takes an early running, so to the young man right from Magati. But Manchester's Ronaldinho Francis looks to be the one here that will challenge for the lead, but right for the moment is holding strong. So it's right from Francis, and there's a young man, as we said, from Pembroke, that's Bennett, and we're seeing Kellitz Jesse Miller in 4th. So Magati have produced some good talent as well, and they have been a little bit quiet this year, but let's see what they do for this one. That's Magati, Region Wright that leads this one. Now being challenged by Ronaldinho Francis of Manchester. Bennett still is in 3rd, Jason Miller in 4th. But now Manchester's Ronaldinho Francis takes the lead on this final lap of this class 2 boy 800 meters. And he's looking strong, looking powerful. Right of Magati, still in 2nd, Bennett of Pembroke in 3rd. Let's see if they can challenge Ronaldinho Francis of Manchester as they enter the backstretch for the final time. It's all about Francis from Manchester, right of Magati, Bennett of Pembroke, and some distance back, that's Miller of Kellitz, while the other 2 Cummings of Tatius Golding and the other Kelly's athletes, that's Raheem Smith, are lagging behind. Was all about Ronaldinho Francis of Manchester as he begins to sprint and turns to home. Hits the 80-meter line and he powers his way away from this field to the line. Let's see if he can make it. And he won't make it below 2 minutes. So it's all about Ronaldinho Francis will win for sure. He's from Manchester, 2 minutes 08.77. That's the flash time. And Right of Magati finishes his second, with Miller from Kellits running by. Bennett of Pembroke for third. But Manchester all by himself. Francis 2 minutes 08.81 into a negative 1.3 meters per second. Edwin. And now we're seeing a nice battle between Cummings of Tatius Golding and Smith of Kellits. Sometimes not about the win, sometimes about bragging rights. And I know Smith there will say, boy, I beat at least one in this race and I'm not at the back of this field. But Francis, no doubt your winner, 2 minutes 08.81 ahead of Region Right of Magati, 2 minutes 14.26. And we still have some more events to come because their Class 1 boys will be coming up next on track. And we are expecting to see some even faster times. Yeah, man, Class 1 boys comes up, so the Class 2 is done. And Class 1 boys, 800 meters, that is. And we should have quite a few eats as we had in the girls. And let's tell you who is in the first one here, based on what we're seeing. Some names and countries, because now we have the luxury and the opportunity to tell you the country. And Jamaica is now becoming a home for a lot of talents, both from the Caribbean and from East Africa. And Kelsey, what do you make of that? Are you liking the wide cross spread of different nationalities represented at champs?
Well, if you're going to compete with the best, then you have to go where the best are. So it's only natural that so many people would come here to train with our youth. This is where we create champions. So might as well you find your way over here.
I agree with you because they say the best is from the West, while I say the best is from the Caribbean, and that's Jamaica. So if you want a taste of what track and field niceness is, especially at champs, you want to come to the Caribbean. And I like
It's interesting that folks like people from Kenya are coming here because, you know, they're the usual long distance runners. So if they feel the need to find their way to Jamaica to compete with us, that should show you that we have some prowess in all of the disciplines when it comes to track.
Speaking of Kenya, we look to the track, we're seeing the young man Nashan Ruto of KC, but let's tell you who is also there, Kelly Reed, representing States out of Trinidad and Tobago, Ricardo Carr, Justin Webb, Abina Reed, Joaquin Miller, Ryan Palm of Alphonsus David, Yashan Bowen from Magati, that's a big name for Magati, Nicholas Frederick, Signe Pagan and Grenada, Calandra Lambert, Lodrick Givens, and Arely Johnson of St. Mary, so too Amar Campbell. So making that early running looks to be Yashan Bowen of Magati, ahead of Miller from States. Calabar's Justin Webb is also there. And the big man Nashan Ruto from Kenyan K&K is here trying to do the job for the same purpose. States is also represented here nicely. But the early leader is Bowen, Yashan Bowen of Magati. He leads ahead of Calabar's Justin Webb and Miller of St. Elizabeth Technical. Ruta is yet to move. Just about 200 meters to close on this one. Let's see if he'll react, because it's all about Bowen of Magati and Calabar's athlete Justin Webb is trying to move now. Miller, that is from St. Elizabeth Technical, but Bowen makes haste now and starts his running over this last 60 meters and he's pulling away from the likes of Miller. No, Nashan Ruta runs into second, but there's no catching Bowen. Yashan Bowen, as we said before, one to watch, 1 minute 53.71 ahead of Miller of States. Rather, Ruto ran into second. And it is Magati this time that manages to win it through Yashawn Bowen. 1 minute 53.71 is an official time. We'll tell you the official time as it comes up. 1 minute 53.78 for Bowen. He's leading his charge. We said Magati was a little quiet this season, but now he is letting us and reminding us of his abilities and what he can do over 800 meters. And he managed to get the better of the famous Nashan Ruto, who finishes in second, 1 minute 54.96. And we're going to tell you the results of the Class 3 boys and Class 2, because those events are done and dusted, and we'll tell you the official winners for those.
All right, and let's jump right into it. The results for the finals for the boys class 3 goes as follows. In first place, we have Alfario Cunningham from Wolmers, finishing with 2 minutes and 4 seconds, 0.67. And then we have from Sydney Pagan, Tyrone Morgan, 2 minutes and 6 seconds, 0.69. Marcado Williams from JC with 2:07.72. Tavane Robinson from Alphonsus, 2:08.99. And in fifth place, we have Tyrone Turner from Manchester High, 2:09.24. And then we're gonna round up the class 2 boys very quickly. In first place, we have Alejandro Palmer from Calabar, finishing 1:58.19. Then we have in second place Luke Plummer, Sydney Pagan, 1:59.65. In third place, we have O'Brien Clark from Calabar with 2:96. Tamar Flemings from Calabar, 2:03.11, and Cameron Williams from JC with 2:03.21.
So credits to Sydney Pagan there. 2 credited with second place finishes in Class 3 and Class 2. And we are on for the second E. This is a Class 1 boys. We tell you the competitors in short order. This is the second of the Class 1 boys. And the leader looks to be from St. Elizabeth Technical there. We sort that name out quickly for you. As he leads, it's sure that St. Elizabeth Technical that leads. It looks to be Delano Brown of Stets ahead of the young man from Magati, that's Connolly. Connolly from Magati now challenges Brown for that lead, and he is successful at doing so. That's Connolly of Magati now leading Brown of Stets, and the KC pair of Javon Robinson is also there, but have not yet made a move. So the top 2 is Brown of Stets and Connolly of Magati, and they're running neck and neck, and this should be a very interesting. Connolly known for this event as well, so too Brown, Delano Brown of Stets. So let's see if this can be a quick double for Magati, as they will now turn for home in less than 200 meters to run. Is Brown, Delano Brown of Stets now that moves back into the lead and will try to hold it to the finish, but Connolly will react, and reacting is what he's doing now. Connolly of Magati is pumping and swinging as Brown tries to find another gear, and he is doing so. Brown, Delano Brown of Stets crosses the line, 1:58.81 ahead of Connolly of Magati. So St. Elizabeth lost it out in the first one, but now they reclaim their another win. It's another win in class, the section 2 rather. So this is St. Elizabeth's Delano Brown ahead of Connolly, Sharon Connolly of Magati, rounding out those top 2, and we'll tell you the official time in a minute. Again, Magati is a school that you have to respect. They're also from St. Elizabeth, so too is St. Elizabeth Technical. So the top 2 there from the breadbasket parish, showing strength in their event. 1 minute 58.80. Connolly 1 minute 58.61 for that team. So we're seeing some good teams. Magati, Kelsey, I don't know if you're aware of that school and if you know anything about that school, but what are your thoughts on what you're seeing from them so far?
I mean, they really are a standout today. Mostly unexpected from me, at least, that they would be doing so well, but they have seemed to create a little precedent for themselves and they're determined to keep it. So I'm very, intrigued. I want to see more, and I hope they
Let's go
continue
back
with
to the
this throughout
first
the
class. Don't
series.
take any leaders.
And that is so true. There's a
Sponsored by
term or expression says you may not be able to win
Enterprise.
the battle, but whenever you're put into a war for yourself, you try to win that. I think Margaret will win some wars despite not being able to challenge for the battle. But this is section 3. And let's tell you quickly who's there. Martina Cunningham of Teachers Goaling, Omarion Allen, Omarion Clark, Allen rather of BB Cook, Omarion Clark of Calabar, Gage Bugam of Magati, Raheem Robbins of Robert Lightburn, Najee Thompson of Stets, Gwen Minot of St. Elizabeth of Greater Portmore, Kayin Kemar Reed of Foga, Ronald McGowan of Papine, Amari Brightley of Campion College, Romario Brown of Kellitz, Quan Bodrick of St. Mary, and Ryan McKenzie of Clarendon College. So far it's looking quite even. Looks to be Romario Brown of Kellitz that is doing the early running in that red strip from Kellitz, been challenged closely by Najee Thompson of Stets. Calabar's Omarion Clark is in third, with Tatius Golding Cunningham in fourth. So let's see. Well, this looks to be Bugam. Bugam it is of Magati now that leads them into the final lap. Bugam ahead of St. Elizabeth's Najee Thompson. So again, the two schools from St. Elizabeth are doing well in these events, at least for now. But Calabar, Omarion Clark now moves into the lead as they enter the backstretch. Still close the bunch, tight the bunch. But I know that Magate's Bugam will respond, and he's doing so as we speak. But it's still Calabar's Omarion Clark that holds a slight lead on the outside. That's where he's running on the inside. That's Magate's Gage Bugam. As they turn for home, it's going to be a 3-4-way battle. But look now to the man. And this one seemed to be the athlete from St. Mary. Looks to be Bodrick from St. Mary that will lead them in for victory. As Omarion Clark tries to find back, but he's not going to be able to challenge. But this is Omarion Allen. It looks to be from BB Cook that wins it. Omarion Allen from BB Cook wins that one ahead of Omarion Clark. So Omario ahead of Omarion, BB Cook ahead of Calabar in that order. 2 minutes 01.5 second. And we'll tell you officially, yes, 2 minutes 01.56 for Omario Allen. Mario Allen of BB Cook challenged and was successful. Omarion Clark of Calabar, 2 minutes 02.01. That's a season's best for Clark there. So BB Cook also from St. Elizabeth. So the schools from St. Elizabeth seem to be able to produce the goods and to dominate the cooperative schools. And Manchester and St. Elizabeth usually produces some fantastic middle distance runners. And we're seeing one through BB Cook, another school that is virtually almost unknown. But if you follow track and field, you know the likes of Donnelly Lonely, who was one of the biggest stars, probably if not yet the biggest star that came out of BB Cook. And she went on to represent Jamaica in the 400 meters at the junior level and represented well. She was from BB Cook, and if I'm not mistaken, she came to Camperdown in her latter years. But BB Cook, that's one of the schools, Kelsey, that
know what was going on in track and field, especially at the high school level. BB Cook was definitely someone that we knew of. We looked out for them, for both the females and for the males. So it's interesting to see them coming back now. They must have a new program, and it seems to be working very well for their athletes.
working indeed, because we're seeing them today and they're not just showing up to compete, but they're challenging and they're winning events. So that's BB Cook. We're into the fourth stanza of this 800 meters of Class 1 boys. Some names that should be there: Bodrick of Fuga Road, Asando Gray of York Castle, Romario Scott of Calabar. I think he's the one leading the race. Oberlin, Savian Gordon, Quasi Lawrence of Wolmer's, Natty, Demal Natty of Lightburn, Robert Lightburn, Ricardo Hill of Kellitz, and Javon Core of St. Catherine with Delange Williams of Knox. So the young man from Calabar, Ramiro Scott of Calabar, is leading this one and doing so quite nicely ahead of the athletes who looks to be from St. Catherine, Javon Core. Says Calabar of St. Catherine, Mario Scott with a nice lead, and I'm sure by what I'm seeing and the look at things, he's not going to be caught today. It's all about Mario Scott of Calabar, ahead of Javon Core of St. Catherine, and Ricardo Hill of Kellitz. So it's Calabar with Romario Scott looking to win this one, as he saw his teammate just beaten by the athlete from BB Coke. He's going to ensure that Calabar wins this one for sure. So it's Romario Scott of Calabar that is running away with this one, looking strong. Mr. Hill now of Kellitz, it seems to find another gear, but he's not going to catch Calabar. Still holding his form despite looking a little winded and labored. Crosses the line in 2 minutes 02.98, and Hill looks to be holding on for second. Ahead of Core from St. Catherine. It's all about Calabar's, the bigger man, stronger man, it seems, winning that one for Calabar. And Calabar, as we have said so many occasions today, is looking to regain their dominance and ultimately to regain that Martino Margeta's trophy. Well, I think the male trophy doesn't have a name. Kelly, yeah, I think it has a name, yeah. So they're looking to regain that trophy. And so far, Casey will look on and see quietly what's happening here today. JC will look on and see what's happening, because Calabar is establishing themselves as old Calabar returning to true form. But as Calabar, they're winning this heat, as we still have another and perhaps two more to go. But we're going to tell you what the results of the Class 2 boys, which we saw early on, the winners, as we get ready to close out these Class 1 800 meters. So this is Class 2 boys. We bring it to you in short order. The finals are Class 2 boys. So after we have gotten through this another 800 meters for Class 1, then we will tell you the Class 2 boys, the results. So this one features the likes of Forrester from Anata Bay, Brandon Lever from Kingston I, Shano Francis of St. Catherine, Keshawn Smith of Anata Bay, St. Andrews, Technical Rushins Davis, that is Jordan Smike of St. Catherine, Jamal Redwood of Anchovy. We're seeing the young man from Oberlin, Mikey Dalmage, Dwayne Gunn of Kingston High, Calabar Odin Davidson, Sholanda Francis of Robert Lightburn, and Troy Flemings. Flemings, that's a name you need to know about, and he's leading as we speak. Troy Flemings of Manchester leads this one ahead of St. Catherine's Jordan Smichael. So those two, Troy Flemings of Manchester, should be the top contender here, and he's showing his form as Smichael tries to stay with him. So it's all about Troy Flemings. Flemings of Manchester, Smichael of St. Catherine, and that pink uniform, we're trying to know who that is because we have not seen it much. Could have been Kingston I think that's Kingston I represented in that fuchsia, is that what they call it? But it's all about Troy Flemings of Manchester as they turn on the back stretch for the final times. Troy Flemings, Javian Cole of St. Catherine, Jordan Smike of St. Catherine, Jordan Smike of St. Catherine, that's in second. Troy Flemings, no doubt the leader, as they cover the last 200 meters of this 800 meters. Troy Flemings looks to be wrapping up this one nicely, unless the young man from St. Catherine, that's Michael, will have another gear to find, but I don't think it will happen on this day because Troy Flemings has established a massive lead and he's running away with every stride, looking powerful, looking strong, and he will win this for sure. Let's see if he breaks that 2-minute barrier. He did 1 minute 59.80 as an official time. Let's wait for the official time. Smichael of St. Catherine, Jordan Smichael, holds on for second, and the young man from Anatobe, I think this one is Keshawn. We confirm that shortly that will come through for third. But the winner for sure, Troidion Flemings, 159.83. He is from Manchester. As we're treated to some exciting lower contention between the remaining pack. Nobody wants to be lost. Nobody wants to be beaten despite where you are in the race. If you're finding a competitor beside you, just run your race and challenge. But Fleming was all by himself, winning in 1 minute 59.83. Francis 2 minutes 06 for that event. And Michael there is from St. Catherine, but no doubt the winner from Manchester, Francis, holding on. Davis of St. Andrew Technical was third. That came through in 2 minutes 18.40. So Flemings, your winner for this section of the Class 1 boys 800 meters. So now quickly we're going to tell you about the results for the 800 meters Class 2 boys.
All right, let's get into it. In first place, we have Alejandro Palmer of Calabar with 158.19. In second place, we have Luke Plummer from Sydney Pagan with 159.65. In third place, we have O'Brien Clark from Calabar with 2:02.96. In fourth, we have Tavar Flemings of Calabar as well with 2:03.11. And in fifth place, we have Cameron Williams of JC with 2:03.21.
So credits again to Calabar. 3 of the top 4 finishers there, but Sydney Pagan, that name has been popping up all morning, and already Luke Plummer makes it continued by finishing second in that 800 meters for Class 2 boys. Second place overall for him. This is section F of the Class 1 boys 800 meters. The starters: Joshua Thomas of St. Catherine, Destiny Campbell of Wilmers, Shakim Ibanks of Calabar, and Denzel Carter Fogar Road, Brian Goldburn of Magati, Tajay Tomlins of Kingston I, Karim Douglas of Anantebe, Leon Drisdale of Robert Lightbourne, Kemar Cole of Paping, Requelme Bell of Decartric College, Chadwick Fletcher of Manchester, Zadian Fergus of Oberlin, and Jeffton Campbell of Alphonsus Davis. Already we're seeing an early leader there. It looks to be the young man from Alphonsus Davis, based on what we have on our sheet. That's Jeffton Campbell is leading early. Not far from the athlete from Magati, looks to be Brian Goldborn in second, along with the young man who looks to be from Papine. That could be Kemar Cole, but the runner that's leading is Jeffton Campbell, running for Alphonsus Davis. And now in second place looks to be Pepin Kemar Cole. As we've seen, the young man from Magati, Brian Goldburn, fading into third. Calabar Shakim Ibanks is in fourth, and will have some work to do if he should get back to the top two. The top two here being Jeffton Campbell from Alphonsus Davis and Kemar Cole of Papine. So those two are leading the pack as they enter the backstretch for the final time and approaches the 200 meters, less than 220 meters to close. It's all about Cole of Papine challenging Campbell of Alphonsus Davis, and he does so successfully. That's Papine's Cole takes the lead, and Campbell now is in second. But let's see what will happen as Calabar's Ibanks runs into third, but I think he'll have some work to do. But Jeffton Campbell now rallies and regains the lead and takes this one, and will take this one ahead of Cole of Papine and the Banks of Calabar. 2 minutes 05.56 for Jeffton Campbell of Alphonsus Davis ahead of Kemar Cole of Papine and Banks of Calabar. Very interesting running there.
You know what I want to say? I want to say, based on what I'm seeing today, the Class 2 and the Class 1, the times, they're very similar. They're very similar. It goes to show you that the athletes are really putting their best foot forward. They're giving it everything that they can, and they're really just leaving it all on the track. And that's a really interesting place to see the athletes at this stage of their careers.
I mean, 800 meters is no easy running. As I said before, it's now 18 minutes after 1. here in Jamaica, and you and I have been sitting here all morning, and we see we feel as it's very humid in the stadium, but nonetheless, these young men are running some good times, if you ask me, albeit not all the heats are evenly matched in terms of the talent, but we still have seen the faster, the better known competitors in the earlier heats, and I think we should have the final results for this Class 1 boys, and I'll have you read them shortly in terms of the overall winners. And again, we'll see some familiar names, some unfamiliar schools, but overall, all the schools are trying to be competitive, and they are very successful in it. As we just seeing the 800 meters of Class 1 boys, all completed for the boys and girls. And Kelsey is going to tell us the overall winners for the Class 1 boys as we get ready for the 800 meters. And at that juncture, you'll hear a voice that you're familiar with, the one Roger Asphalt, right after Kelsey takes us through these 800 meter results.
All right, and in first place we have Yoshane Bowen from Magoti. He came in at 1:53.78. In second place we have Nahashon Ruto, that's the Kenyan from KC, with 1:54.96. In third place we have Joaquin Miller from Stets with 1:55.51. And in fourth place we have Justin Webb, Calabar, with 1:55.92. In fifth place, we have Keel Reed from Trinidad and Tobago from Stets with 1:58.18. Those are all some really remarkable times, O'Shane.
Yeah, and interesting it is, Kelsey, as I said before, some schools represented by Caribbean neighbors and some others represented by our own local boys, and we see a mix again. Magate is a school that you said you're not so familiar with, but they had a victory through Yoshane Bowen, and really and truly we expect them to continue to build on this program. But credits to the likes of KC, Stets, and those other schools. It has been a good morning watching these events, but nonetheless we'll get ready for the sprints. And as I said before, we're going to pass the button to your familiar voice, Roger Asphalt, as he takes over now. And Roger, you're just coming in now, and I mean, things are eating up, I said, figuratively and literally, and should be interesting from here on, because we have some interesting names coming up in the events to come. What are your thoughts so far?
Yeah, thank you very much, O'Shane, and good afternoon to you and the viewers, listeners on StrideVisionTV. And just to say that you have been doing an excellent job all morning, and of course you'll be back a little later on to take over the baton again. But it has been a wonderful day, and viewers, listeners, now you will be in for a festival of sprints, because this is an event. This event, Class 4 100 meters girls, will be having 28 races. They'll be finishing the alphabet and starting over again. So 28 races in Class 4 for the Class 4 girls, over 135 races in the 100 meters will be happening throughout the course of this afternoon. There'll be 14 in Class 3, and we said it's going to be a sprint fest. As we say, good afternoon to you, Crystal. How you doing? Chelsea, I beg your pardon. How you doing?
No, I'm good.
Yeah, okay.
Happy to be here. How are you doing?
I'm doing fine. And
All
of
right,
course,
we have the first race ready to go. Lane 1, Woolmers. Lane 2, Merle Grove.
and they're into their running. Out there, it's Haka from Heidel, challenged by Bartlett from Vere. On the inside, Monique from Vere as well. It's going to be a Vere 1-2. Danny Bartley, Ashley Montague coming second. And that's how they cross the line with Haka from Heidel coming in third. 12.60, close race to begin Class 4 here at the Camperdown Classics.
Yes, this is a very, very fast-paced environment here we have today. Lovely environment. We have the crowds going wild. We really appreciate the ambience that the spectators are bringing to the environment today. It's feeling very, very active, very, you know, this is exactly what the students would come out for. You understand?
Definitely. And Danny Bartley first, 12.60 seconds. Ashley Montague second, both of Vere, 12.61. Amelia Hacker Heidel third, 12:63. As we head into section B or section 2
Lane 1, Shamara
of the
Chin,
girls
In lane
class
1, we
4.
have Shamari Chin from Woolmers. In lane 2, we
Crystal
have
Garris
Crystal
from Alpha.
Garrix from Alpha.
Lane 3,
Tanisha Kelly from
Alicia Clark
Woolmers
from
in lane
Woolers.
3. In lane 4, we have
Lane
Malaysia
4,
Shirley from Alpha.
Elisha
Shia
Shirley from
Moore
Alpha.
in lane 5
Lane
from Alpha
5,
as well. From
Shia Moore
Tydell in
from
lane
Alpha.
6 and 7, we have Kanisha
Lane
Robinson as
6,
well as Samoya
Alicia
Brown.
Robinson
And in
Heidel.
lane
Lane
8, we
7,
have Shanoy Hines from
Shania
Alpha.
Brown Heidel. And in
The
lane
girls are in
8,
the
Shania
blocks.
Hines
They'll
of
soon be on
Alpha.
their marks.
Going to their marks now for the second section, second of 28. You hear that? 28 races in class 4 alone. This afternoon, it's going to be a festival of 100-meter sprinting here at the Camperdown Classics this afternoon. Off into their running. And that was Robinson from Heidel getting up to a good start, tracked by her teammate Hines on the inside. There is Chin from Wilmers battling. So it's going to be a Heidel blanket finish, with Robinson coming through with the win.
Robinson of Heidel.
Moore from Alpha was up there as well.
12.88 seconds.
12.88 for Kanisha Robinson. Ahead of Shia Moore, Alpha 12.91. Shamara Chin, Wilma's third, 13.01. And Simola Brown, 13.02. So we'll be keeping an eye very much on how the order will be in terms of who is leading in the 100-meter races throughout the course of the afternoon here. Of course, as I said, 28 events as we head into section 3.
Merle Grove, Woolmers, Immaculate, Stets, Heidel, Alphonsus, Herbert Morrison, and Robert Lightbourne High School.
All right, so 5 getting in this event, and getting up very well was Immaculate Matt Donald, trapped on the inside by Merle Grove Johnson. Immaculate Donald continues to lead, but grabbing away the initiative now to take the win. It is Kaylee Johnson from Merle Grove out there in 13.10, the flash time. You know, in reading of negative 0.04, Kaylee Johnson, Merle Grove, 13.08. Sarah McDonald, Immaculate second, 13.19. And the SSC Gree Woolmer's third at 13.24. 5 competitors who face the starter there in section 3, the girls class 4, 100 meters.
All right, up next, we have in lane 1, Michaela Pusey from Excelsior, Tahara Temple from Alpha. Lane 3, we have Akelia Marks from Herbert Morrison. In lane 4, Ambrosia Allen from Vertec. In lane 5, we have Dejanelle Fraser from Stets. Lane 6, Carissa Johnson in Ferncourt. In lane 7, Davia Blake from St. Mary and Cole Arthur Forrester from St. Hughes. I'm seeing here that we have Tahara Temple as a non-starter. That leaves us with 7 athletes taking their marks at this moment.
Thank you very much, Chelsea, as they go to their marks for this 4th section of 28. In fact, there's another athlete that has been scratched as well. 6 facing the starter. Into their running, and Forrester gets up well. On the inside there is Marks from Herbert Morrison. On the inside is Fraser from Stets. It's going to be a close finish, but running very well in the outer lane there. Forrester St. Hughes coming through to take the win. 13.22. Carissa Johnson with the win, 13.21.
And as soon as the last girls have been out, the new girls are in. And we have in lane 1, Rachel Thomas from Alpha, Gabriella Williams from Ferncourt, Chrisanne Allen from Ardennes. Lane 4, we have Zara Callista Henry from Immaculate. In lane 5, we have Akira Fitzgerald from Gainstead. Lane 6, Ramona Foster from Stets. Petersfield has Kiara Hall in lane 7 and Masonia Martin from Excelsior in lane 8.
As they go to their mark, 7 facing the starter. We have Rashid
Zara
Thomas
Callister Henry is a non-starter in this race as well.
on their marks. Off into their running, getting up very well. It's Excelsior's Martin. It's now gonna be Blanket because Foster from Stets is there. So too Arden Allen and Fern Courts, but coming out down to the wire, and it's gonna be a victory for Ramona Foster from Stets. Close for the other placings, but that was Ramona Foster coming through with the win. Waiting the official time.
And today it has been such a fast-paced day, hasn't it?
It is.
The races are coming and going so quickly.
Thick and fast. Indeed.
All right, and we have the girls in the blocks already for this race. That's the final F. Fogo Road, Queens, Papine, Stets, Heidel, Knox, St. Andrew Tech in 7 and 8.
As they still try to sort out the placings in this race. Section 5, Class 4 girls, 100 meters. Think that is why this race is being held up. But actually they might just go straight into their running here. Section 6. Well,
some amount of discomfort there. They were told to stand. The girls are getting in the blocks once again.
And maybe they have been asked to stand as well because the timing system is still not yet ready for this race. Seeing the same time, 13.13 in the previous race. As they try to still sort out the placings, or maybe there's a technical issue with the timing system. So there's a pause for now.
And in that time, I will take this opportunity to let you guys know that we do have field activities going on. We have the pole vault as well as we have the high jump in both the girls class 2 and the boys class 1, I believe.
Yes, and I guess you'll be giving us what is happening so far in that race in terms of the summary so far in a short while.
We will
Who are
get
the
to that
respective
soon.
leaders. But still an issue here, apparently, with the system, and here is it now. Finally, coming through.
Oh,
Foster,
and it does seem as though
13.15.
we have a false start.
Zara Henry second, 13.24 from Immaculate. Foster Stets winning, 13.15. Kristen Allen Arden third, 13.30. And Ramona Foster Stets, 13.15. The winner there for the 5th section as we head into section 6. Class 4 girls, 100 meters. So as you heard, the high jump is currently on the way, as well as the pole vault. We'll have updates shortly for you. Try to be as comprehensive in our coverage as possible as they go to their marks yet again. And there
Another false start.
seems to be an issue.
There's a lot
the,
of noise in the stadium at the moment. The official just requested for the music to be turned down.
right.
The girls cannot hear.
And the slightest thing, you know, these athletes will trigger off. Off they go. And it's a level break. So, this is Knox's Mahalia Thomas. But she's now being overtaken by Dunkley from Stets, who steps away from the pack. Janique Dunkley comes through to take the win ahead of Mahalia Thomas from Knox. The flash time is 13.17. And the official time, 13.18. Mahalia Thomas Knox second, 13.39. Heaven Brandon St. Andrew Technical, 13.54. That was section 6 to class 4 girls, 100 meters. 28 races in this class alone here for the girls, 100 meters class 4 here at the Camperdown Classics 2025.
And as soon as one set is off, the next is in the blocks. And we have Kealia Brown from Dintil, Sandriana Rodney from Campion, Akila Fowler from Stets. In lane 4, we have Gabriel Vassell from Vertec, Tiana McDonald from Merle Grove. Aviano is a non-starter from lane 6. We have Ashley Ellis from York Castle in lane 7, and in lane 8 we have Kiara Cole from Excelsior.
6 facing the starter. Into their running, and Vassal from Veer gets up well, steps away from Fowler from Stets. She's now dominating this field. This is a youngster from Veer Technical, Gabriel Foster, and Vassal that is, and she's coming through to take the win, 12.99, dipping below 13 seconds. Vassal from Veer, reminding us that Veer was a former powerhouse in sprinting on the girls' side. Gabriel Vassell with the win, 13.02, the official time, so it's back over the 13-second mark. Second is Ashley Ellis from Veer, 13.55. From York Castle, actually, so Veer, Gabriel Vassell, the winner, 13.02. Ashley Ellis, York Castle second, 13.55. And Kyra Coyle from Excelsior third, 13.65. That was section 7.
And we have our next set lining up. Ferncourt, Excelsior, Camperdown, St. Catherine, Camperdown, Fogo Road, Holy Childhood, and St. Catherine. All on their marks.
A loaded field here. Into their running. On the outside is St. Catherine Coleman, but coming through on the inside now is Nakela Francis from Camperdown. She steps away from Excelsior's Grandison. They are trying to claw her in back, trying to reel her in. But she might have held on to take the win. Nakela Francis from Camperdown. Grandison was closing as well.
So Lisa Dawkins of St. Catherine got the win here, 13.5.
Actually, it was Dawkins who got the win for St. Catherine ahead of Grandison from Excelsior, and Thomas in a very close finish, 13.57 to 13.58.
And just like that, we're back again with a new set. St. Catherine, in lane 1 we have Kimisha Brailsford. In lane 2 we have Lemora Smith from St. Mary. Tayaka Jackson from St. Hugh's in lane 3. In lane 4 we have Shamara Lee from Camperdown. Mardiana McCoy from Alpha. Zia Diana Houghton from St. Mary. Shanique Roberts from Tarrant, and Shania Dunn from Petersfield in lane 8.
So this is section 9 of 28. And a fall to start there as they step out. Their blocks returning once again. Section 9. Another full field here as they are off into their running. Samara Lee from Camperdown gets up well. On the outside there is Roberts from Tarrant, who is running very well. Battle between Lee on the inside, and on the outside there, Roberts from Tarrant with the win. 13.23 and a negative 1.5 win reading. Samara Lee second, 13.23. Third is Lemora Smith St. Mary, 13.67. Those are your top three. Shanique Roberts from Tarrant, the winner. Section 9, 13.16.
And we have a new set of girls in the blocks. In lane 1, we have from Manchester, Athalia Walters. In lane 2, we have Sade Campbell from Sydney Pagan. Nalia Elliott from Manchester High. Cassania Dennison from Petersfield. In lane 5, we have Chloe A. Taylor from Gainstead. Ooh, we actually have a lot of non-starters. Petersfield is a non-starter. Gainstead is a non-starter. Robert Lightbourne High School is a non-starter, as well as Queens. And those are from lanes 4 through 7.
So 4 alone in this event. Manchester's Natalia Elliott gets up well, pulling away from the others, Sydney Pagan, Sadie Campbell, and Walters from Manchester. And coming through now with the win, Nalia Elliott, Manchester, 13.41 the flash time. 13.41 the official time for Nalia Elliott, Manchester, winning section 10, class 4 girls, 100 meters ahead of Atelia Walters of Manchester, 13.68, and Sadie Campbell, Sydney Megan, 13.97.
And the next set is lining up already. From Ardennes, we have Leah Marie Campbell. Stairtown, we have Samoya Scott. Trishani Bent from Manchester. Safia Hall from Excelsior. Kisani Graham from Manchester. Myra Byfield from Oberlin. In lane 7, Amoya Baker from Stets. And in lane 8, Abriana Hyatt from Excelsior. They're going as quickly as they're coming, and the times that they're doing is really, really well. They're doing such splendid time for this class.
This is a class where this is the, in local parlance, a teething process for them, their high school initiation. And this is the event in which they set their platform off into their running. Safia Hall from Excelsior gets up well. On the outside there is Baker from Stets, closing inside as well. Graham from Manchester. It's going to be a close finish. And it's going to be Amoya Baker from Stets coming through with the win. 13.56 the flash time.
13.57 the time on the clock.
Official time for Anoya Baker from Stets, 13.57. A negative 0.9 win reading. Tishona Bent from Manchester second, 13.68. And Leah Campbell third. So your winner, Amoya Baker Stets, 13.57. Section 11.
And we're off to final K, where we had Amoya Baker winning and Trishani Bent coming in second. We also had Campbell coming in third place
Section 12.
with 13.92.
As they go to their marks for this 12th section, or section L, if you prefer to choose the alphabet.
Section L, Ferncourt,
Into their
York
running,
Castle.
and Holy Charlotte Shaw gets up well. Beside her is Petersfield Campbell, Ibanks York Castle. Close going on the outside there is Carney from Pepin. On the inside there is Petersfield, Shanila McKenzie, and she comes through to take the win. The youngster from Petersfield, Shanila McKenzie, 13.72. A competitive race up to about the final 5 meters. And Shanila McKenzie comes through to take the win, 13.74. Ahead of Shani Carney Pepin, 13.91. With Rashida Edwards Ferncourt, 13.93.
Carney of Pepin 13.91 and Edwards of Ferncourt 13.93 is third.
And in section M, we have from Excelsior, Jada Graham, Holy Childhood, Marla Miller, Clancarthy High School, Calissa Cole, St. Hughes in lane 4, Brianna Bennett, Cassidy Lewis is a non-starter from Excelsior. We have Carice Williams from St. Hughes in lane 6, lane 7, Komoya Scarborough, Excelsior.
Off into their running, and it's a close break. Now coming through, we have St. Hughes, Barnett, Miller, Holy Childhood. On the inside now, Jada Graham from Excelsior, who snatches the lead, but it's still going to be a close one, and Campbell holds on for the win from Excelsior. 13.93 for Jada Graham from Excelsior with the win. In lane 1, second was Carice Williams and Hughes, 14.10. Third, Marla Miller, 14.17. Section 13 of 28.
I can only imagine the anxiety that these athletes must be facing, seeing these races go by so quickly, thinking they have time to really get their mind right, and they're already in the blocks before
definitely,
they know it.
Definitely, and they only have like one breezing out before they actually have to get behind their blocks.
Well, in the blocks currently, we will be seeing Ashara Campbell from Oberlin, Tish Ajay McDonald from Oberlin as well, Erica Daniels from Gainstead, Jaylene Ingram from Queens, Oshawa Levy from Marymount, Tony Ann Foster from Holy Childhood, Dejanay Ingram from Queens, and Tara Lee Taylor from Papine. We actually have 3 non-starters, Oberlin, Queens, and Papine.
6 of them facing the starter. And that was the youngster from Marymount, Levy. Now closing on the inside there is Daniels from Gainstead. And they are going now down to the wire. And Erica Daniels comes through with a win for Gainstead High. 13.92 for Erica Daniels. Negative 2.8 win reading. Ochana Levy in Marymount second, 14.01. And Tony and Foster third, Holy Childhood 14.11. Erica Daniels from Gainstead the winner, 13.92 after 14 sections.
All right, and we have the girls preparing, doing their quick sprints from the O final. From Mona, we have Danisha Lynch. From Fogo Road, we have Malaysia Williams. Arden gives us Aliyah Young. From Papine, we have Tatiana Thompson. Marissa Drummond from Fogo Road. In lane 6, we have Calais Mills from Papine and Sapphire Wright from Camperdown. No one for us in lane 8. The girls are on their marks.
So we have said over 135 races this afternoon. It'll actually be over 150 races, 28 in the class 4 girls alone, off into their running. Getting up very well. It is on the outside, Camperdown's right. On the inside now is Drummond from Fogo Road. On the inside too is Arden's Young. Papine Mills close, going down to the wire. And coming through to take the win is Marisa Drummond from Fogo Road. Marisa Drummond with the win.
Negative 2.7 meters per second.
14.02 in a negative 2.7 win reading. Tatiana Thompson Papine second, 14.11. Third place going to Denisha Lynch Mona, 14.38.
Okay, that brings us to final P. In lane 1, we have Rashida Reed from Queens. Also from Queens, we have Michaela Brown. From Happy Grove, in lane 3, we have Talitha Ross. From Queens, again, we have Lashana Matthews. From Greater Portmore, in lane 5, we have Sharika Robinson. Lane 6, Clarissa Edwards from Greater Portmore. Lane 7, we have Santina Barrett from St. Catherine. And in lane 8, we have Diagene Cox from Excelsior.
Thanks, Chelsea, as they go to their marks. 4 of them alone. Or 5, actually, off into their running. Getting up well is Excelsior's DeAngel Cox. Trapped now by Barrett from St. Catherine. Closing in there is Clarissa Edwards from Greater Portmore. But coming through now is Santina Barrett from St. Catherine. And she comes through to take the win. Santina Barrett with the win, 13.87. In this 16 section, class 4 girls, 100 meters, negative 2.5 win reading.
Greater Portmore and Cox of Excelsior 14.23 being third. So 12.60 seconds courtesy of Dave Bartley in the first section. Leaves loose at the moment. Just ahead of Ashley Winty, her teammate.
As we stand by for section 17 or
Yes.
Q if you're into the alphabet.
Okay, we have Gabrielle Dawes from KTHS, Salika Highview from Alpha, Oberlin, Abriana West.
So it's a level break. The Queens, Everett. On the inside now is Brooks from Oberlin. Brooks from Oberlin. Alina Bress. And she comes through, 13.95. Her teammate Alexia Simonis looks to have taken second spot as well. So it's a 1-2 for Oberlin.
Abriana West in first place with 13.96. Alexia Zimenez with 14.59.
And Oberlin, a former Eastern Championships powerhouse. And they are here rebuilding, as I been reliably informed.
And at third place, we had Shaquilia Mullings with 14.76.
Section 18, Section R. Coming up, Class 4 girls, 100 meters.
Meadowbrook, Papine, Excelsior, Greater Portmore, Happy Grove, Ascot, Papine, and Ardennes, all in the blocks.
Oh.
And a false start.
Well,
the girls have been instructed to get up.
The youngster looks to be from Happy Grove, jumping the gun. Not certain if she'll get a break or a bly. Let's see. Last week at the youngster Goldsmith, we saw a lot of chances being given.
The officials have been extending a lot of grace to our athletes. You know, it's a lot of nerves, as we were mentioning before. You know, it's a lot going on, and the races are going by very quickly. So we're extending them grace at this time.
Indeed.
Let's see what the officials have to say.
I remember last week, even though some of them got chances, they were still ended up disqualified. So let's hope that's not the case this week here at the Camperdown Classics. And the 20th staging, as we see the official coming across. And she has been given the yellow card, a warning card. As they go back to their marks. Moore, Meadowbrook, Thompson, Papine, Cockburn, Excelsior, Allen, Greater Portmore, Pierre, Happy Grove, Green, Ascot, Dunn, Papine, Chamberlain, Ardennes. A full field here for this section 18 of 28. Class 4 girls, 100 meters. This time it's a clean break. And getting up very well is Cockburn, Excelsior. Papine's Lotte, Thompson are there. Also is Chamberlain from Ardennes, and Destiny Chamberlain will come through to take the win. Close battle for second. Excelsior, Cockburn, and Allen from Greater Portmore for the second. But it's Destiny Chamberlain with the win. Out there in lane 8, 14.19. Leandra Cockburn, Excelsior second, 14.65. And third, Fendi Allen, Greater Portmore, 14.67, heading into section 19.
And while we wait on the official times, we have the lineup for Final S. That's Shri Spence from Clarendon in lane 1, Jalika Foster, from Clarendon as well. Lane 3, we have Tamika Gordon, Meadowbrook, J. Dean Reed from Mount St. Joseph, Zelia Barnes from Dunoon Park Technical High School, Tasna Jones from Kingston High. From Kingston High again, we have Odana Hemmings and Devonique Peart from Clarendon.
Into their running and getting up very well. Foster Clarendon. Beside her, it's Spence from Clarendon as well. But on the outside, it's Devonique Peart from Clarendon. It's going to be a 1, 2, 3 for Clarendon, with Devonique Christina Peart winning ahead of Jalika Foster and Cherie Spence, 13:40. A trifecta there for Clarendon College. In this section S.
They must be very proud. All right. We have Final T. They are warming up in the blocks. Kingston High gives us Shamara Dushing, Sharice Stiff from Meadowbrook. Lane 3, we have Anika Brown from BB Coke, Kaylee Stewart from Folger Road. Clarendon High gives us Taniqua Moulton. Delicia Spencer from Holy Childhood. Sydney Pagan gives us Kay Janae Medley and Naomi Gale from Ardennes in lane 8.
This is the 20th section, the Class 4 girls, 100 meters. Of course, you're viewing and listening. Action here at the Camperdown Classics on StrideVisionTV. Welcome to Sports TV.
Was that mine? It was a bunch.
This is section 20. into their running.
Off and running.
Fogar Road Stewart gets up well. Outside of her is Moulton Clarendon. Spencer from Holy Childhood. Tanika Moulton now, Clarendon College now. She steps away from Stewart from Fogar Road, coming through, and this looks to be the fastest time so far, 12:59.
Let's see if that is the final time it is, and that's the fastest time recorded so far.
So the fastest time of the day recorded in this race. Tanika Moulton from Clarendon College, 12:59. No doubt this time will surge to the top of the leaderboard here in Class 4. Tanika Moulton from Clarendon, 12:59. Second, Kaylee Stewart, Fogar Road, 13:10. And Cajun Medley, Sydney Pagan, third, 13:63.
All right, we have the final U going up. And let me just announce the contenders in this race. We have Kyla Johnson from Ardennes in lane 1. Lane 2, Cassandra Francis from Dunoon Park Technical High School. Shaniqua Forbes from Tarrant. Shanine Newell from BB Coke. Kimanda Grant from Anchovy. Adriana Henry from Camperdown. From Excelsior, Christina Clark and Simoya Hunter from Bridgeport.
Section 21, Bridgeport's Excelsior's Christina Clark takes the lead, but trying to fight her there in lane 3 is Coke's Newell, but Christina Clark from Excelsior holds on for the win. 13.67, negative 1.6, section 21.
The time given to Clark of Excelsior, Francis of the Park Technical, 14 seconds flat. And Adriana Henry of Camperdown, 14:20.
So Tanika Moulton on top of the leaderboard, 12:59. She's ahead of Danny Bartley from Vere, 12:60. And Ashley Montague, Vere Technical, 12:61. Those are on the podium right now. Tanika Moulton leading 12:59.
All right, and then we have a final V or lineup. Christina Richards from Stets, Kitalia Henry from Camperdown, Arden, Azealia Bedward, Evanique Hitchman,
As they are now having the official opening with the national anthem, we pause.
Keep us free from evil powers. Be our light through countless hours. To our leaders, great defender, grant true wisdom from above. Justice, truth be ours forever, Jamaica, the land we love. Jamaica, 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 land we love. Teach us true respect for all. Stir response to duty's call. Strengthen us the weak to cherish. Give us vision lest we perish. Knowledge send us, Heavenly Father, grant true wisdom from above. Justice, truth be ours forever, Jamaica, land we love. Jamaica, 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 land we love.
All right, the national anthem there, signaling the official opening here of the 20th staging of the Camperdown Classics. As we get prepared for section 22.
And let's just finish that lineup that we had going. In lane 5, continuing, we have Evanique Hitchman from Bishop Gibson High School for Girls. In lane 6, we have Jamia Jackson from the Noon Park Technical High School. In lane 7, we have Alania Beckford from St. Mary. In lane 8, we have Alexia Walcott from Greater Portmore High.
Thank you, Mr. Spence. And now with the welcome, it's Camille Walters, the chairman of the organization.
And I'm kind of a bit surprised that they are having the opening ceremony during this Class 4 race, as the girls who are standing in their blocks will no doubt be discombobulated after our time, standing and waiting. Maybe it would have been a better idea to have this ceremony at the end of the 28 races here in Class 4. But not certain why they did this, but that's the reality right now. But we have been seeing some fine sprinting from the Class 4 youngsters at Chelsea. We just saw the last race with the fastest time of the day, coming from Tanika Moulton from Clarendon, on the top of the leaderboard right now with 12.59. Fastest time of the day so far. Ahead of Danny Bartley from there, 12.60. And Ashley Montague from there, 12.61. Those are on top of the leaderboard right now with Tanika Moulton from Clarendon leading, and it appears that the girls have been asked to go back from whence they came. Maybe they are heading back over to the call room or something like that, as we see a new set of girls coming through. Class 3 girls. And maybe they'll run those races, the remainder. I think it would have been, what, 4 more races in Class 4? They were down to section 22. In fact, 6 more races in Class 4. So those remaining are heading back to their bases. But we have seen the Class 3 girls coming forward, and in that event we'll be having 14 races for the Class 3 girls. Close to 150 races overall in the 100 meters today. It's gonna be, as we said earlier, a festival of sprinting throughout the course of the afternoon. And why not, when you have a Camperdown Classics, why not have a festival of sprinting? Because this event, Chelsea, would have been what put Camperdown, maybe you're too young to know, but that put Camperdown on the map in terms of formerly known as the Sprint Factory.
Right.
Were you aware of that?
Yes,
that they were
we are.
formerly called?
Yes.
We are? That's what they said?
Yes, yes.
You are a Camperdown person?
No, I'm not a Camperdown person,
Okay.
but I'm fully aware of their
Of the history.
formidable history. You know, they have a long-standing history of producing greats. So we really can't deny them, despite the fact that they have not been such a, quote-unquote name brand in the competitions these days. They're undisputed.
Definitely. Camperdown, no doubt, would have brought to the world sprinters such as the great Donald Quarry,
All right.
Olympic champion.
Right now, since we're on a small break, we're going to be focusing on the girls' high jump. There, I believe that we just saw Christina Clark.
of bliss. We accept every single race. Paradise is the name. Come over and you will fall in love. I should say, have a special time of the year where we just get away. Most beautiful display.
Barbados is a beautiful island in the Caribbean that represents many things for many people. It is the perfect holiday getaway, a foodie paradise, the birthplace of rum, and the home of Rihanna. Welcome to Barbados.
First, I must say,
All right, folks, we are back. You are looking at the girls from the high jump.
determining what the criteria was. One, you must be a Camperdown Classics student.
Those girls are Zori Swaby from Vertec. She's about to take her next jump.
I have not done so. Then kind of stretch it a little because, I was the chef of this young of a curricular team. I don't think that counts, but I think they do really well. I'm a person who is a stickler for rules and regulations. It has really kept me on my mind. But we don't want to be high and mighty because tomorrow we may fall back on the field. So, as a Christian, I know I can beg forgiveness. Right? I can beg forgiveness for myself for accepting the Lord that I'm not qualified for, and forgiveness for those who decided to be the truth.
So this is section 22, class 4 girls. Off and running. Beckford Samir gets up well. Inside her is Hitchman from Bishop Gibson. Inside of her as well is Christina Richards from Stets on the inner lane. They are battling down to the wire and coming through to take the win.
Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen.
Jamea Jackson looks to be from Dunoon Technical. And Hitchman Bishop Gibson comes through 1382. Christina Reynolds second 1391. And Jamea Jackson Dunoon 14.26. That was section 22, the girls class 4 100 meters. We had a pause a short while ago for the opening ceremony, or the official ceremony, signaling and recognizing Camperdown Classics. Also made a presentation during that ceremony to the founding chairman of the Camperdown Classics, Mrs. Cynthia Cook, former principal. And she was this year's honoree in the 20th staging of the event. As we head over to section 23, class 4 girls, 100 meters, you have listed Malcolm from Ardennes, off and running. Camperdown's Amor Brown gets up well. The Queen's John Nay Reed, Jonelle Malcolm of Ardennes, she steps away from the pack. Hermit from Clarty on the outside, but running away with a big win. Jonelle Malcolm, 13.46 from Ardennes. Ardennes with the win. Jonelle Malcolm, section 23. Girls class 4, 100 meters. (13.70) official time for Malcolm from Ardennes. Hermit 14.67, and Reed from BB Coke 15.10, section 23. Section 24 coming up. Jada Brown, Cloncarthy, Jadine Ingram, the Queens, Shanice Clark, Maximum Momentum Track Club, Holly Road, Bridgeport. And we saw Jadine Ingram being scratched, so too Kimika Brooks Dental and Shanika Henry from Mavis Bank. 5 facing the starter. Off into their running. Petersfield's Sashana Quarry gets up well, steps away from Holly Rowe, Clark and Brown and the others. It's all about the youngster from Petersfield showing strong run here from the youngster Sashana Quarry from Petersfield. 13.39 for the win. Sashana Quarry
1.4 meters per second with speed.
Takes the win. Section 24. Waiting the official time. 13.38 for Quarry. 13.38 from Petersfield. Sashana Quarry second. Jada Brown Cloncarthy 14.03. And Shanice Clark Maximum Momentum 14.55. That was section 24. Section 25 coming up. As we remind you that your view StrideVisionTV, welcome to Sports TV. Samoya Mitchell, Maximum Momentum. Taria Richards, Petersfield. Chambers from Dintil into their running. Level break on the outside. There is Carmack from Gainstead. Beside her, Imani Green from Steer Town. And they're running very well. And coming through to take the win. Imani Green, Steer Town, beside her Wilson and Cormac. Imani Green, Steer Town with the win, 13.90. Imani Green with the win. Section 25, 13.90. Natasha Cormac gains at second, 14.17. Melissa Dobbs, Bridgeport third, 14.26. Section 26 coming up. or if you're into the alphabet, we are at the last letter of the alphabet, section 26, section Z. They'll go over into section AA and section BB. 28 races off into their running. So breaking away is Jakes from Veer Technical. Beside her, Leong unattached. Clark, maximum momentum. On the inside there is Kyler there from Dintil coming through. But coming through to take the win, Jakes. Shania Jakes from Veer Technical, 14:01. 14:01 for Jakes. Shania Jakes, 14:01. Second, Kamoya Palmer, unattached, 14:36. And Shantika Leong, also unattached. She was third, 14.45. So Jakes on Veer with the win. Section 26, or the final letter of the alphabet, as we head over into a new cycle of counting. Section 27, or section AA. Lot of 100-meter races this afternoon here at the Camperdown Classics. Over 150, factoring in all the classes. We have Ashley Wilson Mona, Ashante Saman Veer, Alicia Dunbar Oberlin. And on the outer lanes, we have Samara Samuels, maximum momentum, getting up very well. Salmon from Veer gets up well, steps away. On the outside, there is Sir Keena Peterkin from Manchester. But flying right now, for the moment, is Ashante Salmon from Veer. And she comes through to take the win, 12.82. She also dips below 13 seconds. Ashanti Salmon from Veer. 12.85, one of the top times, but I don't think that time will get her on the podium. Ashanti Salmon from Veer, 12.85. Second, Sakina Pritchkin, Manchester, 13.18. Negative 0.9 win reading for section 27, class 4 girls, 100 meters. The penultimate section that was, and we're heading into the final section, section 28, or section BB. Class 4 girls, 100 meters.
The event is sponsored by Sports Source.
We have Sashane Dawkins, Alphonsus Davis, Ryan Kelly, Robert Lightburn, Nikira Sinclair, Herbert Morrison, Accra Dickens, Mona, Kristen Linton, Herbert Morrison, Onella Campbell, Alphonsus Davis, and Raquel Blake Dentil, your listed competitors. I've seen one or two empty lanes. Anything, but we need her to.
How are you doing?
I'm fine. We're doing after this race, we'll just have a little conversation.
Where are you lady? That was down there. No. She was asking me to.
And we have with us standing by the founding chairperson for the Camperdown Classics. We'll have a few words with her after this race. And in between a couple of races, we have a lot to speak about. Right, Madam Principal?
Former.
We still say principal, whether you're former or not. Mrs. Cynthia Cook, and she's standing by to speak with us. Once you're a principal, that title goes with you right through.
I have a pet peeve with this chairperson thing. If it's a man, them say chairman, and if it's a woman, them say chairperson. What does that mean?
I don't know.
What on earth does that mean?
Well, is person a separate gender?
So what do
Possibly.
you call a man chairperson?
I don't know.
You see, it is the name of the position. The name of the position is chairman. So anybody who fills the position is chairman.
All right, Mrs. Cook. And since they're holding her, I want to say, they're still holding the race. I want to say congratulations on being this year's honoree.
Don't qualify.
Why you said not qualified?
Because I am a part of that, and I'm a part of the committee that crafted the criteria.
It doesn't matter.
It matters because I'm a stickler for rules,
All right, we're going to talk about
This is so, then we have to abide by it.
All right, we're going to talk about it. The principal in Madam Cook coming out. So off and running. So on the outside there is Blake from Dintil. Inside of her is Francis from Alphonsus Davis. Also Dawkins from Kelly for Robert Lightburn. Holding on, it is Francis from Alphonsus Davis. 13.57, the final heat in the girls class 4, 100 meters. So we're speaking with this year's honorary founding chairperson. We can debate that, madam, but this has been an event going on over 20 years and time really fly. I just can remember this event started just yesterday, basically.
Well, if you're my age, it seems like yesterday. Because the older you get is the more the years fly. I mean, Christmas used to take long to come when you're a child, but as you grow older, every minute it comes now. But it started, I think most people know how it started. Glenn Mills and I, who have been friends for many years, and we felt that, Camperdown is a big thing in track and field and we should have a track meet, but we couldn't find a venue. And we walked all over the place looking for a venue until at one time we felt we should just go throws and do it down at Bellevue. And then I remember we approached Eagle Merchant and they were willing to sponsor if we could get a venue. Still didn't get a venue, and then Stadium East came.
We have the girls.
All right, just hold it there. So Stadium East
Class
came in
3.
too. We're going to take this first race in the class
Final A.
3 event. Gabrielle Morgan from Vertical. Beside her is Sierra Williams from Woolmers. Outside of her is Gardner from Woolmers as well as Mary Shanian Smith coming through now. Ferncourt Rihanna Scott comes through 12:09, the fastest time of the day so far. So you finally got Stadium East.
Yes, and Stadium East came in at a very good time because ISA was now requesting, and being a part of ISA, we were requesting good times that were, approved by ISA. Not where two people have two pieces of board and put some chalk on it and clap it and they feel downhill and so on, and they give that as a qualifying time. So we need to have good qualifying times, and the number of meets were not enough for the number of schools that would need that facility. You have Morant Bay and you have Stets and basically about that alone. JC was one of the downhill thing and so on. So we decided and we got a date and we used Stadium East, although it was the same date as the Western Relay, but we felt that it was a different kind of meet, so we would not be competing.
All right, so the story gets even more intriguing as to the growth of the Camperdown Classics. We're speaking with the founding chairperson. She insists it's chairman. Abigail Brown from Immaculate. Michaela James Yorkcastle off into their running, getting up well. Harris from Alpha. Beside her, McLean Fogle Road. Clemona Roberts from Heidel. Close battle between McLean and Roberts. Roberts steps away. And Roberts Hold on.
In section 2,
It's McLean with the win, Fogar Road.
Down 12.34. From McLean, Harrison second at 12.56.
12.34 with the win. Shamika McLean from Fogar Road. Yes, ma'am.
Yes, so as I said, we started, and because me easy to shame, and Coach Mills gave us a meet director, Garth Gill, and we set about organizing this meet because we had a date and everything, so we know we needed sponsors. And one of the things I did was go to every single track meet and interview the officials and everybody to make sure that what we are doing is what people want and like.
All right, so we continue to tell the story of the growth of the Camperdown Classics with the founding chairman, Mrs. Cynthia Cook, as they go to their marks. We have Stuart Stets, Edwards, York Castle, Ross Alpha, Robinson, Heidel, off into their running. On the outside there, Arian Nelson from Heidel. In the middle of the pack is Robinson and Marston from Knox. Blanket finishes approaching. There is Wilson from Alpha, and Wilson wins it. Sienna Wilson, and almost blanket finish.
That's the flash time.
And holding off
Negative 2.3 meters per second.
Heidel's Robinson. 12.46 for the win for Sienna Wilson. Yes, ma'am.
Yes. So it was surprising to us that as we traveled all over the island, visiting the meets, getting feedback from the participants, the biggest problem was food. Everybody spoke about food. Food later, the food not enough, or the food not nice, and that was the most difficult part for everybody. So we know that food was going to be our main item in planning the meet.
Are we going to pick up on that food argument? Often running for section 4. And in there is Roland Mills from Heidel. Beside her, Nisa McDonald from Heidel too. And on the inside there is Yolande Mills and Leona Scarlett winning. Tysia McDonald from Heidel, section 4, 12.67 for the win. Second, Yolande Mills Heidel as well, 12.87. And Williston Merriman third, 12.99. So you had a food issue as you began to plan the event.
Yes, so we make sure that we had enough food. And even when we came, we got other people asking for food. So although the food was sponsored, we send and buy more food because we wanted nobody to complain about food. It must be on time, it must be enough, and it must be tasty. So we thought that because we are not relays, all the equipment will be here for high jump and all those things and hurdles. Backside in the night, we hear that all of those things gone to Western.
Whoa, so you book up a challenge immediately.
Yes.
We're going to talk about that. The first time of asking, you had a serious challenge. Off and running. So, Malia Reid, Dintil, Williams, Manchester, Poonal, St. Ange Technical, Adriana Harris, Camperdown, close going. Camperdown Harris comes through, close, a battle between Reid and Harris. Blanket finished 12.83 is the time, the flash time. And they'll take some time to sort that out. Harris with the win. The youngster from Camperdown coming through. Harris, yes man, so you had a challenge the very first time of asking.
Yes, and as I say, easy to shame. So the night I said, we want to have the hurdles put out, we want to have the high jump bag put out. It's a good thing we did that because we had to go and borrow high jump equipment from other schools, and I had to go in a little bar nearby and find the man who with the hurdles to put up the hurdles and wait until him done drink and come over here and we put up the hurdles, and a sleepless night, come back 6 o'clock in the morning to make sure that everything was okay. And we were rated the best run meet for the year. We didn't even know that them have that, but after the year, the best run by the J3.
Wow, when you had people like Card Gill and Glenn Mills and yourself as administrator, wow. First time of asking, off and running. So we had Alpha, Salome Berry, Inside there is Gordon from St. Mary. There's also Baker from Merle Grove. Mosquito from there. Close going. It's going to be a blanket. And it looks to be a Zan from Clarendon. Zan from Clarendon takes the win.
Negative 0.9 meters per second of the wind speed.
Indeed.
Azan 1267 of Clarendon.
Ashika Azan 1267. Seishaka Gordon second 1274. And Mosquito from there 1280. So best run meet, first time of asking, that must have been some motivation for you.
We didn't know until the next year.
Well, even that.
But it felt good because we had a large number of athletes and schools, and many of the schools had stopped going to Montego Bay because of cost, you know. So they found a home at Camperdown Classic.
Indeed. And we'll pick up on that as we have Honeygun from Manchester, Gordon Campion, Parchment Maggoty, Green from Ferncourt. I'm certain our viewers, listeners are intrigued with the story behind the Camperdown Classics in between races. Off and running, level break. There is Bolton from St. Catherine. Beside her, Patterson, Alphonsus Davis. Bridget from Stets. Alphonsus Davis, Pearson, Patterson that is. She takes the lead and she's striding away. Arms pumping to take the win. 12:58 could be one of the fastest times today. 12:58 for Jadine Patterson. 12:60, one of the fastest times today. Not certain where that stands on the leaderboard for now, but 13:02 for Parchment Maggoty and 13:18 for Honeygun from Manchester. Yes, ma'am.
Yes, so we have progressed. This is our 20th staging. I have yielded the chairman of the organizing committee to a younger person because we have many of those who were at the first one still there, and we think that for it to continue, you can't have me who can go at any time, you know?
Yeah.
Because I can tell you, last week I drank some gungo soup Thursday night, Friday night I eat the leftovers, a calf all night, Saturday morning a calf, and nearly dead. Oh, Papa Peas!
All right, so, all right, off and running. Maggoty is right. Thorpe from Gainshead, Sidney Pagan from Graham. Graham, Sidney Pagan, and she's holding on. Closing on the inside there was St. Catherine. But Kemoya Graham with the win, 13:21, Section 8. Class 3 girls, 100 meters. So you have yielded the chairmanship of the event, and I'm certain that those that are taking the baton will continue to do an excellent work that no doubt you and your team would have been doing over the years.
Yes, you choose the people you think are most able, and like fine wine, they have been getting there, you know. And as I tell you, when that piece come out of my throat, whole a piece, you know, no teeth mark, no nothing. So I could have died, and the diagnosis would be stop breath. So you need to put, you know, things in place so for people to, and I think they're doing well, and I'm happy to see that we have 20 years long now.
But I tell you, I can't just remember. It's like it was yesterday for me, so that sure that I'm also getting on in age. Chantel Brown, I'm Ari Small. Last time off and running. So out there is Joseph from Immaculate, and she takes to the lead. Papine is Shauna Phillips, Williams from Oberlin. Gonna be a close finish on the inside, running very well too. The youngster from Clarendon, but it's all about 12:92. And the winner, Gordon, for the win from St. Hughes, 12:95. A lot of persons, Mrs. Cook, might think that Camperdown, they're kind of surprised that they came late to the party in terms of having an event such as this, bearing in mind the history and the tradition of the school formerly. Well, some people say, might still say the Spring Factory, but a school that has done so well in track and field over the years.
Coming late is not really coming late, because remember, facilities play a very important part. And if you know Camperdown High School, If you know Camperdown High School,
Yes.
the football field is not even a full football field, and then to run around that. So we don't have the facilities, and yet still we were able to do so well,
Yes.
which is remarkable.
In sports, because we're going to talk about that. Camperdown in sports, off and running. So level break. Outside there is Brown from Stets. There is Belair's Krista Brown, Beermont Roden, Blair from Alpha. But it's all about the youngster from Belair, Krista Gay Brown, coming through 12.74. One of the top times as well. Maybe putting her in the top 10. 12.78 for Krista Gay Brown, 12.78. Madam, you'd have been at Camperdown in what many persons might say a golden age. You have won schoolboy football, you have produced outstanding world-class sprinters, maybe in basketball as well. We know Camperdown do well in multiple sports, but that golden, people might say it was a golden era for Camperdown. How would you describe that?
When you had people like Donald Corr at school, right? Camperdown had 300 odd students. So it means the number of boys were just over 100, and that spread out from first to sixth form. So most boys did football, track and field, and cricket. Everybody, you know. A second 11 is not really available.
Off and running. There is Lamont from there. Steps away. Ferron from Stets tries to follow her. On the outside there is Manchester's Walters. There, Lamont. Stubborn Stets. On the outside though, close is Walters from Manchester. Comes through with the win. 13.01 the flash time for Walters. Onelia Walters from Manchester. Negative 0.6. 13.02 for Onelia Walters from Manchester. Lamont Veer second. 13.13. Yes, ma'am.
For instance, like basketball. When I introduced basketball, I think it was the president at the time, somebody came and asked us if we could introduce basketball. And we said, let's probably try work it out in the canteen. And then we put up a little basketball court, a half of a court we could manage. And so when they went to the first match, the guy turned back around and scored in his own goal, in his own basket. So, and that year, I think we came second.
Yeah,
the first year in basketball, we got people who got scholarship, Mugabe Thomas.
Yes, Mugabe Thomas,
yes,
remember that name, yes.
Those are good days. I mean, we have the talent, it's just that the facilities we don't have.
And you have some names, we're going to call some names that came out through your hands. All right, off and running. Here's the Holy Childhood. York Castles Hussein. On the inside now, it is Dintel's Levine Atkinson. It's going to be a close finish, trying to close his more from Gainstead and coming through to take the win.
So who's in from York Castle?
Who's in from York Castle? 13.37 for Hussein. When we talk about persons like Raymond Strutt, Mugabe Thomas, Ricardo Fuller, Waver Hines, Peter Cargill, that a number of names that came up through your hands. You want to talk to us about, and there are many more.
I'm in touch with most of them still.
Yes.
You know, the thing is, in all my working years, from I went to school in 61 until I left there in December 2009, it's only 9 years I was not at Camperdown.
You started Camperdown at when?
In 1961, January.
Really?
So I've been at Camperdown all my life.
From before independence?
Yes.
And you don't look normal.
I've been
what are you drinking? What drinking from the fountain of youth or something? Really? All right. Into there running for section M. Lewis from St. Catherine on the outside. 2 steps away. Beside her is Jones from Stets. Merkel Silveria. Closing on the inside is the youngster from St. Hughes. It's going to be a close finish, very close. Hughes on the inside was there. There is St. Catherine, Lewis, Shelley and Lewis. And it was also close behind her. And Smith getting the win, 13.39. Silvera Mergrove second, 13.44, 13.46. So, Madam Principal, you'd have been basically right. You started with the school?
Look like a barn and grow there. And you know, just up the road, my mother said that's where she was living when I was born.
As a Rallington Town man myself, as born and bred Rallington Town.
Camperdown Road is
Yes,
where I was born.
I used to pass Camperdown every day.
Yes.
Yeah, man, I'm a Rallington Town man, so yeah. Off and running.
So section N on
So, Petersfield's Campbell. Beside her, Ascot's Wilson. So, the young from Petersfield continues to hold on. Ashika Campbell, and she's holding on. Wilson.
It's like Ashika Campbell show 13.
Ashika Campbell with the win.
Just for second headwind. Wilson 13.88.
So you remember even the early days of Donald Quarry?
He was in the class below me.
Oh?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, so you were there at the birth of the renaissance of Camperdown sports.
Yes, dude, we came third in champs, you know.
Yeah.
And I tell you, we only had 100 and something boys. Not like them big schools and those schools that had all boys and so. We should have come first one year, you know.
Yes, I heard about that year.
I don't even want to talk
Tell me about that year.
When we had champs down at Sabina Park, and then withdraw the throwing and thing and carry it down to a field that was...
Hold on, because that was during the streak of KC 14 straight. So I want to talk about that. We heard about that year when Camperdown should have won and it didn't happen. And it assisted in KC's 14 streak. Off and running, well, just about getting on the way into their running, and they do so now. There is Tatius Golding, Thomas, Anchovies, Khaleesi Williams, King from Kingston Technical, and Fraser from Tarrant. She steps away now, Lequina Fraser, 1381 for the win. Leniqua Fraser from Tarrant with the win. Yes, ma'am, that year, you remember that year? I think it was around 1970 or 71 or 69, one of them, I don't know, but I heard about it in the history books. It was one of those years.
I remember they said that they were at Sabina Park,
Yes.
right? And in the Nicodemus kind of thing, they moved the throws down to KC.
They moved the throws down to KC.
And then some people who should have won didn't win, and it affected the points.
And affected the points.
Because you know, Camperdown.
I can imagine how you guys behaved that year.
The majority of the points that Camperdown get were usually from
On the track.
on the sprints.
And the sprints particularly.
We say sprints.
Yes.
Right? So really is class one. We're going to win everything in class one. So
Sweep and
those
everything.
things were banked.
I have something in my bantering game. So with that 14th streak, thank for that information. There's man from Meadowbrook, Lewis also from Meadowbrook, as well as Anthem Rose, who steps to the front. Shaim Rose, Anthem out of St. James comes through with the win, 1375. So they took the throws down to KC. And that assisted in a lot of my KC
Let's say
now.
nowadays you must say it is alleged.
It is alleged. Yeah, you have to say it is alleged. But you were there, so you know the reality and the facts.
You know?
So my KC friends, that 14 straight. All right.
You know,
we're going to talk about that
I went
another
to teach
day.
at Camperdown because Mr. Brown see me at a football match and asked me to come teach maths and chemistry, but me can't bother the lab thing, you know?
Yes.
So I say only maths. I'll just teach maths because it's easier, you know, only for preparation and those kind of things.
Yes, ma'am.
So I stuck to math.
Yes.
And I didn't think that math was my favorite subject, but afterwards, you know,
Yes.
I think I'm a mathematician and not just somebody who can work with sums
Yeah.
and work out problems.
Yes.
I think that way.
Okay, ma'am. Statius Edwards Papine right from Kellitz. On the outside there, it is Johnson from Kingston High. Running in well on the inside is Statius Edwards from Papine, but closing on the outside there, it is Rihanna Johnson from Kingston High. And Kingston High Hero Circle comes through, 14:21 for the win. Yes, ma'am. So
Mathematics, to me, when you think like a mathematician,
yes.
if this is so, then that is so.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? You don't have to beat around the bush and go around and come back. And one of the things, you're fast. You have an inquiring mind. You want to know everything and you think logically, and people don't fool you up so easily.
Yes.
And I prefer to say that I'm a mathematician and not just somebody who can work out the problem them and work out the sums.
All right.
And it is interesting teaching mathematics.
Yes.
The children say the nicest things.
Yes.
Yeah.
I can
So
just imagine.
I enjoy
Yes.
teaching mathematics.
Yeah, man, for real. All right, so they're going back to their marks for this section R, Class 3 girls, 100 meters. We have Cheyenne Thomas Anchovy, Kiana Reed Steertown, Lewis from Kingston Technical, Kendra Miranda Clarendon College, and Shanisha Taylor from Steertown, along with Ikea Gainer from Tatius Golding, and Demona Richards. It looks to be a full field, a loaded field in this section of the girls class 3, 100 meters. Earlier we saw 28 races in class 4, and we are getting close. So I think there is about 24 races here for class 3. 100 and we're gonna talk about that as well in terms of the amount of sprints, you know, at this event. Over 150.
The showcase of
The
sprinters.
showcase of sprinters.
This is our signature event.
This is the signature of Camperdown. Yes,
Signature
indeed.
event.
The showcase of sprinting.
Yes.
As I was saying earlier, we are now in line for a festival of sprinting for the afternoon. Yes, indeed.
And most of our students start off as sprinters.
Yes.
And then it's those who don't make it that the coaches usually put into other areas.
Yes, indeed.
I remember one person we had at school, and he was so diligent, coming to training all the time and so on. And then the coach just put him in, set him for pole vault because he had
Yes.
strong upper body.
Yes.
And he sent him up to JC to do pole vault, and he won, and he was a character champion. Got
Yeah.
a scholarship to college in the States.
Yes. And Camperdown also have done well at the pen relays. You want to talk about that as well. And they are off into their running. So there's Miranda from Clarendon. She steps away. There's Lewis from Kingston Technical. And Reed from Spear Technical. On the inside though is Cheyenne Thomas from Anchovy now. She takes the lead and she's going away to win 13.85. The youngster in lane 1 from Anchovy St. James. 13.85. Camperdown is the leading the leading Jamaican school in terms of 4x1 sprints at pen relays. It shows that Camperdown is definitely the pedigree of sprinting, even at this stage when you're not dominating.
Because
but you're
people
still...
are trying to catch up. Camperdown is a sprint factory.
Yes.
Everybody else are mere pretenders. And I remember when Camperdown went to pen relays. I don't remember what year it was, but
Yeah. Okay, we're gonna pick up from when you remember when Camperdown went to pen relays. We have Amelia Gale, Greater Portmore, Jonah Ellis, Cloncarthy, Nicora Pinnock Kellitz, and Teresa Smith, Alphonsus Davis. Outside there is Coke off and running. So making her running now is Kellitz, Nicora Pinnock. There is Gale from Greater Portmore on the inner lane. And now she steps away from the back. And she is holding on to take the win. 14:24. Yes, ma'am. Mm-hmm.
yes, I think it was 1968.
Yes.
And Glenn Mills went with the team, and he was not a sprinter. And they got a trip to the World's Fair, and he was World's Fair in New York.
Okay.
And he was a part of that.
Oh.
I remember that year because Camperdown has always been an Adidas school, and I remember the name of the spikes was Adidas 99.
9-9.
That year.
Okay.
So, and I think they had Adidas Tokyo. Was it 68 in 1968?
Yes.
Yes.
That was the very first time.
Yes, that was the
And you
time.
started winning in around what? In the 70s?
I don't know if it was the first time. I think it maybe was the second time or so. But I remember them going to that.
Yes. And you said
And
Glenn
the
Mills
cross
went,
country-
but
yes,
he was a sprint. So Glenn
he
Mills
was
an
that
athlete?
important to the track team.
Oh, he was that important. And look at him now.
Yes.
The leading sprint coach, the world record sprint coach. Glenn Mills, he was that important to the
I don't know if it's 64 or 65, but it was an Olympic year.
Yes.
Is that a 64 or
68.
68?
Yeah.
One of those
More,
years.
yeah, I think with Billy Miller.
And yes, and then
Casey, yeah.
they had this World's Fair in New York.
Okay.
And they all went to the World's Fair.
Okay.
I don't know, it's 64 or 68. It was Adidas, and it was a blue felt spikes.
And it has all been Adidas Camperdown ever since. So we have Morgan unattached, Linton from Ferncourt, Bodrick from Fogle Road. Another section here in the Class 3 girls 100 meters, getting up very well. It is Bishop Gibbs Miller, also is Ferncourt's Linton, and she's challenged by Bridgeport's Morgan, but Kendra Linton comes through to take the win for Ferncourt, 13-1-5. So it was at that stage Glenn Mills took up the coaching.
From his third form.
From his third form, he's a
The
coach.
assistant, yes, he was a coach from third form.
Really? Oh, look at that.
Yes.
Third form. Wow.
Those days the boys used to train, is Kensington? Either Kensington or,
Lucas.
no, where Dunoon Technical is.
Oh, over Dunoon Park.
Yes.
Over Rallington Town. Okay.
Yes.
Oh.
And the girls used to train at school. So as
And
a
the
part, I used to train, but not to do nothing, just to be with my friends.
And there are a number of female sprinters who have done well on the international stage, even as youth coming out of Camperdown. I can pick up on that. I think there's only 4 in this race. Smythe from Bishop Gibson on the outside. On the inside is Ricketts from Stets. Beside them, Logie from Papine. But Trisha Ricketts from Stets pulls away from the field, and she's going away. And the battle for second, 14-20 for Trisha Ricketts from Stets with the win. Section U, Class 3 girls. Riverly Campbell is one of those famous names in the 1980s. Famous sprinter out of Camperdown. Quite a few females came out of the Camperdown sprint program.
Raymond Graham was the coach.
Yes.
Yes. When I was going to school, I mean, you go to meet your friend them in the evening, and
Yes.
train was like run up and down.
Yes.
You know, because I couldn't even lift my leg high.
Yeah.
But I entered 100, 200, 400, 800, high jump, discus, shot put, hurdles, everything. It's not until I was in 5th form that I really, went to champs.
You went to Fifth Farm.
Yes, we decided to train and beat up all the big girl them. And I love the hurdles. I really love the hurdles.
So you did hurdling.
Yeah, I love the hurdles.
All right. So we have Whitaker from Herbert Morrison, Rossies, Unica Smith. This is the second to last event. Getting up well is Marks from Petersfield. Rossies tracked by Thomas. Adriana Thomas from Ardennes. Smith from Rossies. And Unica Smith comes through now. And she ran on late to take the win, 13-1-9. Unica Smith, Rossies. And she comes through with the win. Unica Smith, 13.21. So we have with us founding chairperson of the Camperdown Classics, former principal at Camperdown High, Mrs. Cynthia Cook, giving us a history. It's basically a history of Camperdown, basically, and not really Camperdown, I suppose, but she's telling us the history of Camperdown, and it has been intriguing so far. History of you as well.
Camperdown.
Yes.
I remember we used to have these triangular meets.
Yes.
We didn't have big development meets like this.
Yes.
We used to have triangular
Yeah.
meets. And I remember going to one at Excelsior, and them said, boy, your time so fast and things,
Yes.
And all the long jump, everybody come on, there was a little man from printing office. Everywhere I go, this man is there and telling me how to jump. And I have my coach who teach me how to jump.
Oh.
And I remember when we come to stadium, the lane them so big. I couldn't believe the lanes were so huge, and then you lost in the lane.
Yes. All right, the final section, Class 3 girls, 100 meters. The races are coming thick and fast. Coyle Pembroke Hall. Brown, Spence from Herbert Morrison. Beside her, it is Veer Tentacles, Tesla Les Boris. She steps away now to Tesla Les Boris from Veer, and she's pulling away from Spence from Herbert Morrison, as well as Ardens Bernard. Tesla Les Boris from
13.53 the flash time.
Veer with the win. So your overall winner for the girls class 3 100 meters. And overall, your winner for the class 3 girls is Rihanna Scott Ferncourt, 12.11, sitting on top of the leaderboard, taking the gold medal. Shania Smith from St. Mary's second, 12.29, and Shanika McLean third, 12.34. Your overall winner is Rihanna Scott out of Ferncourt, 12.11, sitting on top comfortably on the leaderboard in the class 3 girls 100 meters. Yes, ma'am. So,
Yes, I remember when I come to champs. Remember when I jumping all season with these triangular meet and people running to look. When I come to champs,
yes.
first jump, I go no, and then the second jump, no, and the third jump, I barely enter the pit.
What? What was that? That's a regression or?
I was jumping well all season, and that was what I do at champs.
Oh my!
But remember, you're coming into this place, it's a big hell of a place,
Different experience.
I tell you, the tracks, the lanes were huge.
Yeah. Okay. They're off. So there is Johnson from Heidel, Bell, St. Mary, Blake, Heidel, Natrice East from Woolmers. Nice challenge on the inside by Foster from Veer and Natrice East, and it looks to be trouble there for Sashana Johnson from Poshiana Lee Blake from Heidel. Misfortune for her. Going down. Forrester with the win, 11.98, the fastest time today. Natrice East second, 12.03. And the third is Sashana Johnson, so tough luck for Poshiana Lee Blake. Certain ringing a lot of bells because this was one of the names that we would have been looking for this year. Let's hope that maybe, you just can never tell, but we certainly hope Poshiana Lee Blake all the best. Just about 95 meters, and she's still on the track, needing to get some assistance. And some of these things do happen. And she's now assisted to her feet. Let's see if she can walk. She's walking gingerly. Poshiana Lee Blake from Heidel, still walking with a little discomfort. And that was the first section in the class 2 girls. So that was section A. Still needing assistance as we head over to section 2. Class 2 girls 100 meters. Jamila Humes, Meadowbrook, Tiana Bembridge, Veer, Michael and Lindo, St. Catherine, Genevieve Mann, Veer, Ronique Stewart, Rossis, Tamil Smiley, Heidel. Off and running. On the outside there's Price from Alpha, Fletcher, Heidel. There is Fletcher from Heidel, running very well, coming through, 11.95. Natasha Fletcher. This is an event in class 2 where Heidel will show some true colors. Fletcher wins, 11.97. Brembridge second, Veer 12.17, and Genevieve Mann, Veer 12.37. Yes, ma'am. So it's been a wonderful story, the Camperdown experience, and here you are now with your flagship event in terms of sports. No doubt, makes you very proud as a Camperdown
My
person.
heart warms with pride.
Yes, yes, yes.
I feel good about the Camperdown Classic, and I feel good that even though I'm stepping away, it is still going.
Yes.
Some of the people who are here, I met them when we started. And the officials, I used to walk around and talk with them and so on, just to find out a little about what their needs are, what they're not happy about and so on. And you get to know the people.
Right.
You get to know them well and, you know.
And there's a recall here in this race. And looks to be Kelly from Immaculate, but let's see if she also get a reprieve. Yes, ma'am.
There are children who run in here whose parents who ran at this
Ran
place.
here, yes.
So it's the classic grandchildren now.
Yeah.
So that feels good.
Yeah,
You
for
know?
real. And where you see the growth of the event, or how you see it?
Well, the thing is that because you are a World Athletics classified event, there are some basic regulations, restrictions, constraints, if we want to say, that in order to satisfy those, you have to maintain certain standards. And one of the things is that they want the meat.
All right, off and running. Blendman, Alpha, Shackelford, Holy Shadow, Matt B in Alpha. Gonna be a close finish. There's Kelly from Immaculate as well. And coming through to take the win. Shackelford from Holy Childhood, 12:38. With the win, Michaela Shackelford, 12:37. In a close finish, Lindsay Alphonse Davis, second, 12:46. And third, Williams Alpha, 12:54. Yes, ma'am.
Yes. So, with so many schools now having top coaches,
Yes.
because GC Foster is churning them out faster than we can manage. So, you know, to say about a good coach at prep school, basic school, anywhere they can get a job now, because and many schools have been not specialities, sprints, the middle distance, and so on, because we have that many coaches now. And so you will find that there are many athletes who would want to participate, or the coaches want them to participate in meets such as these. And we have to really examine every year, what do we tweak here, what do we tweak there.
Yes.
We used to have hurdles, we don't have that anymore. We used to have throws and things, we don't have that. We didn't have the long jump this year because we have to tailor the meet to fit.
Yeah, off and running. Smith, Holy Shadow, New Gen from Gainstead. There's Harvey from Excelsior. On the outside there, it is Gainstead, New Gen. On the inside though, it's Williams from Holy Childhood. And Miller also from Holy Childhood, 12:57. It looks to be a Holy Childhood win here. In this section 4, Class 2 girls. Smith with the win from Holy Childhood, 12:60. Same time for Miller, also of Holy Childhood. And Harvey Excelsior, Zavi Harvey third, 12.69. Your winner, Creeland Smith, Holy Childhood, 12.60. Yes, ma'am. So, yeah, so you are tweaking as you go along.
Yes.
And is there, you feel you'll be settling off, or you're just evolving and see
Evolving.
how and tweak
Sometimes
from
we
time
can
to time?
put back something we had before.
Yeah, because
when we had the pole vault, we were facilitating pole vaulters, because there are many who didn't have an event to participate in.
Yes.
And that time, Mr. Brown was the head coach at JC.
Yes.
And he had a number of people training with him from other schools. So he just came and he took over the pole vault.
Yes.
And we had pole vaulters too, so it was good for us to have the
Yes.
pole vault. And now we see where nobody not having pole vaults.
Yes, yeah, I think there was a school that had an event that had pole vault a couple of weeks ago, but that's about it. So we're gonna wrap up shortly with Mrs. Cynthia Cook, because you know the stories were very intriguing. There is Godfrey from Petersfield. Beside her is Neil from Heidel. Trying to close in the blankets as well is St. Hughes Hamilton. Godfrey coming through, 12:89. So, Madam, as we wrap up, your final words as to the growth of the Camperdown Classics.
As I keep telling them, I'm happy And I feel that every little thing is gonna be alright.
Yeah, man, a pleasure speaking to you, Madam, founding chairperson of the Camperdown Classics. Thank you for all the stories, and of course, we'll catch up again someday. Thank you very much. All right. So, that was Mrs. Cynthia Cook telling us all those stories about the growth of Camperdown, sports in Camperdown, as well as the Camperdown Classics. She was this year's honoree. So we have Chelsea with us, who will be slipping back into the announcer's chair. Off and running. There is Chambers St. Catherine. Dawson from Happy Grove. Closing in though, it's Gainstead, Shania Reed. On the inside there is also the youngster from Maggotty Smith, 1269 for the win. Shakia Reed against said 1270. Atalia Smith, Maggotty second, 1293. And Tanya Bell, St. Catherine, 1306. As Chelsea is back into the announcer's chair. You'd have seen some sprinting so far. What's your thoughts as we head into your roll back into the announcer's chair?
Well, basically what I'm seeing here is that we know what we're doing. We're just needing to really cultivate the crop of youth that we have here today. I mean, it's really spectacular. Like, you don't get to see this type of performance just every day. This is something really to behold, and it gives you so much hope for the future, in terms of our athletics.
So leading right now on the top of the leaderboard, Natasha Fletcher, 11.97. Pasha Gay Forrester, second, 11.98. And Natrice East Woolmers, 12.03. Those are the leaders so far in the girls' class 2 100 meters, with Natasha Fletcher Heidel leading the pack, 11.97. This is section 8 coming up.
We are in Final G just now. And they're off.
Off and running. Hawthorne, Herbert Morrison gets up well, but the others are closing now. Hudson, Excelsior steps forward. Ferguson also from St. Catherine. Allen from Excelsior. And coming through to take the win is Aquina Allen, 12.87. 12.85 the flash time. 12.85 the official time for Aquina Allen from Excelsior. Daphne Hopstead, Manchester second, 12.98. And Sarifa Barrett, Herbert Morris the third, 13.16. And that was section 8. Beg your pardon, that was section 7. We are heading into section 8, section G.
In section 8, we have Tatius Golding, Herbert Morrison, MT Elite, Campion Meadowbrook, Pembroke Hall, and Kingston High from lanes 1 to 8. We do have the girls in the blocks, and they're ready. Waiting for the official gun.
So we have Jody and Tate. There's Kamisha May, Herbert Morrison, Razina Brooks, Mount Elite, Elaine Phipps, Campion, Ashley McFarlane, Meadowbrook, Addison McFarlane, Meadowbrook. Would not be surprised if those are sisters and twin sisters too. And there's oh my, and this is Tobias. Running with all her might, not being aware that it's she alone who is running. And she's asking, what's this all about? There was an actual recall in that race, but Tobias from Kingston High, apparently with all the urging, was not.
She is disappointed right now.
Yes, maybe she thought she was being urged on, but I'm certain that she cannot participate in this race, and maybe they'll put her back in another race further down.
And you know, the girls have been having difficulty in that quadrant down there. It's been very noisy. It's a lot of music playing over there. It's you can identify the issues that the athletes are having. Let's see how well she will fare for this race if she will run it again.
Yes, I'm certain that she will be put back in a race further down.
And she's going back to the blocks.
She wants to go back.
And this is why you have to love track and field in Jamaica, because the crowd is just supporting her and encouraging her.
Yes, and there are 14 races. So I'm certain she might be put back into one of those races,
Giving her a moment to
giving her time
relax.
to recover. So there are 14 races. So she'll be placed in another race further down, but I don't think it would be wise, even for her sake, to be put back in this said race. So now the spectators are being asked to be quiet, Chelsea. So that's an issue up that side in terms of what is emanating from the stands.
Yes, yes. And now we're seeing her. She is going back to the blocks. She's going to speak with an official. We're going to hear what's going on shortly.
She will not run in this race. I'm almost very positive that's the case. She'll not be run into this race, and that's actually so. So we have Jodie and Tate, Tasha Schooling, Kamisha May, Herbert Morrison, Rosina Brooks, Mount Elite, Elaine Phipps, Campion, Ashley McFarlane, Meadowbrook, Alison McFarlane, Meadowbrook, Daniel Bailey, Pembroke Hall. Off into their running, and Bailey, McFarlane from Meadowbrook. And Sydney Pagan's Bailey comes through. And 13.23.
First place for Cara Gillett, Sydney Hagan, 13.24. Second place, Maya Marshall, Sets, 13.66. Third place, Shamil Silvera Marymount, 13.98.
So they actually went to section 8 with Ricara Gillette, Sydney Pagan, 13.24. So they have actually moved section 8 or section H totally, and they went straight into section I.
Now we're looking
And
at
Ricara Gillette
section
winning. So section
J.
10 with section 8 to come back a little later on. Oh, this is section J or 10.
I believe it is. Papine High, York Castle, Marymount, Gainstead, Marcus Garvey, Ardennes, and Mona are the lineup that we have. It does not appear as though we have someone in lane 3. That would be York Castle. Danique Williams appears to be missing.
Indeed, 7 facing the starter. Off into their running, getting up very well. It is Mona's Ayoa, Ardennes Brown, closing beside her, Marcus Garvey's Hall. Blackella from Gainstead. And Michaela Blackella from Gainstead is holding off Anya Lee Hall for Marcus Garvey. Michaela Blackella Gainstead with the win, 13.58. Negative 2.13 win reading. Anna Lee Hall second, Marcus Garvey 13.60. And Calandra Watt Merriman 14.02.
Second place, Annalia Hall, Marcus Garvey, 13.60. Third place, Calandra Watt, Marymount, 14.02.
Heading into section
K. Final K, we have Camperdown, Alpha, Petersfield, Oberlin, York Castle, Herbert Morrison, and Tatius Golding.
14 races in this Class 2 event.
That's Rihanna Dice from Camperdown, Rory and Stevenson from Alpha, Ikema Smith from Petersfield, Josephine Blake from Oberlin, Madison Allen from York Castle, Kenika Spence from Herbert Morrison, and Aaliyah Myton from Tatius Golding.
Section K, Rihanna Dice, as you heard, in lane 1.
Oh, I think they have returned to Section H. I believe that's what's happening here.
Yes, and I don't want to call her wrong race.
So we have Jodie Ann Tate, Kamisha May, Razina Brooks, Elaine Phipps, Ashley McFarlane, Alison McFarlane, Danielle Bailey, and Tiana Tobias.
So this is back to Section 8. On the inside now is May from Herbert Morrison. On the middle here, closing it's Mount Elise Phipps, Meadowbrook McFarlane, 13:13 is the time.
Ashley and Allison. The flash time of
13.13 for Kamisha May, 13.13, Ashley McFarlane, 13.16. So that was running off Section 8. So Kamisha May from Herbert Morrison with the win, 13.13.
We had the sisters with 13.16 and 13.19 respectively. That's Ashley McFarlane and Alison McFarlane coming in neck and neck there for second and third.
Okay, so the race, the youngster from Kingston High, who ran all alone. It was a rerun, and you just had your winner coming through.
So now we're going back to Section K, Camperdown, Alpha, Petersfield, Oberlin, York Castle, Herbert Morrison, and Tatius Golding, as we had mentioned before. That is from lanes 1 to 8. We are missing lane 3 and 4, as well as 7. We're not seeing any starters for those.
Right, so looks to be 6 who will face the starter here. Or even less.
This looks like about 5.
So a depleted field here.
So we're seeing here, coming in live, Ikema Smith did not start. That'll be Petersfield. Kenika Spence from Herbert Morrison will not start, and Aaliyah Myton from Tatius Golding in lane 8 will not start either.
So we're down to 5.
Leaving us with 4. From Camperdown, Alpha, Oberlin, and York Castle, lanes 1, 2, 5, and 6.
There's also a youngster out there in lane 8. Off and running. And it's Josephine Blake from Oberlin. She's leading the pack. That's Josephine Blake. So on the outside too, it's York Castle's Allen, as well as Stevenson from Alpha. But Josephine Blake comes through to win, 13.83. The youngster from Oberlin, negative 0.4. Aaliyah Myton, Tatius Golding second, 14.21. And third is Madison Allen, York Castle, 14.25. Josephine Blake from Oberlin with the win, 13.83.
All right, and we're seeing them prepare final L from the girls' class 2. We have from Papine High in lane 1, Latanya Johnson, lane 2, Dejane Aikman from Marcus Garvey, lane 3, Samoya Bentley, Tatius Golding, lane 4, Nicklia Dunn from Greater Portmore, lane 5, we have Shakira Reed from Clancarthy, and in lane 7, we have Tatius Golding, Keela Nash. With lane 8, I'm seeing that we have Tiana Nolan from Anchovy.
No, not this one. I need you guys to share that one.
All right, so Section L coming up. Looks to be 7 will face a starter here. And getting up very well. It is Belair's Fuller. Tasha Scolding, Kush coming through now. Fuller from Belair. Reed, Clancartha behind her. On the inside though is Johnson. What is the youngster from Belair? Khaleesi and Fuller comes through. 13:59.
It's a flash time of 13.51.
For Khaleesi and Fuller.
It's Kelsey and Fuller, Belair.
From Belair.
13.58. Second place is Tanya Johnson, Papine, 13.63.
13:63 for Johnson out of Papine. And Antropistian Tolan, 14:21. Fuller from Belair with the win. There in section 12.
All right, and here we're going to see the girls line up for Class M. So this is the final M. As you guys are all aware, we are doing timed finals. So the girls really have to put their best foot forward to ensure that they make the top 5. On their marks, we have Alphonsus, Oberlin, Arden, Tatius Golding, Vertex, St. Mary, Stets, and Gainstead.
Evans, Francis Davis, Morris Oberlin, Robertson, Arden, Watson, Tatius Golding, Wizard, Veer Technical, and there's a recall. And this time, some of the athletes who did not hear the second gun, this time they were assisted by the crowd in the stands that they should return, and they obliged Julie this time. And all's well that ends well in this section 13, and we'll have a rerun. Or they return to the start?
So they have moved from lane 5, Rihanna Johnson from Stets and Angel Rooms from Gainstead. They will not start this race, and they are setting the girls in the blocks once again.
All right, so back on their marks for a second time. Off and running, second time too. There is Hamilton from St. Mary on the outside. Then Wizard from Veer Technical. On the inside, there is Alphonsus Davis, Sasha Evans. Veer Technical, Wizard. And Selena Wizard comes through with the win, 13.22. Selena Wizard, Veer Technical. 13.22, negative 1.6 win reading. Sanshia Evans, Alphonsus Davis second, 13.34, and Ronisha Morrison from Oberlin third, 13.37. That was section M. And the section 15 coming up. A very depleted field, this one. You have Marymount, Yashay Thomas, Andrea Allen, Robert Lightburn, and Cerisha Wint, Veer Technical. Only 3 going to the start here. For this final section, the Class 2 girls, 100 meters. As they go to their marks for this final event in Class 2 girls.
Off we go.
So win from Veer, Allen, Robert Lightburn, Thomas Marymount, and running away is Teresa Wint from Veer. She extends her lead and pulls away and comes through racing against the clock, and she finishes with 12.70 for Teresa Wint. 12:69 the official time as we stand by for the Class 1 girls event. So your overall winner in Class 2 is Nastasia Fletcher, Heidel, with a time of 11.97 seconds, coming out on top. Second is Pasha Gay Forster from Veer Technical, 11.98. And third place belongs to Natrice East from Woolmers, 12.03. Those are your podium place finishers. Nastasia Fletcher, the winner overall from Heidel in 11.97 seconds. Heading into Class 1. Heading into class 1 now for the girls event. And join us once again will be O'Shane as we head into the class 1 event. Nastasia Fletcher there, O'Shane coming out on top overall in the girls class 2 100 meters, 11.97 seconds. And on to the big girls now. This could be an interesting race. Shemanik Hazel not starting, so getting up well is Wolf from Woolmers. Beside her, Walker, Camperdown, closing to Brianna Wilson. There could be a blanket, but Wolf retakes the lead and comes through to take it in 11.87, the fastest time so far today here in Class 1 girls. Abigail Wolf, formerly of Holy Childhood, 11.85 for Wolf. Brianna Wilson there second, 11.93. Julian Daly third, Heidel 11.99.
Yeah, I mean, Wolf has been in the a little bit under the radar this season, but it's good to see her now and showing up and showing out, because we know of her exploits since her days at Holy Childhood. So that was a good race. Daly, a little bit surprised there because I thought she would have challenged, but Wilson, I think we said it off the years and said it several times this morning that Very Technical is really finding back some quality sprinter. So that was a good race there. But Wolf, credit to Wolf, she's still looking strong and looking fit.
So no doubt, bearing in mind the quality of this race in terms of the athletes, the times here will be a factor right through, and maybe the podium finishers could also come from this event. That was the first section in the girls class 1 100 meters, and there will be 9 sections in this class 1 girls 100 meters. Earlier in class 2 we saw Poshiana Lee Blake pulling up. No doubt disappointment there for her, would you say?
I mean, she has been looking a little bit strapped up all season, so I wasn't too surprised, Roger. I think something is going on with her. We're not sure of the full details. I wasn't too surprised because I've seen her run several times this season. She's heavily strapped, so no surprises there.
Into their running already. There is Barnes from St. Mary, and also there St. Catherine Sudlow. And coming through, this could be a recall because there was a recall, so we see something similar that happened earlier. And something is happening up there, maybe they are not hearing.
And we said it after here, Roger, that it seemed there's several near misses that what from our vantage point looks like false starts. And several of them weren't called back. But that one just now was very obvious. I think the young lady from St. Catherine could have been Rihanna Sudlow, went early. And then the recall gun went late. So then and therefore she would have already been in her running, and then we see 3 or 4 of them finishing while the others heard that second gun and didn't return. So again, they'll have to rerun this one. But we've been seeing those close calls, at least moving just with the gun or a little before the gun. And somebody was saying perhaps because of the interest of time why they were allowing those things. But that one was obvious, an obvious jump from that athlete in the middle.
What about the actual, maybe there's also could be noise coming up because we're hearing a number of sounds. I don't know what is happening elsewhere outside the stadium or even inside the stadium, but that could be an issue as well, maybe.
Usually a factor for the seniors, always a factor for the juniors. So, of course, one of the things that we have gotten so accustomed to seeing, which is probably not the best thing to be doing in 2025, is to have the subsequent participants standing directly behind the ones that are starting. You know, young people and children, they might be chattering, might be a little bit distracted, might be shouting and making some noise. When you get on that start, you want it to be crystal clear to you, the gun that is going to come. Therefore, silence is key. Some persons at the start line, these are young people. These mostly school children that are in the grandstand, albeit that they probably are enjoying the luxury of this, but again, it can be distracting. So it could also be a factor.
Of course, O'Shane Hudson, Dr. O'Shane Hudson, am I right?
Yes, you are correct.
Dr. O'Shane Hudson, of course, new kid on the block here on StrideVisionTV, analyst and commentator, and he'll retake the commentating duties in a little while as we continue Class 1, Section 3, 100 meters in the Sprint Festival here at the Camperdown Classics. We had a very long and interesting interview earlier with Mrs. Cynthia Cook, the former chairperson of the Camperdown Classics, as well as former principal, and telling us some interesting anecdotes and stories and so on about the growth of the event. And no doubt the Camperdown Classics, maybe you were in school when this event started.
Yeah, it started all the way back in 2005. I was in high school at the time, but I started to remember Camperdown Classics because of what it was built around. It was built as the sprint meet for the season. A lot of people were saying, all right, considering that Camperdown was their sprint capital or the sprint mecca at the time, to see that they would have been able to establish a meet of their own, that it would have helped to build the program. So I was in track and field, doing track and field, so we were always anxious to see what this new meet would have added to the calendar. And to be credits to them to have survived 20 years. And if you ask me, this meet has been doing well on the calendar. It's one of the unique meet that gets a lot of attraction. We talk about the likes of Usain Bolt, Johan Blake, those persons, Warren Weir. They came to this meet even after their days of high school to participate, and it is still going strong. So credit to Cynthia, as you said before, for the pioneering this meet and also. But I was a little bit aware of when it started, and to know being on the other side of just enjoying the meet, credits to the organizers.
And of course, recent vintage would have been Roshan Clark, a Camperdown man himself. And I think he'll be running later on, so we look forward to that. All right, so this is Stevenson from St. Hughes, Stuart Holy Childhood, Barrett Manchester, Smith Manchester. And another issue up there again with the start. We have Sanisha Smith Manchester, Joanne Russell Immaculate, Delicia Sinclair Manchester, Rihanna Allen Stets, and Zania Green Veer Technical.
So we have actually called back the participants from the section B, those 4 young ladies that finished. I think Sudlow was the one that crossed the line first. They have actually called them back to the start. So there's going to be a rerun of section B for those who are listening and wondering what had happened. There was, as I said before, there was an obvious false start. Some perhaps didn't hear that second gun, while others heard it and decided to stop. So now they'll have to go back, recalibrate, rest, and go at it again a second time.
Well, that happened in the class too. With Marky, there was only one runner who ran the entire race, but it came back quickly, and of course he finished down the track. Maybe she was still feeling the effects, you never know. But this is a full field, and they're asked to stand again, and they are urging the spectators here to be quiet, because that could be also an issue.
Yes, and of course, I'm happy that the starters, they have been very discretionary since morning, but also you have to also ensure that all the distractions are out of place, because there are not going to be several discretions given for one single race, especially with a meet that is supposed to be running on time. So you don't want to at least have a fair balance, a fair break with all the starters. So right now, I'm happy they did that.
Into their running. Russell, Sinclair, Manchester. Blanket is approaching. Barrett also from Manchester. Running very well. It is Allen from Stets. And Stets, she steps away. Rihanna Allen, 12.20 with the win. Rihanna Allen. Competitive race up to about 80 meters, 85 meters. And Allen found another gear and pulled away. 12.23. Sanisha Smith second, Manchester 12.56. And Daniela Sinclair 12.66 for third. Rihanna Allen from Stets with the win. 12.23, section 3.
I mean, Roger, we have not seen a lot of state sprinters. Well, certainly not in my time. But I saw this young lady run a few weeks ago, and I'm saying to myself, this is probably one of the best projects that Stets has in terms of a sprinter. That was quality sprinting, and she looks the part of a sprinter that is developing and has a lot more room for development. So I'm really happy to see that.
Certainly. Michaela Gordon, Herbert Morrison, Janelle Lowe, Woolmers. There is Janika Brown, Manchester in 3. Beside her is Marissa Heslop, Camperdown in 4. Samantha Mackin of Petersfield in 5. 6, 7 facing the starter, getting up very well on the outside there. It is Williamson Veer, but it's a blanket in mid-race. Camperdown's Heslop. Beside her, Brown from Manchester, still close. Brown from Manchester comes through to hold on with the win. Jamaica Brown, Manchester 1273. Heslop was there challenging her, keeping her honest. And Mackner from Petersfield. Brown with the win, 1275, a personal best for her. Season's best as well. Gordon, Michaela Gordon, Herbert Morrison, 1282 for second. And Heslop Camperdown, third, 1284, a competitive race, but Brown held on for the win, 12.75.
Yeah, and again, we're seeing sprinkles of different schools today. That's one of the beauty of having probably schools are even quality at this meet as opposed to what we're seeing for a lot of the few other meets where the dominance usually we're coming from the big three. Now you're seeing schools, different schools popping up, getting a win in each heat, albeit it's gonna come down to the best times. But happy to see States just now doing that. I know Manchester following suit with another brilliant runner.
And there's a recall here. It looks to be December from Fair, getting up a bit too early. Just to remind you that so far Abigail Wolf leads 11.85. Brenna Wilson Veer Technical in second, currently 11.93, and third, occupying the third place on the leaderboard right now is Jody and Daly Hyde at 11.99. Wolf from Woolmers in front.
And we said it, Roger, this morning that we expect the smaller classes, the class 3 and 4, the ones to really have the nerves and the jitters and make these sort of, and sometimes we wonder if the senior at least have the same challenge as well.
Into their running. Outside there is Cole from Manchester. Closing now inside is December from Vere. And she steps to the front, chucking her. It is Carl from St. Hughes. But it's all about the youngster from Vere Technical. Carissa December, 12.67. Carr from St. Hughes was chucking her. 12.67. Negative 1.17 win reading. Kamai Cole Manchester second, 12.88. And Brianna Carr, St. Hughes third, 12.95. Carissa December with the win, section 5.
Yeah, interesting name there and interesting talent as well. But Roger, while we are waiting the next year, let me just big up some persons. We have a lot of persons who are watching, especially from the Tri-State, and we want to big up Chris Mack, Calabar old boy, I understand he's watching from New York, tuning, and he's saying, boy, he's liking what he's seeing. So big up to yourself, Chris Mack, all the way from New York, Calabar old boy. Your team is looking good this season, and we are talking about Calabar coming back to the days of old. So let's see what they do going forward. But they look good this meet, Roger.
And they have been looking good all season, and you know, it looks as if Calabar will be putting up their hands this year to say, I am in this thing. And so far they have been doing very well. And if you take all the meets combined, one would want to say that Calabar, as a boys' school, looks to be the top contender as of today.
I'll share a story that we had off here after this race is done with you, Roger, and let's see what people believe.
Foster Petersfield, Benjamin Magate. Outside there is Queens, Keode, and Camperdown Morrison. Gonna be a blanket. Keode from Queens, and outside there it is the youngster from Camperdown as well coming through. 12:85 is the time. Wilson, Akela Wilson, Clarendon, 12:84. Camperdown, Jamaica Morrison, 13:09, and Jada Query, third, 13:22. Yes, you were saying.
Yeah, it's another Clarendon College. It's a big up to all the Clarendon College listeners and viewers. Somebody was saying there's probably another piece of history that is looming that you and I probably are not looking at, in terms of we'll have for the first time in a long while the same coach winning both girls championships and boys championships.
Wow.
And I for a moment there I wondered to myself, could that be possible? But looking at how things are shaping up so far in the season, I think it could happen, and that would be a significant piece of history, because we have never had a school, two separate schools, with the same head coach winning championship.
That would be novel. That would be unprecedented. That there will be so much history there. As we head into section
Off we go.
8, 7, actually off and running. Moisha Brown, Manchester, steps to the front. Coming forward is Senior from Stets, and she steps to the front. On the outside there is Sanguinetti from Cole, from BB Coke, but coming through to win. Martina Senior, 12.98. Calculated race and pull through with the win, 13.01.
First place, Malia Fraser.
And it's Fraser actually, 13.01. Brown second, 13.36, and Sanguinetti from BB Coke, 13.37.
Yeah, BB Cook again featured here. They have been doing well all season, but I think they're based on what we saw. I'm almost certain Stets young lady passed the line first, so we're gonna wait to see if that time changes because the young lady from Steer Town was down the field, but now we're seeing the corrected results. That's actually Senior from Stets,
right?
That
yes,
actually won it ahead of Manchester's.
I actually called the race right.
Yeah, so you
13.01. Moisha Brown second, 13.36, and Sanguinetti BB Coke 13.37. Martina Senior from Stets with the win. Section 7.
Yeah, Roger, I saw a lot of people going off in the comments, probably wondering what we're talking about when we say history could take place, and if you're not sure what we're talking about, it's really no secret still. We're talking about one Corey Bennett, who is the head coach for Idle and also the head coach for Calabar.
Into their running, Woolmer's Daniel Noble steps to the front. On the inside now is McFarlane from Alpha. So Sidney Pagan, Kimali Phillip, and she comes through to take the win. 13.22 for Camille Phillip. Sidney Pagan getting by the early leader, Noble from Woolmer's. 13.22, negative 2.5 win reading. Noble Woolmer second, 13.25. That was section 8.
So very interesting. We should let our viewers and listeners know, for those who aren't aware, that young Philip is actually from Grenada and running for Sidney Pagan. And we're wondering, because we've seen a lot of this is the second time I'm seeing a Grenadian athlete running for Sidney Pagan. So I'm wondering how that partnership would have been reached, because
yes,
Sidney Pagan is known for the middle distance. We had the winning class 2 and 3 this morning. I think for the girls 800 meters through Alexia Palmer and Denny Hodges, but now to see them in the sprints and winning in this 8 through Philip is actually from Grenada. So it's interesting to see our Caribbean neighbors coming to Jamaica, but not only going to the big name schools, but finding a niche somewhere.
This might be a rerun of...
This is actually section B of what should have been the real section B before.
Right, so they're back to section B. Into their running. Sudlow, St. Catherine, Roach, Herbert, Morrison. Cross, veer, technical. Stepping to the front. Coming through with the win. Sudlow, St. Catherine, 12 flat. For Sudlow and St. Catherine, the rerun of section B. 12:01 the official time, negative 1.4. Rochelle Wint, Heidel second, 12:10. And Rassian Roach, Herbert Morrison, 12:39 third.
She would have felt somehow relieved and vindicated, albeit not her fault, because she would have won what was the race that was prematurely done, and now to come and win the race proper. I think Sudlow, good long jumper, sprinter combination, sprinter from St. Catherine. So really happy for Rana Sudlow winning this one.
And that time would place her 4th overall, 12:01. As the winner overall is Abigail Wolf out of Woolmer's, 11.85, ahead of Brianna Wilson, Veer Technical, 11.93, and Jody and Daly Heidel, 11.99, taking the top 3 places there. With Sudlow, you just saw her just missing out on the podium, finishing 4th, 12.01, and Rochelle Wint, 5th, 12.10, as we head into the boys' event right now. Coming up, the boys' class 3, 100 meters, coming up. Johnny Wigan, Manchester, Shaquan Jackson, St. Jago, Darnell Douglas, Jamaica College, Joshua Ricketts Calabar into there running. Also Javari Edwards from St. Jago beside him. Ricketts from Calabar. Also Douglas from Jamaica College. So Ricketts, Jamaica College, Ricketts Calabar, and he takes the win. Joshua Ricketts ahead of Douglas and Edwards, 11.25. Joshua Ricketts 11.25 in a win reading, -1.7. Douglas second 11.31 and Edwards St. Jago 11.39.
So now we're gonna see a lot of this for the rest of the afternoon. Roger, it's gonna be a lot of big name schools, Calabar, JC, KC, coming together now to produce what we expect to be some fast times. And already Jamaica College stealing a march on the first one. I know Calabar, as we said before, they are here and they're doing well all morning, so they're gonna want to rebound quickly.
Certainly. Section B coming up, Amani Burke, St. George's, Tyler Trent Reed, Herbert Morrison, Johnny Lumley, Woolmers, David Livingston, St. George's, and we have seen some fine sprinters out of St. George's College this year in the meets coming up. Let's see how they will be at the crunch time. We have Cahill Evans from Jamaica College, Tyler Morgan of Jamaica College, Jordan McBean, Calabar, and Antonio McGregor, Woolmer's boys. 7 facing the starter off into their running. And McBean from Calabar gets up well. Also Reed from Herbert Morrison coming through with the man Morgan from Jamaica College. He steps to the front and comes through with the win, 11.60. Close going for the other placing. Lumley was up there for Woolmer's. McBean from Calabar, 11.60 is the flash time. 11.58 for Tyler Morgan from Jamaica College, -2.6 win reading.
So a quick double for Jamaica College. Wasting no time in these lower class sprints. Looking good so far, and this is one of the things. The temperatures are now dying down, so I think it's maybe a little bit more cooler. Well, at least the home stretch, what we call the home stretch, is now partly covered and shaded by the grandstand, so they should feel a little bit more comfortable sprinting, and we're feeling a little cooler temperature. So let's wait for the time. And the wind so far is really cooperating, albeit a negative wind, but they're able to do their best with these conditions. Roger.
Indeed. Section 3 coming up. We have Siobhan Williamson, Stets, Joshua Livingston, Happy Grove, Shamar Shaw, Calabar, Joshua McWilliams, Woolmers, Rejon Romilly, St. Jago, Majid Mings, Woolmers, Javada Samuels, Herbert Morrison, and Kashmar Gunter, Jamaica College. Looks to be a loaded field here. Off and running. Gunter gets up well for Jamaica College. Romilly from St. Jago, though, steps to the front, leaving the others in his wake. Rajan Romilly sprints away to take it, 11.23, blanket for the minor placings. Romilly with the win, 11.23 seconds. Mac Williams Woolmers, 11.69, and Shamar Shaw, Calabar, 11.73. Romilly, St. Jago with the win. Section 3, Class 3 boys, 100 meters.
A very compact sprinter there. Looks almost like the developed product or the finished product. The way how we transition from his dry phase into his last phases of his race.
Yes.
He looked the part, Roger, and we could see the significant difference between himself and the rest of the field.
Definitely. So, as the race is coming thick and fast, we're here at the Camperdown Classics, 20th staging. Of course, you're viewing and listening StrideVisionTV. Welcome to Sports TV, and we're here for the StrideVision Athletics Series 2025 as we head into Section 4. Zeviso Spencer Woolmers in 1, beside him Ricardo Rodway, Jamaica College in 2, Caden Clark, Herbert Morrison in 3, Jaquan Miller, Hermedabrook in 4, Jade Smith Woolmers in 5, Dante Barrett, Jamaica College 6, Caden Livermore Woolmers 7 facing the starter for this event. Into there, running and getting up well is the man from Jamaica College, Clark, Herbert Morrison. Clark from Herbert Morrison steps to the front. The others are trying to close, but the man from Herbert Morrison, Caden Clark, 12 seconds flat. Flash time for the man out of Montego Bay, Herbert Morrison. 12 flat, the official time. -4 win reading. Jaquan Miller, Meadowbrook second, 12:23, and Jay Smith Woomers 12:27. That was section 4.
And I was going to point out, Roger, that the wind does now picking up speed inside the stadium, and we see there's a strong headwind just now that they had to contend for that race. So really and truly, we have to now be mindful that the times might not be slizzing fast as we expect. But also, Roger, there's something I noticed that the starters have really either turned up employed a speaker for the start, or they have either turned up what they were using, because now they at least can hear loud from where we are. We're hearing the instructions clearly now.
Section 5 into their running. There's Smith from Stets. Williams, Ascot. Go ahead again, Puerto Portmore on the inside though. It's Parker from Jamaica College. He takes the lead, but closing on the outside there is the man from Stets. Barrett, blanket finish, and it could be the man squeezing through on the inside there. The man from Ascot, Demario Williams. Looks to have squeezed and sandwiched his way to the win. The man from Ascot, the Mario Williams, 12.20 ahead of Mario Chin, Herbert Morrison, 12.22, Dante Barrett, 12.23, -2.8 win reading.
Yeah, he fought for that one. That was a race that he had to earn, and he did really well. And Ascot, all the way from Portmore, at least securing a win right there. And based on our statistics, that should be an equaling of his personal best. So it's good to see
Ascot
these young
has
men.
been winning some races.
Jamaica College, America Main Circle. Go to Portmore, Castellan. Look at the man, Oberlin.
The results, the PB, I'm not sure if all of them are legit.
Yeah.
Some of them are faster getting PBs.
All right, so that was section 6. Chadrick Edwards, Oberlin, heading over now to section 7. Kyle Frankson, St. George's, Michael Harris, Herbert Morrison, Tyrone David, Jamaica College, Tajay Roden, Greater Portmore in 4, Levon Fagan, St. Catherine in 5, loaded field, flying out of the blocks, neared from Meadowbrook, but closing on the inside now is Francis from Mona on the inside lane, Frankson from St. George's College, in between them, David, Jamaica College, and the man from Greater Portmore 2 up there, Tajay Roden, 12:47. Tajay Roden squeezing through to take the win on the line from Greater Portmore.
So the schools from Portmore are seemingly showing up in these leads. We have Ascot just now, and now we're having Greater Portmore.
Yes, some of these athletes, they have been winning races at other meets. Mark, they are not on the podium, but they have been winning races. And must have been giving them some good confidence as well, going to different development races, events, and winning races. No doubt would make them quite happy within themselves.
And one other thing, Roger, I'm happy for. I'm happy that these athletes are not just settling for winning the race, but they are doing so, giving off their best. Because we have been saying it all morning that the times are what matter. You want to see where you fall in the pecking order when all the results are compiled. So even though you're in a heat that you might have an edge, they're running from the start to the finish, and that's commendable.
Lane 1, Taché Taishan Ed Reynolds, St. George's Lane 2. Meadowbrook, Cameron Campbell, 3, DeAndre Barham, Manchester. Javier Brissett, St. George's College into their running. Brissett gets up well. He is tracked by James from Wilmers on the inside, though is Reynolds also from St. George's. They are going for a Quinella. On the outside, there's Robinson from Petersfield. But the man from St. George's on the inner lane takes the win, Tayshawn Reynolds. 12:07.
Yeah, the light blues of North Street, they're looking good. I say they're building back a program, and whatever they would have done over the last 2-3 years, we're seeing some evidence of that today. So really, credits to the St. George's and their program and what the guys are doing so far.
12:06 officially for Reynolds, negative 1.3 wind. Weirding, DeAndre Barr, Manchester second, 12:46. Shamari Robinson, Petersfield third, 12:50. That was section 8 of the boys class 3 100 meters. Overall leader so far, Rajan Romilly, 11.23 from St. Jago, ahead of Joshua Ricketts Calabar, 11.25, and Darnell Douglas, Jamaica College, 11.31. Those are on top of the leaderboard at present in the class 3 boys 100 meters. Heading into section 9.
So coaches and team managers, please note that for registration packages, the team
Ryan Johnson, Mount St. Joseph, listed for 1. Beside him is J1 Dixon, Robert Lightburn. Ryan Johnson's crashed from the event out of lane 1, so we head to lane 3. It's Marcus Wilson, Arden, Matthew Miller, Woolmers in 4, Neandre Cooper, Camperdown in 5, Cowan Shaw, Camperdown in 6, Jamari and Malcolm Greater Portmore in 7, and Josh Hugh Plunkett, Petersfield in lane 8. Into their running. And the man from Petersfield gets up well on the outside. The others are trying to close in a blanket, including Kimon Shaw from Camperdown, who steps forward. Greater Portmore Malcolm, and the man from Camperdown, Cowan Shaw, comes through with the win, and is Neandre Cooper. 12.37 for Cooper. Beside him on his teammate, Cowan Shaw. Cooper with the win though. 12.38. Marcus Wilson, Arden second, 12.60. And Cowan Shaw, Camperdown third, 12.70.
I think that every win for Camperdown today, regardless of which event, is a big deal.
Yes, for real. Negative 2.1 win reading for him. Camperdown, the Sprint Factory. We heard the stories from Mrs. Cynthia Cook earlier about the early days heading up to now and the reason why they are still called the Sprint Factory. So when you see a Camperdown athlete coming out on top, it's all about bringing back memories of the great days of Camperdown. Love that story where she spoke about a year when they should have won champs in that 14 streak by KC, and some strange things happened and they did not win champs. Off and running. This is the man on the outside there, Clarendon Leonard. He steps to the front. Campions Penrose there along with Tarrant Hamilton, but coming through to take the win, Kamoy Leonard from Clarendon. Negative 3.1 win reading. Time 12.32 for Leonard for Clarendon. Kenada Hamilton, Tarrant second, 12.79. And Jamar Huntley, St. Andrew, 13.09.
So Clarendon looking good both on the boys and the girls side, and it's really encouraging to see another school from the central region producing some fine sprinting talents.
Certainly, Shane. As we head into section 10. Taja Neal Coley, Bridgeport. Jaden Deans, Veer Technical in 2. Tariq Thompson Woolmers into their running. Outside there, Dylan Brooks from St. George was stepping forward. Now is Chantelo from Clarendon College, and he pulls away from the pack. Here he is in with his high knee lifts and then shuts it down in 11.90. Decent sprinting from Omarion Chantelo from Clarendon Chapelton. 11.92. Negative 0.5 win reading. Omarion Chantelo with the win. Section K, boys class 3, 100 meters.
Quick double there for Clarendon College. But this one looks very, very outstanding in terms of his execution. Chantelo, that is it. Looking good and winning managing to break that 12 seconds barrier into a negative 0.5 meters per second win. Looking good.
Yes, he certainly looked good. In fact, I saw something in that youngster that could make him a good sprinter based on how he executed his race up to about 85 and how he shut it down in the last few meters. There's material there to work with. Shantelope out of Clarendon. In fact, this is now section 12. Just had section 11. Santina Reed, St. George's. Sukram, Sydney Pagan, off into their running. Walker, St. Catherine. On the outside there is Bishop from St. Catherine. Also there in the infield is Petersfield Hansen. So Roshan Hansen from Petersfield comes through and dipping over the line just in time, taking the win. The man from Petersfield, Roshan Hansen, 13.12 and negative 0.5 win reading.
Yeah, almost a massive dive there, Raja.
Yes.
I'm not sure if this is a trend, it's becoming a trend, whereas a lot of athletes, they're dropping their arms in the last 10 meters or 5 meters of the race and pushing their torso forward. I'm not sure where they've been instructed to do that. But that was quite evident that young man from Petersfield was desperate for the win.
Yes.
And exactly dove across the line.
He began to show his torso from about 95 meters out. Hoping there for the win, which he got in the end. Heading into section 13, class 3 boys, Jamoy Hunter St. Mary. In 3 is Phoenix Myers Wolmers. 4, Ascot's Aquin Minto. In 5 is Dejon Hines Wolmers. In 6 is Daquan Williams Pembroke Hall. 2 in Samuels Kingston Technical. Into their running, 6 facing the starter. Getting up well on the outside is Samuels from Kingston Technical. But closing in now is Wolmer's Dejan Hines. He steps to the front. Minto tries to follow him. On the inside too, it's Hunter from St. Mary. But Dejan Hines pulls away to take the win in 12.92. Negative 2.5 win reading. And 12.93 the official time for Dejan Hines from the Wolmers boys. Second is Janoy Hunter St. Mary, 13.19, and Phoenix Myers Wolmers third, 13.32. That was section 13 of the boys, class 3, 100 meters. Heading into section 14. In the Sprint Festival here this afternoon at the Camperdown Classics here at the National Stadium. Section 14, Dejane Da Costa Camperdown in 1, Kyle Adams St. Catherine 2, J. Al Haden Rossi is 3, Hythan Bartley St. Catherine 4, Demario Blair Mona 5. Into their running, and this a recall. Demario Blair Mona was in 5. In 6 is Alanda Esberry Fogo Road, 7 Yusuf Hemington Fogo Road, and in lane 8 it is Amir Anderson Wolmer's boys. J. Al Haden from Russies will not start. As we see the officials coming across. And speaking with the athletes, we have been seeing a lot of reprieve for the athletes today. We saw it last week at the youngster Goldsmith as well, but I'm certain there comes a time when the reprieve will be no more, but they're getting it at least for now.
I guess closer to the championships, in the boys and girls championships, and also the regional championship, where the meet will have more significance in terms of team titles and medals and etc. I think that is when they will have to pay the penalties for whatever error they do commit.
Certainly. Da Costa Camperdown in 1, Adams St. Catherine in 2, lane 3 missing. Into their running, and the man, Esberry Fogo Road, gets up well. Following him is Anderson from Wolmers on the outside, and Amir Anderson takes the lead. Trying to close on the inside, there's Mona's Blair, but coming through is Amir Anderson with the win. Demario Blair from Mona rallied on, but had to settle for second. Amir Anderson with the win from Wolmers. A negative 4.4 win reading. in this section 14, Class 3 boys 100 meters here at the Camperdown Classics. Amir Anderson Woolmers with the win.
Yeah, and he's celebrating really evident in his celebration. But also that's noticeable, Roger, is that he is running in a kit that is looking completely different from what we have been accustomed to for the Woolmerians. It seemed to be a very special talent there that they have discovered, but he's really happy for that. It took to be a personal best for him, and then see why he's getting into himself now.
Certainly, that was section 14. No doubt, whipping up a little frenzy in the stands with his celebration as we head into section 15, Class 3 boys, 100 meters. Deirdrick McLennan from St. George's listed for lane 1. Dantuan Goody from St. Catherine is in 3. Christopher Gillespie, Tatius Golding in 4. Amari Chamberlain, St. George's 5. Kyle Harvey Woolmers in 6. Deshaun Stevenson, St. George's 7. Michael Marin Woolmers in lane 8. 7 will face a starter for this 15th section. Class 3 boys, 100 meters. Off into their running. The man from Woolmer slipped, but he keeps his composure, and he's pulling beside the man from St. George's College. In the middle there is Good from St. Catherine, but after a slip at the start, Michael Martin from Woolmers comes through to take the win. 13.62. So after a stumbled start, he still came through, holding his composure to take the win in 13.62, negative 1.14 in reading. Christopher Gillespie second, Gracious Golding 13.86, and Dan Tuan Good, St. Catherine third, 13.88.
And that's some mature running there. It shows that these athletes are well coached as to what to react to and how to react in circumstances such as these.
And react he did. 16, section 16. Kevin Clark, Woolmers in 1. Steertown, Tyrese Watkins in 2. Jamar Jackson Clancarthy in 3. Beside him in 4 is Giovanni Morris Manchester. In 5 is Vashon Fraser Pembroke Hall. Roger Hogg, Tatius Golding in 6. Adriel Leslie Woolmers in 7. Those are your competitors into their running. And the man, Morris, flew out of the blocks like a rocket, and he's pulling away. I'm interested in his time. He's flying down 12. Well, the clock is running, so we'll not have an official time as yet. But he's sprung out of the block like Jack in the box.
Yeah, he was yards, miles away from the rest of the field in the first 2 steps from the block. So it shows that he was a superior talent than the others. So we await his time, the flash time. What looks to me about 12.5, 12.6, despite the significant advantage that he had on that field.
Yes, because at that stage, he would be running against the clock.
Yes.
So, you know, we still await. I figure they might take some time to sort that out.
And one thing I must credit these young men with, Roger, is that we are not seeing a lot of showboating and stuff, because in instances such as those, you'd see athletes using the opportunity of being so dominant in the race to start showboat and to really, but it has really gotten to the point now. I think track and field has really gotten to the place now where these young athletes, they know each other, see each other week in, week out, and they're also respectful for each other's and their effort that they give, and it's really commendable of them. It's a maturity that we are seeing now in track and field that we're really welcoming and hoping that it is sustained.
Showboating. I have some different views in regards to how athletes react after winning a race. For me, as long as it is not disrespectful, I am totally fine with it. It can be competitive. I mean, it can also be something that when you face me again, if you're showboating on me, I'm gonna do my best to turn the tables. So,
I mean, it is understandable, especially at this age. But this is sometimes the training ground that you want them to develop that sort of camaraderie and friendly rivalry, because the truth about it, Roger, when you get to the senior ranks or the professional ranks, it is not welcomed and it is frowned upon because it doesn't speak well to being a professional and the respect that you give to your competitors. But again, these athletes, they are so enveloped sometimes in the events they're doing and the energy and the frenzy that exists, that they do get above themselves. What we always ask that it be measured. And over the last few seasons, we have seen some that is not so welcoming, and it's the interpretation of it can also be misleading. But again, as you said before, it can also steer that sort of friendly rival and as a motivation for you to do better.
To come back to say, watch me here next time, you know? That kind. But even on the international level, I still don't have an issue with it as long as it is not disrespectful. But I guess that's a debate.
It has its place. It absolutely has its place. But one thing I'll ask, let it not distract from your performance, because we've seen some athletes pulling up at 70 and beating the chest, and sometimes that's where you can lose a lot of your acceleration and it can cost you time. So really and truly, it has to be a learned behavior and practice in true spirit of competition, but not to the extent that it comes across as you said, being disrespectful.
Right. So what is holding up the races now could be a technical issue, because we're still seeing that time displayed after that race a short while ago, which the youngster from Wool, that was won by Wolmers. And there seems to be a technical issue that is holding up even the start of the race now.
So if it's a clock that's not working, it's probably not, they're not gonna run the races until that has been sorted out, because it's really important as well as it connects with the system that we're using as a roster athletics system. But it seemed to have been settled now because the starter is now calling them.
Well, let's hope that,
I think it still produces a time, just that we're not be able to see it here inside the stadium, which also it distracts for the fans and those of us that are looking on. And so now the stadium announcer is saying, please.
Well, apparently the announcer is asking the starter to hold the race, so they are still trying to, and in fact it might. Yes, so here's the official time, 12:28 by Giovanni Morris from Manchester with a win, a large win there. More than 2 seconds clear of the rest of the field. 14:54 Pembroke Hall's Fraser for second, and Jamar Jackson Clancarty third, 14:88. 12:28 for Giovanni Morris, winning section 16. Class 3 boys 100 meters, heading into section 17 momentarily. And I guess they should be getting on their way shortly. Dante Wright Clarendon is in 1. Dylan Dallas Wolmers in 2. O'Neill Campbell Camperdown in 3. Javel Beckford Steer Town in 4. Adrian Taylor St. Catherine 5. Raheem Steer York Castle. And Renee Blake BB Coke along with Leonardo Green St. Jago outside. The outside lane.
Lane 5 seemed to be empty from where we're
off and running. Green St. Jago gets up well, trying to close the man from St. Catherine, who is coming through Adrian Taylor, and he flies by the man from St. Jago, and he comes through ahead of Jason Wright from Clarendon and Leonard Green. Adrian Taylor with the win. 12.33 in section 17, negative 0.9. Dante Wright, Clarendon second, 12.47. And third, Renee Blake, BB Coke, 12.51, section 17, negative 0.9 win reading.
Yeah, they call themselves the Conquerors, that's St. Catherine. And they just conquered that one through Adrian Taylor. He looks to be almost one of the smallest athletes we've seen here today, but that was some big sprinting from him.
Section 18. Ricardo Miller Papine, Lintina Wallace, Clarendon in 2, Warrington Thomas Danoon in 3, Jovain Johnson Kingston High in 4, Jaquante Rodney St. Mary in 5, in a depleted field here in this section 18. Class 3 boys into their running, and Kingston High's. In fact, it's Rodney from St. Mary. He steps away And Wallace from Clarendon running in there for second. Shaquante Rodney from St. Mary High with the win. Perennial Eastern champion winners, St. Mary High. And their youngster coming through with the win here in section 18, 12.36 ahead of Lentino Wallace, Clarendon, 12.84, and Steve Small, Sydney Pagan, 13.65.
Sydney Pagan, one of the schools that we've been talking to about all morning, turning up and turning out some athletes. So they are now, I think, expanded their departments in terms of their track and field program. So it's good to see a few sprinters. We saw Phillips earlier winning in the class 1 girls for them. I know another athlete. Usually not seeing a lot of sprinters from these schools, but yeah, Sydney Pagan seem to be having a good program there.
Yes, a number of these schools having the coaches out of GC Foster College, and we are seeing the work being done by these coaches based on their expertise in coaching. As we head into section 19, McCoy Byfield from Magotty, he will run in lane 1. Off and running, Mount St. Joseph Moulton. Fletcher outside there. It's St. Andrew Technicals, McFarlane. Coming through now is the man from Leicester with the win. 12.92. And negative 0.17. Leicester from Stets with the win, 12.92. Fletcher from Camperdown second, 13.30. That was section 19. So your leader so far remains Rajan Romilly from St. Jago, 11.23. Ahead of Joshua Ricketts Calabar, 11.25, and Darnell Douglas, 11.31. Those are the podium persons as is now in the Class 3 boys 100 meters, with a couple of more races to come.
So 28 heats in this class.
That was section 19. Section 20 coming up. Joel Watson Papine in 1. Javon Anderson Bridgeport 2. Jelani Garden Pembrokeshire in 3. Ricardo Cameron Greater Portmore in 4. Flying out is Finlay from St. Jago. And he, like the others earlier, he sprung out of the blocks and he's continued to pull away with each and every stride. And he crosses the line, 11.34. No doubt will be one of the top times so far, which will put him on the leaderboard up the top.
And he looked very easy doing that. That's credit to that young man. That was some very relaxed, if you ask me, extra relaxed sprinting there. And he looked good from the start. Never had to press the accelerator any at all, and managed to still run a fast time. As I said, now he moves into the top seat for this event.
11.34, taking him up to 4th overall. In section 20, Class 3 boys 100 meters. Section 21 coming up, or U if you prefer to use the alphabet. Isaac Najir Campion in 1. Lamar Martin Pembrokeshire in 2. DeMarco Davis Bridgeport in 3. Saeed White Arden in 4. J.T. Halliman St. Jago in 5. Nathaniel Welch Pembrokeshire in 6. Asani Court d'Ivoire, St. Mary, and this looks to be a youngster out of Africa, and the flag that I'm seeing looks to be the flag of Cote d'Ivoire as well, or Ivory Coast, maybe taking the last name of his country. We'll get that in a while. Halliman St. Jago gets up well, trying to track him is White from Ardennes, but he steps away from White and he pulls away and he shows him a clean pair of heels, 11.88. Saeed White second, and Bridgeport Davis up there too for the minor placing. But Wante Halliman with the win from St. Jago in a negative 1.1 win reading, section 21, 11.88. his winning time. Second, Said White, 12.67, and DeMarco Davis Bridgeport third, 13.11.
Good running there, but we were all anxious to see that young man Astani from Cote d'Ivoire, but he did not show for that one. And again, believe it or not, he would have been representing Saint Mary, and again you wonder where are these connections coming from, because that's almost representative of an African country by name and by flag, but he would have been representing Saint Mary High here. So really interesting to have seen him, but he did not show. I guess we'll see him sometime later in the season.
Certainly. Section 22 coming up. Section V, Tajay Burgess, Great to Portmore in 1. Maurice Hughes is unattached in 2. Joseph Brown from Maximum Momentum in 3. Demaria Brown Bridgeport in 4. Khalil Mir Campion in 5. Jaquan Squat, he is unattached in 6. Tyree McGregor Concarthy in 7. And Kajan Nugent Petersfield in lane 8. Section 22, Class 3 boys, 100 meters. And we're here at the Camperdown Classics. And you're watching StrideVisionTV. Welcome to Sports TV. And of course, we're here for the StrideVision Athletic Series for 2025. I am Roger Hassel, along with O'Shane Hudson, who have been your commentator since morning. And he'll be carrying the flag alone in a few, taking through the remainder of the day here at the Camperdown Classics. 20th staging of the event. And you said you remember when you was a youngster when this event started. You were in high school. What high school was that? And you were an athlete as well.
I was at the Old Harbour High School.
At the?
Old Harbour High School, famously known for the likes. Well, best known talent of recent time would have been Kemar Bailey Cole.
Yes. Was he at school when you were there?
Yes, man. I was a year ahead of him. And I give you a joke, Raj. Actually, one of my first track meet that I ran in a spikes. It was actually his spikes because we were the same size.
Yes.
And I at the time didn't have a personal spikes for myself, so the coach allowed me to run in his spikes. And so I really thought I was the one that probably gave him a little bit of good luck.
Yes.
To becoming the star that he became. But I ran for Old Harbour High.
Yeah.
We're still trying to build a program. Yeah. Still trying to see what we can produce, because I still believe there are a lot more Bailey Coles existing there, just that we need to get it serious about it. But I have always been a fan of track and field, and that is why to this day, even after so many years, I still give that level of support to all schools, and I cannot understand from a place of being an athlete.
Into their running, Bridgeport's Brown. Outside there is Mayor from Campion. He steps away, Scott to McGregor. Khalil Mir comes through to take the win from Campion, 13.05. 13.04 in a negative 1.6 win reading. 13.04 for Khalil Mir, Campion. Maurice Hughes second, unattached, 13.59. And Tariq McGregor, 13.63. So you're still helping out with the program down there at Old Harbour. That's what you're saying.
I mean, I don't have an active input as it stands right now. I just support as a past student, and yes. I tell everybody I support a particular girls' school, but whenever you ask me what boys' school I support, I always tell you that I support the Old Harbour High School. Despite, as I said before, we're not showing up and showing out. So I hope in the future, somewhere in the future, I can offer some amount of help or assistance to the program, because I think, as I said before, we still have some talents there.
Section 23 RW, Jaquan Peart from Maximum Momentum, Javier Williams Cloncarthy, Nathan Brown Bridgeport, Perry from Dintil, off into there running, flying out of the block is Rossis, Tian Barrett, and he steps away from the pack. Ardennes Brown trying to follow, but it's all about the man from Rossis, Tian Tyrrell Barrett, 11.59, puts him into the top 10. Tian Tyrrell Barrett Rossis, negative 1.3 win reading, 11.58. Second, Justin Brown Ardennes, 12.77. And Jamar Perry Dintil, 13.01.
Justin Brown of Arden Technical 12
So that time comes back as a personal best time, but that was a very dominant display by the young man from overseas. From gun to tape, he looked very outstanding in all phases of that race, Roger.
And it puts him into 7th place on the leaderboard that time, headed by Roger Romilly from St. Jago, 11.23. Often so off and running. This is Goff from Oberlin. Trying to close on inside there is Lyons from Cloncarty, Fisher, Bridgeport. What it's all about. Jordan Goff, 12.22, Oberlin High. Former Eastern Champions powerhouse.
Second was the John Sargent of overseas, 12.53 seconds. And third, Alexander McLaren.
So Jordan Goff with the win, 12.22. Keshawn Salke, Rossi, second, 12.53. And third is Alexander McClarty, Arden, 13.15. Section 24. Section 25 coming up. Or section Y. We'll also complete the letters of the alphabet here in class 3 boys and recycle and come again. I think it's about 28 sections we'll be having. So we'll be having section AA, section BB. But we're in section Y or section 25. Class 3 boys 100 meters. As they're on their marks, Jordan Davey, Veer, Gardner Ascot, Allen from overseas, and springing out is Jaden Fisher from St. Jago. And he steps away from the pack and he's always pulling away. The others will battle for the minor placing. And the man, Jaden Fisher, 11.67. The flash time there for the man from St. Jago, Jaden Fisher, minus 2.0 in reading. Looking for the official time, 11.67. Second, Alandre Allen, 12.88. And third is Rajay Gardner Ascot, 13.36. Jaden Fisher with the win, St. Jago, 11.67.
Only 50% more races to go.
Section Z, section 26. Nathaniel Kwashe out of Herbert Morrison and Trinidad and Tobago. He'll run from lane 1, but he's not there. So getting up well, Monas Carter, Wilmers Malcolm. On the outside there, it is Statius Goling Marinda and Caden Marinda from Statius Goling coming through to take the win, 12.64.
12.64. Flash time.
Stuart Excelsior up there as well for the minor placings.
And you almost saw a celebration for the ages, because I think that's the first win for Tatius Goling all of this meet. And that young man is besides himself, knowing that he at least have one of his heat coming here for Tatius Goling in school of the former 400-meter national record holder, that's Jermaine Gonzalez. It's good to see Tatius Goling still doing their thing.
For real, Tatius Goling with the win, 12.65, section 26. So we recycle the alphabet again and begin with section AA or section 27. Last 3 boys, 100 meters. Nathaniel Lutford, Tatius Goling. We have Jaheim Brown, St. Catherine. Not there. Off into there running on the outer lane is Gray from Excelsior. Coming through on the inside now is Dixon from Excelsior. So they are trying for Aquinella. Javon Dennis from Herbert Morrison splits them, and so in the inside it's Brown from St. Catherine. But it's Dominic Dixon with the win. Or it could be Alphonsus Davis, Gawain Clark.
On the podium we have the winners of
We'll wait the time.
Girls class 2.
Dixon from Excelsior with the win. 12.81.
The awards we have the shatter.
Ledford,
Third place.
Statius Goling second, 13.36.
Alphonsus Davis.
Herbert Morrison, Javon Dineth third, 13.43. Dominic Dixon the win, section 27. Class 3 boys, 100 meters.
The winner of the event, 800 meters of girls class 2, Danae Hodges, Sydney Pagan. Event sponsored by Western Union.
And the section 28, the final section, a very depleted field here.
Thank you, Western Union.
Looks to be only 3 who will face a starter.
So finally, in the classroom boys.
This is the final heat. 3 will face a starter. We have Devontae Campbell. We have Siobhan Thomas. And there is Sterling from Tatius Golding. Into their running. Campbell from Camperdown. Is that Camperdown or Herbert Morrison? He's not listed, but the youngster from Herbert Morrison, based on the uniform, comes through with the win. In fact, they have him as a non-starter, but he actually starts. And he is a win. And that was the final section. Class 3 boys, 100 meters, and your overall winner is Rajan Romilly, St. Jago, 11.23. Silver medal going to Joshua Ricketts, Calabar, 11.25. And completing the podium in third place, Daniel Douglas from Jamaica College, 11.31. Your winner of the Class 3 boys, 100 meters, Rajan Romilly, St. Jago, 11.23.
So standing by for the first section of the boys class 2, 100 meters.
Somebody was saying off here, Roger, that how welcome it is to have this amount of 100 meters at this meet, because we've seen at 2 occasions now where the alphabet, based on how the listing is, they have exceeded the 26 letters and had what we say reset the alphabet. But we're trying to remind them that this is Camperdown's meet, and they're known and already established according to the likes of Cynthia Cook as the sprint capital. So how could it have been a meet for Camperdown without a lot of sprinting? But do you agree that it's probably too much for this meet, or
I
just fine?
disagree. I mean, it's Camperdown's meet. Camperdown is the sprint factory, so you're going to have a sprint fest. Period. That's it. Into their running. First section, class 2 boys. There is Brown from Calabar, but the man from Walker, Calabar. The others are trying to close on him. It's the Calabar 1-2. Warren Walker ahead of Shed Brown. 10:72, the fastest time today. As the times begin to go lower and lower, we are into the speed zone. 10:71 for Byron Walker in a negative 2.3. Ahead of Shed Brown, Calabar 10:82, and Rajiki Walters Tets 10:88, all dipping below 11 seconds the first 3. So we expect the podium finishers will come from this heat. Class 2 boys, 100 meters, negative 2.3 in the section A. Brian Walker the win, 10.71. So the fastest time today in section 1. Class 2 boys, 100 meters. Section 2 coming up. We have Usain Bernard Petersfield. Very famous first name. DeAndre Myers, Woolmers. Daisy Lear, Jamaica College, and down the islands. Could be British Virgin Islands based on the flag. Ronaldo Francis Calabar in 5. Jizzy Walters, St. George's in 6. Trey Watson Petersfield, and Taekwon Campbell, Jamaica College, out there in lane 8. 6 facing the starter. Into their running. And the man from Calabar, Ronaldo Francis, takes the lead, but the others are trying to follow him, including the man from St. George's, Jassy Walters. Francis is holding on. Walters is closing. But Ronaldo Francis holds on for the win, 10.95. Another sub-11 race here In class 2, negative 1.8.
Yeah, man. So you were pointing out quickly, Roger, that young man, I think he finished about fourth. It's from the Turks and Caicos Island, and I think he's following the likes of Delano Williams. Those would have come from that part of the island, the Caribbean, to campaign in Jamaica. He's now at Jamaica College. Very interesting to see. He, like many others that we've seen all morning, coming from those smaller Eastern or Central Caribbean countries, coming to Jamaica, and he didn't look too badly in but already the Calabar group, we've said it repeated, the Calabar athletes are looking sharp, well-oiled and ready to compete.
So 10.96 by Ronaldo Francis will place him fourth on the leaderboard. The leading times coming from that first heat. That's section 3 coming up. Johnny Campbell, Jamaica College, is missing. There is Sanjay Lewis Petersfield, Omari Thomas Woolmers, Marco Callahan, Jamaica College in 4. Jamani Griffith St. Jago in 5. Into there running beside him, Woolmers, Everton Thomas. On the outside there is Saunders from Woolmers 2. And another Woolmers. Woolmers there trying for a 3. But on the inside is the man from Petersfield, Shandy Lewis. He comes through to take the win. 11.10, left it late to get into his rhythm, but he actually did and came through with the win. 11.10 for Shadane Lewis Petersfield. And that's a time for the youngster from Petersfield, as I expect. Byron Walker's 10.71 to hold up. Shed Brown 10.82 for second, and Rodrigue Walters Stets 10.88. Those are the times at the top of the leaderboard in class 2 at the moment. 11.10 for Shade Lewis. Omar Thomas second, 11.25, and Daniel Saunders Woolmers third, 11.31. With his teammate Everton Thomas 11.33 fourth. Section 3. Heading into section 4. Class 2 boys, 100 meters. Andre Boyd, St. Jago. In 2, it's Gregory Williams, Jamaica College. 3 is Herbert Morrison's Jaden Wollaston. 4 is Nasir McMorris, Campion. 5 is Shamar Malcolm Woolmers. David Wallace, Herbert Morrison. In 6, 7 facing the starter, and off into there running. The man from Woolmers, Malcolm. Campion McMorris up there too. Beside him is the man from Herbert Morrison, Williston. But stepping forward now, McMorris from Campion. Or Woolmers, Shamar Malcolm, 10.97. Malcolm with the win for Woolmers. Morris Campion actually the win, 10.97. Similar colors, but Campion with the win. This is a talent, 10.97. O'Shane, when you are running 10 seconds, it shows that you have some speed in you.
Well, we spoke at length this morning about Campion and what they have been doing. We remember the likes of Crystal Slowly. She was a talk just 2 seasons ago for what she was doing for Campion, and they talk about the likes of Jordan Scott before, triple jumper, outstanding athlete for them. But now to see them finding some new talents, and this young man seems to be one of them, so really encouraging from Campion.
In the 80s, they had a youngster by the name of Kevin Moore. I'm not certain if you heard of that name before. He was an outstanding sprinter for Campion. And they also had an 800 meters runner in the early 2000s who dominated every class. Section 5. Into their running. Stets gets up well, Hilton. Trying to follow him on the outside. There's a man from Jamaica College, Robinson. Coming to be a close finish, but holding on for the win. Jamani Hilton from Stets, 11.42. The others closing. Negative 1.9. John Aaron Spence, Herbert Morris, 11.53. And Caden Robinson, third, 11.54. That was section 5. Class 2 boys 100 meters.
And quickly back to Campion, I'm almost certain you probably can correct me. I think Jillian Russell Love might have been one of their most outstanding talent from Campion. And I know she's probably inspiring the present generation to continue the trend because, again, it's known for its academic prowess, but also to see them now trending out a lot of talents. Last week I was watching at home and I was pleasantly surprised to see the daughter of one, Christopher Martin. Christopher Martin now running for Campion. So it's a big deal, figuratively, and speaking of what they can do, I think they will find some amount of inspiration with the current talent that they have and try to build a good program. They're doing well in football, so I think they're going to do well in track as well.
Of course, Jillian Russell, a former two-time world junior champion, off into their running. Raydem Solomon from Stets gets up well, but in the middle now it's Magatis Bennett, and also there coming through to take the win in lane 3. Tariq Bennett from Magati. 10.96. He also visits the speed zone into the top 10 with that time in section 6, 10.96. Huge personal best for him. Marley Robinson Woolmer second, 11.23. And Mark Allen Woolmer's third, 11.43. So we are seeing 10 seconds athletes who can run 10 seconds from different schools, which is showing the growth of track and field and the sprints here in Jamaica.
And I mean, at class 2, I think the benchmark is being able to run below 11 seconds. Your name will be somewhere in the conversation if you're able to do that. And to see a school, we're wanting to be sure that it's Magati because they have been running in all sorts of different kits since when there's a blue and white there. But the start list has him as Magati, and winning that race for Magati, they have been doing good all morning.
This looks to be a full field, section 7. Henry Arden, Allison Mount St. Joseph, Morgan Papine, Camperdown's Joshua Lewis. Off into their running. James from Camperdown gets up well. On the inside now closing. Papine's Morgan. Allison as well. It's going to be a blanket finish coming down and coming through to take the win. O'Shane Morgan from Papine. 11.49. In a negative 0.8 win reading, O'Shane Morgan with the win, your name.
Well, it was evident that the win that they're running in was very telling because he lost a piece of his gear. That's the winner there, but he was able to hold it. At one point I thought he was going to react to grab it, but he managed. That's on Papine High also doing pretty decent this championships. We're talking about the likes of Candice McLeod, Tiffany James of great fame. But that young man there was doing all that he could to win that race, and he did so in the end.
Certainly, that was section 7. Class 2 boys, 100 meters. Heading into section 8. We'll be having 21 sections in this class 2. 8 of 21, another full field here. Nathaniel Newton St. Jago. We see Northern Sutherland from Stets, looks to be from down the islands as well. We'll confirm which country he represents. There's Crawford from Kingston Technical, Jaden from St. George's College. So this is a close race developing. On the outside there's Antoine Reed. On the inside there it is Stets Sutherland. Close going Petersfield. Murray also follows him to the line. 11.43. It's between Murray from Petersfield and Norman Sutherland from Stets. 11.46 for Norman Sutherland from Stets. 11.46, a negative 1.1. Same time for Demar Murray from Petersfield. Down to the thousandth of a second, which hands Norman Sutherland the win. 4.53 to Murray's 4.58. In the thousandth of a second, 11.46. That was section 8. Norman Sutherland the win from Stets. Looks to be from down the islands, one of those flags. Certainly not Jamaica. And section 9 coming up. Shaquem Billings, Woolmer's in 1. Jason Wilson, Woolmer's in 2. Roshane Francis, Happy Grove in 3. Hanif Jones, Clarendon College, this could be St. Kitts or one of them. In 4 for Clarendon, Zachary Nesbitt, Manchester. Danjay Grant, Clarendon. Zandre Myers, Wolmers. Ramesh Blake, St. George's. And getting up too early, the youngster from Wolmers in this 9th section, Class 2 boys 100 meters. The leaderboard headed by Byron Walker from Calabar, 10.71. Ahead of Shed Brown, also of Calabar, 10.82. And Rojiki Walters from Stets, 10.88. Nasir Matt Morris in the 10-second zone, 10.97. He is in 6th overall, 10.97. Back to section 9, we have Shaquem Billings, Wolmers. Wilson Wolmers as well. Francis Happy Grove, Jones Clarendon, Danjay Grant Clarendon, Myers Wolmers, Blake St. George's. Into their running. A good break from Jones. And he steps to the front. Trying to follow him is Wolmers, Jaden Wilson. But driving forward to take the win. The man from Clarendon, Hanif Jones. 11.35. Clarendon College also had their time here in Jamaica when they were the dominant boys' school in the mid-80s. Ralston Reed comes to mind, comes to memory. A time when they broke the streak of the Kingston College Calabar monopoly in champs.
And not only that, speaking of Antigua, not too recent, well, sometime now, because he has now retired, their former national record holder used to be at racers, Bailey, Daniel, I think it's Daniel Bailey, if I'm not mistaken, coming to Jamaica to be coached by the great Glenn Miller. We spoke about that repeatedly this morning and producing some fantastic time. So now to see that there are high schoolers from Antigua now being coached in Jamaica. And again, Roger, it is so interesting to find out how is it that we have these athletes spread across the different geographies of Jamaica. This one is coming off Clarendon College, and Clarendon College is looking good.
Into their running and getting up well is the man from Ascot, but closing on the outside there, Jaquan Reed from York Castle. On the inside too, it's Bridgeport's Jaden Johnson, steals the win. Jaden Johnson, negative 0.7 win reading. Jaden Johnson, 11.55. Coming through to take the win, 11.54. In section 10, Jaquan Reed, York Castle second, 11.68. Same time for Peter Walker, St. Andrew, technical 11.68. Your winner for section 10, Jaden Johnson, class 2 boys, 100 meters, 11.54. Section 11 coming up. Demetri Scott Arden, Ricky Ball, Marcus Garvey, Alex Hansen, St. Catherine. Field looks depleted. Looks to be about 6 will participate in this section 11. Into their running. The man from Camperdown gets up well on the outside. Beside him, it is Wolmer's Cuff, and Daly, Cuff, Daly, Cuff, Daly. Daly wins Camperdown, 11.29. Ahead of Cuff, Wolmer's. And whenever Camperdown win a race, it's all about excitement generated here. It's their meet. And they have a winner here in section 11, class 2 boys, 100 meters, 11.29.
Yeah, and that's a good one there for him. He was able to hold his form, because I think when he was challenged by the other young man, Cuff, we thought at one point he was going to unravel, but he held his own, and really credits to him. That is some form of maturity from our young sprinters.
Indeed, section 12 coming up remains Smith St. Jago, listed for 1. In 2, it's Noel Spence, St. Andrew Technical. 3, Jonathan Jackson, York Castle. 4, Jordan Hanson, Greater Portmore. 5, Marlon Gibbs, Dintil. In 6, Amari Gordon Woolmers, Octane Francis, Greater Portmore, and Ainsworth Dawkins, St. Andrew Technical, your listed competitors. 7 facing the starter. Off and running. St. Tactical Spence gets up well. On the outside there is St. Tactical Dawkins as well. So it's going to be St. Tactical. They're running very well. Coming through in between them, it's Jonathan Jackson from York Castle. And he comes through splitting the St. Andrew Technical duo. Negative 1.1 win reading. Jonathan Jackson wins. 11.85. Second, Noel Spence in Andrew Technical, 11.93. Marlon Gibbs, 11.97. Third. That was section 12. Section 13, Class 2 boys, 100 meters coming up. Events coming thick and fast. Of course, we also have the boys Class 1 fireworks. Already we are in the speed zone, 10.71. The leading time in Class 2 so far today. Kai Henry Meadowbrook in 1. Vincent Hamilton Dintil 2. Calvin Cross Ascot 3. Maish Falls Mona 4. Jashan Samuels Bridgeport 5. Roldine Danvers St. George's 6, Dwight Raymond Clarendon 7, Jaden Williams York Castle 4, and it's a recall for this section 13. Class 2 boys, 100 meters. We're here at the Camperdown Classics, and if you have just joined us, welcome to Sports TV. This is StrideVisionTV, and yeah, we are here at the Camperdown Classics, the 20th staging. My name is Roger Haspel. O'Shane Hudson here with us as well, and yeah, we are witnessing a delicious sprinting here, and of course synonymous with the school Camperdown, the sprint factory, and we are having over 150 races in the 100 meters today, ranging from Class 4 girls right through to Class 1 boys as they head back to the starter for a second time. Section 13, Class 2 boys, 100 meters. Henry Meadowbrook. Into their running. So Hamilton from Dingle gets up well. Raymond, so close going. There is Samuels from Bridgeport. Mona Forbes on the outside though is the man from York Castle, Jaden Williams, who steals it on the stand side, if you call that in horse racing parlance. He rallied on the stand side and take the win on the outside lane. 11.77 for the man from York Castle, Brownstown. Bridgeport second, Jason Samuels 12.01, and Maish Forbes Mona 12.04. Your winner, section 13, Jaden Williams from York Castle, 11.77. And we see another part of Jamaica coming through with a win here today.
Yeah, and looking, if you ask me, very composed and easy with doing that. I think he's confident in his ability, but as I've been saying, for quite a few of the sprinting talents that I've seen all morning, that one looks to be a good project. Anybody gets him in the future, if he continues track and field in the future, that will be one with a lot of room to develop, Roger. And really good to see York Castle showing up and doing well all the way from St. Ann, but they're showing up big today.
Leon Bennett, in fact, he has been scratched from Pembroke Hall in this heat, section 14. So we have Richard Redhead in lane 2 for Cloncarthy. Denmark Bastiana St. Catherine in 3. Roshane Howard from Camperdown in 4. Kyle Morris Ulmers in 5. Kemoy Sang Cloncarthy in 6. Jane Lee Tatius Golding in 7. And Moses Wallace the Carteret in lane 8. Going back to their marks. 6 in the field. Section 14, Class 2 boys, 100 meters. Into their running. Morris from Woolmas gets up well. On the inside there is Clancarty's Redhead. He steps to the front. Beside him is Vassiana from St. Catherine. Trying to close on the outside there is the man from Tatius Golding. Both crossing the line. Tatius Golding, Jaden Lee looks to have taken it. And Clancarty's Redhead at 12.35. A very slow race there. Redhead with the win from Clancarty, 12.35. Lee from Tatius Golding second, 12.36. And third, Vassiana, St. Catherine, 12.50.
We're seeing the times dropping a little bit as we get closer to the closing end of this, the Class 2 boys. And as we sort of expected, because I think the organizers tend to put the faster guys in the earlier heats. But nonetheless, these schools, they're giving their best, and again, happy for the opportunity for them to be running and being able to qualify into boys and girls championships, as well as to just represent themselves. But too nicely, as you say, 150, 100 meters to go through. That's a lot of 100 meters. But nonetheless, we are enjoying every bit of it.
All right, so section 15, Tadrill, Thomas, very technical, and both Thomas and Joshua Love from Clarendon getting up early. Dropping out is Tyree Anderson from Herbert Morrison, as well as King Nugent from St. George's College. 6 will face a starter. As we get prepared for the big events.
Stand by, stand by, stand by.
Into their running. Campbell from St. Catherine gets up well. On the outside there is Pottinger from Jamaica College. He steps to the front, but he's being challenged by the man on the inside, Joshua Law from Clarendon College. But it's all about the man from Jamaica College, Jaden Pottinger with the win, 11.60. Negative 0.1 win reading for and it's 11.61 for Jaden Pottinger, Jamaica College. Second, Joshua Love, Clarendon, 11.90. And third, Patrick Campbell, St. Catherine, 12.24. That was section 15 of 22.
The winner, Kenny Samuels of Calabar, 14.44 meters. Ahead of Romain Lewis, also of Calabar, 14.32. And third, Kamiki Thomas.
Heading into section
0.01 meters.
16. Kareem Crump, St. Catherine. Leo Dillon, Clarendon. Taj Murray, Matt Daniel, Meadowbrook. Justin Gray, Greater Portmore. Damoy Garrick, Tatius Golding. Raheem Smith, Kellitz. Your listed competitors. On their marks, section 16, class 2 boys, 100 meters. Off and running, slipping is Greater Portmore's Gray. Will he recover? Not as yet. Running very well, the man from Kellitz on the outside there. Coming through on the inside now is Dylan from Clarendon College, and he steals it. But on the outside too is the man from Kellitz, 11.96. Smith from Kellitz with the win, negative 2.4 win reading. Dylan second from Clarendon, 12 flat. Third, Taj Marie McDaniel Meadowbrook, 12.13. Your winner, Raheem Smith from Kellitz, 11.96. Section 16.
Thank you. The pole vault, by the way, back on the cards at the Camperdown Classics in 2025. And that competition ended sometime ago.
So we are winding down, as you said, Roshane, that the times, you are seeing a dip in the times based on the quality as the events progress in terms of the amount of events, and we are seeing the lesser quality athletes now competing.
Well, I think we're still seeing some quality, but you rightly said it. You're seeing more of the lesser known names, and a lot are changing in the stadium, including the temperatures, the wind reading, etc. But nonetheless, there's a chance for them to compete.
Section 17 off and running, getting up well. Griffiths from Greater Portmore. Beside him is Bradley from Vere. On the outside is Anani Williams from Bridgeport. He's been challenged on the inside by Gutson from Clarendon, but Amani Williams holds on for the win in 12.10 ahead of Jason Gutson Clarendon. Negative 0.3. Amani Williams 12.1 for the win. Jason Gutson Clarendon 12.18 for second, and Shiloh Bradley Veer 12.53. That was section 17, class 2 boys 100 meters.
And results of the girls class 3 high jump competition. Winners, Sequoia Palmer of St. Mary High, 1.68 meters ahead of Gabriel Treasure of St. Catherine, 1.65 meters. And third was Tishani Armstrong of St. Catherine, 1.60 meters. The
and now
class 2 is getting ready to go on. And we'll try to call that as it commences.
Section 18. Kamar Jones, St. Jago, and Joria Burke, Dunoon Technical. There is Justin Salmon from Bridgeport. Into there running on the outside there. Petersfield, Leonard Johnson gets up well, steps away from McFarlane from Dunoon and Thompson from Clarthy. On the inside there is James from St. Jago, but it's all about the man from Petersfield, Malachi Johnson with the win, 12.12. Malachi Johnson with the win in section 18. 12.14 for Johnson. Second, Sebastian Bennett, Cloncarty, 12.51. Kemar James St. Jago, 12.58. Section 19 coming up. Tajon Ricketts, Fogo Road, Jaleel Thompson, Cloncarty, Siobhan Reed, Kellitz. Six facing the starter. Allen from Mount St. Joseph and Reed Kellis dropping out into their running, getting up well. The man from Excelsior, Bryson Maitland. On the inside is Tajon Ricketts from Fogo Road. Both of them are going at it, and the man from Fogo Road is going to come through to take the win. 12.04 for Tajon Ricketts ahead of Bryson Maitland, Excelsior. 12.36. And Jaleel Thompson, Cloncarty. Third, 12.73. Tajon Ricketts, 12.04. Section 19. Section 20 coming up. And at the completion of the class 2 boys 100 meters, Dr. O'Shane Hudson will be taking over the lead commentary for the remainder of the 100-meter racing. And we'll be rejoined by Chelsea, your comments person here on StrideVisionTV. Kelsey Jones standing by. So Anchovies, Bigby gets up well. There's Cephas Papin running very well. Lane 6 coming through. Richards from Knox, 11.54. Darren Richards from Knox with the win. Positive 0.3 win reading. 11.55 for Darren Richards out of Knox in Spalding, Clarendon. Second, Ronaldo Fortner, St. Jago, 12.06. And third, Nassim Lawrence, 12.33. And the final section in the Class 1 boys coming up. 100 meters, Rashid Tucker, Papin. Kesrick Wedderburn, Anchovy. Joel Hall, Greater Portmore. Nicardo Johnson, St. Jago. Tamar Bryan, Mount St. Joseph. Wade Lindsay, Knox. Malik Duncan, Camperdown, Zachary Rowe. A full field in this final Class 2 boys 100 meters. Off and running. Johnson from St. Jago gets up well. Also Arden Zachary Rowe on the outside. But it's all about the man from St. Jago. But Arden Zachary Rowe has other ideas. And he's stepping away to take the win in 11.71. Final race in the boys class 100 meters. And your winner overall, Byron Walker, 10.71. Ahead of his teammate Chet Brown, 10.82, and completing the podium places, Rodriguez Walters from Stets, 10.88. Byron Walker, your winner of the Class 2 boys, 100 meters here at the Camperdown Classics 20th station. I am Roger Hassel, and Dr. Shane Hudson will take it up from here on in for the remainder of the afternoon, along with Kelsey Jones.
Thank you, Roger. So welcome back. Still staying in tune to the Camperdown Classics at 20th staging. And now we have moved over into Class 1. And the first heat is on the track. And we'll tell you the winner for sure. It looks to be the young man from Alphonsus Davis. We get the name to you shortly. Or rather, it looks to be have been the final heat for Class 2. Based on our checks, that's the final heat for Class 2. And the young man Bennett comes across the line in first place. Lincoln Bennett, 12.03, running into a negative 0.3 meters per second. That's Belair's athletes finishing second in that event. So that's Class 2 there as we get ready for what is to come. Well, we still have some more Class 2 runnings based on what we're seeing on our schedule. And this is, it looks to be W, section W for the Class 2. And we'll tell you quickly who they are. Kodrick Kerr for Herbert Morris, Jabari Garwood for Stets, Tylen Wint of Greater Portmore, Soto Cummings of Tishus Goling, but it looks to be the athlete from Stets. That's Garwood from Stets along with Kerr from Herbert Morris, but it's going to be Kerr from Herbert Morris that takes this one. Is level 0.43. Kodrick Kerr of Herbert Morris ahead of Jabari Garwood of Stets, 11.45. Await the win reading for that, but a close battle there between Kerr and Garwood. Garwood finishing second in 11.47. Still no win reading. And third place, that looks to be Castillo of Dintel coming across in 12.10. This is section W in the Class 2 boys, 100 meters. There's still a lot of 100 meters. We said we have 150 of them to complete this afternoon. Therefore, we're not even close to finishing, but we're getting there nicely. This is going to be section X of the Class 2 boys. We have ring out of lane 1, Joe Wayne Ogilvy of Clarendon, Renil Burke of St. Jago, that name is one to watch, Sage McFarling of Manchester, Omarion Gordon out of Tishus Golding, St. Mary's, Kevon Gordon. Also in lane 5, Alex Scully of Ascot in 6, Tyrone Thompson of Kellits in 7. So the starter not yet ready for them, so we await a call to the block. But Kelsey, so far we have been treated a lot of sprinting. I don't know if you're getting a little overwhelmed by the numbers, or you're enjoying what you're seeing here.
Honestly, it feels really good to be able to observe this level, this caliber of talent. I mean, we're really turning them out in Jamaica here. Like, this is just very entertaining.
Exactly my stance. Very entertaining. It is Ogilvy of Clarendon, Burke of St. Jago, Manchester's McFarling, Gordon Tishus Goling, Gordon of St. Mary as well, Scully, Ascot, and Kellett Thompson. So 3-4 to face the starter. St. Jago's Burke, Renil Burke has gotten up quickly and he's stepping away from the field, but so too St. Mary's Gordon, but it's all about Renil Burke of St. Jago. St. Jago's going to win this one, 11.56. He crosses the line. That's Renil Burke ahead of Kevon Gordon of St. Mary I. So the win reading comes back at negative 1.1 for Burke, 11.58. Gordon 11.81 for Gordon and 12.71 for Joanne Ogilvy of Clarendon College, and Thompson finishing fourth in 12.90. So four-man field there. Burke getting the better of the field in 11.58, comes back as a personal best time. Looking good for St. Jago, the group from Spanish Town, Monk Street, well known for the likes of Ewan Blake, etc., that arose from that camp. So the final of the alphabet, I don't think it's a final for the class, but we are now at Z. This is final Z. The 26th heat in this class, Jermaine Ains of Robert Lightburn, Tyreek Wright, Tisha Schoolin, Delmar McDonald of Pembroke, Dejon Hill, Kellitz, Anatoly, Romaria Clark, Jordan Cook, Richard Bar 5 of Greater Portmore with Tamani Stewart of Oberlin. The starter calls them to their marks. So this is class 2. Boys are sprinting and they're up and about, and it looks to be the young man from Pembroke Hall. It is, but now it looks to Camperdown's, the athlete that is challenged. Well, that looks to be the athletes from Kellitz based on our start sheet. That's Dejon Hill from Kellitz. That has won that, or rather the time comes up as Camber, but we're not having a Camber on our start sheet, so we're not sure as to whose timing that is, and based on our start sheet that we're seeing. But the time comes back for the young man from Kellitz, Kadir, of Mona rather. So now this is actually section Y. So that's Kadir Campbell from Mona ahead of Veer Technical's Sullivan of Veer Technical 11.99, and Alex Bonner from Robert Lightburn. Quick and fast, we move to the next staging, this next section, which is actually the Z section. So my apologies, we are moving so fast to get things done as the starters are, and this is section Z. Let's look to the inside lanes for the young men from Oberlin, and so far that's Tamani Stewart of Oberlin that's doing most of the running. Oberlin's Tamani Stewart being challenged by BB Cooks Edwards, but it's all about Oberlin's Tamani Stewart of Oberlin, 11.75, win that one ahead of Jordan Edwards of BB Cook, running into a negative, well, positive 0.1 meters per second. That's Stewart, Tamani Stewart of Oberlin ahead of Jordan Edwards from BB Cook, and third seems to be Bar 5 of Greater Portmore, Richard Bar 5 of Greater Portmore. So Oberlin coming up with a win in that section. That's section Z of the class 2 boys. And now we move to what is now a reset of the clock, section AA. And persons that have reported, let's just tell you quickly, that is a field of 3.
High School, Jaheim Brown, and Anatoly High School.
So already the guns are send them off, and it's looks to be Rossi's Mark Graham of Rossi's that's doing most of the running. And it's actually Mark Graham, of course, of Rossi's that's win this one, 11.27 ahead of the young man from that school. We thought this morning it was one of the urban school, but it's actually Anatoly Jaheim Brown that comes up for second. So the winner for sure, Mark Graham from Rossi's, winning that one, and we'll give it official time in a moment, ahead of Brown from Anatoly, who comes up in second. So Rossi's winning another one there as we await their times, official times to come our way. But the organizers are trying to catch up as best as they can, and I think now we have completed all the races in class 2. So let's just give it a time for that final section. Mark Graham of Rossi's 11.29, Jaheim Brown of Anatoly 12.01 seconds, Tedan Butler of Tisha School in 13.04 for the top 3 in that race. So as we move into the class 1 sprinters, let me just use the opportunity to big up our listeners all the way from the tri-state, from the US of A. We have a lot of Calabar old boys that are tuning in. I want to say big up to Nars from Fort Lauderdale. He's also tuning in, another Calabar old boy supporting their team. Let's hope that Calabar will keep the winning streak going as we tell you about the overall results for the class 2. We'll give it that momentarily. Let's move to the class 1, the first heat of the class 1, 100 meters, and quickly this one is gonna be very interesting. We have Patrick McKenzie of St. Catherine running out of lane 1. That looks to be, tell you quickly as a result, Patrick McKenzie of St. Catherine, Nathaniel Martin of JC, Kimani Gordon of Calabar, Tremaine Todd, Calabar, Shaquins Gordon, Tavane Stewart of Robert Morrison. Very interesting. We're seeing the 2 athletes from Calabar, and that should be Kimani Gordon, so too Shaquin Gordon, Tremaine Todd from States is there for sure, Patrick McKenzie of St. Catherine, and there are several non-starters to include the athletes that should have been in 5, 6, and 7. And the gun sends him off. That's Shaquin Gordon that first gets up. But look at Todd. Todd of St. Elizabeth Technical that is doing most of the run. But so comes Shaquin Gordon. Shaquin Gordon of Calabar now steps to the front and he wins this one 10.33. Looking spanking in that display. That's Shaquin Gordon running into a positive 1.6 meters per second win. Gordon 10.34. Ahead of Todd, who got that early break, 10.50 for Todd. So that's a big victory there for Calabar. Shaquin Gordon, 10.34. And Chadwin Todd of St. Elizabeth has to settle for second. Natiana Martin of JC for third. And Kimani Gordon fourth. Calabar, 10.59. So Calabar here starting out big in Class 1 through Shaquin Gordon.
Class 1 set with really great numbers.
Excellent sprinter, excellent hurdler in Shaquin Gordon. And he is ready to stamp his authority. And that one arose the fans from Calabar that's inside the stadium. They all came alive just now seeing Shaquin Gordon on display. So that is the first of many races to come. So we're going to quickly tell you what comes up in Class 2. We still have some races to complete. This is second section. Swain Kerr of St. Elizabeth runs out of lane 1. Rondell Mitchell of York Castle runs out of lane 2. Dejon Swain for Calabar is going to be in lane 3. Ainsley McGregor of Wilmers in 4. Jamal Stevens, that's one from Calabar to watch out for. He comes up in lane 5. Nicardo Greg Clark of Wilmers in 6. Tremaine Hamilton of Clarendon College in 7. And the Taj Morgan from St. Jago runs out of lane 8. From what we're seeing, all have reported for the start. Save and except it looks to be lane 1 seems to be empty. That's the man from St. Elizabeth. But York Castle's Mitchell is there. Calabar's Swain is there. McGregor from Wilmers. Stevens, that's Jamal Stevenson from Calabar in 5. Nicardo Gray Clark in 6. Tremaine Hamilton in 7. And the Taj Morgan, that's a correct pronunciation there, from St. Jago in 8. The starter calls them to their mark. Let's look to Stevens. So from Calabar, Jamal Stevenson should be a quick double for them. And he's off and running. That's Jamal Stevenson. Stevenson steps away from the crowd and he's pulling away. But so too the young man from Wilmers, McGregor. But it's all about McGregor. And McGregor sealed the spoilers party. And McGregor does spoil the party for the Calabar fans here. Winning that one in a flash time of 10.52. That is Ainsley McGregor splitting the pair of Dejon Swain on his inside. And also Jamal Stevenson on his outside. Swain being credited with second place with 10.57. No doubt about the winner, McGregor 10.51 into a positive 1.2 meters per second win. So Calabar there was trying to steal an early march in a quick double, but the man from Wilmers, Ainsley McGregor, would have none of it, and he managed to hold those two competitors at bay, winning that one quite nicely. That is Ainsley McGregor from Wilmers. They are trying to announce themselves winning in 10.51 ahead of Dejon Swain in 10.57 and Jamal Stevens, both Swain and Stevens from Calabar, 10.6. Sherman Hamilton of Clarendon College having to settle for 4th, and the Taj Morgan of St. Jago 5th in 10.69. So very interesting two first races we have seen so far. One for Calabar, the other for Wilmers. Let's now move quickly to heat number 3. Raheem Collins of St. George's College runs out of lane 1. Elijah Smyker of JC runs out of lane 2. Johnny Thomas of Camperdown in 3. Recoy Hunter from Stets, that's one to watch. Dequan Madraj of Camperdown. Paul Henry of Fogo Road, and Via Technicals Cleon that looks at Mathering in 7 and Jazzy Turner in 8. So already they're going to send them out. But look to that young man from there, Mattering from there, but also to the athlete from Camperdown. Johnny Thomas of Camperdown. Camperdown it is going to win this one, 10.55 from Johnny Thomas of Camperdown. Giving the win based on what we're seeing, Maraj rather. Daquan Maraj that actually won out of lane 5. 10.7. It looks to be 10.52 from what we're seeing for Mirage. Comes up, jumps there for Camperdown to be followed by his teammate Thomas. So that's Quinella there for Camperdown winning that one. So Dequan Mirage from Camperdown 10.56 Johnny Thomas second, also of Camperdown 10.68, and Recoy Hunt of States 10.71 for third. Paul Henry of Fogar Road equaling his personal best in fourth with 10.75. So the races are coming thick and fast. There's no wasting of time between these events. So we're trying to keep pace with the organizers. We also try to get your results as quick as possible to you. The fourth section, section D, comes up right on track now. It's going to be Dave Morgan, runs out of lane 1. Caldon Wims out of Bahamas. That name is very popular in Bahamas. Steven Lawrence of Petersfield runs of lane 3. Raheem Allison of Clarendon College of 4. Tyreek Robbins of St. Jago in 5. Siobhan Brown of Herbert Marcy in 6. Gio Bernal of Panama and also for Swept runs out of lane 7. Jaheim Watson of Bridgeport is in lane 8. So they're going to send them off. Let's look to see what's happening for the inside. It's Peterfield's Lawrence. Lawrence is there, but look to Alice of Clarendon College. Alice of Clarendon College is stepping away from the athlete from Herbert Marcy. Alice wins that one from Siobhan Brown. So Alice of Clarendon College announces himself as well as one of the top contenders here. 10.73 into a positive 1.0 meters per second win. Raheem Alice of Clarendon College ahead of Siobhan Brown of Herbert Marcy Technical, who comes back in 11.20, and that's your top two unofficially, as we waste the official times as they do come up on the clock. And we can tell you for sure the winner, Allison, 10.73. Siobhan Brown of Herbert Marcy, 10.80. Sivina Lawrence of Petersfield in third in 10.88, and William Wims out of Jamaica College in fourth with 10.96, and Bernal representing Panama and Swept having to settle for fourth. So the next section, this is the fifth section of the Class 1 boys that comes up in lane 1 is Dante Redwood, or should be Dante Redwood of St. Jago. Romario Blake of Sydney Pagan runs out of lane 3. So Redwood in 2, Sydney Pagan's Romario Blake runs out of 3, Romario Jibson. Two Romarios running beside each other in 4. Roland Smith of Clarendon in 5th. 5. Kevin Bliss of Mona in 6. Adjoani Barrett of St. Jago in 7. And Nishan Walker of Mount St. Joseph in 8. The starter calls them to their mark. Let's see what will take place here. I think the young men from St. Jago will try their best to steal a march on this one. But so too Romario Blake of Sydney Pagan should be there. Should be a close racing between those two, and they're going to send them off stumble quick from St. Jago, but also look to the young man from that looks to be Mona High. Mona High is leading through Kevin Bliss. Kevin Bliss will take it to the line, 10.55, and if the time stands, it's going to be a personal best for Kevin Bliss of Mona, coming through with that win ahead of Smith. Ronald Smith of Clarendon College says Bliss into a positive 1.4 meters per second win for the win for Mona. Kevin Bliss from Ronald Smith of Clarendon, and Adjoani Barrett of St. Jago finishing third in 10.71. So Mona High in the red and white strip here, getting a win in the fifth section of this Class 1 boys 100 meters through Kevin Bliss in 10.57. So the leader as we stand now is still Shaquin Gordon, 10.34 from Calabar. And those times from the first heat, I think, are the times that are leading this standing in terms of the fastest times completed so far. So we move quickly to the next section, which comes up section F in the Class 1 boys 100 meters. And running out of lane 1 is going to be Jelana Manthit. In 2, Tayshawn Lamonth. Milton Pinedo of Greater Portmore in 3. Gregory Esberry, Tishos Goling in 4, Jamari Jones in 5, Kobe Watts of Herbert Martin in 6, Dante Cross of Ascot in 7, and Ronaldo Stewart of St. Catherine in 8. The starter calls them to their mark. So this one should be another close race based on the times we're still listing here on our system. And the gun sends them off. Well, let's look to the young man from Herbert Marcy, Kobe Watts. Kobe Watts from Herbert Marcy has stepped to the front ahead of Tishos Golden Esberry. So it's going to be Watts of Herbert Marcy that wins this one ahead of Esberry from Tishos Golden, 10.73. And again, if that time stands into a positive 1.8, 10.74, that might be a personal best. Esberry 10.86 for second, with Pinedo coming through for third. So Herbert Marcy still in one there on this field through their winner Watson, 10.74, and Tishos Golding having to settle for second with Esberry in this section high of section F rather of the class 1 boys 100 meters. The events are moving quick and fast, just to say a pace with all that's happening here as we try to settle all that's happening around us, and we're trying to get you the start list for the other events. Let us tell you that we're having an internet disconnection, but we try our best to ensure that we give you the scores as we see them and based on the names that are familiar to us as we try to get our system back up and running. So this is section G, should be based on where we had left off, and the gun sends them off and looks to be the athlete from St. Jago in the middle, but JC is coming through. So to Petersfield in lane 2. Says a battle between St. Jago and Petersfield. Russell, that is from Petersfield, comes through in level 0.08 for Petersfield into a positive 0.3 meters per second win. 11.08 ahead of Lewis from St. Jago for second, and it looks to be McCleary in third. But for sure, the winner is from Petersfield. Russell from Petersfield winning that one in 11.08 into a positive headwind. So again, we will give it the times as soon as they come up on the stadium clock. That's what we're relying on for now until we manage to get our system back up and running. Again, we apologize for that, the inability to give you all the names at the start, but we are working to get that back up, and we should be set and ready in a matter of moments as you are tuned into the Camperdown Classics. This is the 20th staging of the Camperdown Classic happening inside the National Stadium, and a lot of would have gone this morning, but there's still much more to come, including the 400 meters, the 60 meters, and the 100 meters for the seniors, along with the relays 4x4 sprint medley, all that are to come a little later on this program. We're at the class 1 boys. As we said repeatedly, we have over 150 sprint events for you, and therefore they're coming in quick and fast to ensure that this meet ends in reasonably good time. I think the organizers were doing pretty well, but had some hiccups in terms of time. I know we're trying to catch up. So this is section F of the boys, 100 meter. Lynch from Yorkcastle runs out of lane 1. Ramesh Martin of St. Andrew Technical in 2. Jaden Walker of Ascot in 3. Christiane Bennett of Ascot in 4. Yorkcastle rather in 4. David Foster Wilmers. Javel Harvey Manchester. Papines Frank Watson and Tony's King of St. Mary. So the gun sends them off. Let's look to the athlete from Yorkcastle. Yorkcastle, that looks to be Lynch, but coming also Bennett of Yorkcastle. So the Yorkcastle pair of Bennett and Lynch. Bennett's going to win this one. 10.97 for Bennett. Christiane Bennett of Yorkcastle ahead of Lynch, also of Yorkcastle, winning that one. Running into a positive 2.7 meters per second. That's above the allowable limit. Bennett wins that one in 10.97 ahead of Walker. Walker seemed to have been giving that second spot. Jaden Walker of Ascot, based on the dip on that line, Walker gets it, but for sure it is York Castle's Christiane Bennett rather, 10.95 into a strong positive headwind and supporting win rather for Bennett, positive 2.7 ahead of Jaden Walker of Ascot and Javel Harvey of Manchester, rounding out the top 3 in that. We move to the next section, which is section I of the boys class 100 meters. Dandre Johns of Rusty's runners of lane 1. Daniel Henry of Woolman's runners of lane 2. Nishan Wallison of St. Mary out of 3. Romario Mars of Papine in 4. Edward Sterling of Woolman's in 5. Quayano Moody of Herbert Mars in 6. Marcus Gordon in 7. Alfred Fuller of St. Jago in 8. So this should be a full field, and based on what we're seeing, it looks to be one short. I don't think the young man from Rossi's, Dandre Johnson, should, but the starter calls them quickly to their marks, and this one should be excited running between the inner field, Mars of Papine, and so to Herbert Morris's Moody. So the gun sends him off, and quickly Moody away, steps away. So to the young man from Papine, Morris for Papine. So Paris Papines, Wilmers now steps to that sense. Daniel Henry of Wilmers being challenged by the young man from Henry. So Sterling ahead of Henry. So Wilmers 1-2 there. Wilmers Sterling is credited with a win 11.02, also into a positive 2.5 meters per second win. Edward Sterling and ahead of teammates Daniel Henry into 11.11. I know we're seeing this probably this strong positive supporting wing affecting the athletes and their times. 11.01 for Edward Sterling of Wilmers ahead of Daniel Henry. 11.11. Romario Mars of Poppy in third, who led for quite a bit of this race. 11.20 ahead of Marcus Gordon of Mona. 11.42. That's section I of the Class 1 boys, and already section J is on track. We're going to tell you quickly who the starters are. As the system, again, we apologize for some technical challenges we're having here as we try to get those results up, including the start list. But we're trying our best to do from the clock. It looks a bit
We
paired.
have paired from Mona. Lane 2, we have.
So the young man from Herbert Mercer gets away early and is leading. Simit, Chavoy Simit of Herbert Mercer is dominating this one. Simit of Herbert Mercer will run away with this one, 10.80. Looking easy as he wins this one. Chavoy Simit of Herbert Mercer wins this one into a positive, looks to be 3.4 meters per second, running in 10.79 seconds. Ahead of Smichael, 11.22. But Simit 11.12 for Smichael rather than Dare 11.31. So Dare 11.21, but no doubt about the winner. Chavoy Simit 10.79 into a positive 3.4 meters per second. So with every race, the winds seem to be getting stronger in their backs. But nonetheless, these athletes are having to contend with these elements that might be uncontrollable on their path. So we're getting closer to the completion of these races. We'd have had a lot of sprinting taking place, and this field looks to be about 4 athletes within St. George's. Petersfield there. Wolmers is also there. So already looks to be the athlete from York Castle that's running away with this one. It looks to be York Castle ahead of Yasser Pierre is coming to the line. Alphonsus Davis in lane 8 seemed to have caught him close to the line. I'm not sure if he succeeded, but Scott of York Castle rather comes with the win, left 137 into a positive 1.3 meters per second, managing to hold off the close and fast finishing athlete from Alphonsus Davis in that one. So it's all about York Castle winning there ahead of Alphonsus Davis with Wilmers in third. So already we move to watch probably section J. And again, we're having real challenges here trying to get you the start list because our system is currently down. So we're trying our best to produce those results from the clock in the stadium that is wasting no time at changing with each passing event. But this one looks to be represented by the likes of Camperdown, Excelsior, Clarendon College been listed there. Manchester is also there. Stets is also there. Looks to be Fogar Road as well is represented there in this event. So let's see who will win this one there. The starter calls them to their marks. And there's a break in the start. So let's just quickly use the opportunity to tell you who the athletes are. We have Burke running out of Sydney Pagan, and that's Abby Boyd Burke. We hope that we get that one right. Javoy Green of Fogar Road runs out of lane 2. Janelle Walters of Kellis in 3. Jazane Harris of Camperdown in 4. Brandon Levy in lane 5. Shaim Johnson in 6. Orrit Davis of Clarendon College in 7. Of course, Johnson's of Excelsior. And Dan Daryl Clark of Meadowbrook runs out of lane 8. So a break in the start, and now we're seeing the official walking over and having a word with the athletes, who looks to be the young man from Camperdown in lane 4. So they're called again to their marks, and let's see where our winner will come from this one. Very even a match based on personal best time. So the guns are sending him off. Look to the athlete from Camperdown. That's young man Harris of Camperdown that steps out, but now he's being challenged by the Kingston High athlete there in Levy. So Levy, it seemed rather Walters of Kellitz based on our lineup. Kellitz Walters would have gotten that one in 11.00. Walters of Kellitz into a positive 2.5 meters per second. That's Janelle Walters of Kellitz getting the better of Burke of Sydney Pagan, and Kingston Eyes Brandon Levy in 11.20. So Walters Kellitz winning into a positive 2.5 meters per second ahead of Amy Boyd Burke of Sydney Pagan and Kingston Eyes Brandon Levy in section L of the Class 1 boys 100 meters. We still have some races to go.
Next on the track, final M.
But this is section M of the Class 1 boys 100 meters. Queen Alexander of St. Catherine I runs out of lane 1. Christian Emmanuel of Campion runs out of lane 3. Malik Harris of Excelsior in 4. Roshane Black of Sydney Pagan in 5. Omaria Goodwin of Bridgeport in 6. Denroy Robbins of St. Jago in 7. And Ronaldino Benjamin of Camperdown in lane 8. All have reported to the start, 7 except what looks to be lane 7, which should have been Denroy Robbins of St. Jago. So the 6 there to face the starter as they are called to their marks. So off they go. Look to that athlete from Bridgeport. Goodwin, that is from Bridgeport, now being challenged by a young man from Camperdown. Benjamin of Camperdown on the outside that's trying to win this one. And it looks to be Benjamin of Camperdown. The window pointing to the clock. Coming across in 11.29, that is Ronaldina Benjamin into a positive 2.8 meters per second win for Benjamin. 11.30, that time has been adjusted. And Christian Emmanuel of Camperdown in 11.45, and Roshan Black of Sydney Pagan in 11.57. Yeah, that was a big deal for Camperdown, and based on his reaction and his celebration, he's telling you this is our meet and I have to win this one, and winning it he did for Camperdown. That's Ronaldino Benjamin of Camperdown winning out of lane 8. We move to section N as that comes up quick and fast. John Eccleston of Wilmers runs out of lane 1. Kimani Grant of Mona runs out of lane 2. Devontae Parker of Ascot runs out of lane 3. Jovan Bottom of Tatius Golding in lane 4. Daniel Christopher Pearson of Greater Portmore in lane 5. Joshua Tennyson of St. George's College in 6. Samira Morrison of Excelsior in 6. And Omarion Blackett of Camperdown in lane 8. So a full field it should be, but we're not seeing the likes of Eccleston and Wilmers. Eccleston from Wilmers and Grant from Mona. So all the others 6 have reported for the start, 7 except those 2. So the starter calls them to their mark. Park of Ascot, Bottom of Tatius Golding, Pierce of Greater Portmore, Tennyson of St. George's College, Morrison of Excelsior, and Camperdown's Blackett as they go into a set. And off they move, that looks to be the athlete from Morrison of Excelsior, Samaria Morrison of Excelsior, that is winning this one, and is doing so handsomely. Get off Bottom of Tatius Golding, says Morrison, 11.25 ahead of Jovan Bottom of Tatius Golding, running into a positive 1.9 meters per second win. That's Morrison, 11.24 of Excelsior. Samaria Morrison ahead of Jovan Bottom of Tatius Golding, 11.45, and Pierce's Daniel Pierce of Greater Portmore in 11.52. So the winners died on a little bit in terms of his strength coming from behind. So we now have a positive win along the allowable limit, that is positive 1.9 for young Samaria Morrison of Excelsior, winning that one quite handsomely. As we move to section O in the Class 1 boys 100 meters. As we say, we are moving with the clock, literally and figuratively. We'll try to finish this meet on time. We have Zashawn Foster of Wilmers runs out of lane 1. Jamal Thomas of Bridgeport will run out of lane 2. Raheem Short of St. Jago runs out of lane 3. Joshua Byfield runs out of lane 4. He's from Marcus Garvey. Novello Bowen of Kankati runs out of 5. Derek Patterson of Papine runs out of lane 6. Giovanni Plum of St. George's College is in 7, with DeAndre Brown of Oberling in lane 8. So that's 8 facing the starter, and it looks from all indication that the athlete from lane 3, which should have been shorter of St. Jago, has not showed for this event. So it's 7 that faces the starter, with Wilmers Foster. Thomas is Bridgeport's Thomas shorter is not there. Byfield is there, and there's an early break that looks to be Bridgeport Jamar Thomas making an early jump from the blocks. Let's see what will become of that, because that was very blatant. While the others, we tell you, is Bowen in 5, Patterson 6, Pepin, St. George's Plummer in 7, and DeAndre Brown of Oberlin. Let's see what the starters will do as it regards to Jamar Thomas of Camperdown. Not certain that he will survive this because that was very blatant, but with that level of conversation being had, he might get a yellow card, and that is what exactly has been given to Jamar Thomas. Individual warning to that young man as he tries to recoup and resettles himself for this event. Foster, Wilmers, Thomas, Bridgeport, Shorter, not there. Byfield of Marcus Garver, Bowen of Clancarty, Papines, Pattis, Plummer of St. George's College, and Brown of Oberlin all have reported for the start. So the gun says them out. Look to the athlete from Camperdown, and that's the young man Thomas of Camperdown now making reproof of this, and he's stepping away, and he's looked to be challenge of Marcus Garver's Byfield. Byfield of Marcus Garver comes through and take this one. 11.42. That's Byfield of Marcus Garver ahead of Thomas of Camperdown, positive 1.3 meters per second. Byfield 11.41, Thomas 11.51 ahead of what looks to be Brown 11.67, Brown of Clancarty. So it is the young man all the way from Marcus Garvin St. Anne that wins this one, 11.41 ahead of Thomas of Bridgeport 11.51, DeAndre Brown of Oberlin in 6, and Novel Bowen of Clancarty in 4th in 11.86, with Deshaun Foster of Wilmers in 5th, and Derek Pattis of Papi in 12.10 for 6. Plummer finishing in 7. As we have been told to welcome the great Glenn Mills into the stadium, renowned for coaching the legendary Usain Bolt, and also responsible for what was the sprint factory for Camperdown, and he is to be respected and revered for all that he has done for track and field locally and also internationally, as he has expanded his abilities to other countries. So this is section P.
From Bel Air, we have Dominic Anderson, Mount St. Joseph, Earl West, Tyree Gill from Alphonsus.
So the gun sends them off, and look to the bid athlete from Alphonsus Davis that is challenging this one, and we should see him coming across, or rather it's gonna be Anchovies, Delan Telwell of Anchovy winning that one, 11.48 into a positive 1.9 meters per second. Telwell of Anchovy coming ahead of Gale, winning that one. So Terry Gale of Alphonsus Davis, who at some point we thought was leading that race, was overhauled by Delan Telwell of Anchovy, 11.49. Gale of Alphonsus Davis, 11.63, and Kamar Francis of Steertown, 11.64, finishing 3rd. That's section P. As we move to section Q, and still the leader is still Shaquin Gordon.
Compassion Michael Harris still holds that record at 10.29 seconds in 2014. That was the world lead for youth athletes, for junior athletes back in 2014. So the record still stands at 10.29.
Joshua Brooks from Tarrant High in lane 7, and in lane 8 we have Daniel Hillman from the New Park Technical High School.
So 6 to face the startup, and already looks to be the young man from the Noon Park, rather from Tarrant. That's Brooks from Tarrant. That should be doing most of the running, but look to Knox. That should be Nikon Mercer of Knox. For Knox athlete, that is Mercer of Knox that wins at 11.55 into a positive 1.9 meters per second win for Knox. 11.55 ahead of Brooks of Tarrant. Joshua Brooks of Tarrant, 11.99. So Knox from the parish of Manchester winning that one, 11.55. As you said, the schools, lesser known schools, are popping up here and there and winning events. Once they enter these heats, they're trying their very best to win, and to win for their school and themselves.
York Castle and Trophy, Impressive Track Club, Kellis, Kingston High, Pembroke Hall, Knox, and Clarendon are all in the blocks on their marks.
For this is what section R of the boys class 1, 400 meters. Thomas of York Castle, you heard it. Godfrey Blake of Anchovy. Let's see if they can also challenge for this one like they did in a few heats just now. So 8, it looks to be facing the starter, and the gun sends him off, and the athlete that looks to be from the Clarendon College athlete Burris, running for Trinidad and Clarendon College, win this one 10.92 for Andis Burris of Clarendon College, winning and looking very dominant in that one, positive 1.4 meters per second for Burris of Clarendon College, as he returns to look at the clock and he celebrates 10.92, and that comes up as a personal best time on our system. And second is Tafari Brown of Knox, 11.71. Tafari Thomas of York Castle, 11.78. And Trevin Francis of Kelly, 11.90. So Boris out of Clarendon College and by way of Trinidad winning that one in Section H. Now we move to Section S. Section S of the boys, Class 1. And we can tell you that Kohal Fergus of Dunning Technical runs out of lane 1, or will run out of lane 1. Tenny Daly of St. Mary in 2. Ricardo Williams of St. Jago in 3. Kamari Griffiths of Clarendon in 4. Dejon Pinnock of Bel Air in 5. Tajai Henry of Meadowbrook in 6. Khalil Lewing of Stets in 7. And Julius Lawrence of Dintil will run off lane 8. We're not seeing an athlete from lane 1. That should have been the young man from Dunoon Park Technical, but all the others, also the athlete from Clarendon College, well, he's there. I think it's St. Ricardo Williams of St. Jago's not there. So already steps them off. That's Stets. That's Corinne Lewin of Stets. But now look to what's happening from lane 2. That's Daly of St. Mary's. So St. Mary's Daly will win this one 10.69 ahead of Clarendon's Griffiths and Lewin's Stets. So that was Daly coming on late in the last 50 meters to dominate that one into a positive 1.1 meters per second. Edwin, but supporting win rather, winning that one handsomely and doing so quite handsomely. Tenny Daly of St. Mary 10.69 registers as a personal best, and Khalil Lewin of Stets 11.24. Kamari Griffiths of St. Clarendon College rather third 11.28, and Dejon Pinnock of Blair 11.99 for fourth. So we move to section T of this, the class 1 boys 100 meters. He was very dominant in the last 50, as we said. Got left in the blocks, but managed to run his way back to winning that one. So Kevin Watts of Bel Air runs out of lane 1. Joel Clement out of KC and Grenada is in lane 2. Adriana Thomas of Sinnepigon in 3. Enrico Webster in Stets in 4. Chadwick Robbins of St. Catherine in 4. Andrew Williams of Dunoon Park Technical in 6. Kamar Thomas of Oberlin in 7. And Ryan Imon of Wilmers in 8. The starter calls them. I think we saw him running early, and so he probably had just call it a day for him. So they're 5-fitting the starter. The young man from KC, that looks to be Clement. Well, the second gun has sounded, so there's a break in the start. Let's see what we'll obtain here. Kevin Watts of Bel Air was almost 40 meters into his running, but he luckily heard the gun, because we've seen it repeatedly today where some athletes ran half the distance and one instance all the way to the finish line without recognizing that there was a second gun. So now let's see what the starters will do. They have been generous all morning. I have not seen much of a false start. I don't think a red card has been shown all morning. It's either green charge to the field or a yellow charge to the individual who have deemed to have breached one of the rules. But so far, let's see what we'll obtain, as these are the senior boys, or the seniors in the high school section. This is class 1 boys. Again, this is section T. And so far we have been having a treat of 100 meters sprinting. I think this is probably the most 100 meters we have seen for any track meet all season. But again, we're at the Camperdown Classics. And Camperdown, as we have heard repeatedly throughout this broadcast, known for their poise as the sprint capital or the sprint factory of Jamaica, led by one Glenn Mills, and all that was under his charges then, and to now seeing that the organizers have extended room to 100 meters and 100 meter sprinting is really something that we have to be happy about. Kevin Watts of Bel Air, Clement of KC. There is Webster of States, Robinson of St. Catherine, Williams. So the gun now sends them off. Look at that lead from St. Elizabeth Technical. That's Webster of States that is trying to do motor run and is dominating at this point. It's all about Eric Webster of States will win this one ahead of KC's Clement. Says all about Webster, 10.71. Eric Webster of States into a positive 0.8 meters per second win. 10.71 for Eric Webster of States ahead of Joy Clement of Kingston College in 11.35, and Thompson of Sydney Pagan, where he did not start. So this is a Thompson of Oberlin. Thompson of Oberlin getting third place in 11.35. So there was a close blanket finish between Clement and Thompson, with Clement being given that nod in 11.35. But the winner for sure, that's Eric Webster of States, 10.71, who have really looked the part. The State sprinters are also showing up today as we get ready for section U of this, the class 1 boys 100 meters.
Richard Green also figured at 180. He has one more 10 left at the height of 1.95.
Next on the track, final U. 100 meters boys class 1.
So 60 face the starter. There's no Mavis Bank athlete there, neither Campbell of Oberlin. So let's see which the running's come from. Already there's Russies that is out and running. That's Daniel of Russies. Daniel of Russies is out and stepping, but being challenged by St. Mary's Andy. But it's all about Daniel of Russies. Russies is gonna win this one through Daniel, 11.08 ahead of Shavar Henry of St. Mary. So Russians are announcing themselves today in 11.08 into a positive 1.2 meters per second. Giovanni Daniel of Russies, 11.08. Shavar Henry of St. Mary, 11.36. Jaquan Dale of Dental for third in 11.55. And Jaron Douglas of Elitz in fourth in 11.82. Robaria Hines of Robert Lightburn in 12.58 runs out the top 14 finishers there. And quick and fast as we speak, we're going to be moving to section W in this, the class 1, or rather UV, because that was section U, so we're going to go to section V. Section V in the class 1 boys 100 meters, and that should feature Tyrese Gill of Alphonsus Davis, Alessandro Newman of JC Newton, my apologies, Adjoni Mills of Clarendon College, Marlon Bailey, Roger Owell of Oberlin, Stefano Hutchinson of Herbert Morris, Peter Poiser, and Tavian Senior. So they're gonna send them off, and the young man from Jamaica College, Newton of Jamaica College, is pouring away with this one. It's all about JC, but look now to the outside, which it should be the young man from the Senior of Lightbourne that comes through for second, but it's all about Newton of Jamaica College in 11.33 as the flash time into a positive 1.4 meters per second win. Newton 11.35 ahead of Senior 11.52, and Gale coming back in third. That's Gale of Alphonsus Davis in 11.86 ahead of Hutchinson of Herbert Morris 12.24, and Adjoni Mills of Clarendon College 12.58. The winner there, Newton of Jamaica College in 11.35 into a positive 1.4 meters per second win. So that is section V. We're going to be moving to section W as things are moving quick and fast as the sprinting, as fast as the clock. This is how we're having the 100 meters coming to us. Seymour Platt of Clarendon College, Fabian Casanova, St. Jago, Salva Darwood of Pembroke Hall, Mario Martin of Seychelles Goaling, Omar Richards of Robert Lightbourne, Tejon A of Anataby, and Johnny Walshop of Bellier should be here. We're seeing 5 athletes here at St. Jago. It is that has stepped out Casanova St. Jago, that's leading this one. But now look to the athlete from Robert Lightbourne. Robert Lightbourne, Richard said that he's taking this one. Robert Lightbourne will take this one. Cho Omar, Robert Richardson says all about Richardson and Robert Lightbourne taking this one into a positive 1.5 meters per second win. 11.31 for Roberts Richardson of Robert Lightbourne. Platt finishes in second. Seymour Platt of Clarendon College 11.39, and Watchop of Bellier in third in 11.68. So Robert Lightbourne, they're winning one, probably the first one for them all morning from St. Elizabeth. Formerly I think it's Balaclava High, that's now called Robert Lightbourne High from St. Elizabeth. So things are moving quick and fast. We're now down to section X.
Last race for the boys class 100 meters.
So-
In lane 3, we have St. Jago, Brandon Harris. Lane 4, Steve Brown, Robert
Now goes
Lyon.
down on his
Lane
first
5, we
attempt. We
have
have
Wonder Swanson,
2 more
Felix.
attempts
And
at
in
that
lane
next
6,
to
we
will
have
Will
Jerome
Jaden
Johnson.
Houston, the further motion.
Only 3 have reported for the start. I think Brandon Arst of St. Jago, Brandon Arst of St. Jago has not started. So Steve Brown, Quanda, Swanson, and looks to be Swans of Kellitz. Swans of Kellitz that's winning this one ahead of Brown. So Swans of Kellitz winning this one ahead of Steve Brown of Robert Lightburn. So Swans of Kellitz 12.03 ahead of Steve Brown of Robert Lightburn into a positive 1.2. Swatson, based on our it says Johnson, but I think it's Swanson of Kellitz based on the uniform that came up. The clock is saying Johnson, but Johnson was third. So there was a battle between Steve Brown of Robert Lightbourne and Quanda Swanson of Kellitz. So we wait for the official times to come up. But the winning time is 12.0, just attributed and accredited to the wrong person. If you ask me, it looks to be the young man from Lightbourne that was second in 12.24. And whatever time comes up in third, that will be for Jerome Johnson of Tatius Golding. But for now, the times coming up are accurate, but the assignments, I think, they are not correct, because we saw Swanson of Kellitz in a battle between Steve Brown of Lightbourne, but this won't matter. I think Shaquin Gordon 10.34 in the very first heat, or I think it's the second or the first heat rather, that came across as your overall winner in the time finals. So in a moment's time, we're going to be able to tell you the overall winners for the Class 1 boys as we quickly move to a device. Again, we ask you to just be with us. Sometimes a little bit challenging to get the results up and running because of internet connectivity, but we're trying our very best, and the races are moving quicker than we anticipate. So let's tell you quickly now. Overall winner Shaquin Gordon, as we said before, of Calabar 10.34 ahead of Tremaine Todd of Stets. Both were running in the same event. 10.50 for Todd. Ainsley McGregor of Woolman's 10.51 for third. That's Nathaniel Martin of Jamaica College's 10.53. Daquan Mirage of Camperdown 10.56. Kevin Bliss of Mona 10.57 for sixth. Dijon Swain of Calabar in 7 in 10.57. Kimani Gordon of Calabar 10.59 in 8. And Jamal Stevens of Calabar as well finishes in 9th with 10.60. And running out the top 10 is Tremaine Campbell in Tremaine Hamilton rather of Clarendon College in 10.65. So your winner there, Shaquin Gordon from Calabar, one to watch in this ongoing track season. So we should have on track the senior women's 100 meters. We're not seeing anybody showing up. There should have been 3 names based on our start list. Should have been Ben Loss of. So the high jump is on. So there's no 100 meters for senior women. Nobody has reported for the start. So we're gonna, in short orders, having the men. But it gives us a time now to catch our breath as we witness what's going on in the boys' high jump. That is on the infield. It's the only field event that's happening right now, and we've seen the young man from KC making an attempt, and he knocks that bar down, and we get you up to speed with what's happening in that event in terms of where the bar is and who is leading. So 1.90 is the height that he was not able to navigate, and I think that puts him into third. So it's still not yet completed. So really and truly we're gonna be able to sort the winners out in short order, but it looks to be the athlete from Manchester that's gonna be jumping next, and we will tell you the height. So he has already scaled the 1.90, which according to the stadium announcers, that's his personal best. So let's see how much higher can he go in this, the boys high jump event. So we'll give you some updates in short orders. You're not missing anything on the field. We should be having the senior women, and I think they have now arrived a little late. So we are seeing at least one athlete that looks to be Shoria entering of Titans. So we should be probably having on 100 meters for women. We're looking. So the three names that should have been on our start list is Tunisia Benlas of Michael, Shura Henry, formerly of St. Jago, now running for Titans Track Club, and Kimari Dawes of Michael. So two Myconians up against Henry from Titans. But from what we're seeing, it only seems to be Benlas of Michael and Shura Henry of Titans that's going to contest this women's 100 meters at the Camperdown Classics. Somewhat strange to see a senior woman 100 meters inside the National Stadium with only two participants, but it happens at times. I think a few of them will come up in the 60 meter to include the likes of Jura Levy, and I think based on the proximity of these two events, the 100s and the 60s, they might have opted for the shorter event, which seemed to be the focus of a lot of athletes, especially those who have interest in representing the country at the upcoming World Indoors Championships. So then and therefore, the meets here locally are facilitating 60 meters, albeit outdoors, for athletes who want to sharpen themselves, want to get those times, and also to get into the conversation as will the selectors when they sit to name that team for the World Indoors. We've seen the athletes from Manchester making another attempt. So we should be having and ahead of Binlas Henry, Sugar Henry of Titans, away and running to win this one with some ease, looking sharp, looking crisp. Sugar Henry, 12.07 out of Titans, ahead of Tunisia Binlas of Michael College. So two facing the starter into a positive 0.2 meters per second. Sugar Henry, formerly of St. Jago, 12.08, and Binlas 13.22. We now get ready for an interview. I think it should be. So now we show to our interview.
And we're joined by Alessandro Newton of Jamaica College that just ran a very inspiring race mere moments ago. And the reason why, it's really inspiring to speak with Alessandro is because he has overcome hurdles, literally, to be here today and deliver in the 100 meters. Alessandro, welcome to Stride Vision Television. How do you feel about that performance that you just displayed on the track here at the National Stadium today?
I feel pretty good about it. It's a big improvement coming from 12.5 in class 2.
Indeed, indeed. But the funny thing about it is that was not your major event coming into track and field. What was your specialty coming into the world of athletics?
400 hurdles.
400-meter hurdles. So that's an interesting switch, though, from 400-meter hurdles to the 100-meter today. Tell us what caused that transition and the challenges that you have faced along the way.
It's been very challenging with sprinting because of the knee problems, but I'm getting over it slowly but surely. And I'm doing the 100 today because my coach wants me to build speed for the 400.
Oh, that's interesting. Take us a little bit through the knee problems and how you were able to overcome those challenges. It was an injury from the 400-meter hurdles that caused you to have these issues, yes?
Yes, because of overwork and a muscle imbalance in my quads. So.
And how have you been remedying that?
Lots of physiotherapy, a lot of patience and determination, I guess. Yeah.
Yes, of course. It's very inspiring here to watch the different athletes overcome various challenges. And you indeed are a wonderful example of having a setback and using it to make a wonderful comeback, because that was a wonderful race today. 100, how do you feel? What is the difference between the 400-meter hurdles and the 100-meter?
It's definitely just the build-up. It's a lot more fast-paced. The 400, you have more time to fix minor issues, but the 100 is just 11 seconds.
And even though you won today, I understand that you wanted to have a better time. So did you learn anything during the race that can put you in a better position to improve on your times coming out of the meets?
It's definitely the drive phase. I needed to stay in that longer. I popped up too quick, didn't transition well. So I'll work on that in training.
Indeed, we're still happy for the win. What are we looking forward to from Alessandro for the rest of 2025?
Definitely just improvement.
And in terms of the injuries, are you going to be able to balance the injuries while performing?
Of course. Once you stay disciplined, everything will come along with it.
Great. So, Jamaica College, what's the message from Jamaica College to the world going into, of course, we're going into the season, the Boys and Girls Championships are coming up. What is Jamaica College saying to the world? What's the message you want to get out there?
Oh, we're taking back the trophy.
Did you hear that? Right from Jamaica College, taking back the trophy. And thank you so much for speaking with us. All the best and congratulations on your win.
Thank you very much.
You're most welcome, and thanks for making it Stride Vision Television. And we're looking for great things from Alessandro in the future. Absolutely sure. High five. Okay, great job. Thank you so much.
So welcome back to the 100 meters for the senior men. And as we get ready for section B, we just want to say thanks to our listeners, thanks to our viewers. And we still have some viewers watching from overseas, and how can we do it without them? And we just want to say big ups. They seem like the Calabar Posse is rolling out this for this meet particular. So I want to say big up to Richard Parchment from Fort Lauderdale, Richard aka Frater from Fort Lauderdale. Big up yourself, sir, for staying tuned and for supporting your school. A lot of Calabar old boys are turning out for the season. We like that, but we're going to tell you what's quickly happening on track.
All right. In lane 1, we have from Motorcade, Kishan Thomas. Lane 2, Roshane McLeod from Titans. Manzino Barrett from MT Elite. Rashid Foster from Michael, also from Michael. Giovanni Davis. Adrian Kerr from Motorcade. Remando Thomas from Michael Running.
So the gun sends them off. It's all about Adrian Carr. Adrian Carr now being challenged by Ronaldinho Thomas. Thomas of Michael wins that one ahead of Adrian Carr. So Randino Thomas out of Michael wins that one ahead of Adrian Carr out of Motorcade. And that one was a close run there from Randino Thomas of Michael, 10.33. That should be a personal best time into a positive 0.7 meters per second win. Adrian Carr of Motorcade, 10.35. Kishan Thomas of Motorcade as well in third, 10.57, and Manzino Barrett of Mount Elite in 10.59. So Thomas there of Michael winning that one. quite handsomely challenging car of motorcade for that one. So that's section 2 of the men's. Now they're at the senior men, and we should have just
the senior
about
women's 60 meter.
that should be it. So the winner, overall winner, should be Thomas
10.33 personal best for Randy Thomas.
out of Michael. Ramanda
At
Thomas
10.33.
10.33, winning overall ahead of Adrian Kerr and Kishan Thomas of Motorcade 10.57. So we're now down to what should be 60 meters according to our
Schedule here.
schedule, but we're still seeing some athletes setting their blocks. Well, I think the young man from the previous heat, and we're going to tell you exactly what happened. He slipped, and I think he has protested to say that his blocks probably weren't, that's Rashid Foster, weren't secured. So I think they're going to have him run all by himself. That's Rashid Foster of Michael. Very good competitor for Michael. He'll be running solo with the hope of running faster than 10.33. And credits to the organizers, they have been very kind to the athletes at this meet. And it was evident when he left the blocks that something was off. He slipped miserably, and now he's giving a reprieve to run by himself. And let's see, another athlete has joined him. We're not sure who that is, but we'll tell you shortly, because they should have been lane 3 or McLeod. It could have been McLeod. I'm not sure if it's just a running partner, but Foster it is from Michael. That's there. So Foster runs this one and he's off and running. I think that was a chaser there with him, but now has stopped, and it's all about Foster that is running to the line, and he crosses the line 10.56, running all by himself
All
in
by himself, and did a
10.56.
really good time.
I think his training mate there from Michael decided just to give him some contest from the blocks. But again, as we said before, he has been doing pretty well for Michael all season, Rashid Foster that is, and now he has the opportunity. I mean, not under the conditions that you'd want it to be done, running all by yourself. And we await the official times for Rashid Foster as
Good on him for finishing the race and doing it. You know, it is timed finals. You do want to see your time and see how well you will fare against the others. So he did the right thing in completing his race.
I mean, if you're given a chance to run, why not run? Because you would have trained hard and presented yourself, and albeit it's a little disappointing not to have had a full field to contest with, but again, he wanted to run, and given the opportunity, and he made use of that as we await his time, running into a positive 2.1 meters per second, 10.58 for Rashid Foster out of Michael College. So now we're going to have the setup for the 60 meters for women and men, and this one should feature some very interesting name. Again, 60 meters has become a common feature on a lot of the track meets locally. 60 meter becomes relevant when we talk about the World Indoors Championship that comes up in March. A lot of countries like Jamaica doesn't have an indoor facility, and I've seen where countries like Australia have been giving the go-ahead or the blessings from World Athletics to have their 60 meters outdoor championship, their times from those championships qualifying for the indoor championships. So I think the same might apply to Jamaica based on principles, but Jamaica will sure be represented at the World Indoor Championship or the indoor meet that comes up a little later this year, and we hope for a strong showing because we have had some very outstanding talents in the 60 meters at these games. We talk about the likes of Shelley and Fraser Price, Veronica Camperdown have been notable winners. People like Elaine Thompson would have contested that event last year. We saw the likes of Brianna Williams contesting that event as well. All athletes who have done outstanding for Jamaica. We have seen the likes of Asafa Powell on the men's side going over 60 meters indoor. Last year we had Rasheen McDonald medaling at the last indoor meets, winning
Second place winner.
a bronze in the 400 meters. So the indoor meets have become useful for a lot of big stars. It is a championship nonetheless, and the winners are titled as the world indoor winners. And incidentally, if you ask me, it is a good training ground for a lot of athletes who want to work on their stance. And as it happened last year, the Olympic champion in Julian Alfred won the 60 meters indoor, and she was able to transfer that form and that shape outdoors and to have dominated like she did to eventually win the Olympic titles over 100 meters. So we wait to see what will happen here. We have a 60-meter field for the women. Only 3 athletes again, like we saw for the 100 meters listed. We're yet to see the competitors. And the 3 names that have been listed here is Trisha Walker of Camperdown, Annabelle out of England, and by way of Racers Track Club, and Shivian Shim of Immaculate. We have seen Shim this season over 60. Bell, I think, is making her debut this season, coached by one Glenn Mills. She's also one of the athletes that have decided to train here in Jamaica with the likes of Toby Amason of Nigeria, world record holder over 100 meters hurdles, that is. They have all now decided to try their careers at the Racers Track Club. So let's see if these 3 athletes will show for the event, namely Trisha Walker of Camperdown, Annabelle of Racers and of England, and Shivian Shim, Walker and Shim out of Jamaica. And if they all show up, they will be competing with Annabelle out of England and Racers. So they're starting, getting ready for the high jump. This should be for class 2 girls, I believe. That's on the infield. We have just seen the completion of the class 2 boys high jump. The young man from Manchester winning there in a new personal best height and winning handsomely as the young ladies warm up for the event. As we are still inside the National Stadium, you're still tuned in to the Camperdown Classic, the 20th staging of the Camperdown Classics, being brought to you by StrideVision Television, where this forms a part of their sprint series, and it is one of the meets that have been accredited by the World Athletics body for times to be recognized and also to be credited to the athletes who would attain personal best marks and times. So kudos to the organizers of this meet to ensure that they have done due diligence to ensure that the times and the jumps and the throws done by the athletes here will not go in vain if it comes up as a personal best or world leaning mark. So we're not seeing the young ladies for the 60 meters, but for sure we're seeing some young men who should form a part of the 60-meter pool for the girls. There's no athlete there, no Walker, no Shim, no Bell. So we're going to move right over to the males and tell you just who we'll see on track. We still have some events to go, 400 meters still to be contested. So if you are just tuning in, you would have not missed anything. The likes of Oblique Civil, Antonio Watson, Zandran Barnes, Demish Gay, all those names will be on show in the men's 400 meters. In the women's 400 meter, we should see the likes of Jura Levy, former World Championship representative and outstanding sprinter for Veer Technical. She'll be contesting the 400 meters. So the 60 meters for boys, or men rather, section A features DeMark Stevens of St. George's College, should be running out of lane 1. Shane, lane 2 should be Shakur Williams of Titans. Gia Bernal, who should have been in the 100 meters early on, running out of Swift and by way of Panama, should be in lane 3. Javon Mattison, formerly of KC, outstanding sprinter back in his day. Now trains with the racers group. Will run out of lane 4. TK Butler out of Mona runs out of lane 5. Jaquan Weatherburn of Prairie Track Club should be in 6. Devon Whiteley of Mona, UB Mona, should be in 7. And Amari Officer, which is not listed here, which club or team he runs for, but he should be in lane 8. So 6, 7 rather should face the starter here. Based on what we're seeing, I think there's an empty lane, but we wait for them to settle to ensure that we're correct on that. I think lane 1 might be missing, which should have been St. George's Stevens. So lane 2 should be Shakur Williams of Titans, Bernal of Swept, Mattison of Racers, Butler of Mona, UA Mona that is, Jaquan Weatherburn of Prairie Track Club, Devon Whitley of Whiteley, whichever way it's pronounced, of Mona, and Amari Officer runs out of lane 8. 60 meters for men. And just in case you would have wondered what happened in the women's 60 meters, there was no show of the 3 listed names, but we do have a quorum for the men's event 60 meters. That is, I think we should have about 3 of them being contested here, with the 400 meters waiting in the wings to be contested next. So 60 meters, and one of the things, the challenge is sometimes for the officials is that there's no listing of the event, there's no specific markings on the track to indicate 60 meters, because our track is an outdoor track with the usual distances contested being 100 meters and 200, 400, etc. But 60 meters is done more frequently these days, but there has to be a mark made on the track so as to ensure that 60 meters is covered and done with the correct markers and correct distances. So 4 it is that's facing the starter. It looks to be Shakur Williams that's there, and so to Whiteley. So it looks to be Shakur Williams of Titans are going to win this one. It's Shakur Williams of Titans that comes across the line 6.68 to win that one ahead of Whiteley of UM-Mona. But for sure, we wait the time for the others. Positives 1.0 meters per second for Shakur Williams, 6.66 ahead of Weatherburn of Prairie Track Club. And we'll tell you his time in a moment. 6.85 for Jaquan Weatherburn of Prairie Track Club. Amari Officer finishes third in 6.89. But the winner, no doubt, Shakur Williams of Titans, 6.66 seconds. Personal best time there for Shakur Williams into a positive 1.0 meters per second. Edwin. 4 persons managing to finish that one. So the 4th place finisher there was Whiteley of UM-Mona, 6.97. All the others, including Javon Mattison and TK Butler, were no shows for these 60 meters. We're going to be moving to the next section of the 60 meters for men, which would feature the likes of Horace Henry, Romain Affenden of Michael, Blaine Buckle of UM-Mona, Adrian Carr of Motorcade. We just saw him in 100 meters, and yes, he's going to be here for 60. He's actually reported for 60. Rashid Foster, we also saw having to run by himself in that 100 meters, is now also going to be contesting 60 meters here. Kishan Thomas, who did not show for this 100 meters before, is now contesting the 60 meters. Ramanda Thomas of Michael winning at 100 meters. Ahead of Carr is also back for the 60 meters, and Danish Main of Indian Racers is also listed. It looks from our vantage point that Ramanda Thomas of Mike was opted out of this one, so the field should be Henry, Affenden, Buckle, Carr, Foster, Thomas, and Main of India and Racers. The gun sends them, starter sends them to their marks. And let's see who will get this one. and off and running. Look to Foster this time. Foster, Rashid Foster is it? That takes up the early running. Car now challenges him, and it looks to be Car 6.68 ahead of Rashid Foster. It looks to be Car from Motorcade getting by Rashid Foster out of Michael. Let's wait for the official time. Is Car 6.70, positive 1.1 meters per second. Edwin supporting Wayne rather. Foster 6.70 at the same time, accredited for both. Thomas 6.80. That's Kishan Thomas of Motorcade in third. So Car of Motorcade winning in a personal best time, and Foster losing up by 1,000th of a second, 6.70. Same time for second. Kishan Thomas 6.80 for third. Blaine Buckle of UMona in fourth, 6.91. Affenden in 7.12 out of Michael, and Main out of India finishes in 7.17, and Henry, Oris Henry in 7.57 rounds out that field for the boys or men's 60 meter events here at the Camperdown Classics. So a win for Carr, Adrian Carr, formerly of KC, now at Motorcade, and doing his thing, and we wish him well as he moves to another phase of his career. Adrian Carr, that is. Now we're getting ready for the 400 meters for women invitational event. This is, and should feature some names, as we said earlier, and we should have two sections. The first section should feature Amelia Briggs Gold out of Great Britain, and by way of UMona, Kendra Johnson of Camperdown, Anicia Tross of Michael, Rana Sudlow of St. Catherine, saw her winning earlier in the 100 meters. She also contested the triple jump this morning. Tesley Lesporis of St. Lucia and of Very Technical. Macadia Legister of Queens runs out of 7, or should be in 7. And Tejana Bogo of Michael should be in lane 8. Let's see how many of them will show for this event. This is the Invitational 400 meters, featuring both seasoned campaigners in the high school system, collegians, and some athletes from the professional ranks should be contesting these events. So let's see all the athletes that are going to be showing up here. 400 meters Invitational Section A. We're having a field of 7, but we're not certain if all 7 have reported. We're not seeing 7 moving to the track just now. We're seeing just about 2 athletes, which seems to be the athletes from UMona, and the young athlete from Camperdown rather is there. So 1 from UE and 1 from Camperdown. So we wait to see who will actually report to the start, because the event is not yet on track, as the starters tried to reassemble the start for the 400 meters and to remove the marking for the 60 meters that just completed. And for those who are tuning in, you would not have missed much as it relates to the big names that you're looking forward to, because we have not seen much of them yet, especially the likes of Antonio Watson, world champion over 400 meters, oblique civil, Zandrian Bonds, and those others that will be contesting events here tonight. They are just about getting warmed and ready to contest the 400 meters after the women would have done so. But credits to the likes of Adrian Carr, as we said earlier, winning the 60 meters for men. There was not an event for the women, as neither of the contestants listed, neither of the 3 contestants listed showed for the start. And then and therefore we're at the juncture where we should see some 400 meters for women section A. Again, should feature 7 athletes. We'll give you the lineup momentarily, but let's just say thanks for staying tuned and thanks for being with us. This is the 20th staging of the Camperdown Classics, happening inside of the Kingston's National Stadium and being brought to you courtesy of StrideVision Television. And this is where track and field pretty much lives this season. And we ask that you like, subscribe, share, leave a comment where necessary, constructive or otherwise. We welcome them as we seek to grow and to improve on our offerings here. So we are getting ready for the women's 400 meters open invitational meet event it is. And the first event, or the first section rather, should feature Amelia Gold of Great Britain, and by way of Huey Mona, Kedrian Johnson of Camperdown, Anissa Chores of Michael, Ronna Sudlow of St. Catherine, been busy all morning. Let's see if she shows for this one. Tesley Lespores of Very Technical and of St. Lucia, Macadia Legister out of the Queen's School, and Tijana Bogle from the Michael University. That should be 7 by our count. We await those that will step on the track when they're told to do so. But you are really not missing much because there's no action on the track. And we're seeing the boys warming up. That is the boys' high jump we saw, where the girls' high jump were warming up. We're not sure what is happening there because they are now seated while the boys are being allowed, and it should be class 1 boys that's being allowed to warm up for the high jump event. So they might run concurrently with the girls coming to take the first bite at the cherry and the boys thereafter. The meet is probably running a little behind schedule, and if you know how quickly night falls here, it falls as fast as the sun rises, and the organizers will want to get out of here and away in time to ensure that they at least get home, especially high schoolers get home and get enough rest to continue with what is to come next week in their training and the competitions that are ahead. But we still have to get the events done before we wrap up here. We still have some relays to come, the 4x4, the sprint medley, open for high school, and also the 400 meters for men. And as we say, we are waiting the 400 meters for the women. Those events are what's left on the cards today. And if you just tune in, you'd have missed a myriad of 100 meters. But one notable performance to date is Shaquin Gordon of Calabar, 10.34 to win that 100 meters. Second fastest time run at the Camperdown Classics, just behind the record of 10.29. set back, I think, in 2014. So we still await the start of this 400 meters for women invitational section A, to be followed by section B and a series of 400 meters for men, and to include the world champion in Antonio Watson. Sprinter oblique civil should contest that one, and to be accompanied by the likes of Zandrian Bourne, Demish Gay, and a lot of others, which we'll tell you shortly when they take to the track. So section A now being called, and we're seeing a lot of the athletes standing, so we should have a good feel of 400 meter runners. Section 1 looks to have about 5 athletes based on my count. Let's see which 5 that is. I'm seeing the uniforms of Very Technical there. I'm seeing the uniform of Michael. I'm seeing Camperdown there, and looks to be Huey Mona as well. It's also represented there in this event, which will start momentarily as the starters settle the athletes and take them through the different and varying instructions that they need to know before they step out. We're seeing the men on the back straight, or on the corner rather, warming up, and they will come next after the females have done their bit over 400 meters. And that will lead us right into the relays 4x4 sprint medley that is to come at this, the 20th staging of the Camperdown Classics, being brought to you courtesy of StrideVision, who have been here all morning. And if you were tuned in, you would have not missed any action, and you'd have been treated to some very interesting competition, interesting times, interesting happenings in the field. And we are saying to you, tune in, stay tuned, and also to follow the results as they come our way. They're also available to you courtesy of Roster Athletics. If you have not downloaded that app, we encourage you to do so. If you have not subscribed to this channel, we ask that you also do so. And again, we welcome your comments and your feedback as we seek to do better. This is a part of the track series that is being presented through the Stride Vision brand, and we hope to carry you through until the big meet for many, which is championships, boys and girls, that is, and also the national championship that is to come, along with so many others to include the Gibson McCook relays and also the regional championships. So Camperdown Classics, the 20th staging, winding out nicely, but we still have some interesting action left to come, and we know for sure nobody's leaving until they have seen the pros come forth and to see what they bring in this their debut runs for their season. So we still have some time left, we still have some competition left, albeit a long day. We thank you for staying tuned and thank you for participating in this our broadcast. So there's a little delay. We thought they would have by now gotten the ladies on the way, and we're seeing the men were actively warming up. Perhaps they're using the opportunity, since the ladies have not yet been called to the field, to go through their paces and get warm, stay warm. I mean, this morning it was a little humid inside the stadium, but now things have really gotten a little cooler thanks to the cloudy covered skies of Kingston, cooling down things a bit. But you still have to do everything you got to do to stay warm, stay dry, and ensure that you are in your best possible shape to perform and perform at your best. So we're still stuck at the start of the 400 meters for women. Still not yet ready to take the track. Now, just about now, we're seeing them walking out at the starters' instructions, and the ladies have been asked now to get themselves rewarmed or keep warm like the men are doing, because something is not happening. We're not sure if it's a technical issue as they lay in the start, but we will have different sections of this 400 meters to include the likes of Abigail Campbell of Idle. She has done a fair bit of work this track meet, anchoring the 4x1 team to victory this morning. Coming back to run the 800 meters, probably my best performance by an high schooler for this meet. And now she'll go over 400 meters to be challenged by the likes of Drew Levy, the likes of Christine Checker, and the others that will show for this event. So we still have some events to go for those who are watching live and also following the results on the Rasta Athletics app. High jump is still on in earnest for Class 2 girls. As we said before, the boys would have given a chance, the Class 1 boys, to warm up. Now they are sitting in the background watching the Class 2 girls as they go through their competition, and we hope that things will be done and dusted in good and reasonable time, because I think they're running behind schedule in terms of those events as well, and they're trying their best to catch up as best as they can. You're still not missing anything on track because there's a delay, an apparent delay, and we're seeing almost a crowded start line here where the athletes for the 400 meters, and I'm trying to look carefully to see who I can spot out there to see if the likes of Oblique Civil has reported, if the likes of Antonio Watts has reported, if the likes of Zandrian Barnes, Demish Gay, etc., if they have reported. So the stadium announcer is now asking for a full clearance of the backstretch, and guess that signals the readiness of the 400 meters. Again, let me quickly tell you who should be running in this first heat of the women's 400 meters. Amelia Rose Brits Good of Mona and also of Great Britain. Kiandriana Johnson of Camperdown. Anissa Chores of Michael. Rana Sudlow of St. Catherine, she's listed as well. Tesley Lesforce of Via Technical and also of St. Lucia. Makeda Legister of the Queens. And Tejana Bogle of Michael. So we are seeing the first tranche of this 400 meters for women on show, and as we rightly said, there are 3 athletes.
So section A of the women's
So welcome back to live and continued broadcast of this Camperdown Classics, the 20th staging. If you're just tuning in, you're in time for the women's 400 meters Invitational Section A, featuring Amelia Goat of UMona, Kendra Johns of Camperdown, and this looks to be Anissa Chores of Michael. Just 3 athletes out of the 7 are reported for the start. Section A. The gun sends them off. Let's see what will obtain here. Chores against Gold against Johnson, and early movements for Gold of UMona and of Great Britain. But Chores have started early and she's pushing ahead and looks to be leading based on the stagger, but not to be left behind. That's Gold of Mona, UMona, Gold and Great Britain. She's trying to close on Chores, but Chores of Michael is holding a slight lead. But look to Gold now, who ranges up with 200 meters to go. It's all about Gold and Chores. Gold and Chores. Gold seem to be taking the ascendancy now. Gold on the inside, Chores on the outside. So it's all about Amelia Gold of UMona that is leading this one. Johnson now moves into second as Chores fades badly. But it's all about Gold, who's tiring, and with every closing step, that's Kedrian Johnson of Camperdown, and she's gonna rally and she's gonna pass Gold. So it's Camperdown Johnson that wins this one ahead of Gold and Chores of Michael. So Kedriana Johnson of Camperdown wins that one for Camperdown ahead of Amelia Gold of UMona and Anissa Chores of Michael. We wait the official time to come, but the winner, no doubt, Kedriana Johnson of Camperdown ahead of Amelia Gold in that first section of the 400 meters section A. So we still have another section to go to determine our overall winners. So this is gonna be the section B, and we'll tell you exactly who will be contesting this one. Section B of, so that's B to come, with C being the final section, and this one should feature some of our high schoolers. In lane 2 should be Sharissa Winter of Via Technical, Shanika Lindsay of Alphonsus Davis in lane 3, Kia It's of Camperdown and out of Trinidad and Tobago. It runs out of lane 4. Kissian Swell of Woolmans, she's not there, should be in lane 5. Sasha Shantana Emmings out of Idle, saw her this morning over 800 meters. She's now here in lane 6 for Idle. Alania Spence of York Castle in 7, and Kimberly Wright of Immaculate runs out of lane 8. So 6 to face the starter. Lane 5, Kissian Swell of Woolmans is absent. So this is section B of the women's 400 meters. Johnson Kidjan Johns of Camperdown winning section 1. We're still awaiting our time, but we move to section B. Should feature Winter Via Technical, Lindsay of Alphonsus Davis, Itzna of Camperdown, Casey and Swell of Woolmans. Well, actually, Casey is not there, so we skip by her. Sasha Shanta Emmings of Idle, Aliana Spence of York Castle, and Kimberly Wright of Immaculate. Those are your starters for the second section of the women's 400 meters invitational happening at the Camperdown Classics and being broadcast courtesy of StrideVision Television. So another delay in the start. We're not sure what's happening because we're not seeing any times for the first athletes that would have finished, and we're almost certain that all 3 finished. And the placings from what we saw was Johnson, Kijana Johnson, ahead of Amelia Gold, Johnson of Camperdown, Gold of UMona, and Anissa Chores of Michael. They were the 3 athletes in that event, and all 3 finished in that particular order. But now we move to section 2, and the athletes are standing patiently waiting the instructions of the starter. And it seems to be having some technical issues with the starting equipment. The gun has been fired repeatedly, while checks are being made feverishly to see what is the issue and sort it out so until we can finish. We've already been running somewhat behind schedule. So I know the organizers will do everything in their powers to ensure that this meet is not delayed any longer and that the athletes are not shown off by these long delays, because we still have some 4x4s, we still have some sprint medleys to be done and to be contested this afternoon or tonight rather, whilst we still have the men's 400 meters, several sections to be completed. So we hope that things will be sorted out as we get ready. We've been having these challenges all morning, both on our path here at StrideVision and also what we saw from the starters in the stadium. So these are the kinks that sometimes you have to just try and work them out as quickly as possible. And technologies do fail, and there are some times you just can't control what will happen. But we ask that you bear with us as we're trying to bear with the starters inside the stadium. So to the athletes are trying to bear with the starters for this, the 400 meter section B, which would feature, let me tell you quickly again, Charissa Wint of Veer Technical out of lane 2, Shanika Lindsay of Alphonsus Davis runs out of lane 3, Kaya Itz of Trinidad and Tobago and Curtis of Camperdown out of lane 4, Sasha Shanta Emmings out of lane 6, Alayan Spence of Your Castle out of 7, and Kimberly Wright of Immaculate runs out of lane 8. So 6 to face the starters, and this looks to be quite a bit delayed because we've seen the gentlemen, or the men rather, coming out now to use the opportunity to warm themselves or stay warm or finish their warming up. So to the girls for the final or women for the final section are also warming up, whilst the starters sort themselves out for what should be the second section of the 400 meters. So we're having some issues with the starting equipment, and this is creating a delay for the athletes, and we hope that things are sorted out. So if you're tuning and wondering what's happening, there's no action that's live except for the high jump for class 2 girls, and we'll bring you up to speed momentarily with what's happening in that section. But there are several events left to be contested, to include a 4x4 sprint medley, open events for both boys and girls, along with the remaining 400 meters on the male side before we call it curtains at this, the 20th staging of the Camperdown Classics, happening inside the National Stadium. So section B still to be done, but there's no indication of a start just yet, as the starters are working their way through whatever issues that may be at play in this, the 400 meter events. So far things have been quite excited in terms of the performances we have seen so far. Again, if you're just tuning in, schools have been well represented here, varying schools of different magnitude and different legacy and traditions and history. They are leading rather the parties here today. Would say Calabar on the male side, they've been looking good. So too Alpha and Ideal. Very technical on the girl side, those teams are well represented here. So it's all about the Camperdown Classics, the 20th staging, and this meet is really known over the years for the huge offering as it regards to sprints, and we had 150 sprint events that happened earlier, and a lot of people were very intrigued. Some were a little bit annoyed, if you ask me, based on the numbers, and they were complaining and asking. But again, Camperdown, known for their sprinting talent, would have allowed for that much 100 meters to be contested at this one. So section B looks ready to be contested. Wint runs out of lane 2. Lindsay, we have Itzen, Emmings, Spence and Wright all here. So let's look to Hemmings of Idle as she moves early. So to Wind of Veer Technical. So it's all about Hunt from Hemmings rather from Idle and Wind from Veer Technical. So it's all about Wind. Alphonsus Davis Lindsay trying to contest this one as well. But it looks to be Wind that is now moving into the lead based on the stagger. Lindsay now challenges for the lead. Lindsay looks to be the one now, but Wind is having none of it as she now press on the accelerators. So there's a battle between Lindsay and Wind, and so far Wind of Veer Technical is prevailing. Hunter is closing rapidly, but it's gonna be Wind. Nobody will catch Charissa Wind. 54.89. Charissa Wind of Veer Technical holding all the way to the line. Ahead of, it looks to be Lindsay. Close going there between Lindsay and Hunter, and Hemmings rather. Lindsay holds on 54.93 for Wind. Lindsay 55.48 and Hunter 55.54 is the top three. So Wind coming up with a fast time and a personal best time there. That's Wind of Veer Technical winning that event in the class, the women's Invitational 400 meters section B. So that time is now the time to beat in this event. Wind of Veer Technical with Lindsay of Alphonsus Davis coming up as your runner-up. So we're gonna tell you who comes up in the next section as we await the official times. So we're seeing the results. There's a delay on the results so far, but let us tell you what this third section should feature. We're seeing the likes of Christine Checker. We're seeing Veer Technicals, well, formerly of Veer, Jura Levy. She runs out of lane 4. And we're seeing Checker signaling to the starters that she's having a challenge. Mullings of Idle is in lane 3. Jura Levy runs out of lane 4. And we're seeing Abigail Campbell of Idle in 6. Thomas Veers, Siobhan Thomas is in lane 5. So this is a field of 7 that has reported and should be where the winners will emerge. So the pros, the collegians and the high schoolers are mixing it up here. Let's see what they will offer as we look to lanes 4, 5 and 6 and also lane 3 for a lot of the running. Abigail Campbell makes an early move, so to Jura Levy. Levy is there. Let's look for the young miss from Idle, and that is Campbell. December also of Veer Technical is running well. Siobhan Thomas of Veer Technical is moving well as well. So to Abigail Campbell. Look for check on the inside, but it's all about the athlete from Veer Technical against Abigail Campbell. Thomas and Campbell. Veer Technical versus Idle for this one. And let's not forget our teammate December, that should be there. But Abigail Campbell now looks to challenge the duo from Veer Technical, and she is now pressing for home, and she is doing so successfully. This is Abigail Campbell that is running away with this one. Abigail Campbell of Idle, formerly of Foreign Court, will win this one for Idle, 53.55. Idle Siobhan Thomas of and Jacina Williams of Veer fits the third, 53.59 for Abigail Campbell, ahead of Thomas 54.93 and Williams 54.95. 55.10 rather. That's a time for Williams, who led for a quick portion of this race, but it's all about Abigail Campbell of Veer Technical of Idle, and that's Campbell of Idle, the defending champion over the 400 meter distance at the Boys and Girls Championships for Class 1. We'll look to defend that a little later on as the championship comes up in March. But for now, she's already signaling her intentions that she'll be hard to beat this season. That's Abigail Campbell. As I said earlier, she has done a fair bit of work this morning into afternoon, today rather, at the Camperdown Classics, from 4x1 to 800 to now 400. That's a lot of work if you ask me. but she's doing so handsomely and have succeeded in winning in that race ahead of the likes of Chevrolet Thomas of Veer quality athletes from Veer Technical we're seeing on show, and Justina Williams also of Veer Technical running out the top three, with the likes of Jura Levy finishing in seventh. More known for her abilities over the short sprint. I'm sure she's trying to get some endurance training done by contesting the 400 meters. She started pretty well but faded against the athletes from the high school system who are known for running the 400 meters. Again, the men are now on track. We try to bring to you their lineup as we have another technical challenge as regards to the timing system and also the start list, but we'll bring it to you as quickly as we can. But this is section 1 that we're seeing was a close contest between Veer Technical and St. Jago. The athlete from what looks to be the athlete from Papine is also there. So inside it's all about Veer and St. Jago. On the outside, this looks to be the athlete from Papine as they move for home now. So looks to the athlete from Papine being challenged by the athlete from St. Jago, and the athlete from St. Jago now succeeds in doing so, and will come back to the line as the winner, 47.90. So St. Jago wins that one in 47.90. We'll tell you the name of that one as quickly as we get that system up. Richards it is from St. Jago, winning that one ahead of Papine, Brooks of Papine, 48.67. So St. Jago ahead of Papine, with the athlete from Veer Technical fading to third, Fitzgerald in 48.70. For this is the first section in the class. The senior men are invitational, is what we term it here, invitational for men, mixed of high schoolers, collegians, and seasoned professionals will be contesting these events. As it's not sectionized here, it is listed as an open invitational event, and that was section 1 of the men's event. And quickly, section 2 is on track. Again, we apologize for the absence of the start list as we are trying to get that back up and running for you. We're having some challenges as regards to the system that we're working with. The internet gives troubles at times, but we ask that you bear with us as we get our start list up and ready. I'm seeing what looks to be Blaine Buckle of UMona in lane 2. I'm seeing St. Jago represented here. I'm also seeing Veer Technical represented as well. So too what looks to be Oberlin and Magati. So let's see what or who will take this race. So Buckle in section 2 moves out early. So to the athlete from what looks to be Magati. So to St. Jago's athlete. So actually Wallace, that is it, of Magati. Zachary Wallace, known for his excellent campaigning for Magati, and Wallace is it from Magati that is leading this one. Ranging up nicely on him is the athlete from St. Jago, but it's all about Zachary Wallace of Magati, who enters the home stretch in the first place and is trying to hold that, and is doing so nicely, holding his form, driving to the line, and it will not be caught today. That is Zachary Wallace of Magati, cross the line in 47.81. That's a flash time for Zachary Wallace of St. Jago, of Magati rather, ahead of Buckle. Well, Buckle seemed to been elevated based on the scoreboard, but I don't think he finished second. I think the athlete from St. Jago managed to finish second, and the athlete from Calabar, Mendes, I believe, from Calabar finished third, with Buckle finishing further down in the field. But your winner for sure, Wallace, Zachary Wallace of Magati, doing the business there in section 2 of the men's 400 meters invitational happening inside the stadium. So now we should see the some of the big names featured here. I think I'm seeing Oblique Civil on track. Should be running off lane 6. For sure. Zandrian Barnes is also there. So this should be a very interesting one. Very interesting one, and a matchup that should come. Civil, if you're here to see him, he is here, ready to perform. As the stadium announcer calls the name, he gets a rousing applaud, and that's Civil. Looks to be from Mona Demar Stevenson. Lane 4 should feature formerly of Edwin Allen, and this one coming out of Optimum, that's Brian Level, represented us at the Olympics last year. So we have Jones running on a touch in lane 3, and in lane 2 that's Young of Michael that runs out this field. So let's see what the likes of Level will do. Let's see what the likes of Civil will do in this one. Level is known for his abilities over the 200 meters. Civil for his abilities over the 100 meters. But Level will try to prove his worth, having done this event also in the high school system for Edwin Allen. Now runs for Optimum. Let's see what he does. So Civil is there and he's off and running. So to Level. Young from Michael is also there. But it's all about Level, who seem to be the early running. Level has made good on this one as they seek to cover the first 200 meters. Civil is trying to challenge, but Level is there. And Civil is also holding his own. Look at Civil go as he leads them coming off the curve. It's all about Oblique Civil. Now being challenged by Brian Level. Says all about Brian Level and Oblique Civil. Civil versus Level. It's about the sprinter versus the two sprinters against the quarter milers, and Oblique Civil is succeeding as he puts every bit he has to the line. 47.02. That's the time, the flash time for Oblique Civil. Looking a little bit frustrated. Not sure what the reaction means, but 47.04 for Oblique Civil ahead of Brian Level, who challenged him coming into the home stretch, but he was able to repel that challenge with 47.90. That is your top two. Civil 47.04 ahead of Brian Level 47.90, and Horatio running out of Racers and of Guyana coming through for third, 47.91. That should represent a personal best time for Horatio. So Civil, Oblique Civil for your information, and for those who are looking forward to seeing him, what he would have done, managed to win that one. Looking very good for my assessment, but he seemed to have been a little bit frustrated probably with himself, because everything seemed to have fallen into shambles in that last 10 meters, but by then he was home and dry. He was probably trying for a new personal best. We're not sure if that time where it stands in terms of the best times ever done by Oblique Civil, but a win nonetheless for a sprinter against quarter milers is a big deal. So credits to Oblique Civil, who will no doubt look to do well for us at this upcoming World Championships in September. But he's also a part of that lucrative Grand Slam track league that is been advertised and should start with the first leg in Jamaica. This one, the third section on track, should be a very interesting one. A few big names, a few big athletes who would have done the business over 400 meters. The likes of Barnes is there. He runs out of lane 6, Zandrian Barnes that is. We're seeing Javon Powell who's now training with the racers team in lane 7. In Denick Luke runs out of lane 5 from Dominica, trains with the Sprintec Track Club. In lane 3 should feature Asana Wilson out of Titans, and in lane 3 should be another interesting name, Iman Tyrese, that is. Lane 2 from Optimum, that is Jamal White, and in lane 1 should be Kevon Benjamin running unattached. So the running should come from lane 7, Javon Powell out of racers, competing against Zandrian Barnes out of Sprintec, Denick Luke out of racers. So those 3 should be the big 3 to watch here. But let's keep our eyes open for Asini Wilson of Titans. He should make an interesting race of this. So Benjamin, White, Iman, Wilson, Luke, Barnes, Powell, and Nairn all have reported 8 for this event. So far Barnes looks get the best start. So too Javon Powell. Says about Barnes and Powell, that is moving nicely. Optimum's White is there, so too Asini Wilson. Denick Luke is trying to stay with them, but it's all about Javon Powell and Zandrian Barnes. Zandrian Barnes looks now to take the lead based on the staggers. All about Zandrian Barnes. Look to Javon Powell to see what he can offer, but it's all about Zandrian Barnes now dominating this one against the field. Powell will run back as strong as he can, but it's all about Zandrian Barnes. There's no catching him tonight. Zandrian Barnes will come to the line and win this one in 45. What looks to be a flash time of 44.97. Let's see if that time stands, because that time it would be a super time. 44.97 for Zandrian Barnes ahead of Wilson. Asani Wilson 46.40. So new personal best time for Zandrian Barnes. Season best time, just missing his personal best by 400th of a second. So 44.90 is probably the second best time for Zandrian Barnes. Winning that one handsomely, dominating from the start to the finish. It was a hardly challenge. Came into the home stretch all by himself ahead of Wilson. Wilson managed to secure that second spot in 46.40 ahead of Javon Powell, 46.62. Denick Luke in fourth in 47.64, and Tyrese Iman 49.50. So Zandrian Barnes throwing down on big time early in this track season, making his debut and doing so looking very well, looking outstanding in terms of his execution. So that's Zandrian Barnes, 44.97. The only athlete to have gone below 45 seconds, I believe, for Jamaicans this season. And that time should put him somewhere there in the top 10 times in the world, as a lot of the athletes, senior professional athletes, have not gone outdoors just yet. So the final section should come up right now, and there's a big name, the reigning world champion over 400 meters. That's Antonio Watson. He runs out of lane 6. Let's tell you quickly. Jeremy Benbridge of Racers in 8. Delana Kennedy of Optimum in 7. Antonio Watts, as we said, from Racers in 6. Malik James King from Titans in lane 5. Demish Gay of Sprintec in 4. Jaim Holloway of Titans in 3. Ian Barker runs out of lane 1 unattached, and Shaquem Robinson in lane 1. So this should be an interesting matchup between Malik James King, Antonio Watson. We did not see him much last season after the injury, but he now gets back his career back on track as he looks to make it to the World Championships to defend this title. That's Antonio Watson. Let's see what he does here. The time to beat 44.97. Delano Kennedy represented here, formerly of Edwin Allen. Now trains with his former teammate, high school teammate, now clubmate, Brian Level at the Optimum Track Club. Jeremy Brentbridge, formerly of Tarrant, now at Racers Track Club, runs out of lane 8. So Demish Gay, along with Antonio Watson, Malik James King, Kennedy and Brentbridge should make for an interesting last 400 meters of the men's invitational events here happening inside the stadium at this the 20th staging of the Camperdown Classics. Antonio Watson, Malik James King, Delano Kennedy, Jeremy Brentbridge, Demish Gay, all names of fame and of outstanding accomplishments. Let's see what they do here tonight. Lane 6, keep your eyes there. That's Watson off Racers. Watson looks very good. So too Kennedy. So too Gay. So it's all about Antonio Watson. James King yet to make his move. So Gay is, by our measure, is leading this race. Watts is yet to respond in the way we expect him to, but he's there and he's now beginning to move. So it's all about Demish Gay and Antonio Watson. So too Brembridge is there, Brembridge in lane 8. But look at Demish Gay and Antonio Watson now begins to step, tends to leave it late, but now he's making a early running. It's all about Antonio Watson that leads this field ahead of Gay. Malik James King trying to close, Brembridge trying to close, but it's all gonna be Watson. 46.04 the flash time for Antonio Watson. Body language looks a little bit disappointed ahead of Demish Gay, and looks to be King that finishes it third. So 46.03, Demish Gay 46.83, Brembridge 47.17 for third, getting by James King 47.18, Kennedy 47.60. So the winner 46.03 for the reigning world champion. Watson, his first race back, should not be too disappointed, but he'll have a lot of work to do to keep pace with what is now a big event, that is the 400 meters. When it happens at the international level, it is a big event. So Antonio Watson has done his business here today, waves to the crowd. So to Oblique Civil, winning in section, but the overall winner for the event is Zandrian Bonds, running a very outstanding time, 44.97, to win the overall section of the men's 400 meters invitational here at the 20th staging of the Camperdown Classics. So we now move quickly to what should be the 4x4 for high school girls open, that is. Let's see what we'll obtain as this organizers try to get the races on as quickly as is possible, as time is against us. Let's see how quickly they do so. But all individual events are now done and dusted, and we have been treated to some very outstanding time. Just now we saw one to Zandrian Barnes, 44.97. Credits to him, looking fantastic so far, and I now have a lot of hopes and interest to see what he will do, both now at this juncture of the season, likely to be a part of the team that goes to the World Indoors, and also to contest that event if he makes the team at the World Championship that comes up later on in September. Oblique Civil looking good. Antonio Watson looking steady, coming back from an injured riddled season last season. He's the defending champion, as we said, for the 400 meters, so he'll still have to qualify, but on record it will say that if he makes the team and makes the event for the World Championship, he's the defending champion. So far we have a lot to look forward to as it regards to defending champions from Jamaica. We've known to have a few of them over the years. He's one of them that will be returning to the championships to try and defend that title. No free pass based on how the season have been set up. It should mean that the winner of whatever events that might happen include the Diamond League could see it buys, but he will have to prove himself come a little later in this event if he wants to make a defense of his title. So it's now time for the 4x4 for girls, and then we're asking that you keep on watching, stay tuned as we close out this meeting with the boys 4x4, and there's also the sprint medley open for girls and boys to be contested. You're watching live coverage of the 20th staging of the Camperdown Classics here on StrideVision Television. We've been up from morning bringing coverage to you despite the hiccups, despite the challenges. We're appreciative of your participation, your encouragement, and your feedbacks that you have provided to us as we try our very best to bring to you the action and every bit of it that's happening inside the National Stadium. So we'll get ready momentarily for the 4x4. We're seeing the girls out there and warming up. We're unable at this time to tell you just about how many sections, but I can tell you the teams represented. We're seeing the likes of Excelsior. We're seeing Fern Court. We're seeing Camperdown. Alpha is also there. Their technical is there. And they're all out and ready. Some of these athletes would have been running as early as this morning over the 4x1s and the 800s. And now they're back to do the final bit of work for their teams over the 4x4 for high school girls. So there, Excelsior, St. Mary, Camperdown, Alpha, and what looks to be Fern Court, all represented for this, the first section of the girls 4x4. Ideal comes up a little later in the next section, and they should be the team to watch here. So too, the lines of Ver from this one that's going to be on track. Just a pity that these two teams are running in separate heats, but Ver has been looking pretty decent all season over that event. Now they'll be challenged by Ideal in terms of against the clock running for times, because this will be a timed final, as we saw this morning with the 4x1s for girls and boys. So should be a very interesting one and an interesting matchup for the teams. Most teams here are evenly matched, as we said, with the exception of Ideal, who have been looking good for the last 5-6 years over the 4x4, producing some outstanding names. Just to name a few, the likes of Cheyenne Summon, Cherokee Young. Those have been some outstanding 4x4 runners. Anika Makanoff, all coming out of the Ideal camp. And now they're leading that department by Abigail Campbell, who we saw winning the 4x400 meter open. And she looks to be back to do 4x4. And I'm trying to look through the crowd to see if she's there. And I'll be super surprised if Ideal allows for her to run, because she's done a bit of work. Because they have enough, if you ask me, in terms of talents. We have the likes of Nastasia Fletcher. We have the likes of Sashana Johnson. Those are big names that can do well and lead their teams over 4x4, even with the absence of Jodie and Daly, even the absence of Abigail Campbell, even with the absence of Emmings, who we just saw running, Sasha Hunter Emmings from Ideal. So the first event should feature Alpha, Fern Court, Camperdown, Excelsior, what looks to be very technical, and I think Papine might be the team out there. We're unable to say, but we're going to quickly sort that out for you, who are the athletes that are represented here. Papine is it, that's in lane 8. And I think BB Coke might be the other school that we're seeing there. So Veer Technical seem to be in the other heat. There are similar colors, similar kit in terms of design, but based on what I'm seeing now from the starting list, that looks to be BB Coke High School that will run out of lane 7. So Alpha, Ferncourt, Camperdown, along with what looks to be Excelsior, BB Coke, and Papine. These are the 6 teams that have reported for the first section of the 4x4 for high school girls. This is an open event as it is contested at all championships for girls and boys in the local arena. So let's see who will get this one first and give a mark that Ideal will have to challenge along with Ver. So even break, BB Cook moves early, so too Excelsior High School. Camperdown is also there, but look to Alpha. Alpha runs out of lane 3. That's Alpha there, running strongly, so too BB Cook High School out of lane 7. So Alpha is it, that's ranging up nicely. Excelsior traveling steadily on the backstretch, but BB Cook has gone flying on this first leg. Let's see if they can hold it to the finish. Alpha is also there, but it's all about BB Cook out of St. Elizabeth that is leading this one. BB Cook High School that is trying to put themselves into the early lead, and their first leg is doing a fantastic job based on the stagger. It's closing with every moment, but BB Cook is holding. Excelsior now is ranging up for that second spot. So to Alpha trying to hold, fading with every step, but trying to hold. But it's all about BB Cook High School that will make this first exchange ahead of Excelsior and Alpha. So almost an even break. We see BB Cook, Alpha, Excelsior, and Ferncourt. All 4 teams making an even change. And Alpha now looks to take the lead. Alpha on the inside ahead of Ferncourt and Excelsior. BB Cook fading to 4th after doing such a fantastic job on the first leg. It's all about Alpha ahead of Ferncourt. And now Camperdown runs back into 3rd. But it's all about Alpha ahead of Ferncourt. Camperdown looks now to challenge on this leg, which is actually sprint medley. This is a sprint medley because now the 200-meter legs are on in earnest. So Alpha is winning this one nicely. Alpha looking to hold the ascendancy ahead of Ferncourt. Ferncourt now steps to the lead and doing so dominantly over Alpha. Ferncourt will hold this one as they approach. This should be the 800-meter legs of the sprint medley. So it's all about Ferncourt, Alpha, Excelsior, and Camperdown running wide. Now breaks in ahead of BB Coke. And we're seeing to the back the last team, Papine. But it's all about Ferncourt. Excelsior now moves into the lead. So to Camperdown joins the early leaders on this, the 800-meter legs of the sprint medley. Our apologies again for what we thought was a 4x4. As we were informed, it's 4x4, but this looks to be the sprint medley for open for girl. And this is the 800-meter leg. After the 400 meters to 200, now to 400 meters. And this is Camperdown that's leading this one ahead of Excelsior. Alpha is there, so too Ferncourt. Still have a bit of running to do, about 500 meters to close this one. And now we see Alpha coming back to take charge of this event, passing the athlete from Excelsior. So it's Alpha now that leads them into the final lap. Ferncourt moves into 3rd as Camperdown fades badly. So it's all about Alpha ahead of Excelsior, ahead of Ferncourt. BB Coke and Papine are way off the pace, but it's all about Alpha that leads this one, trying to win it for her school. That's the final anchor leg, but Excelsior is looking to make another move, and she's doing so nicely at this time. It's all about Excelsior and Alpha. Ferncourt is not yet out of the picture. They're trying to range up to the chasing pack. From the chasing pack, that's Ferncourt now looks to move into 2nd, but Excelsior reacts, tries to go, but Ferncourt is it that succeeds in that movement and passes Alpha with a good burst of sprinting. Now it's all about Ferncourt that finds another gear, seem to have much more left in the tank than all the other teams. And Frankfurt is going to run away with this one. Dominant last 150 meters of this sprint medley 800 meter leg. So all about Frankfurt, who will come across the line in 4 minutes 16.48 ahead of Alpha, who will take second spot for their team, and Excelsior will finish third. But it's all about Frankfurt. 4 minutes 16.49 for this, the sprint medley open for girls in section 1. Excelsior finishes third. Fourth seemed to be that team from, well, what we thought was Bridge from where was Camperdown is actually Knox based on their name listed. Again, we are not able to bring to you the start list as our system has gone down, but we'll soldier on nonetheless and try to tell you what's happening. So for those who are tuning in, apologies for what we thought was a 4x4. This is actually the sprint medley section 1 for girls. Section 2 should come up momentarily and should feature Ideal along with what looks to be Holy Childhood, and we're seeing some other colors looking to be green and yellow, and that could be Veer, but for sure we're seeing Ideal standing. We're seeing Excelsior, Alpha, or St. Hughes rather, and Holy Childhood. Looks to be St. Hughes and Holy Childhood standing there as well, and we'll tell you as soon as the name comes up on the starting board. Ideal is there for sure. St. Hughes is there. We're not seeing St. Mary. We're not seeing Immaculate. So we know for sure that Ideal is represented. So to St. Hughes. So to what looks to be Holy Childhood High School. Or it could only be 2 teams based on where we're seeing clearer now. They seem to be just about 2 teams, Ideal and St. Hughes. So the others have not reported, and then this will make for an interesting matchup between Ideal, who should be the favorites here, against St. Hughes, who will try to make this an honest competition. It's all about Ideal running against St. Hughes for this, the second section of the girls sprint medley open, as we try to bring curtains to this, the 20th staging of the Camperdown Classics. So far it has been a long day. Some persons have really left the stadium while others are staying back to support their teams, because we know what it means for the athletes to have that much support. Now we're seeing the likes of Immaculate and St. Mary reporting along with Petersfield for the start. So now we're having an increase in the numbers. So those teams should have probably were just sitting down trying to rest their legs. So what looked to have been 2 teams now is actually 5 teams, with the likes of Immaculate, Petersfield, and St. Mary High joining Ideal and St. Hughes. So 5 teams reporting for the start. This is the second section. 6 teams were expected, but Ideal, St. Hughes, Petersfield, Immaculate, and St. Mary. So all teams, all 5 teams have reported for the start. So 5 teams listed, 5 teams have reported, and there should be a greater matchup in terms of quality of these teams, as we saw Frankfurt winning the first section. Now let's see what Ideal will respond with. Could it be St. Mary? Could it be Petersfield? Or even Immaculate? They have been doing some outstanding things over the last few seasons. Let's see what happens. I think I'm seeing Jada Robbins of Immaculate there. She'll be running on this, which is the second 200 meter leg, is there. So the boxes are asked to check for the correct placing of the athletes and also ensure that there are representation for all teams. These teams should be Ideal in lane 2, lane 3, St. Hughes, lane 4, Petersfield, Lane 5, Immaculate. And in lane 6, that looks to be St. Mary High School. Let's see what will happen here from this section. Ferncourt won the first section and now looks to see if their time will be surpassed as the athlete from Idle moves out quickly. Idle makes an early break, so too St. Mary High School. So it's all about Idle on the inside, St. Mary on the outside. Immaculate is also there, trying to range up, but it's all about Idle on this first leg. Immaculate looking now to do some running on the back stretch, but it's all about Idle. St. Mary is still there, Immaculate is still there, but Idle, based on the stagger, is leading this one. So let's see what they will do on this, the first leg, which is a 400-meter leg of this sprint medley. Idle is it. Immaculate now responds nicely. So look to Immaculate running out of lane 5. It is Immaculate that now looks to take the lead, but Idle still holds that lead slightly based on the stagger. Now Petersfield is responding. So Idle trying to hold, Petersfield responding. Immaculate is fading a bit. Petersfield will try to make that early exchange. It's going to be Petersfield ahead of Idle. So Petersfield ahead of Idle and Immaculate. So now it's gonna be all sprints for the next 2 legs. So Immaculate is showing out through Jada Robinson. Petersfield fading, but Idle now takes over and takes control on this, the second leg. So Idle leading Immaculate. Petersfield now trying to challenge Immaculate, but it's all about Idle, who is gonna exchange first on this, the third leg. The second 200-meter legs of this meet, and they are motoring away. That is Idle from Immaculate from Petersfield. The others left well back, but it's all about Idle, and they're putting in an outstanding performance here. Idle from Immaculate from Petersfield. St. Hughes and St. Mary has been left behind, but it's all about Idle and Immaculate, and they'll come now to the 800-meter legs with Idle leading ahead of Immaculate and Petersfield in third. St. Hughes now makes that exchange as well. St. Mary waits their baton. They're the back of the pack, but it's all about Idle leading Immaculate. Now things have slowed a bit because this is the 800-meter leg with about 15 meters the gap, the difference there. We're expecting Idle to challenge the time put down by Ferncourt, but so far Immaculate is also challenging the Idle athlete for the win and hopefully for the overall victory. But Idle is holding steady, looking strong on this. They forced 400 meters of what is an 800-meter legs to close this medley. It's all about Idle ahead of Immaculate. Petersfield a little way back in third. So too St. Hughes way back, and St. Mary is also there. We're not seeing the athlete from St. Mary, not sure she has stopped, but it's all about Idle that's leading this one. Immaculate is still there in second, and Petersfield is there, while St. Mary has opted out of this one. When Idle, St. Hughes will be all by themselves at the back, but it's all about Idle, as now she looks to open up a wider gap, about 30 meters the distance between herself and Immaculate. So this is Idle winning this one so far, but anything can change. Just about 300 meters or less to go. It's all about Idle, who will try to win, and not only win but do a faster time than we saw from the athlete from Ferncourt. It's all about Idle. Immaculate now fading with every step. Petersfield trying to hang on, but it's all about Idle, unchallenged, unbothered at this point. It's all about Idle, who will look to put some amount of speed to what she has left in her legs, but she's holding steady, unlike what we saw in the previous heat, which that big sprint from the Ferncourt anchor. Now Idle athlete is just holding, and she doesn't have much to do in terms of winning this one. Let's see what her time will be. She's chasing 4 minutes 16, put down by Ferncourt, and they will get this one 4 minutes 14.80. Idle winning ahead of Immaculate. So Idle, based on our checks, will win this sprint medley for girls. Immaculate is gonna finish this race in second. Let's see what their time will be and where Petersfield will finish. They'll finish in third in this race, but let's see what will happen as it regards to the overall placings So Ideal winning section 2 in a dominant manner over Immaculate and ahead of Peter's Field. St. Hughes now tries to finish with a flurry, and they'll finish strong in 4th place. And we'll tell you the overall placings for those who are following. You can follow at the Rasta Athletics app for your times as they are produced. Again, our system has gone down, so we are really unable to tell you as they are posted, but from what we're seeing on the clock, Ideal has won this one 4 minutes 14 seconds, and that's faster than the 14 minutes 16 seconds that we saw from Ferncourt. But Ferncourt looks to have hold on for 2nd place overall, with Immaculate it seems to be in 3rd. So it's all about Ideal and asserting their dominance on the relay events that they did this morning. They're now doing it in the sprint medley. Now it's time for the boys, and they should have just about 3 sections by my recollections for the sprint medley. And again, we're trying to get things done and dusted despite the delays and the hiccups and the challenges we have had so far. It's all about the 20th staging of the Camperdown Classics. It's coming to a close nicely, and a lot of athletes are here, a lot of schools represented, a lot of supporters are in the stands. A lot of the athletes would have competed already, have stayed back to support their teams, and there's a nice cross spread of school and their colors in the grandstand. A lot of athletes sitting on the cycle tracks. There are some on the backstretch. Few have been sprinkled in the bleachers, but action is still live on the track. This is section 1 of the boys sprint medley. We're trying to tell you some teams that have reported for this one. We're seeing the likes of Oberling, Knox, what looks to be Kellitz, looks to also be Stets there. So Papin is also there. BB Coke, Oberling, they're all represented there. So Kellitz, BB Cook, Oberlin, Knox, Papin, that looks to be the 5 teams that have reported for this, the first section, while the others stand by and wait their turn. It's all about Kellitz against BB Cook, against Oberlin, against Knox, against Papin. Let's see which one of these schools will win this section. The first section of the sprint medley opens for boys. First leg 400 meters, second leg 200, third leg 200, the last leg 800 meters, 1600 meters completed in a different format from what we have traditionally known it to be. So let's see what will happen here in this, the first heat of what should be 3. So it's off and running. The athlete from Kellitz seemingly didn't hear the gun. He was left for dead. But look for BB Cook. BB Cook has started well, so to Knox. Knox is doing most of the running. So it's BB Cook against Knox. Gone about their business, that's Knox. BB Cook trying to stay with them, but it's all about Knox. That's doing most of the running here. Knox from Manchester. Gone by Papin. And now BB Cook is trying to challenge them, but it's all about Knox. That's doing the running. Kellitz and Oberlin left way back. It's all about Knox now. As they enter the home stretch, Papin is trying to run back. So to BB Cook, but it's all about BB Cook. Based on the stagger, it's gonna be BB Cook, and it should be able to hold. Knox rather should hold this, but BB Cook is finishing nicely. Actually, BB Cook changes first. Papin is also there. Knox is there, but BB Cook managed to make that early change, or the best change based on what we saw. Coming back nicely on that first 400 meters, but now have established a 5-meter gap between themselves and Knox, with Papin left a little back. But it's all about BB Cook, who will make this third exchange and make it clean. It's all about BB Cook. Knox slowed a little bit on the exchange, but Knox is now trying to make a run for it, and they're doing so as we speak. Knox is coming back at BB Cook. But it's all about BB Coke, and Knox athlete is running a very stout race. It's all about Knox trying to bring his team into the lead, and he's succeeding over BB Coke. He's gonna be Knox ahead of BB Coke, and it's all about the 800 meter leg. Let's see what happens here. The athlete from BB Coke stops, and I'm not sure what has happened. He stopped and is gesticulating to his teammates. I'm not sure what has happened, but it's all about BB Coke. He seemed to have run out of the exchange zone, so BB Coke is fierce, as the ankle leg fierce, but it's all about Knox now, all by themselves. So for those who are wondering what happened, it seemed that the exchange was not clean, it was not done in the prescribed zone, so Knox now will have it all by themselves, with Paping now trying to challenge. This is an 800 meter leg. There's a lot of running left to be done. Almost 500 meters to go in this 800 meters leg. It's all about Knox ahead of Papin. Papin now trying to close with every step, and they're doing so nicely. Kellitz left way back, so to Oberling. But it's all about the school from Manchester, Knox, being challenged by the school from Papin, and with Kellitz and Oberlin left back of the field trying to close, but they'll have some running to do. But Papin is closing with every stride, but Knox still holds a slight advantage and a slight lead as they enter the backstretch for the final time, with over 220 meters to close on this, the final leg, which is the 800 meter leg. Let's see which team will make it first to the line. Could it be Knox? Could it be Papin? Papin closing nicely, but Knox still holds that lead. Let's see what is left for that young man from Papin. And as we speak, he's making a run for it. That's Papin is trying to challenge. Knox is still holding, but it's all about Papin and Knox. Knox holding strong. Papin being cheered on by his teammates, but he doesn't seem to have much to challenge the Knox athlete, because Knox now will pull away to win this one. 3 minutes 47.39, that's the flash time ahead of Papin, who tried valiantly to get the better of Knox, but Knox managed to finish that race. And it will be a disappointment for the team from BB Coke, who were for a lot of this race in for the top prize. Unfortunate for them on the final exchange, but it's all about Knox College. 3 minutes 47.49 ahead of Papin, with the others. Papin 3:48.88. Kellitz finishing third in 4 minutes 0.80, and Oberlin 4 minutes 0.8. So it's all about Knox now. That's the time to beat, the time that they have put down in this first section. Let's see what will happen in the second section as the other schools take to the field. In the second section, we're seeing the likes of what looks to be St. Mary, so too what looks to be Clarendon College, as we try to give you those official teams. Sydney Pignon is there. Sydney Pignon is also there. Fogar Road should be in this one. Tatius Goling. Calabar High School should be in this one there as well. So let's see which other teams have reported. Kingston High is also there. Petersfield is also there. So this one should be a very interesting battle between those teams. Sydney Pagan been doing well all morning into the afternoon. Calabar be doing well as well. So too the teams from Fogar Road and also Petersfield. So all of those teams will try their very best to put down some good times to qualify for championship, but also to win this event at the 20th staging of the Camperdown Classics. So far, this one is looking very well for the teams on board. So it's all about Calabar versus Petersfield versus Sydney Pagan to be challenged by Fogar Road. These are the teams that have reported, and based on our count, that's 4 teams that have showed for this event. Sydney Pagan in lane 4, Petersfield in 5, Fogar Road in 6. And in lane 8, that's Calabar High School. Let's see if they can overall that time done by Knox in the first event. We try to bring you up to speed with all events that are happening. We're still having some challenge as regards to our internet connection, and it's really creating a little bit of challenge for us in broadcast. But we're trying our very best to bring you as much as we can in terms of the schools represented there. And this is the second section. If you're just tuning in, which I doubt you would have, because this meet is coming to its close, but just in case you are, this is the second section of the sprint medley for boys. And it's an open event. Calabar off, running quickly. They look good. They should be the favorites for this one, but Petersfield is also there. So too Fogar Road and Sydney Pagan is also there. All the teams that have been showing out since morning and doing well in their respective rights. But it's all about Calabar now being challenged by Fogar Road. And Fogar Road is looking good on this leg. Let's see what will become of it as they turn into the home stretch. It's all about Fogar Road challenging Calabar. Petersfield is just a touch behind. Sydney Pagan is the one that has a lot of work to do. But it's all about Fogar Road, who will come to the first exchange in front. It's all about Fogar Road. Let's see what they do on the second leg. A sprint like 200 meters. They change ahead of Calabar. Calabar will have a lot to do now as Fogar Road is gone ahead, opening up almost a 25-meter gap on Calabar. But I know Calabar will try to claw them back. It's all about Fogar Road ahead of Calabar. Calabar is trying to run their way back. So too Sydney Pagan. Petersfield is fading into fourth. But it's all about Fogar Road High School from Clarendon as Calabar closes with every step. But it's all about Fogar Road. We're trying to hold strong on this, the third leg, 200 meters to complete before we get to the final leg. But Calabar is now closing nicely as is expected, running a very stout and a strong leg on this, the third leg. This is all about Calabar, but Fogar Road is not to be discounted. They are still there, but it's all about Calabar. Let's see what will happen here in terms of the 800-meter legs. It's going to be Calabar ahead of Fogar Road and Sydney Pagan left in third. Petersfield now makes that turn, makes that exchange, but they are way back, have a lot to do if they should get back to the top two, which is Calabar and Fogar Road. Calabar leading for the moment, but Fogar Road is still in touch. So too Sydney Pagan, considering that this is an 800-meter leg, they still have a lot to do. But Calabar, known for their outstanding performances over the years in this event at the championship, the Boys and Girls Championship, will try to win it in probably what is probably their first sprint medley for the season. Calabar being challenged by Fogar Road, but Fogar Road is not letting up. They're still trying to stay up pace with Calabar leading on this, the 800-meter leg, approaching the last 400 meters of this 800 meters. It's all about Calabar leading Fogar Road. Calabar supporters cheering them on as they seek to open a gap, almost 15 meters, 10-15 meters on Fogar Road now. But it's all about Calabar as they enter the backstretch for the final time. And with every stretch, with every movement that Fogar Road tries, Calabar responds and responds nicely. Now Fogar Road seems to have run out of answers as Sydney Pagan try to close on them. But Calabar now establishes a 25-meter lead. And with less than 200 meters to run for Calabar, they're holding nicely. Let's see what Fogar Road can do for what is left of this race. He's responding, but it might just be too late for Fogar Road as Calabar seems to be home and dry as he gets a thunderous applaud. That's Calabar athlete as he comes into the home stretch, and they're saying one Scully, supposing that's the name of the gentleman there. As he runs to home, Calabar now wins this one, will win it as Sydney Pagan tries to close on Fogar Road, but Fogar Road should hold on for second with Calabar closing in 3 minutes 35.54 as a flash time. And that time, by my recollection, should be the overall winning time. Fogar Road 3 minutes 40.52. And let's see what time comes up for Sydney Pagan in third, as they were the ones who crossed the line in that position as we look to Petersfield, who are now trying to finish this event. So Calabar winning 335.60, Sydney Pagan 342.18, and Petersfield, their time should come up momentarily as they faded badly to 4 minutes 07.26 for Petersfield. So that should wrap up what is the sprint medley for boys and girls, as we now get what should now be the 4x4 for high school girls. Open events, all open events now being contested, and this should be the penultimate event of the championship. 4x4 high school open for girls. Let's see how many teams have reported, and it looks to be 2 sections to be contested, and this should be another interesting matchup. Both events should have some very good schools. Papine runs out of lane 1, Mergrove in lane 3. In lane 4, that looks to be Meadowbrook High. In 5, that looks to be St. Hugh's, and that should be the first section. 4 teams reporting for this section of the class. Well, a sprint, the 4x4 open for girls, not done in class as per the 4x1 relays. It's an open event at all meets contested by the girls, at all meets contested by the boys. It's done in this manner. Open event, so you can choose your best 4 who you deem to be able and capable of representing you in this event. Jamaica is well known for its accomplishments over 4x4, both at the junior levels and at the senior and international levels. And of course, we're trying to maintain that standard and that legacy of strong 4x4 running. So this should be popping up against Meadowbrook, up against what looks to be the team from Magati, or Mona rather. So we try to sort that out, the names of the teams, but it looks to be Meadowbrook in 4, so to Papine in 1, and the starter sends them off, and it looks to be the team from St. Hugh's that takes up the early running in lane 6. St. Hugh's it is that's doing most of the running ahead of Meadowbrook, which is also trying to hold strong with them. Papine is also there, but we'll have some running to do, as St. Hugh's is the one that's leading based on the stag. It's all about St. Hugh's, the school from Marasco Road, that's trying to do everything in their powers to establish an early break and an early lead on this, the first leg of this 4x4. Now Mergrove responds nicely from lane 2. So it's gonna be Mergrove that will make the first change ahead of St. Hugh's. Mergrove makes it first, St. Hugh's in second, Meadowbrook is there in third, as we await the exchange for Papine. It's all about Meadowbrook, Mergrove rather, ahead of St. Hugh's, and Meadowbrook back in third. So Mergrove with the lead as they enter the back stretch and cut right over into lane 1. It's all about Mergrove ahead of the school that was leading early. St. Hugh's now runs out of steam as Meadowbrook has caught them on this second leg and passed them, but Mergrove is still leading, and Mergrove will have a lot to say about this one, and the schools will have a lot of catching to do to get by them. It's all about Mergrove that's leading this race ahead of Meadowbrook. St. Hugh's struggling now in third as Papine looks to close on the team from St. Hugh's, but it's all about Mergrove, and Mergrove is now off and running for this third leg and motoring around the first curve. That's Mergrove. Now look at the team from Meadowbrook in second. St. Hugh's will now try to make a run for their money on this, the third leg, as Papine is hot on their heels, but it's all about Mergrove that leads this one. Mergrove in second, Papine is away back, Soto is a team from St. Hugh's, but it's all about Mergrove leading this one by almost a city block ahead of Meadowbrook, who are leading ahead of St. Hughes and Papine. It's all about Mulgrove on this one. Mulgrove will try to hold that lead almost 90 meters, if not 100 meters. 80, 70, the lead has been cut, but still, it's still Mulgrove that is leading coming to this final exchange. It's all about Mulgrove, who now gets the final exchange done and dusted and is off and running. It's going to be hard to catch them. Mulgrove is off and running almost 200 meters. The lead is going to be now based on the stagger, but Meadowbrook and St. Hughes will have it all to do along with Papine for who's to finish second, third and fourth, but there's no catching St. Hughes unless there's something catastrophic happening for Mulgrove. Mulgrove approaching the 200 meters mark, so with 200 meters to run, it's all about Mulgrove. But look to the two schools in second, that is St. Hughes and Meadowbrook, and Papine now is closing on them, and it's going to be a three-man race for the second spot, but it's all about Mulgrove as they head into the home stretch. This is Mulgrove, that is doing the running, as Papine now moves into third and looks to get by St. Hughes in second, but no catching Mulgrove, not today. Mulgrove has done the job, and Papine rallies now for second and will win that battle and take that second spot, as we see the athlete from St. Hughes fading badly as Meadowbrook now passes them. So it's gonna be Mulgrove 4 minutes 03.57 for the team from Mulgrove to win that first section ahead of Papine, Meadowbrook and St. Hughes finishing at the back of the field. So Mulgrove should have been credited with the time. We're seeing St. Hughes, but that's absolutely incorrect. That was Mulgrove 4 minutes 03.59. That's the official time ahead of what was then Papine coming in for second. So we wait for the times to sort themselves out. So Meadowbrook now comes up on the winners board, or the display board, as the winner, 4 minutes 03.58 ahead of Papine, who is credited with a time of 4 minutes 13.81, and the other team, Meadowbrook, in fourth with 4 minutes 17.31 seconds, with St. Hughes 4 minutes 19.76 in fourth. So that section one of the girls open 4x4 now. It's on to what should be the more competitive of the two sections, and should feature Idel, should feature Alpha Academy, should feature what looks to be Port Antonio. We'll confirm that momentarily. So three teams seem to be contesting this one. Idel is there. We're seeing the likes of Jody and Daly. We're seeing the likes of Nastasia Fletcher. No Abigail Campbell as expected. But we're seeing, I think that's Sasha Shantana Emming. Let's see if it's Taifa Go that's out there to complete that fourth leg. But Alpha is there and they should make some good running. So too the team from what looks to be, we're going to try to tell you that team momentarily. Who the team is, could be the team from either Anatobe. We're having a difficulty again, we beg your pardon, to see the team that's listed, but there are three teams listed. Idel runs out of lane 1, Alpha runs out of 2, and now it comes up as St. Andrew Technical in lane 6. So Idel, Alpha, St. Andrew Technical, those are the three teams contesting this section. So Idel gets away early and tries to close on St. Hughes as expected. St. Andrew Technical is all the way out in lane 7 all by themselves. It's going to be hard, lane 6 rather, to say how much running they're doing. But Idel, based on the stagger, is in the lead. And Alpha looks to be in second, while St. Andrew is out there by themselves. St. Andrew Technical is all by themselves out in the outer lane. But Idel now being challenged by St. Huge on this first leg, but Ideal is holding a slim margin and a slender lead. So it's all about Ideal and Alpha. Alpha presses, Alpha challenges, Alpha succeeds in that challenge. Stats now rallies also as they try to close the gap on Ideal. Ideal fading badly. Surprisingly on this leg, as Alpha will make the early exchange. Alpha now moves into first. Look to Jody and Daly, who will try to close that gap, and she might succeed based on her pedigree. Stats is all the way back and she makes an early cutover. Confusion it seems for Stats, and they should be disqualified based on that display. But it's all about Alpha and Ideal. Alpha still leads, but the margin has now closed to less than 5 meters. Almost running neck and neck, side and side, which is Alpha ahead of Ideal. Ideal see what they're gonna do now as they turn for home with 130 meters to close on this legs. It's all about Alpha, but now Ideal puts in a mad dash and a quick sprint to take the lead back from Alpha. It's all about Ideal on this their second leg, and I'm not sure they'll be caught from here on because it's gonna be Nastasia Fletcher from my vantage point that leads them. Is all about Fletcher. Fletcher of Ideal now opens a 30, almost 40 meter gap on Alpha. So it was just a matter of time before things would have been this way for the school from Ferry, who knows no bounds when it comes on to 4x4, producing some outstanding athletes over the years. And now they're having one that should be a very strong contender for an individual medal this year. Nastasia Fletcher leading them on this third leg, and she has opened up almost what it looks to be a 60 meter gap on the field as she moves to make that exchange to who looks to be, it could be Taifa Gao. Let's wait to see. But Ideal is it that is off and running, and there's no catching them at this point. Almost 150, 200 meters for Alpha to make up, and there's absolutely no way that Alpha is going to do that against Ideal. No day, no way. It's all about Ideal on the backstretch as they approach the last 200 meters of this 4x4. It's all about Ideal running a storming final leg. Has already been given to them that huge lead on the third leg by Nastasia Fletcher. It's all about Ideal as they turn for home. It's all about Ideal, and as we said before, Ideal is the team to beat, and if not one of the teams in the country, the best teams in the country over 4x4, Ideal. And this is not their A team if you ask me, but they're doing a fantastic job in winning this event almost by 80, 90 meters over Alpha, who led from the first leg but could not hold that lead much longer, as Ideal is winning in 3 minutes 46.38. Second, Alpha now crosses the line second in 3 minutes 58.86. And then we'll have St. Andrew trying to finish. That's finishing they must, but they might run into troubles based on what we saw on that second leg. Runner cutting over pretty early, and that's not allowed on the second leg. So this is the first heat. Well, this looks to have been the second heat rather, when what looks to have been Ideal B team. So we're seeing the final 4x4 leg coming up for girls, and this one looks to be the big one, the very big one. And I'm seeing some big names for Alfonso Sus Davis. We're seeing Alekia Reynolds. I'm seeing Tabrel Williams. Excelsior is there. Ideal is in this one. St. Catherine is also in this one. And this should be the top one based on the seating of the teams and based on the quality of the competitors. So Ideal will want to wrap up another one. They won in section 2. to now stand atop of the finishers of the previous heats, and based on the timing so far, they are the one leading as we await this final section. 4 teams to contest this one. Alphonsus Davis ahead of Will with Excelsior there in lane 2, Ideal in 3, and St. Catherine High School all the way in lane 6. No veer technical for this one. A little disappointed there. No Woolmans either. But let's see what will happen. Immaculate also missing. But this is Alphonsus Davis against Excelsior, against Ideal, against St. Catherine High School. The athlete from St. Catherine High School is out and running blind but running fast. She already makes good running. But Ideal is also there. So to Excelsior with Alphonsus Davis left back a bit. Excelsior is there running strong on this first leg, trying to close the gap on St. Catherine. St. Catherine, the mighty conquerors, is running out of lane 6 and will try to make good on this first leg. But Excelsior is there. Ideal is struggling a bit. Back in third as this athlete from Alphonsus Davis rallies and tries to steal a march on Ideal. Excelsior now gets into the lead and should be the first one to the change. Ideal tries to respond. St. Catherine is trying to hold ground and closing with every step. That's Alphonsus Davis. So it's all about Excelsior ahead of Alphonsus Davis. Ideal now and St. Catherine, who did some early running, now having to make up for that. It's all about Excelsior with Alphonsus Davis. On this leg is Alake Reynolds of Alphonsus Davis being featured. Let's see what she can do here. Ideal is back in third. So Alphonsus Davis trying to overtake Excelsior, and they do so successfully. Ideal is there with St. Catherine closing on their heels. Let's see what the Ideal team will respond with on this third leg. Excelsior trying to hold, but Alphonsus Davis have taken that lead through Alake Reynolds, and Reynolds is putting in a lot of work for the team right now, and her strength is that more known over the 800 meter, and is coming through the 4 as she tries to put her team into the lead and with a sizable gap, and she's doing so as we speak. So that is Alphonsus Davis ahead of Excelsior, ahead of Ideal, and St. Catherine will have a lot to do as they are struggling at the back. So it's all about Alphonsus Davis. Excelsior trying to chase, and they're doing so bravely and with a gallant effort from that Excelsior third leg. But it's all about Alphonsus Davis, and Ideal now will have a lot to do as they're back in third, almost 45-50 meters to close, but they're doing so as we speak, closing on the 2 teams that are leading them. That's Alphonsus Davis and Excelsior. Alphonsus Davis from Spalding, Excelsior from Mountain View, Ideal from Ferry. Those are the 3 teams. Alphonsus Davis will try to hold strong, but Excelsior is closing with every step. Excelsior is coming back, and they're going to pass Alphonsus Davis, and they have done so successfully. It's all about Excelsior for this final leg, but Tabrel Williams waits the baton for Alphonsus Davis. Let's see what she will do. So it's going to be a mad dash to the finish between Alphonsus Davis and Excelsior. Have been exchanging the leads for this event. Ideal is also there, back in third. Still have some grounds to make up. That's Ideal there. But it's all about Excelsior versus Alphonsus Davis. Tabrel Williams, that's now trying to close, and she's running like a scared hare, and she's closing with every step. Williams of Alphonsus Davis against the athlete from Excelsior. Excelsior trying their very best to hold this one, and they're still having that marginal lead. But Tabrel Williams is trying her best to bring this home for Alphonsus Davis, but Excelsior seem to have something left in the tank, and Excelsior makes a move on Alphonsus Davis as she opens up what looks to be a 5-meter gap on Alphonsus Davis and Tabrel Williams. So Excelsior will win this one ahead of Alphonsus Davis. Excelsior comes back in 3 minutes 53.41. Ideal will finish in third. So Ideal, based on their time in the second section, will win this one. And of course, this run by Excelsior should put them in second spot ahead of Alphonsus Davis in third. So Excelsior 353.43, Alphonsus Davis 354.89. And we'll tell you momentarily the time for Excelsior as we see the athlete from St. Catherine I tries to close and to finish that event. Been left back, and now they're trying to come home. The mighty conquerors not able to conquer much this meet, but nonetheless credits to them for finishing ideal. 4 minutes 01.08 seconds to finish fourth, and St. Catherine 4 minutes 31.54 seconds. So it's all about the school from Mountain View, Excelsior, the Eagles rising in that one ahead of Alphonsus Davis and Idle, and that would have been Idle's A team, having seen their stronger team finishing first in the second section, and I think they have won it as the overall winners based on the time, the flash time that came forth. So it's all about the times, as we've been saying all day. Times matters, and so too the performances on the track. For these, at least based on their individual targets, they would say that their performance and how they have executed their races doesn't matter to them. But Idle winning in 4x1 senior class, coming back to win here in the 4x4, and also producing the goods in the 4x sprint medley open for girls. So now we turn our attention to the boys team. Again, we are not able to give you the teams as per our starting sheet. We have no access to that at this point because of internet challenges. But let's tell you what the teams are, or who the teams are rather, in this section A of this event. It looks to be St. Elizabeth Technical represented there. The team from Magoti looks to be there. So too St. Mary I. So too the team from what looks to be Papine. We'll confirm with you just in a few moments what team that is, but St. Elizabeth is there. It also looks to be the school from Kingston I. That's there. St. Mary I is also there. So those teams are represented. Magoti is also there, as we said. I think that's St. George's. Let me just tell you quickly. St. Mary I is there. Kingston I is there. So those are the teams that have showed up. And this looks to be almost a full field. 6 teams reporting. St. Mary, Kingston I, St. Elizabeth, Magoti, Meadowbrook is also there. So those are the teams that should feature here. Petersfield is not there. Don't think they were listed, so it doesn't matter. But St. Mary running against Kingston I, running against St. Elizabeth, running against Magoti and Meadowbrook. Those are your teams that have reported. Stets is in lane 6. Let's look to them. They are the team that should challenge this one. So it's all about Stets running out of lane 6 and already established a strong lead. St. Mary tries to go with them. So too Magoti. But it's all about Stets, St. Elizabeth Technical, that is doing a lot of running and have opened a massive gap on the teams that's chasing them. That's St. Mary and Magoti looks to be the chasing teams, but it's all about St. Elizabeth Technical as they turn for home in the last 100 meters. St. Elizabeth Technical running stoutly, running strong, and it's gonna be hard to catch them from this point. It's all about Stets as they make that first exchange. Stets successful. Magoti now tries to close. So too St. Mary, but it's all about Stets. And Meadowbrook, along with Kingston High, will have a lot of work to do if they should get back in this one. But Stets is leading, but Magoti is closing with every step, but it's still Stets that's holding almost a 40-meter gap on Magoti. Stets and Magoti, 2 teams from St. Elizabeth that's trying to battle for supremacy here, and so far it's Stets that's winning this one, led from the start, and is still holding that lead as they open up another gap on Magoti. It's all about Stets, and that looks to be Miller, J.K. Miller, that's gonna take it from them on that third leg. Is known for 800 meters running. So it's all about stats ahead of Magati. Just look now for what's gonna happen between the chasing pack, but it's all about stats. Through Miller leading the team from Magati. The race still not yet done, but it's all about Stets at this point. Stets is moving strong on this leg. Miller, very good over 800 meters, very good over 4x4, very good over 400. Can also run the 15. That's Miller there for Stets, who is opening even a wider gap than he got on Magati, almost 80 meters clear from Magati as he makes that final exchange. So it's all about St. Elizabeth Technical running ahead of Magati and the chasing pack that includes St. Mary and Meadowbrook, but it's all about St. Elizabeth Technical ahead of Magati. St. Elizabeth is trying their endeavor best to put down a good time, considering that there are other teams to come in the second section that includes Calabar, etc. It's all about Stets. Stets winning this one with less than 200 meters to go. It's all about Stets. St. Elizabeth Technical ahead of Magati. St. Mary High is trying their very best to rally for third. But it's all about St. Elizabeth Technical. There's no catching them at this point. All the others are running for placing, but St. Elizabeth will win this one and win with a wide gap, almost 90 meters clear of their nearest competitor, which is Magati. 3 minutes 18.44 seconds. That is St. Elizabeth Technical to win this one. No win reading yet, but doesn't matter. St. Elizabeth win this event 3 minutes 18.47. That's the official time. Magati comes up second with 3 minutes 27.93. And we're going to tell you what the time is for St. Mary, who finishes third, as we look on the home stretch, seeing Meadowbrook to close and Kingston Eye also. So St. Mary 3 minutes 33.90 finishing third, but St. Elizabeth 3 minutes 18.47 winning that one. So that's a time to be 3 minutes 18.47 in the next section that will come up. St. Elizabeth from St. Elizabeth and Magati also from St. Elizabeth finishing in 1 and 2 in section A of the 4x4 event. I think this should be the final event on track. That's going to be section B of the 4x4 open for high school boys. We're seeing the likes of Tatius Goling, Kellitz, Oberling, St. Catherine, Calabar, St. George's, and what looks to be Sydney Pagan represented here. And those teams should provide some very interesting competition. Calabar, known for their 4x4 running, producing quality over the years. But let's see what St. Catherine can offer. Let's see what St. Elizabeth with St. George's rather will offer. What Pepin will offer. Arden is also there. Let's see what they will offer. But it should be Calabar running out of lane 5. St. George is running out of lane 6. Lane 4 should feature St. Catherine as they seek to wrap this meet up. Tatius Goling in lane 1. Kellitz in lane 2. And Oberlin in lane 3. St. Catherine in 4. Marcus Garving is also there. Bisau Singh runs out of lane 7. Arden in lane 8. So those are the teams that have shown, and this is a full field. For the first of many of the relays, we are seeing a full field represented here, and this is the final event of the 20th staging of the Camperdown Classics, being broadcast here live on StrideVision. We have been with you all morning. Thank you for your patience. Thank you for your time. Thank you for tuning in. Thank you for supporting. And we ask that you continue to spread the word to your friends and family. Let them know that StrideVision is where it happens almost every week going forward, as they bring to you these meets as a part of their track series. We ask that you like, subscribe, share, leave your comments. We appreciate them. We do see them. We do read them. And we thank you for your participation as we look to bring the final event at the Camperdown Classic 2025. And this is a 4x4 open for boys. Calabar, St. George's, Arden, are teams to watch here. Calabar is out and running, so to St. George's College. St. Catherine is there, Oberlin is also there, but it's all about St. George's College and Calabar. St. George's College goes for the early lead. Calabar tracks them nicely, but it's all about St. George's and Calabar. St. Catherine left back, Oberlin left back, so to Tatius Goling, but it's all about St. George's College. St. George's College making good on this first leg, but Calabar is ranging up, looking to strike. It's all about Calabar and St. George's. Calabar now looks to take the lead. Even is it on the overstretch, but based on the staggers, Calabar that should lead ahead of St. George's College. Calabar holding a slight lead over St. George's College as they come to the first exchange. It should be Calabar ahead of St. George's. It's Calabar and St. George's. Calabar from Red Hills Road been challenged by St. George's from North Street. Kellitz is in third and some way back, but it's all about Calabar, who now opens a gap on St. George's College. About 20 meters the gap between Calabar and St. George's, but there's still a lot of running to do in this 4x4. But Calabar, it's all about Calabar and St. George's. The rest, the chasing pack, is nice little bunch and being challenged nicely between those lesser teams, but there's no real challenge being offered to Calabar just yet. But St. George is not giving up just now as Calabar looks to run away with this one. Another exchange, the third exchange is going to be happening now. That's done for Calabar and they're off and running. St. George's is still there. St. Catherine now moves to third and will make that exchange. Now Tatius Goling is also there. So to Arden, but it's all about Calabar being chased and tracked by St. George's College. Calabar will have something to prove with this one, but St. George is not lesting up. They have narrowed that gap, but they look to opening now with 200 meters or less to run on this, the third leg. It's all about Calabar. Calabar ahead of St. George's College as they look to make that final exchange. It's all about Calabar leading from the front, and now they are looking to widen that gap as St. George's College still holds on for second, but it's all about Calabar. Calabar will take the lead on this final exchange, or rather maintain the lead on this final exchange. St. George's goes at chasing, but there's absolutely no challenge for those two as the other St. Catherine in third, some distance back, but it's all about Calabar and St. George's College. Calabar with the lead, with the gap on St. George's. Now about 20 meters and less than 200 meters to run. It's all about Calabar opening the gap with every stride. 30 meters it looks now, the distance coming to be about 40. It's all about Calabar. Calabar from Red Hills Road is motoring home to win this event and bringing the fans in the stands to their feet as Calabar will win this one and will it nicely. It's all about Calabar. 3:13.76 for Calabar ahead of St. George's College. That's the unofficial time, 3 minutes 13.76 for Calabar. And there's a dash on for third between St. Catherine and Tatius Goling. Tatius Goling look to take third place and they have done so, passing St. Catherine. So Tatius Goling comes across in third ahead of the others, Kellitz and Arden Oberlin to finish this event. But it's all about Calabar, 3 minutes 13.75 ahead of St. George's, 3 minutes 18.60, and Tatius Goling 3 minutes 33.31 in third. But Calabar winning that section and winning the overall event based on their timing, and this is where we will sign out. This is where we will say so long based on what we have seen today. Is a lot of exciting times, a lot of exciting events. There's much more to come in the track season, but for now this is going to be it for us here at StrideVision. Also for the 20th staging of the Camperdown Classics, and we ask that you continue to watch, follow, share with your friends and family, because there's still a lot, as we said, to happen for us this season. But until next time, they are going to be signing out from the 20th staging of the Camperdown Classics, saying so long and goodbye.
We wish you a safe journey to your respective destinations. Be safe, and we hope to see you at the next meet that is scheduled.